Chapter 1. Encountering Chu Buiqiu Awaken, and I Shall Forgive You. The man, clad in dark robes stained with blood, cradled the woman's shattered remains, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Mu Qing, ethereal as a drifting soul, beheld her brother's torment and wept blood tears. Raised by Chu Buiqiu, her simple and yielding nature led her to believe she had encountered her true destiny in the form of the refined Prince Ning, Wen Chuan. Little did she know, Wen Chuan exploited her to steal state secrets from Chu Buiqiu, ultimately scheming for power and usurping the throne. Upon achieving his ambitions, he married a princess and cruelly severed her hands and feet, chaining her like a dog in the cold palace, hoping to leverage her to unearth Chu Buiqiu's whereabouts. Once cherished by Chu Buiqiu, who indulged her every whim, she foolishly betrayed him for a scoundrel. Determined not to be a burden any longer, she bit her tongue and committed suicide. Yet when Chuan revealed a truly venomous nature to extract Chu Buiqiu, he buried thousands of venomous snakes and publicly discarded her lifeless body into the pit. Once a powerful statesman who had outwitted 2 nations to seize 10 cities, he had never lost his composure. She could not fathom him being deceived. Strangely, Chu Buiqiu did not hesitate, leading 2,000 soldiers to attack the city. With nearly 10,000 royal troops in the capital, his actions were akin to courting death. Even knowing her remains were merely bones, he refused to allow her to suffer indignities in death. Mu Qing witnessed Chu Buiqiu invade the imperial city, his 2,000 troops vanquishing the nearly 10,000 royal soldiers. The man, nearly driven mad, slaughtered every being within the palace, severing the heads of the treacherous couple and tossing them into the snake pit, before returning to the Chu family tomb to bury her remains with honor. In the end, he drained a cup of thin wine and perished before the very tomb he had lovingly prepared for her. A once great hero had thus fallen. During the Golden Autumn Festival, when the air should be crisp and invigorating, an inexplicable continuous autumn rain prevailed. Mu Qing awoke with a splitting headache, realizing she was in a familiar residence. Though she had lain bedridden and delirious for days, she could hear the servants whispering that the young lady, stubborn as she was, had defied her brother in pursuit of marrying Prince Ning, even resorting to self-harm. She deduced that she had been reborn, with the moment of her resurrection precisely before when Chu Yin's command for her to steal secrets. "Miss has awakened! Miss has awakened!" Uncle Fa's familiar booming voice nearly caused her to swoon anew. With effort, Mu Qing propped herself up, her gaze falling upon the familiar boudoir, and she could not help but shed tears. The faces of her maid Sui, who had died protecting her, and Uncle Fa, who had been beheaded for delivering her messages, were still vivid and cherished. "My little ancestor, if you do not awaken soon, this old servant might just take my own life to accompany you." Uncle Fa wept openly, his emotion palpable. Mu Qing too felt tears welling up. Uncle Fa had watched her grow, and though he was often nagging, he treated her like his own daughter. Miss Sui pushed Uncle Fa aside and threw herself upon Mu Qing, sobbing inconsolably. "The elders say that those who die by drowning may not be reincarnated. You mustn't lose hope." Mu Qing paused, a smile breaking through her sorrow as she agreed. In her previous life, she had quarreled fiercely with Chu Buiqiu in her pursuit of marrying Prince Ning, even attempting to frighten him with thoughts of self-harm. Unfortunately, she miscalculated and nearly lost her life. For the sake of that beast, Wen Chuan, she had brought such worry to those around her. Truly, it was a case of losing more than she gained. "All of you, leave at once." A cold voice echoed through the room. Mu Qing froze, meeting the gaze of those sinister, bloodshot phoenix eyes. Uncle Fa hastily dragged Sui out, leaving only the 2 of them. Before she could finish, the man strode forward, gripping her waist tightly, forcing her against his solid chest. "Mu Qing, was I not the one who taught you to seek death for a man?" The usually composed Chu Buiqiu was now nearly unhinged, his eyes red as he shouted at her. Mu Qing's throat tightened. Visions of her past life replayed before her. Chu Buiqiu had held her lifeless body in anguish, then chosen to die without hesitation at her tomb. Her eyes grew warm, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Chu Buoqiu mistook it for a tactic to soften him, and his anger flared. Chu Mu-ching, do not even think about marrying Wen Choyin. He was tormented by the thought of the girl he had nurtured, now contemplating marriage to another, especially one so opposed to him. 10 years prior, his subordinate had died protecting him, entrusting him with his only daughter. He had cared for her meticulously for nearly a decade, only for her to coldly reject him for a scoundrel, almost losing her life in the process. The mere thought made him wish to dissect her, to see if her heart was as black as he feared. Mu-ching rested her head on his shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of sandalwood, feeling an overwhelming sense of reliance. All right. Chu Buoqiu was taken aback, unsure why she had changed her stance. So quickly he suspected it was merely a ruse to placate him. A surge of anger rose within him, and he tightened his grip on her chin, demanding, "What does Wen Choyin possess that is worth this?" Mu-ching winced at his grip, momentarily shocked by his roughness. This reaction only convinced Chu Buoqiu further of her deceit. His pale countenance, exacerbated by sleepless nights, now bore a look of deepening fury. "What must I do for you to behave?" Mu-ching's face paled. "Brother, please let me explain." Chu Buoqiu leaned closer, trapping her resistance, his voice hoarse and terrifying. "Do not call me brother." The girl beneath him, now over 15 and no longer the 5-year-old he once held, was not only radiant in beauty, but also possessed a figure that exuded youthful allure, wafting a delicate fragrance. Even a fleeting glance from her was enough to ensnare one's heart. The beast within him, long dormant, could no longer be restrained, yearning to consume her whole. "Chu Buoqiu," Mu-ching cried out in frustration, tears streaming down her cheeks. Did her words hold so little weight that he could not trust her? Chu Buoqiu, momentarily stifled by the intensity of his desire, was abruptly reminded of the innocent girl who had once followed him, calling him brother with a sweet smile. Those memories incessantly reminded him of how sordid his current feelings for her had become. "Stay in your courtyard and recuperate," he commanded, regaining his composure as much as he could. "If you dare to do anything for Wen Choyin again, I shall not spare you." For several days, Mu-ching's courtyard was heavily guarded, and Chu Buoqiu did not reappear. It seemed she had truly angered him. "Miss, today's meal is prepared," Sui Sui said, peeking her round head in, passing a food box through the window. "And him? Is he not coming to see me?" Mu-ching felt utterly helpless. Even if she had erred, he should at least hear her out. "The old lady of the minister's residence is celebrating her 60th birthday and has invited the ministers to the banquet," Sui Sui replied obediently. The old lady of the minister's residence? A strange sensation flickered in her heart, feeling something was amiss. No, she recalled. In her previous life, when the old lady celebrated her birthday, she had been confined to her courtyard, and when Choyin had sent someone to summon her to the minister's residence, claiming he had a means to persuade Chu Buoqiu to allow their marriage. Sneaking over to the minister's residence, she was led into a room and drugged, awakening to find herself in bed with Wen Choyin, utterly exposed. All the noble families had witnessed their scandalous scene, including Chu Buoqiu. In an uproar, the Northern Emperor had personally issued a decree to wed them, and thus she had been married to Wen Choyin without clarity or consent. "Miss, what troubles you?" Sui Sui asked, noticing Mu-ching's expression darkening with concern. Mu-ching's cold demeanor intensified. "Sui Sui, I am leaving today." Sui Sui gasped in shock. "Where to?" "To the minister's residence." Mu-ching deftly climbed through the window, a cold smile gracing her lips. "To deal with that scoundrel." Chapter 2. Who is despicable? In the residence of the Prime Minister, my lord, the young lady has slipped out. "Should I stop her?" Zhou Huai whispered into the man's ear. Chu Buoqiu, fingers tightening around the wine glass until his knuckles turned pale, fixated his dark, phoenix-like eyes on the figure that had stealthily darted through the garden. "No need," he replied, downing the wine in one go, the fiery sensation igniting his nerves and causing his Adam's apple to bob several times. It was too late now. Within the women's quarters of the Prime Minister's residence, a group of ladies gathered, laughing and chatting. "Have you heard? That lady from the Chancellor's residence jumped into the lake just to marry Prince Ning." Chu Shuer, the third young lady from the Dewey family, said gleefully. "Who in Bayan City doesn't know about it? It is said that the Chancellor was so furious he nearly killed her," she added. Qin Ro, the daughter of the county magistrate, covered her mouth and whispered, "The chancellor has always doted on that sister of his. How could he bear to hit her? Such shamelessness. If she were from my Yong'an Wangfu, she would have been beaten to death long ago." Si Deshun sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. "The princess speaks truly that Chu Shuer is the most adept at flattery," she replied with a smile, "that we all know that Prince Ning dotes on you, and that Chu Muqing, being an unknown child, is fortunate enough to be taken in by the chancellor." The room fell silent for a moment, and no matter how unruly Chu Muqing behaved, she was still the sister of the current chancellor. While Chu Shuer's father was merely a fourth-rank official, her audacity was truly excessive. Si Deshun found pleasure in this remark, smirking as he said, "It is said that the chancellor's temperament is unpredictable. With Chu Muqing's actions, she is sure to be cast out soon." Qin Ro frowned slightly, asking, "Would the chancellor truly do such a thing?" Si Deshun cast her a meaningful glance and replied, "If the chancellor's residence were to lose this young lady, who would not be the mistress when they marry in the future?" Qin Ro fell silent, contemplating his words. "You lot seem to possess no other talent aside from slandering others." A woman dressed in red at the corner of the room took a sip of her wine and scoffed. Si Deshun's gaze turned cold. "Chu Zhijun, it is one thing to be out of place, but must you wear that haughty demeanor?" Seeing Si Deshun's displeasure, Chu Shuer hurriedly spoke up for her. "How ridiculous!" Chu Zhijun stood up unsteadily, tossing a few peanuts in her mouth, her sarcasm sharp. "I might disdain those who seek death for love, but some people's incessant chatter is even more detestable." "Are you defending her?" Si Deshun chuckled derisively. Chu Muqing was born lowly. If she cannot assess her own worth, how dare she covet what does not belong to her? "The princess speaks wisely," Chu Shuer chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. One wonders if she has caught a glimpse of her own despicable nature in the lake. "Who is despicable?" came a melodious voice, causing everyone to freeze in surprise. A woman clad in a moon-white long dress and a pale blue shawl, her fair skin accentuated, appeared with a hint of a smile in her bright apricot eyes. "Deshun, long time no see," she greeted. Muqing bowed gracefully, looking radiant today, entirely unlike someone seeking death. When did you arrive?" Chu Shuer, though startled, did not lose her assertiveness. Everyone knew that the chancellor's daughter was timid and unassertive, rarely stirring up trouble, and often remained silent in their jests. When they ridiculed Chu Muqing, she would merely hide in a corner and cry, never daring to complain to her brother. "If I recall correctly, Miss Chu's grandmother has just passed away, and the whole city has been gossiping about your filial piety, claiming you sought to end your life at her grave," Muqing said, her back straightening, exuding an air of nobility. After marrying Wen Choyin in her past life, she had been given a measure of authority due to her brother, and though she had once been weak, those experiences had shaped her into someone formidable. Now, with the sunlight bright above, Muqing looked earnestly at Chu Shuer and asked, "Why haven't you turned to dust yet?" Chu Zhijun could not suppress her laughter. Her father was a current censor who had been aided by the chancellor, so she naturally held some fondness for Muqing. In the past, she had found Muqing overly meek, but now she found her intriguing. The crowd lowered their heads, stifling their laughter. "Who are you cursing?" Chu Shuer slammed her hand on the table. Muqing covered her mouth, feigning surprise. "Oh dear, could it be that Miss Chu was merely pretending? I took you seriously and thought you had already joined your late grandmother." The Chu Shuer's face turned green with anger, unsure how to retort. Being a concubine's daughter, she was already unappreciated by the mistress. If she did not perform her role as a dutiful daughter before her father and kin, she would be even more scorned. Si Deshun interjected with contempt, "Sister Muqing, as the sister of the chancellor, seeking death to marry Prince Ning is nothing but a disgrace, a self-inflicted humiliation. Disgracing the family, self-inflicted humiliation." Muqing pondered these harsh words in her heart, recalling how Si Deshun had once cruelly confined her in the cold palace, suggesting to Wen Choyin that her body be tossed into a snake pit to lure Chu Boqiu to his demise. In her past life, she had endured it all, even proposing to Wen Choyin that the pregnant Si Deshun be brought into the prince's residence, treating her child as her own. Yet after becoming pregnant, Si Deshun, now a queen, had forced her to ingest saffron, leading to the death of her barely formed child. That pain, a torment worse than death, was something she wished Si Deshun to experience now. Si Deshun, who adored Wen Choyin, would receive a grand gift today. The princess's words are truly delightful. Muqing replied with a bright smile, adding, I believe the yeoman Wang would take this to heart and consider adding more concubines. Perhaps even a few more lovely sisters like the princess. The crowd gasped, viewing Muqing with newfound respect. Asai Deshun's expression stiffened, her body trembling involuntarily. Her father, the yeoman Wang, had long wished for a son. But her mother had only given birth to her and her sister. Despite being the legitimate wife, she could not prevent her father's yearning for a son. Over the years, he had taken 12 concubines, all of whom bore daughters. With the yeoman Wang's growing impatience and disdain for them, their mother had to endure for her daughters. Now, Muqing's words struck at the most painful spot in her heart. You wretched girl. Seeing Si Deshun so enraged, Chu Shuer rushed over, acting as a loyal servant, raising her hand to strike Muqing. Smack. Chapter 3. She belongs to my family. The crisp sound of a slap left a clear red mark on Chu Shuer's fair face. However, it was not Muqing who had been struck, that Chu Shuer covered her face in disbelief, staring at the girl who had caught her hand. The onlookers gaped at the astonishing scene as Muqing seized Chu Shuer's raised hand, delivering a sharp slap in return. Miss Chu, do mind your distance, Muqing said with a smile, eyebrow raised. That I was bitten by a dog in my childhood. Having you so close makes me a bit fearful. The crowd nearly erupted in laughter once more. Ha! A youthful, cheerful laugh rang out from behind the ladies. Which family does this little girl belong to? Being so amusing, a young man clad in striking red approached. His hair tied high, dark eyebrows framing his long eyes, his demeanor exuberantly carefree. Greetings, General Yin. The ladies hurriedly curtsied. Even the flustered Chu Shuer and Si Deshun fell silent. That Muqing's fingers trembled. She had seen Yin Ren before. Just once, but that singular encounter was etched in her memory, for he had met a tragic end before her eyes. The people of Baiman knew well that the current crown prince had two great aides. One was Prince Ning, Wen Chuyin, and the other, though young, was the valiant General Yin Ren. The crown prince, kind and benevolent, trusted Wen Chuyin wholeheartedly, unaware of his wolfish ambitions that I end her previous life. When the northern emperor fell ill, Wen Chuyin deceived the crown prince into believing that Chu Buqiu had treasonous intentions, leading him to march into the palace to protect his father, only to be captured on the spot. Wen Chuyin spun a web of lies, claiming the crown prince had murdered his father to usurp the throne. And he, in a display of righteous indignation, executed him within the palace. Consequently, he was naturally hailed as the emperor of Baiman. Little did they know the bloodshed and dark deeds that unfolded within the imperial city during that coup. Yin Ren had perished in that chaos, sacrificing himself to protect her. Little girl, are you staring at me so intently because you find me handsome? Yin Ren teased, cocking his head as he playfully addressed the stunned Muqing. He was no longer the blood-soaked killer she had seen previously, but rather resembled a youthful, gallant figure from a poem. Quite handsome. Everyone turned to her, but Muqing remained unfazed, acknowledging that the young general was indeed attractive. Shameless, Chu Shuer muttered in anger. Now it was Yin Ren's turn to feel bashful. His ears flushed with a hint of red, and he stammered, You have quite the boldness. Which family do you belong to? Muqing was just about to respond when a particularly cold voice interjected. She belongs to my family. Startled, Muqing turned to see two men slowly emerging from the garden. One in a simple dark robe, the other clad in luxurious golden garments. The crowd was taken aback, quickly bowing again. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, and greetings, Lord Chancellor Dajua. It has been a few days since I last saw your little girl, and she has changed quite a bit. The Crown Prince Bei, Quan smiled warmly. Zhua, that is the courtesy name of Chu Buqiu, and only those with a close relationship would dare to address him in such a manner. Chu Buqiu cast a glance at Muqing, his cold eyes flickering with an inscrutable darkness that he assumed she had come to see Wen Chuyin, but little did he expect her to be entangled with Yin Ren again. Was this girl deliberately trying to provoke him? What had she just praised Yin Ren for? Good looking. Could Yin Ren possibly be more handsome than him? He felt an overwhelming urge to publicly embrace the little girl and tease her. Allowing her to witness his prowess at home, she cried, threw tantrums, and threatened to hang herself. Yet when she emerged, she adorned herself so beautifully to attract other men. Well done indeed. So, she is from the minister's residence? I recall you mentioning you had a younger sister. Is this the girl in question? Yin Ren, feeling embarrassed, could no longer look at Muqing and had to step closer to the crown prince and Chu Buiqiu. Chu Buiqiu shot him a glance, his expression growing even colder. Yanren raised an eyebrow, mockingly crossing his arms. She is indeed more charming than you. Beiquan discreetly observed Chu Buiqiu's increasingly grim countenance, stifling a laugh as he softly remarked, "Do not harbor designs on our Mu Qing. Ashua cherishes her dearly," and Mu Qing stood at a slight distance, merely able to discern the deepening gloom on Chu Buiqiu's face. It was over that he was undoubtedly angry that she had sneaked out. Before her brother could speak, Chu Buiqiu turned away with an icy demeanor. It was truly over. Chu Mu Qing, it appears your esteemed brother does not dote on you as much as you thought. Si Deshan, having seen Chu Buiqiu arrive, forced himself to hold back a breath, finally allowing a cold smile to escape that Chu Shuer intentionally raised her voice. It must be her who has committed such disgraceful acts. The minister likely will never hold his head high again. Yen Run, having just engaged in a verbal skirmish, was unaware of the recent happenings in Bei'an City. Beiquan, however, was not in the dark. Having studied alongside Chu Buiqiu in their youth, despite their differing political stances later on, they remained close friends. Thus, he was well acquainted with the affairs of the Chu household. His sister was indeed a troublesome character, insisting on marrying Prince Ning, who had always supported and aided him. This had now caused Chu Buiqiu, a devoted brother, to harbor grievances against him. What audacity to speak so freely! The minister is not someone you can casually slander. Beiquan's voice turned icy, revealing his displeasure. Si Deshan and Chu Shuer immediately fell silent, astonished that the usually gentle crown prince would chastise them for the sake of Chu Mu Qing. That wretched girl. This was a gathering for women, and Beiquan could not linger longer. He pulled Yen Rin along to depart, saying, "Mu Qing, I shall retreat to the men's section now." Mu Qing had not anticipated Beiquan speaking up for her, and hurriedly bowed in response. "Farewell, Crown Prince, farewell, General of Vixen's guise. I wonder who she seeks to ensnare," Chu Shuer remarked disdainfully. "Regardless of whom one seeks to entice, one must possess the means." Mu Qing, disinterested in further entanglements with her, merely smiled and retorted, "Do you possess such means? You recently, there were whispers in the city insinuating that I had an affair with Prince Ning." Mu Qing, with a meaningful tone, added, "These are mere rumors. Dear sisters, do not be deceived." Qin Ro, watching as Chu Buiqiu's figure grew more distant, felt her expression fade. That I in the corner, Chu Tzijin, clutching a wine bottle, observed Mu Qing with keen interest. She had witnessed everything. The minister's expression was clearly one of jealousy, yet his gaze upon Mu Qing did not resemble that of a brother toward his sister. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. The attendees were all daughters of prominent families, well aware of the unspoken rules. Upon seeing the crown prince supporting Mu Qing, they dared not voice their opinions. That Si Deshan's countenance darkened as she scoffed. "Umph, what a disgrace!" that Mu Qing, catching a glimpse of a shadow passing by, knew the moment had come. "You always think it's me entangling with Prince Ning. Why not consider that a single hand cannot create a sound?" She quietly stepped forward, leaning close to Si Deshan and whispering these words. Si Deshan clenched her fists, glaring at her fiercely. That Mu Qing edged closer, likely due to the overpowering scent of cosmetics, causing her head to spin. After speaking, she genuinely grasped her head and swayed slightly. In doing so, an object slipped from her sleeve, landing right at Si Deshan's feet. That Mu Qing feigned ignorance, bowing and saying, "It seems I need to go out for some fresh air." Si Deshan, sharp-eyed, used her foot to nudge the object on her skirt, only picking it up after everyone was seated. That it was a handkerchief, with delicate embroidery of a familiar flower. The stone-eyed Ning, that it was indeed the one she had embroidered for Wenchoin a few days prior. Si Deshan's gaze fixed on the writing on the handkerchief, her expression darkening further. Unable to sit still for another moment, she rose and headed toward the backyard. She was determined to uncover the truth behind the words inscribed on that handkerchief. Chapter 4. To confirm who it is deep within the garden, Uncle F.A. carried the unconscious person over. "Miss, is this really appropriate?" Uncle F.A. rubbed his round belly, looking somewhat troubled. That Mu Qing surveyed her surroundings. If it weren't for this, she would be the one lying there soon. Uncle F.A. pondered for a moment, then nodded. Uncle understands. That Mu Qing indicated the direction for him, knowing they could not linger here. Hurriedly moving away, as she passed by the rockery, she was suddenly yanked into its depths by a strong force. Chu Buiqiu, in the dim light, she gradually recognized the man's sharp and cold jawline. Chu Buiqiu gripped her shoulders, his face a mask of displeasure, his deep-set phoenix eyes fixed on her as if he wished to absorb her entirely. Calling him brother in front of others, addressing him by name upon seeing him. He curled his lips, a cold smile gracing his face, that Mu Qing realized that he must have overheard her calling him, and if so he appeared to be in a rather peculiar state. Chu Buiqiu had always possessed a somewhat frail constitution. Even after acquiring martial prowess, his complexion remained paler than most. However, at this moment his fair cheeks bore an unusual flush, his eyes faintly reddened, and his breath came in soft gasps. "What is wrong with you?" She reached out to touch his face, but the man swiftly dodged. "Did you not touch me?" Chu Buiqiu turned his face away, his expression cold and stubborn, starkly contrasting with the ethereal demeanor of the minister she was accustomed to seeing. In this moment, he resembled a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Mu Qing frowned. "Have you been drinking?" At the age of 15, Chu Buiqiu had suffered a sudden illness at that time. He had just entered the court as an official. With little money to spare, and burdened with a young girl like her, life had become even more challenging. That Mu Qing, then only 8 years old, had found herself unable to locate a doctor and sat crying in the street. Until a kind wandering priest took pity on her and treated Chu Buiqiu without fee. The priest had warned him to be cautious with his diet in the future, particularly advising against excessive drinking. She pulled back the man's sleeve, relieved to see his arms still fair and unblemished, free of the small red rashes that had appeared after previous drinking bouts. Chu Buiqiu shook off her hand. Scoffing, "It has nothing to do with you. This girl only had eyes for others. Why should she concern herself with him?" "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? With whom does it relate?" Mu Qing couldn't help but chuckle, tugging at the man's collar to pull him down, forcing him to bend slightly. She reached out, placing her palm against his forehead. Indeed, he was burning up. That it seemed that his vigil over her had resulted in his own lack of rest, leading him to catch a chill. Truly, a fool. The soft, boneless palm of the young girl lingered on his heated skin for a moment, providing a refreshing relief that felt extraordinarily comfortable. Chu Buiqiu was compelled to meet her gaze. His tone still stubborn. "Why do you look at me like that? Do you pity me?" "I do not pity you," Mu Qing sighed, her apricot eyes filled with earnestness. "I feel heartache for you." Chu Buiqiu froze, momentarily taken aback. Had he misheard? This girl, just days ago, had argued fiercely with him over that wretched scoundrel, treating him like an enemy. Yet now, she claimed to feel heartache for him. She said she felt heartache for him? A commotion broke out outside the rockery as a group approached. Leading them was Chu Shuer, wearing a triumphant expression, intentionally suggesting, "I hear the flowers in the old madam's backyard are thriving exceptionally well. All my sister should come and take a look." That it was indeed her. Initially, Mu Qing had grown suspicious upon noticing Chu Shuer frequently mention her in front of Si Deshan, and now it seemed likely that Chu Shuer had collaborated with Wen Choyin. When Choyin had deceived her into coming to the residence and had her drugged, Chu Shuer had brought the others to witness this disgraceful scene. That a lump lodged in Mu Qing's throat. Refusing to rise or fall. In her previous life, she had been cautious, treading lightly, never engaging in any actions that would harm others or herself. Yet in the end, she had been toyed with by everyone. They were the ones who wronged her first. She could not be blamed for turning cold. "You are burning up. I will take you to rest." That Mu Qing took a deep breath, grasping the person before her. To rest? Chu Buiqiu, sensitive to her unusual demeanor, firmly seized her waist, demanding, "Where are you going now? Are you off to find Wen Choyin?" The man's perceptiveness was overwhelming. Mu Qing could not hide her intentions and was at a loss for how to respond. "Indeed, you are still deceiving me." Chu Buiqiu scoffed, the gloom in his brows deepening, the madness of his obsessive desire threatening to shatter his reason. What did she mean by heartache for him? What did she mean by wanting to help him rest? Clearly, she intended to seize the opportunity to run off and meet that scoundrel. He locked his gaze on the girl's enchanting brows and eyes, her delicate lips seemingly uninviting, yet compelling him to want to devour her whole. To taste the sweetness she offered. "Chu Buiqiu, has anyone ever told you that you are rather petty?" Chu Buiqiu's inner turmoil had not yet subsided when the sudden utterance abruptly stifled his desires. Mu Qing, hands on her hips, wore an expression of helplessness mixed with disdain. "Let us go, and I shall prove it to you." Chu Buiqiu was taken aback, bewildered. "Prove what?" "You will know once we arrive." The bustling crowd obstructed the passage to the rear courtyard. The matriarch of the residence leaned heavily on her cane, her face contorted with fury as muffled, ambiguous sounds emanated from within the chambers. For a moment, she was so enraged that she nearly tossed her cane aside. Who dares to engage in such foul deeds here? Chu Shuer was leading a group of noble ladies. Among them were both aristocratic wives and daughters of officials. And upon hearing the commotion, they immediately grasped the situation that, oh dear, which young lady is so shameless? Chu Shuer, calculating in her heart, yet feigning panic, pointed out, "Look, the child kneeling on the ground. He is none other than Prince Ning's attendant. Is he not? Could it be that the woman inside, a woman's soft, teasing moan drifted from the room, as if she were being deliberately toyed with? Indeed, it was Qin Ro, Prince Ning's little servant, who blushed at the sound. She had seen her father work under Wen Choyin several times. But who was the woman inside? One lady furrowed her brow that Chu Shuer gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Where is Sister Mu Qing? I distinctly remember she left the table earlier. Qin Ro frowned. Surely not. Chu Qijin was also present, and she hurriedly scanned the surroundings. Indeed, she did not see Mu Qing. Chu Shuer spun her eyes, pondering that it was common knowledge that Chu Mu Qing harbored feelings for Prince Ning. Could it be that she intended to seduce him during the matriarch's birthday banquet? The ladies gasped collectively. Engaging in such impropriety would carry severe consequences. If Chu Mu Qing were truly guilty of such acts, she would never be able to hold her head high again. Even her brother, Chu Buqiu, would likely find himself entangled in the scandal. Silence. The matriarch slammed her cane down forcefully, admonishing, "The truth will be revealed once we open the door and take a look." She had heard of the minister's sister's infatuation with Prince Ning, but she could not fathom that the timid girl she had encountered previously would be foolish enough to commit such disgraceful acts. Wait, Chu Qijin yawned, the scent of alcohol wafting from her. The surrounding guests instinctively recoiled. Considering the reputation of young ladies and the royal family's dignity, it's rather inappropriate for you all to cast aspersions on Miss Chu. Just then, another group surged in from the courtyard, led by the Crown Prince Beiquan, with Yen Run, sword in hand, looking distinctly displeased. The male guests had arrived. Chu Shuer struggled to mask her glee, hastily covering her face with a handkerchief in a pretense of righteousness. The matriarch was correct. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to investigate the truth. After all, to commit such a disgraceful act during the matriarch's birthday was simply intolerable. Chu Qijin furrowed her brow. Was Chu Shuer attempting to force someone into a corner? The noise from within grew louder, and even the group of men led by Yen Run and Beiquan felt awkward and averted their gaze. Are they speaking of me? The Miss Chu. A melodious female voice emerged from the back of the crowd, parting the throng as Mu Qing gracefully approached, supporting a man with a smile. Brother, it's all your fault. Had you not needed my assistance due to your ailment, I wouldn't have fallen behind, and I would not have missed the excitement. Her tone was laced with playful affection, causing Chu Buqiu to stiffen. Seeing the girl unharmed, Yenren felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Little girl, had you arrived any later, this filth would have been cast upon you entirely. Chu Qijin, observing Mu Qing's proper attire, also exhaled in relief. Miss Chu, just now Chu Shuer claimed you were inside. Chu Shuer stood frozen. How can that be? Prince Ning explicitly stated he would bring Mu Qing to the rear courtyard, and I was merely responsible for leading her there. But now, if Mu Qing is standing here, who is in that room? Matriarch Mu Qing stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The matriarch's stern gaze fell upon the girl, recognizing her sense of decorum that a group of male guests gathered around them, captivated not only by her breathtaking beauty, but also by her every gesture, which was utterly enchanting, inciting their desire. Asa man. Chu Buqiu felt the predatory gaze of his peers upon Mu Qing. His displeasure surged. He stepped forward decisively, blocking their view that Mu Qing belonged solely to him. Any scoundrel daring to gaze upon her would have their eyes plucked out and ground to dust. Miss Chu, you say I was inside? Yet I have been here with my brother all along. Where did you see me enter that room? Chu Shuer trembled, struggling to defend herself. I'm not sure it was you in there. I only saw you leave the table during the meal. The crowd began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that Chu Shuer was entirely ignorant, her earlier remarks mere baseless accusations. That's so? Mu Qing smiled, pointing toward the now silent door. Then let us confirm who is inside. Miss Chu, most of us here are unmarried young ladies. It would be inappropriate to intrude so recklessly, Qin Ro whispered, stealing a glance at the man beside Mu Qing. Her cheeks flushed, but Mu Qing observed the girl's expression with keen awareness, a sense of displeasure bubbling within her. She was all too familiar with Qin Ro's intentions that in her previous life, she had married Wen Choyin, and on their wedding day, a scandal erupted. Chu Buiqiu had attended the banquet, drank excessively, and after being helped to rest, soon thereafter, a servant reported that the minister was in a fit of rage. It was Qin Ro who had climbed into his bed. Her marriage to Wen Choyin had already been the subject of public scrutiny, and with such an incident occurring on their wedding day, it had only added fuel to the fire. Though Qin Ro ultimately did not succeed, Wen Choyin had insisted on inquiring about state secrets from Chu Buiqiu and had sent her to apologize on his behalf. Mu Qing recalled explaining the situation to Chu Buiqiu, who had said nothing, merely staring at her for a long time. Chu Mu Qing, do you truly possess a heart? He had left her with that remark. At the time, she had been oblivious, but after her death, she realized the gravity of her transgressions. She had trampled upon Chu Buiqiu's genuine feelings mercilessly. Miss Qing, you must not shield her simply because your father serves under Prince Ning. Mu Qing quietly stepped back, obstructing Qin Ro's view. Qin Ro, startled, waved her hands in denial. She merely wished to make an impression on Chu Buiqiu and had not considered the implications. Besides, what did it matter to her whom Prince Ning chose to share his bed with? Chu Qizhen, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, uncorked a flask from her waist and took a sip. Laughing, that Chu Shuer, you just claimed that Miss Chu was absent, hence deducing that the woman in the room must be her. Yet I can't shake the feeling that someone is indeed missing from this gathering. Missing? The crowd exchanged glances, searching for the individual Chu Qizhen alluded to. That Chu Shuer suddenly trembled, recollecting, about half an hour ago. Si Deshun had left his seat, and she had thought nothing of it, assuming he had gone to the restroom. But now, the one absent was indeed Si Deshun. Could it be? She recalled the familiar voice of the woman from the room. Oh no! Chu Shuer stammered. Miss Qin, you are right. I should have considered that even if the identity of the woman inside was uncertain, I ought to have considered those present. Mu Qing would not allow her to prattle on. Interjecting, Miss Chu, you were so certain I was inside, accusing me of tarnishing the family name and lacking shame. Why now do you hesitate? Is there perhaps more to this than meets the eye? I did not mean it that way. Chu Shuer stammered, her anxiety palpable, that if both the Wang of Yongyan and Prince Ning were to blame her, she feared it would cost her the entire Duwei residence. Matriarch, today is your birthday, and my young lady has suffered this injustice. You must give the minister's residence an explanation. Chu Buiqiu interrupted, his demeanor cold and detached, his eyes swirling with turbulent shadows upon his arrival. He had already understood the situation, but he could not fathom why Mu Qing was acting so composed, as if she were merely putting on a facade. Was she merely pretending to be nonchalant while harboring deep wounds? Regardless, today, Wen Choyin's despicable actions should serve as a wake-up call for Mu Qing, urging her to abandon her delusions, that is for those who reveled in the spectacle, casting slurs upon his little girl. They were courting death. The matriarch narrowed her eyes, letting out an exasperated huff. Chu Buiqiu's attitude was clearly a sign of disrespect toward her. In the court, the only individuals who could speak were either her son or Chu Buiqiu himself. In terms of power, Chu Buiqiu held a greater advantage than the minister's residents, and no matter what, they could not afford to offend the Chu family. Matriarch, I am here today, and I will ensure that justice is served. Baequan understood the matriarch's concerns. While Prince Ning was indeed a valuable ally, his actions were undeniably improper. Ultimately, these were matters of youthful romance, which would not hinder his collaboration with Wen Choyin in the future. Yanren raised an eyebrow and added, Indeed, we must ensure justice for the young lady. As the twilight descended, Mu Qing's eyelids trembled ever so slightly. It had been a considerable time since she had last heard the words justice. Particularly in relation to herself. People tend to focus on the superficial allure of events, or the tantalizing gossip that circulates through word of mouth. They remain detached, akin to celestial beings who descend to critique your rights and wrongs. It is genuinely nauseating. The ladies present might very well be whispering about the rumors concerning me and Prince Ning, yet before I step through this door today, I must clarify one matter. Mu Qing faced the crowd with an air of graceful composure, exuding an inexplicable sense of reliability. Once, she indeed harbored admiration for Prince Ning, but that was merely a fleeting infatuation typical of a young girl. Now, as I raised my gaze towards Chu Buiqiu, I found him fixated upon me, as well that I held no thoughts of him. Nor did Prince Ning and I share any of the romantic entanglements suggested by the rumors. Chu Buiqiu was taken aback, his mind momentarily clouded as if obscured by a haze. Had he truly misheard? Did that girl claim to have no feelings for Prince Ning? Yin Run, however, comprehended the situation clearly. It was evident that she was distancing herself from Prince Ning. Since he held no affection for Prince Ning either, why not play along? Child, you asserted that you harbor no feelings for Prince Ning. Yet you neglected to mention his intentions. Did I it possible that he is merely infatuated with you? Chu Buiqiu paused, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the young woman. Muqing pursed her lips, affirming that Prince Ning, indeed, held no interest in her. Otherwise, how could he possibly seek to dispel rumors in such a manner at the residence of the Prime Minister today? Chu Buiqiu inhaled deeply, remaining silent. Muqing was lying. After nurturing her for nearly a decade, if he could not discern this, it would render those years futile. Yet, what was his little girl truly scheming? Bring in the person. Open the door and allow His Highness Prince Ning to emerge. The Crown Prince had issued the command, and the old matriarch could not refuse. The glazed door creaked open, allowing light to pierce the dim room, simultaneously releasing an atmosphere of ambiguity and lethargy. The assembled ladies were all too aware of what that entailed. Chu Shuer was the first to glimpse the scene within, screaming as she collapsed in shock. Chu Buiqiu instinctively covered Muqing's eyes. For his little girl was the epitome of innocence. How could she be subjected to such sordid sights? Moreover, he had no desire for her to gaze at another man. Qin Ro, as a young lady, also refrained from looking too closely, casting a brief glance before being horrified. Even Yin Run and the group of men were left speechless. The old matriarch, despite her extensive experience, found herself at a loss for words upon witnessing such a scandalous scene. There were indeed 3 individuals on the bed, a woman being held down by 2 men, her fair skin marred with bruises. Their garments lay in disarray at the feet of the onlookers. The ladies gasped in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Sai Deshun had earlier chastised Chu Muqing for tarnishing the family's reputation, yet her current state was the very definition of debauchery. It seemed that the Prince of Yong'an had failed to provide adequate guidance to his daughter, allowing her to engage in such indiscretions during the everyone couldn't help but smile, acknowledging that Ning Wang's skill in charming others was indeed impressive. Yet, the 2 individuals remained unsatisfied, insisting on reaching new heights of amusement. When Choyin's expression darkened, as she pondered whether Chu Muqing was attempting to sever ties with her. No, it was evident that Chu Muqing harbored feelings for him, even going to great lengths for his sake. However, today's Chu Muqing appeared somewhat different from her usual submissive self. Could it be due to Si Deshun? A chill enveloped Wen Choyin as she sensed a piercing gaze directed at her, prompting her to shift the conversation. Today, this king indulged in excessive drinking, and during my respite, the princess inadvertently barged in. The implication was clear. He had no intention of sleeping with Si Deshun. Brother Choyin. A sharp female voice emerged from behind the door as Si Deshun burst forth, her vicious glare fixated on Chu Muqing. Chu Muqing, it must be you who has orchestrated this behind the scenes. I only came here because I found your handkerchief. It must be your deliberate ploy to lure me. When Choyin paused as she recognized the handkerchief being waved in the air. It was indeed the one she had sent to Chu Muqing, the M.Y. handkerchief. Muqing feigned innocence, glancing at the nonchalant Chu Buiqiu. I have delicate skin, so all my handkerchiefs are embroidered by my brother. Brother, do take a look. Is that handkerchief in the princess's hand one you crafted? Chu Buiqiu froze, taken aback that he embroidered it. When did he acquire such a skill? This girl really knew how to create trouble for him. That is not a handkerchief I made for Aching. That he paused, feigning calmness. Yinren could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. A grown man like you can embroider handkerchiefs. Chu Buiqiu clenched his teeth, coldly retorting, what of it? The chancellor can even embroider flowers on a person's face. The crowd fell silent, their imaginations conjuring a rather gruesome scene, causing them to instinctively clutch themselves. Yin Ren's laughter faded. Realizing the depths of Chu Buiqiu's cruelty, far more brutal than he had anticipated, Vanessa Deshun understood that these 2 siblings were conspiring together and gritted her teeth. The chancellor dotes on his sister to the point of using any means necessary. Muqing smirked. The princess just claimed that this handkerchief was mine. So I must inquire. Why was your first reaction upon finding it to hide it away rather than return it to me? Si Deshun was momentarily speechless. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Ning Wang favored the stone Ening flower, and the handkerchief was embroidered with its design. Did the princess imply that my brother crafted it for the Ning Wang? Everyone was taken aback. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Their visit to the minister's residence for the birthday celebration was proving worthwhile. Chu Buoqiu stiffened, realizing this girl was about to tarnish his reputation. Even if he had such a penchant, he would never take a liking to someone as base as Wen Choyin. Chapter 7. He too has reborn when Choyin's expression darkened further as she glared at Si Deshun. Si Deshun trembled, her excitement evident. No, that is not what I meant. This handkerchief was meant for the Ning Wang. Oh, so it was you, princess, who embroidered this handkerchief. But if it is yours, how did it end up in my possession? Your words contradict themselves. Thus Si Deshun's face drained of color. She had deduced that the handkerchief belonged to the Ning Wang. But how could she admit it now? It was commonly known that the Yong'an Wangfu had strict family values. Yet it appeared otherwise at this moment, that a lady scoffed at her. Si Deshun's complexion darkened with rage, realizing that her previous indiscretions were on full display, that if her father were to learn of this. How would she, her mother, and her sister survive? Brother Choyin, I have a terrible headache. Suddenly, Si Deshun rolled her eyes and fainted. When Choyin caught her, noticing the bruises on her neck and recalling the guard she had slain earlier, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, she had no desire for the remnants of someone else's use. Beside her, Muqing nearly burst into laughter. What a talent for fainting! Just as well. There are some things she ought not to say while conscious. Ning Wang, since today is your appointment with the princess, why involve my little girl? Muqing produced a handkerchief, dabbing at her eyes, feigning innocence that if not for this, I would not have to endure the princess's unfounded insults and the suspicions of everyone present. Though Chu Buoqiu recognized her performance, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache at the sight of her tear-streaked eyes. She insulted you. The chill in his voice was palpable as Si Deshun clenched her hands beneath her sleeves, wishing she could slap Chu Muqing for her insolence. Muqing sobbed, inching closer to Chu Buoqiu's embrace. Perhaps Aching is simply unlikable. Miss Chu and the princess both say so. Her soft body pressed against his solid chest elicited a shudder in his breath. Though his voice remained icy. What did they say? They said brother no longer wants Aching. Muqing tugged at Chu Buoqiu's garment, burying her face in his chest to escape the scrutiny of the crowd. What a tiresome act of fake crying. Chu Buoqiu frowned, his usual icy demeanor melting away. How could I ever not want you? Not want her? Who else could he want? She knew her brother would never abandon her. Muqing seized the moment, winking at him when no one was watching. Chu Buoqiu was taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, captivating his heart. Fearing discovery, Muqing quickly hid her face again. Chu Buoqiu understood now. This little one was worried he might be angry about her escape today, and thus was trying to appease him. The young girl nestled against him ignited a restless flame within him, surrounded by prying eyes, forcing him to remain composed. Damn it, he found himself enjoying this far too much. Yen Run raised an eyebrow. Amused, he could clearly see the tears absent from Chu Muqing's eyes. Yet her sobbing was utterly sincere. It seemed even the performers in Luotian Tower could not match Miss Chu's talent. The pent-up frustration in Chu Buoqiu redirected towards Wen Choyin, his voice laced with frost. Ning Wang, how should I address the oppression my sister faces at the hands of your favored? The entirety of Bayan City knew that the Chancellor cherished his sister above all else. Even with Ning Wang's high status, it couldn't overshadow Chu Buoqiu's standing in the Emperor's heart. The old matriarch's eyes gleamed with wisdom. She understood that neither party could afford to offend the other, choosing to remain silent and observe the unfolding drama. When Choyin's heart sank as she witnessed Muqing nestled against the man, a wave of unexplainable gloom washing over her, she glanced at Si Deshun, who lay in her arms, and for a moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate the woman. Had it not been for her urgency to claim Muqing at the minister's residence today, she would have had the time to manage these trifling matters. How could she allow Si Deshun to exploit this situation and offend Chu Buoqiu? Wait a moment. Chu Buoqiu, could it be that he had seen through her plans and orchestrated this entire affair? Initially, she had suspected Chu Muqing of causing trouble, but upon reflection, it was clear that she was deeply infatuated with him. How could she have plotted against him? It seemed this Chu Buiqiu had discerned her intentions and sought to extract information from her. That would be no easy feat. What a lively commotion. The exuberant voice drew everyone's attention. Muqing was momentarily startled, recognizing the voice. This sound? It appeared the palace's reports were not mere fabrications. The young man, around 14 or 15, bore an air of arrogance, his luxurious attire shimmering with golden and silver threads, exuding an aura of nobility. Muqing stared incredulously at the young man in her previous life. She had married Wen Choyin and met the seventh prince, Bei Kuan, who, despite being spoiled by the emperor, was fiercely loyal. They got along remarkably well, and she regarded him as a younger brother. Over time, he ceased to call her sister-in-law, instead opting for the name Chu. But later, when Choyin had restrained the crown prince within the palace, and Bei Kuan, attempting to rescue her from the Ning Wangfu, was captured by Wen Choyin's prearranged spies, when Muqing was dragged back to the Ning Wangfu. She witnessed Wen Choyin dealing with Bei Kuan, who was pinned down under the guillotine. The once carefree young prince subdued in a frenzy. She had tried to rush to his aid, but was firmly held back by Wen Choyin. In his final moments, Bei Kuan had smiled at her and said, "Chu, do not be afraid." This was the last sentence Bei Kuan left her in her previous life. After that, he ceased to exist in this world. Bei Kuan cleared his throat, his gaze lazily shifting towards Wen Choyin, his eyes icy. "Ning Wang, His Majesty has heard of today's events and summons you to the palace." Wen Choyin furrowed her brow, uncertain how the emperor had become aware of today's happenings. Fearing trouble was imminent, that I shall obey. However, Bei Kuan pressed his tongue against his cheek and drew a long knife from his waist. Shocking everyone present that I must first deal with those who bully a Chu. The assembled crowd was left dumbfounded that a Chu. Muqing froze, her nose tinged with a sudden ache, nearly brought to tears in her previous life. They had not yet met, yet now he called her that. This could only mean one thing. Her little Chi had also been reborn. Chu Buiqiu narrowed his phoenix eyes, glancing between Muqing and the young man. "When did you become acquainted with the seventh prince? Let this palace guess. Who was it that bullied my Chu?" Bei Kuan smirked, brandishing his knife towards the pale-faced Chu Shui. "Was it you?" Chu Shui, already panicked for failing her task, was now terror-stricken at having a madman pointing a knife at her head and fainted from fear. "Your Highness, please slow down." The old matriarch could no longer feign ignorance. Her birthday celebration had already been marred by the Ning Wang and the princess's scandalous affair. If another official's life were to be added to the mix, even the emperor might lay blame upon her. "What are you? How dare you speak?" Bei Kuan impatiently dug at his ear and suddenly shifted the blade towards the woman in Wen Choyin's arms. That Si Deshun felt a chilling wind halt before her. Wen Choyin frowned, contemplating how Bei Kuan was becoming increasingly audacious. "Your Highness, what manner of creature are you?" Si Deshun bore a deep mark upon her neck, from which a few drops of blood trickled. She endeavored to suppress her pain and fear. Who could fathom how Bei Kuan came to know Chu Muqing? Little 7. Muqing ultimately could not contain herself and spoke out. This utterance not only bewildered the crowd, but also rendered Bei Kuan momentarily speechless. A flicker of light passed through his slender eyes. "Chu." Muqing stepped forward a few paces, admonishing, "Your Highness, you must not be disrespectful." Yet secretly, she blinked 3 times at Bei Kuan, a signal they had established during their playful exchanges in a previous life. Bei Kuan, overwhelmed with joy, extended his long arms, attempting to embrace her. "Little 7, do not act recklessly." Muqing was pulled back to Chu Buiqiu's side, the gesture laden with warning, inciting Bei Kuan's displeasure. "Who the devil are you?" "Old teacher." Bei Kuan had studied under Chu Buiqiu for a time when he was 10. Though he had learned little, he held a profound fear of this instructor. "Your Highness, how did you come to know my dear Qing?" Chu Buiqiu emphasized "my dear," his expression darkening. He had nearly shattered that insufferable boy's nose upon hearing Bei Kuan refer to her as my Chu. Bei Kuan's breath hitched as he cast a pleading glance at Muqing. "I met little 7 by chance when I recently left the residence." Chu Buiqiu lowered his eyelids, scrutinizing the young woman's demeanor. Wen Choyin, equally perplexed, noted that Bei Kuan had always referred to him as brother. How could he be unaware of Bei Kuan's acquaintance with Chu Muqing? "Little 7, enough of this nonsense. Return to the palace with me." Nearby, Bei Kuan cleared his throat and reproached him. The North Emperor's lineage was sparse. The 2 brothers, sharing the same mother, were of vastly different temperaments that it was already a headache for him to clean up Bei Kuen's mess. And now he was provoking Chu Buchio's sister. Was he courting death? Understood. Elder brothered. As Bei Kuen passed by Muqing. He slyly winked his right eye and quipped, "Do not worry. With me around, they are doomed." Muqing watched him depart, her heart untroubled that in their previous life, Bei Kuen had earned the moniker Royal Madman. She had been fortunate enough to witness his methods of punishment, which were nothing short of brutal. When Choyin and Si Deshan were likely to suffer greatly this time, that is Chu Muqing beautiful? The sinister tone unexpectedly echoed in her ear. Muqing's heart skipped a beat. She had almost forgotten the presence of a jealous specter. Chapter 8. Blossoms blooming together in the North Palace. A row of individuals knelt in perfect alignment. When Choyin's handsome face bore a hint of gloom as he contemplated the events of the day. Not only had Chu Muqing's disposition drastically shifted, but even Bei Kuen no longer showed him the same intimacy as before. It was truly bizarre. Si Deshan cast a glance at the king of Yong'an beside her. Her father, despite his age, knelt next to her, that if she failed to marry Prince Ning this time, would her father not beat her to death? What was infuriating was that she had fallen into Chu Muqing's trap. That wretched woman, she would not let her escape. Whom shall we target first? Bei Kuen observed with narrowed eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze as he regarded Wen Choyin. He had been unconscious for several days, and upon awakening, realized he had been reborn. He recalled that Muqing had visited the Xiang residence today, remembering that in his previous life, that was precisely when the trouble had begun. He hastily contrived to relay the news to the North Emperor. Had he relied on his former naive self, he would have been at a loss. However, he had endured the loss of loved ones, betrayal, and death, that he was no longer the foolish child who merely acted foolishly, that he was now the advanced version of the royal madman, endowed with wisdom and skill. Bei Kuen smiled slyly and addressed the figure on the throne. "Father, today Prince Ning was both killing and indulging at the Xiang residence. He is almost busier than you, the supreme ruler." When Choyin faltered, replying, "Your Majesty, today's events were merely due to my drunken indiscretion." "Not. Dare you interrupt me?" Bei Kuen stepped forward, kicking Wen Choyin to the ground with a single stride. Si Deshan gasped in shock. She had heard of the seventh prince's infamous madness, but had not anticipated it to manifest in such a manner. Little Seven, that the North Emperor's solemn voice resonated in the hall. Bei Kuen had no choice but to retract his foot, casting a cold smile at Wen Choyin. "I am why father hasn't spoken yet, and you dare utter another word. I'll have your skin flayed." Little Seven de Bei Quan furrowed his brow. He too knelt nearby, displeased at his brother's outburst. "Seventh Prince, why do you suddenly harbor such animosity towards me?" When Choyin rose without changing his expression, scrutinizing the young man. Once upon a time, he had followed him around, calling him brother. Yet today, for Chu Muqing's sake, he was unleashing his fury upon him, which was quite unusual. Could it be that Bei Kuen harbored feelings for Chu Muqing? "What, if I wish to strike you? I shall strike you. No need to pick a day," Bei Kuen retorted, glaring at him derisively. The North Emperor cleared his throat, stating firmly, "Enough, I am fully aware of today's events. Prince Ning, your actions with the County Princess Deshan have tarnished the royal family's reputation, and your public acts of violence at the Xiang residence warrant punishment." Prince Ning was the right-hand man of the Crown Prince, whose father had rendered considerable service to the Northern Mei. The North Emperor hesitated for a moment. However, Chu Buchio was one of his most trusted ministers, and hearing that this matter also implicated his precious sister, he knew he must handle it impartially to prevent that young man from finding fault. "Prince Ning, I shall reclaim the territory of Tanzhou from you, and you will also forfeit half a year's salary as a penalty." When Choyin's fingertips trembled, Tanzhou was of utmost importance to him, as his father had trained a private army there that if Tanzhou were revoked, the North Emperor would surely suspect his disloyalty. "Your Majesty, it is but a mere territory. It is the last remnant my father left for me. I implore you to show mercy. I am willing to cede other lands to you." Seeing Wen Choyin's earnest words, the North Emperor felt a twinge of sympathy. Now, two distinctly different voices intertwined within the grand hall that a man strode forth, clad in a robe adorned with purple patterns that accentuated his nobility and aloofness. His long brows framed a pair of cold, untroubled phoenix eyes that fixed upon the kneeling Wen Choyin, his expression inscrutable. "Buchio, you have arrived at the right moment." The North Emperor waved off the man's need to bow, smiling amiably, "I am quite troubled regarding how to address today's events. Do you have any thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Wen Choyin halted, catching sight of the man calmly taking his seat before him. The scene was such that it appeared as though he were the one kneeling before Chu Buoqiu. "This matter is distasteful. I ought not to interfere," Chu Buoqiu remarked, his fingers with distinct joints lightly tapping the table, his eyes slightly lifted, exuding a languid demeanor. Yet, this sordid affair had entangled his sister. Bei Kuan swallowed hard, unable to suppress the urge to laugh, recalling how Chu Buoqiu had been so stern when he was his teacher. His silence had felt cold. Yet when he spoke, it was as if he were a predator. He could hardly fathom how such a delicate girl as Ah Chu had been raised by someone so formidable. In light of Prince Ning's filial piety, why not temporarily entrust the territory to me for safekeeping? Once Prince Ning marries the daughter of the king of Yong'an, I shall return it to you. Chu Buoqiu lowered his eyelids, gazing down at the man before him. Wen Choyin clenched his fists. Entrusting Tanzhou to the North Emperor would risk exposure, while handing it to Chu Buoqiu would mean willingly offering a handle for his own downfall. Currently, the military power of Northern Mang was divided among 5 factions, controlled by 2 individuals. Princess Yume held 3, while Chu Buoqiu possessed 2. Should Chu Buoqiu seize the private army bequeathed to him by his father, the very fate of Northern Mang would likely rest firmly in the hands of the Chu family. As for the daughter of the king of Yong'an Buoqiu, you need only speak. The North Emperor regarded Chu Buoqiu with admiration, wishing his own sons possessed even a fraction of his decisiveness. His legitimate sons were either foolish or mad, lacking any semblance of imperial bearing. Si Deshun, eager to hear the disposition of her fate, leaned forward, while in her peripheral vision, she noticed Chu Buoqiu's ornate boots tapping the ground, as if marking the rhythm of her heart. This woman has sullied the birthday banquet, seducing members of the royal family, wholly lacking the decorum befitting a princess. I believe her title should be revoked. The North Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Chu Buoqiu's implication was that he desired a marriage alliance between the king of Yong'an and Prince Ning, while simultaneously proposing the revocation of a title. Such a grave accusation that in the future, the high-ranking nobles of Northern Mang would surely regard the 2 princely houses with disdain. Such an excellent proposal. Teacher, Bei Kuan exclaimed, only to be silenced by a glare from the North Emperor. With a sigh, the North Emperor feigned helplessness. King of Yong'an, your daughter has been poorly raised. The revocation of her title shall serve as a lesson for your house. Chu Buoqiu's suggestion aligned with the North Emperor's intentions. The tripartite balance of power in Northern Mang had been disrupted following the execution of King Mu several years ago, leaving only 2 princes in the court. Thus, it was imperative to suppress the influence of both princely houses. Si Deshun's loss of virtue to Prince Ning was an undeniable fact. Therefore, revoking her title would effectively diminish the power of both houses. Wretched daughter, the king of Yong'an, overheated with fury, sprang to his feet and slapped the girl across the face. Originating from humble beginnings, unlike Prince Ning, whose title bore royal connotations, the king of Yong'an had earned his rank through battle alongside the former emperor. Si Deshun trembled in fear from her father's rebuke, her body convulsing. The king of Yong'an remained composed. Bei Kuan rushed to intervene, but the king of Yong'an's strength far surpassed his own, sending him sprawling to the ground, nearly toppling over. Bei Kuan, witnessing his brother's comical predicament, could not restrain his laughter. Cease at once. The Northern Emperor, witnessing his eldest son's naivety, felt a tumultuous blend of anger and amusement within him. The king of Yong'an, possessing a robust and imposing physique, paused his violent actions, his breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps. Si Deshun lay on the ground, sobbing and trembling, her visage swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head. Wen Choyin, after casting a disdainful glance, swiftly turned her gaze away. Chu Buoqiu, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his lips, remarked casually, even if the king of Yong'an resorts to violence, it cannot absolve him of the crime of losing his title. I accept the counsel of the ministers. Yet today, events have not only tarnished the reputation of the princess, but also brought calamity upon Miss Chu. With her lowered eyelids gradually lifting, Wen Choyin spoke in a gentle tone, I am willing to welcome Muqing into my household with the propriety befitting a legitimate wife, allowing both the princess and myself to bloom like flowers on the same stem. Everyone in the hall was momentarily taken aback. Chu Buoqiu's poised finger hesitated midair, his stark black and white eyes darkening as they settled upon Wen Choin's earnest face, blooming like flowers on the same stem. Chapter 9. Yin-ren, shall we collaborate? Blooming like flowers on the same stem. Muqing nearly choked on her tea. This was how the seventh prince had conveyed his message. Sui, wearing a pained expression, nodded slowly. Seventh prince? Chu Zizhen was taken aback, pressing down her curiosity and frowning. This Ning Wang is far too shameless. After the commotion had dispersed, she intended to return to the Yusher mansion, but at Muqing's invitation. She found herself visiting the minister's residence instead. Her father had mentioned that the minister had shown kindness to their family, and thus they ought to maintain close ties. The rumors about Miss Chu entangling with the Ning Wang now seemed to be unfounded. Moreover, judging by Bei Kuin's erratic behavior today, it was evident that he was well acquainted with Muqing. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, and Muqing was truly to her liking. Muqing glanced at Chu Zizhen. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Sister Chu, I'm afraid I must visit my brother for a moment. And no worries, you have matters to attend to. I shan't impose further, Chu Zizhen replied with an understanding nod. Humming a tune while toting the wine jug. We shall converse next time, Muqing observed her retreating figure. The smile that graced her lips gradually faded in her previous life. She had been timid and friendless. But in this life, she had made the acquaintance of a spirited Chu Zizhen, which was quite delightful to her. However, her past interactions with this individual had been limited, with her last memory being discussions regarding this woman in Bayan City. The details eluded her, but she vaguely recalled others declaring her behavior unbecoming, deserving of expulsion from the Yusher mansion, ultimately leading to a dismal life on the fringes of society. Chu Yusher had only this one daughter. Logically, she should be cherished dearly. Why then was she cast aside? Miss, do you not need to seek the minister? Sui inquired, shaking her head. Muqing regained her focus and responded, I must go. Please summon someone to fetch the carriage. Outside the residence, Uncle F.A., patting his burgeoning belly, expressed his worries. Miss, do you think that by bringing that person here today, we want to attract any attention? Muqing halted her ascent into the carriage, questioning, when that person delivered the message. Did anyone see? Uncle F.A. replied honestly, no, and after you knocked him out, did anyone witness? No, even if there were, it would merely be within our own household. And when you disposed of that person in the room, did Wen Choin's little servant notice? Uncle F.A. shook his head once more. Muqing sighed, Uncle, I understand your concerns, but do not fret just at that moment. She was en route to the Xiang mansion and just happened to encounter the messenger sent by Wen Choin. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Merely imagining the awkward scene of Si Deshun and Wen Choin caught in a compromising situation brought her unrestrained wide as Muqing lifted the carriage curtain. Her smile faltered abruptly upon encountering the man inside. A large, calloused hand covered hers, and as he leaned closer, a sharp, chilling fragrance wafted toward her. Miss, what troubles you? Uncle F.A. inquired from outside, having heard the commotion. Muqing blinked her almond-shaped eyes, while Yin-ren raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, nothing. I was merely startled by a mouse in the carriage, she replied ambiguously. Uncle F.A. looked bewildered. A mouse? This carriage is quite clean. I shall assist you from outside while you tidy up. Yin-ren pressed his lips together to suppress a laugh. A mouse. Muqing cast her eyes downward, glancing at her hand that she had covered, and frowned. Is it not a mouse if the esteemed General Yin eavesdrops on others and clandestinely hides in their carriage? Yin-ren was momentarily taken aback, feeling the soft, damp sensation in his palm, and quickly released her hand, his demeanor shifting awkwardly. Did I merely sit upright and composed? It is your careless words that inadvertently reach my ears. Muqing scrutinized the man, mentally assessing him. As for Yin-ren, aside from having saved her life in her previous existence, she knew little about him. However, one thing was certain. He was not a villain. What business do you have, General Yin? A subtle smile crept onto Yin-ren's lips as he crossed his arms. Adopting a condescending posture, I serve alongside the Ning Wang under the Crown Prince. Are you not afraid I might relay this information to him? I am not afraid, Muqing replied calmly. Yin-ren was momentarily rendered speechless. By conventional logic, he should have threatened her, prompting the girl to plead for mercy with tearful eyes. Why was it that she was not following the expected script? Muqing continued with poise. The Yin-ren I know is just and dignified, never resorting to petty actions. This statement filled Yin-ren with pride, but moments later, he realized, little girl, you know me? Wait, are you praising me or reproaching me? Yen queried, perplexed. Muqing stifled a laugh. It was hard not to know of the young general, who had achieved much at such a young age. Humph. Yen dismissed the compliment with a wave, poking her forehead and questioning, why do you oppose the Ningguang? Feeling uncomfortable with the proximity. Muqing took a slight step back and replied, like you, I dislike him. Yen paused, clearly detecting a different emotion reflected in her bright, almond-shaped eyes. That it was not mere dislike. It was hatred. Intrigued, he inquired, how curious. I work alongside him, yet you harbor such disdain. While the young general may work alongside him for the sake of duty, it does not equate to shared sentiments, Muqing replied with a smile. Maintaining her composure as she countered, perhaps the young general suspects that the Ningguang is not a man of honor. Yen smile faltered. This girl was astute, discerning his thoughts in the blink of an eye. Your elder brother is well acquainted with the crown prince. Thus you are aware that he is humble and benevolent yet possesses a fatal flaw. He scrutinized her, eager to hear what she had to say. Muqing maintained her expression, analyzing coolly. It is precisely because he is too trusting that he fails to recognize the lurking dangers around him. Yen's breath hitched, and in a moment of panic, he grasped her neck, admonishing, be silent. How dare you speak so recklessly? Yet, Muqing felt no suffocation. Her heart, which had tightened with tension, relaxed. Young general, your reluctance to listen stems from the fact that I have articulated your innermost thoughts. In the cramped space, their eyes locked, and the air crackled with tension. Rest assured, the Ningguang poses a threat to me as well, Muqing stated plainly, gazing earnestly at the man. Yen, shall we collaborate? Outside the carriage, the sound of another wheel echoed, indifferent. Uncle F.A. hastily bowed, Minister. Chu Buqiu nodded, glancing toward his own carriage. Where's the young lady? Uncle F.A. replied honestly, the young lady has been catching mice in the carriage for quite some time. Catching mice? A shadow of intrigue crossed Chu Buqiu's cold eyes as he approached the carriage, his voice steady and unhurried. Chu Muqing, disembark. The interior of the carriage was eerily quiet, as if it were devoid of life. Who else is in the carriage besides the young lady? Uncle F.A. was bewildered. It's only the young lady. Does a mouse count? Chu Buqiu's handsome face grew slightly colder as he fixed his gaze on the tightly drawn curtain for a long moment. His expression inscrutable. Minister, shall I check? Uncle F.A. suggested tentatively, peering out. Chu Buqiu raised a hand to halt him, lifting his robe as he stepped onto the carriage. His phoenix eyes revealed little emotion, but as he pulled back the curtain slightly, a strange, chilling fragrance assailed his senses. This was not a scent typical of women, that he nearly ground his teeth in frustration, yet his striking face retained an air of bemusement. Chu Muqing, have you grown weary of life? Chapter 10. He requires pampering. Chu Buqiu lifted the curtain, only to be met by a weary, drowsy visage. Muqing rubbed her eyes, bewildered. Brother, what brings you here? He hesitated. There was no sign of a man's presence. Yet the faint, lingering scent still pricked at his senses. Who was in the carriage just now? Chu Buqiu's eyes darkened like ink, fixated on her. What do you mean, brother? Muqing blinked innocently. I dozed off in the carriage and there was no one else. His tone rose in disbelief. Oh, then Uncle F.A. corroborated, Minister. The young lady was indeed catching mice. I've been waiting outside the whole time, and there was no one else. That Muqing's smile faltered. Yes, I was startled by a mouse earlier. Chu Buqiu's expression wavered, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. And where is that mouse now? She swallowed hard and it ran away. Chu Buqiu couldn't help but chuckle coldly, taking advantage of the girl's anxiety to grasp her chin and lean closer. Whispering, my dear sister possesses a charming way with words, managing to conceal her talents from me at the Xiang mansion, and now even failing to speak half the truth. That my dear girl, tell me, do you not deserve to be punished? His face inched closer, his gaze slowly descending to rest upon the woman's delicate, ruby lips that exhaled like orchids. He longed to savor the taste there, wondering if it was as delectable and delightful as his imagination suggested. Muqing understood that she could not conceal her thoughts from him any longer, so she extended her hand, seizing the moment to embrace the strong, well-defined waist of the man. Brother, I was wrong. Chu Buqiu lowered his eyes and returned to reality, asking, where did you err? She confessed her transgressions candidly. I should not have schemed against Prince Ning, nor should I have flaunted my prowess at the Xiang residence. That was a mistake. She paused momentarily in surprise. Chu Buiqiu reached out to caress her hair, his phoenix eyes slightly raised as he said, I approve of your plotting against Prince Ning, that as for your display of grandeur. I toiled hard to attain this position precisely so that I could indulge you. Whether you choose to be as reserved as before or as uninhibited as you are now, brother will always encourage you. Not merely encouragement. He cherished her in every guise she presented. Muqing lifted her gaze, gazing steadily at him. However, you ought to inform me before engaging in such deeds. Chu Buiqiu focused on her delicate, fair hands, stating, even if you wish to commit misdeeds, do not let your hands be sullied by their filth. Whatever you desire to pursue, I shall assist you. Then, have you helped me resolve the marriage matter with Prince Ning? Muqing tilted her head playfully, poking the man's solid chest. Chu Buiqiu felt a tightening in his breath due to her playful gesture, yet he fought to suppress his desires and asked hoarsely, What do you wish for me to do me? Muqing observed the man's tense and restrained expression, suddenly feeling mischievous as she teased him. I am incensed by Prince Ning's cunning. He deliberately sent Si Deshun to me. Yet he insists on marrying me. Could it be that he harbors deep feelings for me? The phrase deep feelings made her feel a wave of nausea that if one were to assess the matter of Wenchoin. Muqing did not believe he loved her. He certainly did not love Si Deshun either. His greatest love had always been for himself. Suddenly feeling a constriction around her waist, her breath nearly faltered. Chu Buiqiu. The heavy scent of sandalwood enveloped her as Chu Buiqiu unexpectedly confined her, biting down on her earlobe with fervor. The force was no trifling matter, causing tears to well in her eyes as she scolded. Are you a dog? Chu Buiqiu's breath quickened against her neck, seemingly furious. He retorted, Chu Muqing, let me tell you, you had better not entertain any thoughts of him, or else what? You'll devour me. Muqing felt a surge of anger, realizing she had intended to jest, yet he was far too sensitive to teasing. Upon hearing her words, Chu Buiqiu felt a tightening in his lower abdomen. He was already feverish, the heat within him intensifying. Her words scalded him like boiling water, igniting a primal desire to consume the person before him to cool his own fever. Indeed, I shall consume you. With that, the man walked away without a glance back, leaving Muqing to glare at his retreating figure in frustration. The evening banquet at the minister's residence was lavish, thanks to Muqing's insatiable appetite. She yearned to taste everything, yet could only manage a small morsel of each dish. Unfortunately for her, Chu Buiqiu indulged his gluttonous little sister, ensuring every dish was meticulously prepared, and to avoid waste, the portions had to be reduced. Where was Chu Buiqiu? Muqing called for Uncle Fa and Sui Sui to join her for dinner. But the main character was absent. Uncle Fa cleared his throat, stroking his double chin with a hesitant expression. Sui Sui, however, showed little concern, clearing her throat dramatically, pretending to mimic someone else, clearly reluctant to encounter the superfluous elder brother of the minister. Muqing paused, deducing whom Sui Sui was impersonating. Seizing the moment, Sui Sui continued, her brow furrowed in mock seriousness. It's merely a fever. Skipping one meal won't kill you. Muqing could no longer contain her laughter. Who would have thought that Chu Buiqiu was not only possessive but also a thespian? At 1:15 the hour of the dog, deep within the Wutong courtyard, Muqing gently opened the door to Chu Buiqiu's chamber, only to find it shrouded in darkness. Ordinarily, at this hour, Chu Buiqiu would be preoccupied with state affairs. Strange. The room was devoid of light, and Muqing could only rely on the moonlight to locate the man resting on the guifei couch. Chu Buiqiu's jet-black hair was splayed about him, his phoenix eyes half closed. And beneath his prominent nose, his sharply contoured lips were tightly pressed together. The soft moonlight bathed his profile, imbuing the usually aloof and distant figure with an alluring warmth, making him irresistibly enticing. Muqing pressed her hand to her chest, inhaling deeply to quell the tumult within. She knew Chu Buiqiu was handsome, yet she had never truly comprehended just how captivating he was. That it was genuinely disarming. Enough of this. Just leave. His cold, indifferent voice resonated starkly in the stillness of the night. You haven't dined yet. Please eat something before resting. Muqing placed the food box on the small table before him, methodically presenting each dish. That I said leave. The man remained with his eyes shut, turning away to reveal his back to her without a hint of warmth. Muqing gazed at him, the man's silhouette appearing lonely and desolate against the vast night. He resembled a creature painfully lacking in security, never revealing his weaknesses to others, silently nursing his wounds and sorrows alone. Such a stubborn and peculiar individual. It was no wonder she had failed to understand him in her past life. Believing her brother to be disdainful of her, deliberately keeping her at a distance. The air hung thick with silence, so still that Chu Buochio believed the woman had truly departed. Just as he was about to turn, a pair of soft hands encircled his waist tightly. "How long do you intend to keep this up?" Muqing rested her forehead against the man's back, laughing softly. "Minister, do you always have to be so petty?" Chu Buochio's spine stiffened. Ultimately, he could not resist flipping her over, pinning her down beneath him, his desires laid bare in the dimness of the night. Muqing was momentarily taken aback. The man's skin was exceptionally pale, and the small red mole on his nose added a touch of bewitchment to his otherwise handsome features. Unable to help herself, she reached out to touch the corner of his eye, flushed with warmth that he was still burning with fever. Chu Buochio pressed down on her, yet refused to let her touch him, turning his face away coldly. In Muqing's eyes, this behavior resembled that of a petulant child. Was he really that aggrieved? She reached out to pat his head, causing the man to freeze momentarily, his already labored breaths growing heavier. "Be good and don't sulk." The man's pupils constricted, fixating on her as if he were in shock. Muqing pressed her lips together, barely stifling her laughter. Indeed, he needed to be coddled. Chapter 11. She intended to save him. "You were teasing a dog." Chu Buochio frowned, his voice hoarse from illness. Muqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, only to be met with the man's cold dismissal as he pushed her away. "Get lost. My meals are none of your concern." She chuckled. This man was truly as quick to turn as flipping a page. Upon reflection, while Chu Buochio appeared cold and solitary on the surface, he was profoundly starved for affection, leading to his occasional obsession and pathological temperament. She realized she would need to invest considerable effort. Otherwise, this long and winding path to winning his heart may never reach its conclusion. "Brother, you are so indifferent," Muqing pouted, poking the man's chest in complaint. Yet Chu Buochio remained unmoved, stating flatly, "With such behavior, do you still wish to marry Wen Choyin?" He glared at her intensely. Should she dare utter a single word in affirmation, he would surely claim her fiercely, ensuring she renounced any feelings for Wen Choyin, compelling her to remain obediently by his side. Yet he also feared that she might not withstand the weight of his affections for her. Would she find him terrifying? Would she view this ethically questionable love as grotesque? He could not bear to imagine her response. Thus he hoped she would forever remain by his side as his sister. Perhaps this was the only means to quell his overwhelming desires. "Wen Choyin?" Muqing paused, a sly smile blossoming on her lips. "Brother, why do you not wish for me to marry him?" Chu Buochio clenched his fists. He could already sense his body trembling, yet his expression remained composed. "I said no, and that is final. Is it marrying Prince Ning that you oppose, or?" Muqing raised her gaze, fixing him with a steady look as she quietly declared, "Marrying anyone at all is unacceptable." Chu Buochio's heart jolted. Upon meeting her candid gaze, his pupils constricted as he quickly averted his eyes. "I didn't mean that." He never dared to reveal anything in her presence, even if they were not blood-related. Yet he remained terrified. Since losing his parents at the tender age of 8, it was Muqing's father who had sheltered him from the storms of life, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect him. Then, Muqing had spent nearly a decade beside him, filling the roles of family and siblings, wholly trusting and relying on him. She had drawn him from the depths of endless solitude and darkness. Yet he, consumed by his unmentionable thoughts, sought to drag her back into that abyss. It was an utterly selfish desire. Should Muqing depart from his side, if her visage and laughter were no longer by his side, he believed he would perish. Not possibly, but assuredly. Thus, he could not allow himself to lose her. "I merely wish as your brother that you do not encounter unsuitable partners." He exhaled a heavy sigh, responding with a disingenuous heart. "Brother?" Muqing, with her bright eyes and white teeth, blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, stirring up dust and disorienting her heart. So her brother was so selfless he was so fearful that he dared not even disclose his true feelings. Muqing nodded slightly, her expression enigmatic. "In that case, the younger sister understands clearly." Chu Buochio let out a sigh of relief, yet a wave of bitterness washed over his chest, as if mocking his own timidity. It seemed to taunt him, whispering that even if he were not the one to wed and bear children with her in the future, it would certainly be someone else. In gratitude for his brother's guidance, Let me present you with a small gift. That Mu Qing's smile was radiant, yet she said nothing of him. Chu Buqiu paused slightly, pondering what the gift might be. That a soft and tender sensation brushed against his forehead, accompanied by the fleeting silhouette of the charming young woman, that he believed he could still detect the lingering fragrance of begonia blossoms in the air, a scent that haunted him during his passionate nightmares. After a moment, he stiffly raised his hand to touch the spot where the young girl had leaned in for a kiss. Mu Qing had a rather unique way of expressing her gratitude. He felt a rapid heartbeat and a quickening breath, realizing that his affliction was indeed serious. As dawn's light softly illuminated the world, Mu Qing had deliberately risen early, only to discover that he had yet to join her for breakfast. Where was Chu Buqiu? With a glum expression, she uttered the same words as the night before. Year after year, he prepares meals for her, she remarked, but it is said that he has gone to court today. Strangely enough, he left an entire hour earlier than usual. That Mu Qing paused, biting her chopsticks. So, he was not still angry. Rather was he shy. A sudden joy blossomed within her heart, and she casually unfolded the letter sent by Bei Kun the night before. Ah Chu Qingqing. The initial part of the letter was mostly trivialities, so Mu Qing, maintaining her composure, skipped to the latter half. Yesterday, when Choyin, that despicable wretch, suggested that you be married as a secondary wife into the Ning Wang's residence, hoping to manipulate your cold-blooded brother into indulging himself before you not breathe a word of this to the teacher. Mu Qing smirked at first, but felt her smile gradually fade as she read on. At that moment, I wished to slay that vile scoundrel before the throne, splattering his blood upon the imperial visage to avenge his past treasonous actions. However, the chancellor was quicker than I, drawing his sword and wounding his arm. His fury palpable as he declared, even the mere sound of such words sullies the ears of this chancellor. Marry Ah Qing. Do not even think about it in your next life. It was rare for the chancellor to be so enraged. His demeanor imposing and dignified, a model for my studies. That Mu Qing took a deep breath, finally realizing why his temper had flared so fiercely when she had merely jested with him in the carriage yesterday. She knew in her heart that Chu Buqiu would never agree to Wen Choyin's demands, yet she had not anticipated his audacity to draw his sword before the Bei Emperor. This inexplicable sentiment stirred within her, igniting a desire to see him at once. She gently set the letter down, but inadvertently caught sight of the last line of the closing. Due to the sudden upheaval in the south, Father Emperor wishes to summon the Chancellor and that vile wretch to travel south to AS for the past matters. Ah Chu should still remember. This situation poses great danger to the Chancellor, that if you desire, I can accompany the Chancellor to ensure his safety. Shao Qi concluded, eagerly awaiting a response. Suddenly, Mu Qing's grip on the letter tightened. Southward? To the south of Beimeng lies Zhongzhou, within Bei Kun's fief. In her previous life, Zhongzhou was struck by a disastrous flood, and the Bei Emperor hastily summoned the Ning Wang, who did not even have time to complete their wedding before rushing to manage the crisis. Yet in her past life, the Bei Emperor did not summon Chu Buqiu to accompany him in disaster relief. At that time, she had overheard Si Deshun and others saying that the flood was exceptionally perilous, and many officials who went to assist never returned. The Ning Wang had little understanding of disaster management, while Chu Buqiu had instilled various protective measures against calamities in her since childhood. Thus, she believed him to be a master in this regard. Therefore, she had implored Chu Buqiu to assist her beloved. She had cruelly begged him to support her heart's desire, entirely disregarding his life. The outcome was tragically logical. Chu Buqiu had sustained severe injuries during that journey to Zhongzhou, nearly losing his life, and bore the blame for the assassination of the crown prince, becoming despised by Bei Quan. Miss, the master has sent word for you to take care of yourself in the coming days, as he is about to head to Zhongzhou to manage the floods. Fa Shu rushed in from outside the hall. With a crash, the bowl in her hand shattered into countless pieces. No, he cannot go. She sprang to her feet, intent on rushing outside. Miss, please do not go. The master's carriage is almost at the city gate. Mu Qing halted, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. If nothing had happened in her previous life, why would she be worried? But in her past, Chu Buqiu had nearly perished in Zhongzhou. No, I must save him. That Mu Qing's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, resolve shining in her clear eyes. Bring me a horse. Chapter 12. Master Huichin. The carriage rolled through the dust, stirring up a wave of murky air. Mu Qing was trapped within the city, watching helplessly as the royal carriage grew increasingly distant, her heart filled with anxiety. Your brother said you would chase after them. I didn't believe it at first. But here you are. Yin Run tilted his head, grinning as he held his sword. Miss Chu, I am here on behalf of the Crown Prince and the Chancellor to stop you. My apologies, seeing Yin Ren blocking her path. Mu Qing had no choice but to shout towards the carriage, Chu Buoqiu. The advancing carriage showed no signs of stopping. Stop shouting, Yin Ren shrugged nonchalantly. They are heading south to manage the disaster. If you obstruct them further, it would be defiance of imperial orders that do not stop me. Mu Qing grasped the reins, preparing to pursue, when suddenly her horse became unruly, rearing and neighing wildly. Yin Ren frowned, realizing the girl was about to fall from her mount, and swiftly leaped forward to catch her. Instinctively, Mu Qing clutched the man who had caught her. It was her first time riding since her return, and she was naturally a bit clumsy. Little girl, what are you being so stubborn for? Yin Ren held her securely, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Yin Ren, do you not remember our agreement from the carriage? Mu Qing recalled their conversation from the previous day. The man paused, recalling that she had proposed a partnership to him. Despite his disdain for the Ning Wang and knowing full well he was no good, he was, after all, a royal relative. Mu Qing's stance in the carriage had clearly indicated her desire to eliminate him. Having fought on the battlefield in his youth, he yearned for a life filled with straightforward vengeance and did not appreciate the treachery among the courtiers. Even his assistance to the crown prince stemmed from his pure nature. Never resorting to indiscriminate slaughter, in the past, he would have dismissed such a collaborative proposal without a second thought. Yet for some reason, he found himself unwilling to witness her disappointment. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced to her request. Yin Run, this journey south is fraught with peril, not only for my brother, but for the crown prince as well. Mu Qing grasped his collar, concern etched on her face. Yin Run detected the unease in her tone and instinctively questioned, What do you mean? Trust me, will you? Mu Qing's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Her voice filled with unprecedented urgency. Just as I trust you and wish to work with you. Yin Ren's breath hitched, the sight of her appealing almond-shaped eyes and slightly reddened nose, her delicate brows knit together, evoked a wave of inexplicable pain in his heart, a feeling all too familiar. The situation in Zhongzhou is dangerous. You, a mere girl, should not go. Mu Qing's gaze dimmed with disappointment. Yin Ren spoke again, his tone considerably gentler. If you are worried for your brother's safety, I will go and keep an eye on him for you. You see, I told you that with Yin Ren around, nothing would happen. Bei Quan clapped the man's shoulder, grinning broadly to the city gate. The girl was tightly held in Yin Ren's embrace, and Chu Buoqiu did not overlook her, instinctively grasping Yin Ren's hand. His gaze turned icy, and he forcefully dropped the carriage curtain, his expression darker than before. Last night, she had kissed him. Today, she was throwing herself at another. Had he known this would happen, he would not have gone to such lengths to avoid her. Bei Quan chattered on. Ajua, you must admit, although Yin Run is only 19, he possesses quite a charm. Every girl in Bayan City seems to have developed a secret crush on him. Chu Buoqiu's face bore no trace of a smile, his cold glare fixed upon the heavy curtain before him. Charm? How pedestrian. Just a mere boy, hardly worthy of comparison to him. The more he thought, the more furious he became, entirely forgetting that he was only 3 years older than the lad who never dared to so much as touch Mu Qing's finger. And yet Yin Run had the audacity to embrace her. It seemed that boy was courting disaster. Bei Quan, oblivious to his mood, continued to jest. Ajua, Qing has come of age. It appears she and Yin Run are quite the pair. With a snap, Bei Quan suddenly paused, looking around. What was that noise? Chu Buoqiu's icy demeanor vanished, and he cast a disinterested glance at Bei Quan. At nothing. It can't be. I distinctly heard. Bei Quan's eyes widened as he noticed the man's hands were filled with walnut residue. He exclaimed, covering his mouth in horror. I've been working on those walnuts for 2 whole years. 2 years. Chu Buoqiu felt a sense of relief wash over him, slowly raising his hand to let the various sizes of walnut remnants cascade to the ground. A mere 2 years, while he had nurtured Mu Qing for a full decade. The little girl had turned to embrace another at the first opportunity. Truly, she needed to be taught a lesson. Bei Quan, clutching the walnut remnants, wailed in despair. But nearby, the man coldly commanded, Ji Huai, protect the young lady. Do not let any ill-intentioned persons approach. That a faint echo of agreement drifted from outside the carriage. Subsequently, Chu Buochio issued commands to set forth once more that in the midst of the floods ravaging the Central Plains, His Majesty had ordered Prince Ning to attend to disaster relief. Initially, it was not his concern. Yet the emperor, having heard of his purported expertise in disaster management from an unknown source, commanded him to accompany the crown prince. This matter was fraught with uncertainties, and he needed to navigate it with great care. He could only hope for a swift resolution, so that he could return to see the young lady at home. Meanwhile, Muqing hurried back to the chancellor's residence. Although Yin Run had promised to protect Chu Buochio in her stead, she remained uneasy. Sui, please go to the inspectorate and send a message inviting Miss Chu to join us at the State Temple to pray for the disaster victims of the Central Plains. Sui paused for a moment, but soon realized her mistress was already preparing her attire. Thus she hastened towards the inspectorate without delay. Within the State Temple, two women walked side by side. Sister Chu, I apologize for summoning you so late to pray for blessings. Please do not be angry with me. Muqing smiled apologetically, yet her steps quickened. Her visit to the State Temple was motivated by the presence of an extraordinary individual. Within the four seas, he was the one renowned for encompassing all matters of the world, with a grasp of the situation as if it were at his fingertips. This man was also the mastermind behind resolving the floods of the past. Sister Chu stifled a yawn and waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing that I had a bit too much to drink yesterday and just woke up, upon hearing that the message came from the chancellor's residence. Her father had immediately sent her out. Yet Muqing appeared quite peculiar today. Based on Sister Chu's previous observations, Muqing was not one to act without due diligence. Yet this time, she had seemingly neglected to inquire about her disbelief in deities. Hastily sending out the message, her curiosity was piqued. What was truly amiss? Apologies, esteemed patrons, but it is late, and according to our temple's rules, we must close the halls. That I kindly ask you to return another day. A young monk interjected, blocking their entrance. To it is acceptable not to enter. I have long heard of Master Huachen's renown. Might the young monk grant me an audience with him? Muqing's eyes sparkled as she feigned nonchalance in expressing her intent. Sister Chu was momentarily taken aback. Huichen, the famed diviner from Beimang. What does Muqing seek from him? Could it be for fortune-telling? The young monk continued to shake his head in refusal. Esteemed patron, Master Huichen is currently in seclusion and will not see anyone. Sister Chu scoffed. What airs he puts on. The young monk furrowed his brows and admonished, Patron, do not be rude. Master Huichen is in seclusion, and even the current emperor would not gain an audience. Not even the emperor? Sister Chu laughed derisively, then turned to Muqing, saying, It seems we shall not meet this master today. The Muqing's expression darkened, lost in contemplation until she heard the monk exclaim, Muqing, what is it? Young monk. Sister Chu raised an eyebrow at the monk. The sister of the chancellor, Miss Chu, has your respect, I presume. Upon hearing this, the monk paused, his eyes brightening. Esteemed patron, please follow me. Chapter 13. I have been awaiting you for a long time outside the Vermilion and Azure courtyard. Wisps of ethereal smoke wafted from the bamboo hut, as a towering willow tree in the courtyard displayed its yellowing leaves, adding an air of desolation. Sister Chu surveyed the surroundings and, noticing the bamboo hut's tightly shut door, asked, Young monk, you mentioned Master Huichen wishes to see Muqing. Why has he not yet appeared? The young monk replied, Esteemed patrons, please wait here for a moment. Muqing nodded, Please, young monk. After knocking several times, the bamboo hut opened in response. Sister Chu remarked, What a display of mystery. Muqing smiled and asked, Sister Chu, do you know Master Huichen? I have heard a few tales, Sister Chu replied, brushing off the dust from the willow's altar and taking a seat. It is said he possesses extraordinary abilities, answering any question posed to him. Our emperor has even invited him into the palace to oversee the fate of Beimang. Muqing expressed her curiosity. I had not heard of this. You are quite well informed, sister. Not at all. Sister Chu attempted to retrieve her wine flask from her waist, but remembered their purpose was to accompany Muqing in prayer for the safety of the Central Plains. And she quietly returned it. The one who sent for him was my father. Muqing was puzzled. The inspector? She recalled that Chu Buochio had once supported Inspector Chu in the court, and this man had been grateful, consistently backing Chu Buochio. This was one of the reasons she was keen to befriend Sister Chu. However, it was rumored that Inspector Chu was notoriously pedantic, priding himself on his integrity. Would he lower himself to request a monk from Beimeng? Sister Chu smacked her thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed. My father personally went to invite him, but he completely ignored him, stating that the royal family should not interfere with national affairs. That's so." Muqing lowered her gaze, recalling the floods in the Central Plains in her past life. Although Chu Buqiu's assistance had alleviated the situation, it had not been completely resolved that it was Master Huichen who had sent the solution. Within half a month, the flood ceased entirely, and there were no further casualties among the populace. But if he claimed not to interfere with national affairs, his methods had indeed turned the tide for Beimeng. This man was truly enigmatic. She had come today to seek his counsel on disaster relief. Thus she could swiftly return to the Central Plains, both safeguarding the people and providing a reasonable explanation for her journey. As the bamboo hut door opened, the young monk reappeared before them. "You may enter now." Sister Chu prepared to step forward, but was stopped. "Miss Muqing may enter, but you cannot." Sister Chu raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Does Master Huichen have a rule of only meeting one person at a time?" The young monk shook his head in distress. Muqing was equally perplexed. She had heard that Master Huichen was known for guiding the people. Yet he was unwilling to meet Sister Chu. Suddenly, a clear and warm young voice resonated from within the bamboo hut. "I have no such rule." Upon hearing the voice, Sister Chu realized the speaker was quite young, and the tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. "Does the master look down upon me?" The voice within paused before responding coolly, "Miss Chu, I do not look down upon you. It is simply that today we lack the fate to meet." Sister Chu was taken aback. She had only mentioned Muqing's background to the young monk, yet Master Huichen could discern her identity. "How strange. Sister, could you wait for me outside for a moment?" Muqing softly inquired. Reluctantly, Sister Chu nodded, cautioning, "Be careful." As Muqing stepped into the bamboo hut, she was struck by the sight of a small open-air pond within, where gold and red koi swam gracefully. The incense burner made of sandalwood exuded fragrant smoke. But it was not the sandalwood commonly used by Buddhist practitioners. Rather, it was pine resin. "Miss Muqing." Startled, Muqing realized there was a man kneeling reverently before a white jade statue of the Buddha at the far end of the pond. The man appeared tall, clad in a moon-white robe, shrouded in mist, exuding an air of scholar-like elegance intertwined with an ethereal quality that seemed otherworldly. "That I have been awaiting you for a long time." The distance from Bayan City to the Central Plains was considerable. When Choyin, having lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside, felt an inexplicable gloom settle within him. "Master, I have ordered all the brothers in Tanzhou to act discreetly, ensuring that the Chancellor remains unaware of anything amiss," said the Dark Guard, Luo Sha, with a respectful bow. When Choyin narrowed his eyes, the memory of Chu Buqiu publicly injuring him before the court was still fresh, and he had been compelled to relinquish Tanzhou without a word. If not for the fact that the man held military power and was of great utility, he would have relished the opportunity to kill Chu Buqiu in a fit of rage. Coldly, he demanded, "What of Prince Mu?" Luo Sha hesitated. "The lead went cold 3 years ago at the State Temple, and there have been no new developments since. Have I raised a pack of useless fools?" When Choyin kicked out violently, abandoning his usual gentle demeanor, his handsome face now shadowed with cold fury. Suppressing his pain, Luo Sha replied, "If you could give us a bit more time, we will find a way to investigate the Chu family's affairs." When Choyin swallowed a mouthful of frustration and remarked, "I have heard that Chu Muqing is praying for the Central Plains," Luo Sha, quick to catch on, added, "Surely Miss Chu is worried about your safety." "Master," when Choyin chuckled coldly, dismissing the notion, were it not for Chu Buqiu's interference, she would have already been a part of the Prince Ning's household. For reasons unknown, ever since the banquet at the minister's residence, Chu Muqing's visage had lingered in his mind. Chu Buqiu possessed secrets he longed to uncover, yet the man had no weaknesses. Only Chu Muqing could sway him. Hence, from the very beginning, their acquaintance had been meticulously orchestrated. Naive and innocent, Chu Muqing had unwittingly allowed her heart to be ensnared by him with little effort. He did not believe that, in such a short time, she would alter her sentiments. After much contemplation, he realized he could only make his move through Chu Muqing. When Choyin tempered his anger, instructing, "Have someone gather items favored by young ladies in the capital and send them to the Chancellor's residence," while also explaining that my marriage to Si Deshun is beyond my control. The position of primary consort will forever be reserved for her. Luosha sensed the oppressive air dissipating and nodded before withdrawing. Meanwhile, within the bamboo grove of the state temple, the man kneeling before the Buddha slowly rose to face Muqing. Muqing was taken aback. The man, shorn of hair and appearing youthful, had faintly colored brows and eyes. His gaze languidly resting upon Muqing, as though a deity gazing down upon the mortal realm. How could such a gifted diviner be so young? Muqing furrowed her brow and asked, Master Huichen, we are but strangers. Why speak in such a manner? Huichen averted his gaze, gazing at the pond filled with fish, softly stating, as one sows, so shall one reap. All is predestined. Muqing patiently regarded him. To sow and reap. What do you mean by this? Master, the ethereal figure of Huichen, his complexion exceedingly pale, yet his voice resonating like a deep bell, startled Muqing, causing her heart to tremble. The cause of this disturbance lay in the past actions of the lady, and the fruit of it manifests in the serendipitous meeting between us today. Muqing, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the man in disbelief. Indeed, this Huichen seems to possess knowledge of celestial secrets, in a clear tone. Huichen inquired, This humble monk understands the reason for your visit. Yet I must pose a question to you. If all is predetermined and cannot be altered, would you still wish to endeavor? Chapter 14. Her Ancestry. Muqing clenched her fists, her expression unwavering, and resolutely declared, My heart is set. What I wish to accomplish, I shall achieve. Huichen fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. If that is the case, I am unable to assist. Uncertain of his meaning, Muqing boldly stated, Since you can discern my past and the purpose of my journey, I implore you to share the method to avert calamity. Huichen, with hands pressed together and eyes closed, replied, I cannot. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Muqing furrowed her brow, her demeanor growing colder. Huichen shook his head. It is not a matter of difficulty, but of timing. Timing? If the timing is not right, I cannot glimpse the celestial secrets. You are so certain that I possess a solution. Have you truly contemplated the underlying principles? The timing is not auspicious. Muqing's fingertips trembled slightly. In her previous life, Huichen had indeed provided the means to avert disaster, but that was to occur a month hence. Could it be that this monk desires her to wait an entire month? No, that span is far too lengthy, that if the course of events were to follow the trajectory of her past life, Chu Buqiu and the Crown Prince would soon encounter an assassination attempt. One she had heard from Baikuin was nearly fatal for Chu Buqiu, who narrowly escaped death in Zhongzhou. Everything in this life has changed. She has not succumbed to Wen Choyin's advances, nor has she been betrothed to him. If Chu Buqiu's fate has also shifted, if he does not possess the same fortune this time, no, in her former life, she was ignorant. Yet now, she is aware of the future, and she will not allow Chu Buqiu to fall into peril once more. Huichen. Muqing raised her gaze, fixing her eyes upon him. You will assist my brother, will you not? Huichen's eyelids flickered slightly, his voice flat as he countered. Why are you so certain that I would aid your brother? Because you have done so before. Muqing inhaled deeply, steadying her emotions in the past. You could have offered the means to anyone for your own glory, yet you chose to give it solely to Chu Buqiu. She speculated that Huichen might be acquainted with Chu Buqiu. Otherwise, his claim of not interfering in state affairs would ring hollow. How can you be so certain that I am helping your brother? Huichen's eyes gradually opened, clarity emanating from his pupils, filled with emotions she could not decipher. Muqing was momentarily taken aback, confusion washing over her features. This humble monk possesses two items that may prove beneficial to you. Huichen retrieved two small square boxes from beside the pond, one blue and the other purple. She accepted them, wishing to speak further, but was interrupted that I must enter seclusion now, my lady. Please. This was indeed a dismissal. Muqing stared intently at the boxes, then bowed in respect to the man who had turned his back, as if sensing something. The bamboo door swung open on its own. As Muqing stepped over the threshold. She heard Huichen's mysterious voice. Do you wish to uncover your own ancestry? She paused. Ancestry. Her father had once been a guardian of Chu Buqiu, eventually dying in loyalty, and she had been entrusted to Chu Buqiu's care. What more ancestry could she possibly have? What do you mean? Muqing turned abruptly, but Huichen had vanished from the pond's edge. Muqing, what happened? Did you learn anything from Huichen? Chu Zhizhen, having seen her emerge, hurriedly approached with curiosity. She nodded slightly at Chu Zhizhen. I will explain outside that if we wish to save someone, we must depart swiftly. The road ahead is shrouded in mist, and you need a guiding light in your heart. Huichen's desolate voice echoed once more. Muqing paused, raising her voice. Thank you for your guidance, master. Chu Zhizhen furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with sudden mischief. Seizing the moment while Muqing and the young monk moved ahead, she turned and tossed her wine flask through the bamboo window, chuckling. Today, Master Huichen helped my friend gain insight. This small gift is but a token of gratitude. The bamboo window swung open as the flask struck, revealing a glimpse of the man's pristine white robes and his distinctly skeletal hand clutching prayer beads. Chu Zhizhen smiled, nonchalantly turning to depart. The bamboo window closed with a soft thud, and Huichen's eyes shut tightly. The darkness seemingly illuminated by the vibrant smile of a woman clad in red. Observing the bodhisattva of compassion, while traversing the profound wisdom of the perfection of insight, one perceives the emptiness of the five aggregates. The chanting, delicate and devoid of desire, resonated softly from within the bamboo dwelling, fading into the haze. Zhou Huai's carrier pigeon arrived at night, and Chu Buqiu clutched the note, his expression inscrutable. Zhou Huai reported that Muqing had gone to the Jingguo temple to pray for Zhongzhou. Yet, she had met Huichen. Huichen, was this merely a coincidence? Master, should we send Zhou Huai to inquire further with Master Huichen? The man, half kneeling in a dark cloak, was the head of the secret guards and the only one privy to Chu Buqiu's affairs. Yandere, just ensure Zhou Huai protects the young lady. The rest is of no concern. Yandere looked up in surprise. His master had always shown particular care for the young miss, yet now, upon her meeting with Huichen, his curiosity seemed absent. Chu Buqiu carefully traced Muqing's name on the paper, his tone growing colder. Also, ensure that Buqing Wei guards the Tanzhou area well. Wen Qiuyin's obsession with that territory must hold some secret. Buqing Wei was a meticulously chosen assassin among his secret guards, renowned for investigating perplexing matters. Yandere swallowed hard. His master exuded an aura of lethal intensity, and had it not been for the young Mrs. constant presence, he would truly fear that his master might stray down a dark path. Midnight. Zhou Huai, napping atop a tree, suddenly sensed movement below that in the blink of an eye, a woman with a bundle had mounted her steed, galloping away from the rear gate of the minister's residence. Zhou Huai quickly descended and stealthily pursued her on horseback. Outside the city gate, the woman in red had been waiting for a considerable time. Xuye, why are you here? Muqing exclaimed in surprise. Chu Zhizhen turned, beaming. You asked me to help you find a female guard to accompany you to Zhongzhou. I thought long and hard, and it seems that only I can fulfill this request. Muqing frowned in astonishment. After leaving Huichen, she had told Chu Zhizhen a lie. She claimed she sought Huichen's counsel regarding the auspiciousness of Chu Buqiu's journey to Zhongzhou, and that Huichen, after divining, had foreseen a dire omen, necessitating her to bear Huichen's clever stratagem to aid Chu Buqiu. The reasons for her deceit were twofold: to conceal her rebirth and to enlist Chu Zhizhen's aid to ensure her safe passage to Zhongzhou. As for the requirement for a female guard, it was to prevent Chu Buqiu's perennial jealousy from flaring up. Nonetheless, she had indeed heard in her past life that Chu Zhizhen was skilled in martial arts, although it was said that her official father disapproved of her conduct. Rest assured, my martial skills were imparted by a formidable itinerant master. I can protect you to Zhongzhou without issue. Chu Zhizhen brandished her sword with confidence. I trust you, but what about your father? Chu Zhizhen patted her chest. Don't worry, I've left a note for my father, claiming I'm visiting my maternal grandfather in Tanzhou, that he dotes on me and will help me maintain the ruse. Everything will be fine. With matters settled, Muqing could only nod her gratitude. Chu Zhizhen smiled kindly. What are you thanking me for? My heart yearns for the life of a wanderer. This journey will serve as a valuable opportunity for me to hone my skills. Hiding in the shadows, Zhou Huai furrowed his brow. His master had tasked him with safeguarding the young lady, but had not instructed him to prevent her journey to Zhongzhou. Moreover, he was eager to return to his master's side for protection. Yet, could this Chu family girl be trusted? Instinctively, he clicked his tongue, quickly covering his mouth. Suddenly, a sharp dart flew towards him. Chapter 15. A bit of longing. Chu Jie. What is it? Muqing noticed Chu Zhizhen's hand move, though she could not discern her actions. Chu Zhizhen masked the cold glint in her eyes, smiling sweetly at the woman. It's nothing, merely a mouse. Let us hurry and set off. Only when their figures had faded into the distance did Zhou Huai cautiously peek from his hiding spot. This Chu Zhizhen's skills are remarkable. Had he not reacted swiftly, that dart would have nearly struck him. That it seems he need not worry about the young lady's safety. Inside the firewood shed of the Wang residence, a woman huddled in a corner, looking utterly disheveled. "Your Highness, please spare Shunner." The anguished pleas of her mother echoed from outside the shed, causing Si Deshun to shudder, scrambling to the door to scream. "Father! Father! Please let me go. I know I was wrong. Get away from me, you wretched creatures, unable to safeguard the title bestowed upon me through military merit." Si Deshun heard muffled thuds and kicks from the shed, along with her mother's sorrowful cries that, "No, father, please don't hit mother. Father!" She clawed at the door, attempting to reach through the gap to grasp the raging Wang Dada. Just as Si Deshun grasped her father's pant leg, she was kicked back, the sound of her bones cracking echoing painfully in her ears, leaving her to whimper, "My hand, Shunner." The Wang Fein cried out, striking her husband in desperation. "Even if Shunner has erred, she is still your flesh and blood. She is to be wed into the Wang residence soon. In this state, do you think Ning Wang won't come after you?" The Prince of Yong'an, in a fit of impatience, brusquely pushed the person aside and cast a cold glance at the firewood shed. How could such a lowly creature, engaging in acts that tarnished the family name, expect the Ning Wang to hold her in esteem? Did she believe that the nobles of Bayan City would regard our Yong'an prince's residence with any respect? Upon hearing these words, Si Deshun instinctively hugged herself tighter. The chill of the shed paled in comparison to the humiliation inflicted by her father at that moment. It was all that wretched Chu Muqing's doing. Had it not been for her scheming, how could she have been stripped of her title? How could she have been confined in this shed, helplessly witnessing her mother being beaten and insulted? She swore to kill Chu Muqing. She must kill her. The commotion outside the shed gradually diminished, the heavy footsteps receding into the distance that Si Deshun, summoning her strength, crawled back to the door and softly called out to the weeping princess of Yong'an, "Mother, mother." The princess wiped her tears and managed a bitter smile. "Do not worry, dear, that I will plead with the Ning Wang to save you." Si Deshun was momentarily stunned, recalling the disdainful look Ning Wang had cast upon her in the palace, her heart aching painfully to know, "Do not seek him, mother. Please help me." After a brief silence, when she lifted her head again, her expression was as cold and lethal as a venomous snake. "Bring me Qin Ro. I have matters that require her assistance." The Mu Qing and her companion did not travel by carriage. Instead, they rode through the night, gradually closing the distance to Chu Boichio's party. Zhou Huai had followed them for a day and a night, feeling utterly exhausted, yet his mistress appeared full of vitality, fearing for his own life if they continued riding. He suggested, "Mu Qing, let us take a rest." Chu Zhizhen, noticing Mu Qing's pale countenance, spoke up, "Let us pause for a while." That Mu Qing, consumed by thoughts of catching up to Chu Boichio, had completely forgotten the need for rest. However, even if she did not wish to stop, Sister Zhu would insist. "There is an inn ahead. Let us rest there for the night," Mu Qing said, pointing to an ancient and elegant building in the distance. Upon arriving at the inn, they noticed a thin layer of dust on the eaves. The signboard, crafted from redwood and inlaid with gold thread, bore the words Lin Zhong Inn, although the characters for it appeared slightly blurred. "Let us go inside," Chu Zhizhen prompted. Once inside, they found the inn to be clean and tidy, though not particularly crowded. A middle-aged woman, presumably the innkeeper, approached them with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Will you be dining or lodging?" Mu Qing's gaze instinctively fell upon the woman's skirt, made of silk and adorned with golden threads. From a distance, it seemed ordinary, but up close, its quality was evident. "That we will need lodging, 2 rooms, and please prepare bathing water for us, along with some food and drink," she replied. The innkeeper promptly agreed. "Certainly, please settle the payment here." Mu Qing retracted her gaze and grasped Chu Zhizhen's arm as she moved to pay. "Sister," Chu Zhizhen turned back. "What is it?" The innkeeper's attention shifted to her as well. "It is nothing. You have accompanied me through this arduous journey. Allow me to cover the expenses, given the current tumultuous state of affairs." The cost of lodging was negligible, especially for someone of her standing. Taking the initiative to pay, Mu Qing was met with Chu Zhizhen's understanding acceptance. "I shall take my leave to bathe first." After a brief moment, having settled the payment, Mu Qing followed the servant to room 1, while Chu Zhizhen took room 2 next door. The furnishings in the room exuded a scholarly ambience, suggesting that each brick and tile had seen many years. Immersed in the bathing tub, Mu Qing felt her body relax, a wave of comfort washing over her. Yet everything around her hinted at complexities beneath the surface. Perhaps it was because she had relied so heavily on Chu Buochio's care for so long. Strangely, she found herself missing him. Master, Zhou Huai has yet to send word. However, I have heard from other brothers in Bayan City that the young lady has been shut away for some time. Yin Gei reported. Chu Buochio, reclining on the couch in the official post station, closed his eyes to rest, a sense of suspicion creeping into his mind. Had his little girl truly changed for the better? Continue, he instructed. Yin Gui's expression was hesitant and somewhat fearful. It is said that the Ning Wang has sent people to gather many items that young ladies favor, and has sent them over. In an instant, Chu Buochio's eyes snapped open, his demeanor cool yet tinged with an undercurrent of frost. He had better be sending them to Yong'an Wangfu to curry favor with his old flame. Yin Gui immediately fell silent, his hesitation palpable. Actually, the Ning Wang. Chapter 16. Danger at the inn. With a dull thud, a sound echoed in Chu Buochio's room, startling Bei Quan in the adjacent room, who nearly stumbled over himself in haste to investigate. What happened? What happened? Yin Gui knelt rigidly, awkwardly turning his head aside. That I thought it was someone of importance. Is it not our most capable Dark Guard leader of Bokingwei? What misstep have you made? Bei Quan had known Chu Buochio since he was 15, back when the latter was merely a young lad entering the court. The Northern Emperor, recognizing his potential, had assigned him to study alongside Bei Quan. They had spent nearly every day together, and even Yin Gui had been taken under Chu Buochio's wing in front of him. That time, Yin Gui was not the esteemed Dark Guard he was now, but merely a street urchin with some martial skills. Bei Quan had initially intended to purchase him as a servant, only to find Chu Buochio fiercely contesting for him. However, when it came to recognizing potential in others, Chu Buochio had proven far superior. Where Bei Quan had seen only a beggar, Chu Buochio had perceived latent capabilities. That he has committed a minor error in Bokingwei, Chu Buochio remarked, his expression betraying his frustration, as if he wished to swallow someone whole. He had managed to restrain himself when he heard Yin Gui mention the wretched dog who had delivered gifts to the minister's residence, but when Yin Gui added that the young lady had accepted them, he could no longer contain himself. Accepted them? Good for her. As if it were not enough to embrace Yin Ren, she dares to accept gifts from that wretched dog. He silently noted Chu Muqing's transgressions in his mind, eagerly anticipating how he would deal with her upon returning to Bayan City. That, oh dear, Zhua, your temper remains as fierce as ever. Bei Quan interjected, signaling for Yin Gui to rise, but the latter remained frozen in place. Bei Quan squeezed himself onto the edge of Chu Buochio's couch, grinning. It seems that little Muqing has endured quite a bit of hardship over the years, raised by your unpredictable and cold-hearted nature. Who knows how much she has suffered? A surge of unidentifiable anger welled up within Chu Buochio, and he irritably rolled his neck, casting a sidelong glance at Bei Quan. Does the prince, with his heart for the people, not wish to alleviate a fraction of this devil's wrath? Bei Quan sensed the oppressive atmosphere and quickly shifted to the side, offering a forced smile. The night is drawing close. I truly must take my leave to rest. You two enjoy your conversation. Once Bei Quan departed, Chu Buochio directed an irritable gaze at Yin Gui, who trembled involuntarily. Master, I misspoke. You are not at fault, Chu Buochio replied, swallowing his frustration that he had always been clear about right and wrong. Those responsible should bear the consequences. Notify the people in Bayan City to send word to Uncle F.A., instructing them to discard all the gifts that dog brought, and replace them with finer jewelry and trinkets for a Qing. Yin Gui nodded, understood. Meanwhile, Mu Qing had just finished her bath and rushed next door to dine with Chu Zhizhen. The place seemed unremarkable, yet the food was surprisingly good. Chu Zhizhen kindly served a piece of meat to Mu Qing, urging, "Eat more. You look so thin." Mu Qing glanced down at her plate and smiled. "I am not that thin. I enjoy eating quite a bit." Chu Zhizhen scrutinized her with a playful expression. Teasing, indeed. Our Miss Chu is slender where she should be, and plump where it is appropriate. Understanding the implication, Mu Qing glanced at her own figure. While she had not matured as she had in her past life, she could certainly be described as curvaceous. Unashamed, she laughed and replied, "I envy you more. You have such a good physique that I have been frail since childhood. Even a simple illness takes me ages to recover." Chu Zhizhen patted her chest, suggesting, Then you should train with me to strengthen your body. It will also help with self-defense. How does that sound? Sister, would you truly be willing to teach me? Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had long envied those skilled in martial arts, and if she could learn even a few moves, she would no longer need to trouble Chu Zhizhen in this chaotic situation. However, Chu Buqiu had always been overly indulgent and worried about her safety, forbidding her from engaging with martial studies. Of course. How about this? Whenever I have some free time, I will come find you. Is that agreeable? Chu Zhizhen beamed at Mu Qing's astonished expression, feeling a surge of joy in her heart. Then I shall thank my master here. As the evening deepened, Mu Qing elegantly clasped her hands in a respectful gesture, eliciting hearty laughter from Chu Zhizhen. The two engaged in a lively exchange, unwittingly losing track of time until the hour for rest approached. With the journey ahead on the morrow, it was unwise to linger late. After bidding farewell to Chu Zhizhen, Mu Qing returned to her room. The meal consumed that night was somewhat greasy, and as she lay in bed, sleep eluded her. Tossing and turning, she seemed to hear an unusual sound. Just then, rain began to patter outside, its gentle rhythm inducing a curious drowsiness. Just as she was on the verge of drifting off, a rustling noise emanated from the window that a shadowy figure climbed through the window, swiftly covering her mouth with a hand. The damp scent of rain mingled with a chilling fragrance that in an instant, Mu Qing recalled that scent and raised her gaze to meet the handsome, familiar features of a man. Yin Ren, he had departed well ahead of her. How could he possibly be here in this inn? This is an urgent matter, to be brief. This place is a den of iniquity. Yin Ren released his grip. His face slightly pale, weariness etched in his expression. A den of iniquity. Mu Qing suddenly recalled the attire of the innkeeper, made of luxurious silk, which was not commonly worn by the average folk. She had pondered how, amidst the current floods in Zhongzhou, this innkeeper could still afford such finery. The realization dawned upon her that they were indeed surrounded by unscrupulous brigands. Examining him closely, she expressed concern. Are you unscathed? He shook his head gently, explaining in a low voice. I arrived here half a day earlier, but after consuming their food, I lost consciousness. They bound me in the woodshed, and it was only upon hearing your voice that I regained awareness. Mu Qing nodded, furrowing her brow. I came here accompanied by Chu Yushire's daughter. She resides next door. We also dined here earlier. She mentioned feeling unusually drowsy, attributing it to fatigue from travel. Yin Ren produced a small, white vial from his garment, reassuring her, this medicine can counteract various toxins. It will help you maintain your clarity of mind. Without hesitation, Mu Qing accepted it and swallowed the contents. Seeing her decisive action stirred something within Yin Ren, prompting him to soften his tone. I was bound in the woodshed, and from the sounds of footsteps, it seems there are quite a few people here, all with a dubious background. We cannot act recklessly. Sister Chu is skilled in combat. We must ensure she takes this medicine as well. After all, every additional hand gives us a better chance of survival. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed outside. Mu Qing and Yin Ren exchanged a glance, instinctively falling silent. Those two women must be unconscious. It's evident the occupants of room 2 are formidable, and we should first deal with room 1. Just then, Mu Qing's hand was grasped firmly, causing her to turn in surprise to the man. He mouthed silently, do not be afraid. Mu Qing shook her head, seeing his intention to draw his sword and confront their adversaries. She quickly halted his movement. Given the number of people in this inn, they could not afford to raise alarm. She gently pulled Yin Ren into her bed, surprising him with her boldness. He stared at her wide-eyed. Shu, Mu Qing whispered, placing her finger over his lips. Let us wait for the right moment. As she lay down swiftly, she made sure to pull Yin Ren's head beneath the covers. He inhaled deeply, catching a faint scent of the girl's fragrance, his ears flushing red. The renowned General Yanhui found himself tucked into a girl's bedding. How utterly bewildering. The bed was narrow, and Yin Ren's tall frame took up most of the space. Their bodies pressed closely together. He felt his heart racing in response to the proximity. This girl was strikingly beautiful, her figure alluring. In all his life, he had never encountered such a sensation. Chapter 17. You are quite adorable. Sensing movement beside her, Mu Qing instinctively restrained his impulse to leap out. Having endured numerous hardships in her previous life, she was unfazed by a few crude remarks. The two intruders were a corrupt innkeeper and a middle-aged man known for his violent ways. This young girl was not of the same ilk as those they had encountered before. The price for her would be considerably higher. The innkeeper chuckled derisively. The middle-aged man, clearly harboring ill intentions towards her, could no longer contain himself. You go first. Let me enjoy myself, and I'll triple your reward. The innkeeper cast a disdainful glance at the man, warning, be careful. This girl is likely spoiled and sheltered. Don't let it end up like last time, where someone died. My master won't take kindly to that. The middle-aged man began to undress, impatiently waving his hand. I know. Once the other left, he rubbed his hands together and approached the girl's bed. Little girl, let me experience your charms. That he reached out towards her delicate, fair-faced at that very moment. The other man sprang into action, blade drawn, aiming directly for the man's throat. With a swift motion, blood spurted forth. The middle-aged man barely had time to react before he was silenced. Scoundrel. Yandere fought against the urge to dismember the man, that he was a young general and had formed deep bonds with his comrades over the years. Yet he adhered to a strict military code. After the small window of the official post station rattled from the knocking. Yandere skillfully opened the window, seized the pigeon, and retrieved the message. Each word was articulated with utmost clarity. Yandere hurriedly reported. Zhou Huai mentioned that the young lady is in the company of the daughter of the inspectorate and that they are residing quite close to our location. Currently checked into an inn. Zhou Huai, indeed. Chu Buoqiu, holding a teacup, let out a cold, hollow laugh, oblivious to the implications. He must be courting death, allowing a Qing to run amok. Yandere silently mourned for Zhou Huai for a few seconds before turning to close the window. Just as he was about to shut the small window, a brilliant burst of fireworks lit up the sky. Yandere steadied himself, staring at the fireworks for a long time as they transformed from a riot of colors into several beams of white light. 3 resounding explosions followed by silence. This was the unique fireworks signal of the Buqing Guard, used to indicate location and convey messages. Typically, lighting such a signal meant danger and a call for help. Master, Yandere looked at Chu Buoqiu helplessly and whispered. Zhou Huai has ignited the distress signal. The young lady may be in peril. With a sharp crack, the white porcelain cup in the man's hand shattered completely. Blood droplets rolling from his fingertips mingling with the shards, creating a bewitching spectacle. Chapter 18. The significance of her existence. The night was dim. The rain intensified, washing away the muck and revealing the radiant beauty of the horizon. The 2 young attendants guarding room 1 exchanged glances, puzzled by the silence within. The taller one jested crudely. They must be lost in a stupor. How much more noise do you expect? The shorter one smirked, his expression vulgar, having heard that the young woman resembled a celestial being. Once that man is finished, shall we have a go? The tall one glared at him. Our innkeeper has said. This is not that kind of woman. We mustn't be careless. The short one scoffed, about to retort when the heavy door creaked ominously behind them. That it was the man who had entered with the innkeeper. Though he still held someone in his arms, the taller one spoke up. What do you think you're doing? The innkeeper said you cannot take her away. The man's hair hung loose, obscuring much of his face. The inn was dimly lit, making it impossible to discern his expression. The woman in his arms was strikingly beautiful, her delicate arms languidly draped around his neck, her clothing slightly disheveled at the front. The short one stared, his eyes glazing over, instinctively reaching out. The man quickly turned his back, blocking the shorter one's advance. Get out of the way. I'm going to room 2 for some fun. The 2 attendants exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding the implications. The taller one, lacking social grace, remarked, The innkeeper allowed you to entertain in room 1, but he didn't say you could touch room 2. The man fell silent for a moment, then quietly reached for his waist. This gentleman is a regular of ours. Don't spoil the mood. The shorter one waved dismissively, his lecherous gaze glued to the woman. He hoped to please this man, waiting for his turn once the man was done. The man quickly withdrew his hand from his waist, continuing to carry the woman as he pushed open the door to room 2. The murmurs faded into silence. The moment he entered the room, Mu Qing opened her eyes and looked at the man holding her. The man felt the soft touch on his neck and caught a glimpse of the woman's disheveled clothing from the corner of his eye. His ears burning with embarrassment. Put me down, that Mu Qing whispered softly in his ear. Yandere responded with a startled acknowledgement, cautiously placing her down before hastily discarding the garments he had hastily removed from his body, kicking them away in disgust. Once Mu Qing was on her feet, she listened for any sound from outside, relieved to find it silent. The only way to let them exit through the front door was for Yin Run to impersonate that middle-aged man. Thankfully, his hair was loose, covering most of his face, and the dim lighting helped conceal him. Otherwise, they would have been exposed. You, Yin Run spoke, then awkwardly averted his gaze. Following his line of sight, Mu Qing noticed her collar had come undone, exposing a generous expanse of her neck and a curvaceous silhouette in no matter. She leisurely tied her clothing, finding Yin Ren's bashful demeanor particularly amusing. Almost forgotten, this man had never taken a wife and was thus rather innocent regarding women. Such shamelessness. Are you still a young girl? Yin Ren lowered his eyes, too embarrassed to look at her, muttering softly. Mu Qing was eager to inform him otherwise. In her previous life, she had died at 25. And with her rebirth, she had lived another 15 years, making her a full 40, that she had experienced the world, born children. She was far from a young girl now. Where is everyone in this room? Where is Sister Chu? Mu Qing flipped the bedding on the couch, finding it icy, indicating that no one had laid down to rest. What could this mean? Could she possibly have flown away? You are so infatuated. Perhaps she has already fled. Yin Ren smirked, his tone slow, tinged with schadenfreude. In a way, Sister Chu was very loyal. Mu Qing scanned the surroundings, noticing the small window was still ajar, with footprints on the sill, dampened by water, but they appeared to be from a man. Curious, could it be that Sister Chu was abducted? The thought flashed through her mind, and Mu Qing immediately felt a wave of dread wash over her. Yin Ren frowned and nonchalantly remarked, "Who would be so idle in the middle of the night? Besides, if they intended to abduct someone, it should be you. Why should it be me? Naturally, it is because you are beautiful." Yin Ren halted abruptly under a piercing gaze. Suggesting they continue searching. Two figures emerged, illuminated by firelight from outside. A woman's voice drifted in. "What are you two searching for?" Mu Qing and the man exchanged glances, an ominous feeling creeping into their hearts. "This is bad. We've been discovered. Have you found her?" In the pitch-black woods, Chu Boichio, heedless of the rain drenching him, galloped recklessly toward the direction of the distress signal. Inge led a group of dozens of Boiching guards, their expressions grim. "Master, that distress signal is some distance away. We can only vaguely ascertain this location. It may or may not be nearby." May or may not. The ink-black depths of the man's phoenix eyes glinted ominously, his presence exuding an aura of a silent, unyielding god of death, laced with a chilling ferocity. "Do you understand the purpose of your existence?" He spoke each word deliberately, his voice penetrating like ice into their bones. In Gui's complexion paled. "Master, she is in danger. You need not concern yourselves with living." Chu Boichio inhaled deeply, yet he could not suppress the tremors coursing through him, as if he were suffocating. "I too need not live." The inn was ablaze with light. Dozens of armed men encircled Yin Ren and Mu Qing, their expressions fierce. "Innkeeper, I told you, that man doesn't he look right?" The tall attendant who had been guarding the door buttered up to the innkeeper. Mu Qing felt a tight grip on her wrist as Yin Ren pulled her behind him, stepping forward to unsheath his sword against the menacing crowd. "Innkeeper, let us talk this over. If you harm me, your master will not let you off easily." The Mu Qing couldn't guess who this man's master was. She was gambling, betting that they wouldn't dare harm her. She knew Yin Ren was skilled, but against numbers. She didn't want him to lose his life for her again. The innkeeper's smile faltered as she scrutinized Mu Qing. "Little girl, are you trying to deceive me?" Mu Qing's expression grew stern, her tone bearing a hint of warning. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who he is? If you dare touch us today, tomorrow you might find your heads rolling." "Ha ha," the innkeeper sneered disdainfully, signaling her men to eliminate the man first. As for the little girl, whoever gets to her first can have their fun. The men's eyes lit up with malicious intent, their lecherous gazes fixated on Mu Qing. With a crash, a long bench flew toward them, smashing into 5 or 6 men, blood erupting from their heads. Yin Ren held tightly to the young lady behind him, his grip on the sword tightening, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Those who wish to harm me must first consider whether they have the capability to do so." Chapter 19. He has arrived, master. We have located Zhou Huai. In the woods, a shadowy figure led by a dark guard approached, one clothed in red and the other in black. Chu Boichio fixed his gaze on the person Zhou Huai was carrying. As they drew closer, his heart sank. That was not the one he had been longing for. He could barely control the tremor in his voice. "Where is she?" Zhou Huai, drenched in rain, felt as if he were on the verge of despair. After the young lady checked into the inn, I intended to wait until she fell asleep before finding a room for myself. Just as I was about to enter, I overheard some men in the stable. They sounded like they were running a black market for robbery and murder. I wanted to whisk the young lady away, but I mistakenly entered the wrong room, and in the dark, I merely grabbed someone, and ran. It wasn't until I came to my senses that I realized I had the wrong person. Chu Buiqiu closed his eyes, his emotions difficult to decipher. "So, she is alone there now?" Zhou Huai stretched his neck, speaking in a rush. "Master, we must hurry. I overheard those men plotting to do something unspeakable to the young lady." Yin Gui trembled all over, not daring to meet Chu Buiqiu's gaze, casting a fierce glare at Zhou Huai. "Fool! You let the young lady sneak out, and now you can't even protect her safety. Do you wish to die?" As the rain cascaded down, Zhou embraced the ground, kneeling swiftly, droplets trickling from the roots of the trees onto his head. The young lady was in peril. Her subordinate could not escape the blame, even at the cost of his life. With a swift sound, the sword was unsheathed, slicing through Zhou's sleeve, mingling rainwater with his blood as it rolled away. That if she could not be saved, you would not be the only one to perish. Chu Buiqiu grasped his sword tightly, tightening the reins of his horse, spurring it onward. The others hastily followed. If misfortune befell the young lady, they would not mind their own demise. They feared, however, that their master would embark on an irreversible path, leading to utter desolation in the future. "Yin Run, be wary of your left." Mu Qing's voice rang out, prompting Yin Run to pivot his sword and block an ambush from that side. That a middle-aged woman scoffed coldly. "Little girl, how long do you think you can withstand this?" Wave after wave of foes fell beneath Yin Ren's blade. Yet another surge rushed forth. That Mu Qing observed the beleaguered man. Sweat clung his hair to his cheeks, his dark eyes brimming with lethal intent, while blood continuously flowed down his arm. That he had endured long enough. "Master, do you not desire me? Why go to such lengths?" Mu Qing attempted to free herself from Yin Ren's grasp, only to find it in vain. His gaze was filled with wariness. "To be at ease," she whispered, and he relaxed his grip slightly. "Master, you can see that this formidable opponent before us, should we continue to fight, it benefits neither of us." That Mu Qing's alluring almond-shaped eyes met his with a calm demeanor as she proposed. "Let us each take a step back. You release him, and I shall accompany you." Yen-Ren looked at Mu Qing in disbelief, yet she forcefully shook off his hand. Though young, she possesses audacity, he thought. The master scrutinized her for a moment, then raised his hand, signaling his advancing subordinates to halt. "In that case, you come here, and I shall let him go to—" He beckoned Mu Qing with a malicious smile. The men behind her watched her hungrily, like wolves poised to pounce. That as Mu Qing took a few steps forward, Yen-Run gripped her tightly once more. "Do you think I would let you face danger alone?" He raised his gaze, his solemn face now stained with blood, entangled with his hair, a far cry from the splendor he once exhibited in Bayan City, yet radiating the iron-willed pride of a warrior. "Yen-Run, trust me," she implored earnestly. "My brother has likely yet to arrive in Zhongzhou. Locating him will not take long. That I shall wait for you here." "Wait?" Yen-Run chuckled darkly, casting a cold glance at the vile men around them. "Chu Muqing, do you understand what would befall you should I leave?" "I do," she replied, pressing her lips together, offering him a gentle smile, as if to comfort him. "So you must hurry. I will find a way to stall them and protect myself." She turned to advance once more, only to be held back again. "To abandon you would mean anyone could take the position of General Yunhui." Yen-Ren suddenly exerted force, pulling Mu Qing behind him. Simultaneously, he drew two ornate short blades from behind his waist, their points sharp enough to slice through iron. That if he does not leave, then he shall die. The master commanded again, drawing out the hidden weapon from his sleeve, aiming it at the man while he grappled with her subordinates. This man was undoubtedly skilled. Without a cunning approach, she feared her inept warriors would stand no chance against him. Yen-Ren fought desperately amidst the crowd, wholly unaware of the danger that silently loomed overhead. Yen-Run, Mu Qing, with keen eyes, sensed something amiss and instinctively rushed to pull the struggling man away. A loud thud echoed as a long sword pierced through the throng, deflecting a sleeve arrow aimed at Yen-Ren's heart. It was only then that Yin Ren realized what had transpired. Seeing Mu Qing decisively push him aside, yet she was struck by the arrow, piercing her shoulder blade, a vivid crimson blossoming across her chest. Qing. Mu Qing struggled to remain upright, her gaze piercing through the crowd. Spotting the man leading several shadow guards into the inn, Chu Buiqiu, usually calm, suddenly narrowed his eyes, fixating on her wound, and hurried towards her. Wonderful, she thought, as she could not suppress the pain radiating throughout her body. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed. Mu Qing. Yin Ren's face filled with panic as he reached out to catch her, only to be forcefully shoved aside by a powerful hand. At that moment, another pair of hands caught the unconscious girl with steady precision. "Master, what shall we do?" Yin Gui inquired, looking at the young lady in his master's arms, frowning involuntarily. "Eliminate everyone except the one in charge," Chu Buiqiu replied, cradling the unconscious figure with bloodlust and a murderous glint in his eyes. His tone chillingly ruthless. "Leave no one alive, in and near Zhongzhou." Bei Quan nearly tumbled from his seat. "What? Mu Qing has come to Zhongzhou. Yin Ren is here too. She even took an arrow for him." The weight of this information left Bei Quan's mind reeling. After Yin Gui reported, another individual hurriedly stumbled in from outside. "Your Highness, what has happened to Mu Qing?" Bei Quan's gaze fell upon the anxious Yin Ren. His expression a mix of shock and complexity. "I just learned of it. Were you not with Mu Qing?" "I," Yin Ren took a deep breath at a loss for words. "The Chancellor has forbidden me from seeing her." "That is somewhat understandable." Bei Quan frowned at him, perplexed. "Ajua cares deeply for his sister. It is fortunate he did not kill you. Your Highness, would you take me to see Mu Qing?" Yin Ren's eyes lowered in guilt. He never expected Mu Qing would shield him from that arrow. Sigh. Bei Quan flicked his sleeves angrily, wanting to chastise someone but halting mid-sentence. Ultimately, he decided to disregard it. "No matter. I intend to visit Mu Qing anyway. You may accompany me, and it would be a good opportunity to apologize to Ajua." Chapter 20. Marriage proposal in the dimly lit, silent room. The young woman lay on the bed, her pale face serene as her breathing steadied after the acupuncture. "Master, the toxin has been purged from the young lady." The only one skilled in medicine among the Buqing guards, Jing Ke, was roused from slumber by her colleagues to treat Mu Qing's wounds. Fortunately, the arrow had not penetrated deeply, and the toxin was cleared in time. The young lady's life was not in jeopardy. "Understood. You may leave." Chu Buiqiu's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixated on the figure on the bed. He could not bear to imagine the grave danger that would have befallen the delicate girl had he arrived even a moment later. She, so fragile, pursued him to Zhongzhou for the sake of Wenchou. And now she stood in harm's way for that wretched Yin Ren. Did she think he was dead? Chu Buiqiu gently caressed her face, yearning to squeeze her tightly so she would understand the depth of his anguish. Yet he feared causing her pain, for that would only amplify his own suffering. That he withdrew his hand, a bitter self-deprecation creeping in. "What right do I have to demand your concern for my emotions? Merely for being a brother?" A knock sounded at the door. "Master, the crown prince has arrived." "Let him in." Bei Quan, hearing this, was about to extend his leg when Yin Gui intercepted him, adding, "The crown prince has brought General Yin as well." Bang! The door was suddenly struck by an unknown object. Bei Quan, startled, instinctively clutched his chest, only to hear a cold voice from within. "Wait in the side hall." Yin Ren, eager to see Mu Qing, took a step forward, only to be halted by Yin Gui. "Young general, the master has instructed you to wait in the side hall." His fists clenched tightly. This man was a subordinate of Mu Qing's brother, and he was the one responsible for her injury. Understood, he grumbled, putting on a facade of compliance, glaring at Yin Gui, who was dragging him toward the side hall. "Did I end the side hall of the inn?" Bei Quan said, "Ajua, we are nearing Zhongzhou. Once we arrive, we will be busy with disaster relief. Having an extra pair of hands will only be beneficial." He smiled warmly, subtly indicating the man standing in the hall. "The Chancellor, it was never my intention to harm Mu Qing. I shall take responsibility for this matter." Yin Ren unexpectedly knelt, bowing deeply to the silent man. "Responsibility?" Chu Buiqiu drew the short blade from Yin Gui's waist, casually gliding his fingers along its edge, his expression inscrutable. "Indeed, responsibility." Bei Quan rubbed his hands together, adopting a congenial demeanor, oblivious to the tension. "Yin Ren has been supporting me throughout. Mu Qing injured herself for his sake. I have watched the little girl grow up, and I consider myself a half-brother. Once she recovers, I shall personally petition Father to grant them a marriage proposal. Crash! The short blade suddenly cleaved the small table in two. The force akin to a terrifying thunderclap. Bei Quan was taken aback, nearly losing his balance against the chair, tumbling over and landing awkwardly. Ingui shot a sidelong glance, suppressing a smile. Chu Buiqiu's lips curled into a sly smile at the mention of a marriage proposal. Yin Run, however, was not startled by the table's demise. Rather, he was caught off guard by the implications of Bei Quan's words. His initial intent of taking responsibility was to find a capable physician for Mu Qing. Yet upon hearing Bei Quan's proclamation, his mind wandered to other possibilities. Marriage with Mu Qing. They had known each other for a brief time, and were not well acquainted. Yet, she willingly succumbed to poison to save him. And in a moment of peril, she chose to fall into the hands of the enemy to protect him. Furthermore, within the inn, he had held her close, shared the same bed with her, and even glimpsed her exposed skin. The thought of this made Yin Ren's face flush with heat. Contemplating this, he realized that he truly bore a responsibility. Moreover, Mu Qing's charming and delightful nature indeed made her quite endearing. As Yin Ren pondered this, he couldn't help but envision the days when the two of them might wed. Chu Buiqiu regarded the kneeling figure with a critical eye, noticing the deep crimson hue of both his ears and face. As if he harbored some unsavory thoughts. This only intensified his frustration, and he felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword and strike down this wretched boy. Were it not for Mu Qing's willingness to risk her life for this person, he would have relished the idea of slaying a general to vent his fury. Yin Run reigned in his daydreams of a bright future, and, looking at Chu Buiqiu, declared solemnly, "Prime Minister, I wish to take my younger sister as my wife. Rest assured, as we serve together in the court, not only will we be colleagues, but I shall also regard you as an elder brother." Ingui, the crown prince. Just as Chu Zizhen was about to step over the threshold, Chu Buiqiu's brow twitched, as if something within him was on the verge of eruption. He swiftly drew his dagger, aiming to thrust it at Yin Ren's head. Bei Quan, rarely quick to act, hurriedly wrapped his arms around Chu Buiqiu's waist, grinning at the bewildered Yin Ren. "I have never seen anyone so oblivious as you. Truly, you have opened my eyes." "Hey, hey, hey!" Chu Zizhen exclaimed, waving his hands in a flustered manner. "Don't strike. Mu Qing is awake. You will disturb her." Clang. The dagger clattered to the ground, the hilt first landing on Bei Quan's foot before bouncing away. "Oh my heavens!" Bei Quan yelped, hopping on one foot, only to find that the figure behind him had vanished. As a shadow fell over him, Bei Quan, feeling grateful, attempted to place a hand on Ngui's shoulder. Thinking, "I knew it, a Gui is the best." Ngui retrieved the dagger and sheathed it at his waist, stepping back with an expressionless face, causing Bei Quan to stumble once more. "Let me check on the young miss first." Bei Quan, nursing his foot in pain, shouted towards Ngui, "I should never have let you go to Chu Buiqiu. I should have taken you back to clean up and become a eunuch." On the other side of the inn, Mu Qing had just propped herself up when she was startled by the man bursting into the room. "Chu Buiqiu, are you trying to scare me to death?" Chu Buiqiu remained silent, securing the door with a heavy latch. When he turned to face her, his dark phoenix eyes bore a hint of red, and his expression was inscrutable, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Mu Qing felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze. "When Choyin," she asked, "why are you mentioning his name? Are you hoping to include someone else next time?" Chu Buiqiu's eyes darkened, his demeanor unusually tranquil, devoid of color. As his expression grew increasingly somber, Mu Qing's breath caught in her throat. Seeing him like this caused a pang of pain in her heart. "Next time, for whom will you cast away your life?" "Forsaking me," he murmured quietly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, which pained her to witness. "Brother, please allow me to explain," Mu Qing implored, but as she saw him turn to leave, she hurriedly threw off the covers and stumbled toward him. As her waist was firmly grasped, he heard her barely audible gasp of pain, and his heart softened instantly. Yearning to check her wound, yet pride held him motionless, that Mu Qing released a breath, her quick reflexes allowing her to embrace him. Clearly, he still struggled to free himself from her grasp, prompting her to tighten her hold, even as it caused her wound to throb painfully. The combination of her injury and Chu Buiqiu's coldness made her feel inexplicably wronged. Her nose began to sting, and her voice turned into a soft whimper. Villain. Chapter 21. Silencing the voices of the world, Chu Buiqiu's heart ached with each breath, a chilling smile curling his lips as he scoffed. Are you accusing me first? Mu Qing bit her lip, desperately stifling her sobs, yet still managing to mutter. You know nothing and only wrongfully accuse me. That he felt the tremors of her weeping behind him. And his heart ached, longing to turn and hold her. Yet he remained stubborn. What do I not know? Mu Qing's voice quivered. You don't know that I came to Zhongzhou for you. You don't know that Yin Run is here because I begged him to protect you. You have no idea how worried I am for you. You don't care about my pain at all. That the emotions surged within her. Mu Qing feared that if she released him, he would leave, so she fiercely bumped her forehead against him in frustration. Chu Buiqiu froze, feeling a sharp pain in his spine, yet his mind was still in turmoil. Mu Qing had come for him. Not for Wen Choyin. She claimed to worry for him. Were these mere sweet nothings or genuine sentiments? Seeing him remain unyielding, Mu Qing's anger flared, and she let go, declaring, if you wish to leave, then go. Don't look back at me. She felt a powerful tug, and suddenly found herself crushed against his solid chest, rendered immobile. Say it again. She was taken aback, the sound of her cries abruptly ceasing. Huh. He softly repeated, say it again. Confused, she muttered, if you want to leave, then go. Chu Buiqiu coldly interrupted the previous statement that Mu Qing, realizing, obediently replied, you don't know that I worry for you and don't care about my pain. You worry for me? He echoed, and with those few words, his heart exploded with joy. As if fireworks had erupted within his chest, he suspected that Mu Qing was some kind of enchantress. She had not uttered any grand vows of love. Yet her words utterly captivated him, leaving him breathless that he felt utterly pathetic, so easily swayed. You really came to Zhongzhou for me, he cautiously confirmed. Why else? Mu Qing thought him daft. Why would he repeatedly question her about something he had already heard? Chu Buiqiu paused before pressing further. Then why did you accept the gift from Wen Choyin? Mu Qing took a moment to process, her brows furrowing in confusion. I accepted a gift from Wen Choyin? When did he give me a gift? Meanwhile, at the Yong'an Wang residence, Qin Ro was led to the woodshed. Sister Qin, this is not only helping me, but also aiding yourself. Si Deshun scrutinized her expression through the crack in the door. His intentions unmistakable. The woman opposite wore a water blue gown, her delicate skin radiant, and her dark hair elegantly pinned with 2 jade hairpins. Her deep-set black eyes reflected a troubled spirit. Sister Deshun, you want me to help you with Chu Muqing. Yet if this is discovered later, the consequences would be too grave for me. Merely the daughter of a county magistrate, to bear that a flicker of disdain crossed Si Deshun's eyes, quickly masked by a facade of concern. Sister, I speak only for your benefit. That Chu Muqing clings to the Prime Minister like a leech, exuding an air of superiority. How could she ever allow you to enter the door? Qin Ro tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Her voice softening. Sister, I have no engagement with the Prime Minister. Besides, he is like an elder brother to me. He would never allow me to take charge of my own marriage. Si Deshun cast her a sidelong glance. Noticing her words began to take effect, and continued to elaborate on the situation. Sister, you are being foolish. You have seen how Chu Muqing behaves, taking advantage of the Prime Minister's favor. You are not unaware of your status as a concubine-born daughter. Although you were raised under the magistrate's name, your lineage is still inferior, that if the Prime Minister wishes to marry you, Chu Muqing could easily use your background to bar you from entering. Qin Ro's breath caught. She was indeed a concubine-born child. The main wife had remained childless for many years, and thus she had been taken from her mother's side to be raised as the legitimate daughter. Although she bore the title of a legitimate daughter, she was well aware that she was not truly of proper lineage. If this status were to be used against her, not only would she not pass Chu Muqing's scrutiny, but the whispers of the world would also be silenced, who would deem her worthy of marrying the powerful Prime Minister. Seeing her reaction, Si Deshun stood a little taller, that if you remove Chu Muqing from the equation, not only will you eliminate a dissenting voice, but I can also persuade my father to adopt you as a goddaughter. With the Yong'an Wang residents backing you, who would dare speak against your marriage to the Prime Minister? Qin Ro's eyes flickered, her outward composure steady, yet her heart was undeniably swayed. Moreover, you need not seek out help to deal with Chu Muqing. My Wang residence has skilled individuals at our disposal. Just hand over your father's insignia to me, and we will ensure a smooth exit from the city. Though Si Deshun spoke confidently, in her heart, she schemed to later use the magistrate's insignia as evidence to shift the blame onto the Qin family, ensuring that the Yong'an Wang residence would remain unscathed. But Qin Ro, having grown up under the main wife's watchful eye, was adept at reading hearts and saw through Si Deshun's cunning intentions. She merely smiled at Si Deshun's foolishness, knowing well that such petty tricks would not deceive her, that in her heart, she recognized that Chu Muqing was indeed a liability. Not because she feared this person would obstruct her marriage to Chu Buqiu, but rather that the way Chu Buqiu looked at Chu Muqing was far too reminiscent of a brother's gaze upon his sister. The mere county magistrate's insignia would not be difficult to obtain. However, simply following Si Deshun's scheme was not a viable plan. She needed to stir the waters herself. Qin Ro lifted her gaze, meeting Si Deshun's eyes in the woodshed with a smile. Since that is the case, then I shall boldly follow your lead, sister. Meanwhile, within the official post station, upon hearing Chu Buqiu's words, the woman pondered for a moment. When she departed that night, she had instructed Sui Sui to pretend as if she were still present in the residence, so as not to alarm anyone and reveal that she had secretly gone to Zhongzhou. Thus, the gift she was completely unaware of having sent was likely accepted by Sui Sui. Chu Buqiu, I left just half a day later than you. I had no knowledge of when Choyin sent the gift. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of those in the residence that led to its erroneous acceptance. Muqing, still loyal to her principles, did not expose Sui Sui's involvement. Upon hearing this, Chu Buqiu fell into a daze, feeling a twinge of regret. It turned out that his recent displeasure and anger were merely the result of a misunderstanding. You truly are something else. Muqing struggled out of his embrace, her fist landing heavily on his chest as she vented her frustration. You are just like the spoiled young ladies in the stories. Unwilling to listen to explanations, unreasonable, and petty, Chu Buqiu was momentarily taken aback. How could he, a dignified official wielding power, be likened to a capricious young lady from a tale? After Muqing vented her grievances, she felt a significant weight lift from her heart, yet the pain in her chest began to surge once more. Ouch! Noticing her discomfort, Chu Buqiu swiftly lifted her in his arms and carefully laid her down on the couch. The wound had reopened, a few drops of crimson began to seep through the fabric of Muqing's garment, and without hesitation, Chu Buqiu reached out to remove her clothing. What are you doing? She quickly batted his hand away, her voice low and commanding. His expression was solemn, stating, the wound has reopened. I must change your dressing. You change my clothes? Muqing glanced at her own attire, her ears turning crimson, that he hesitated for a moment before truthfully replying. It was Jinkei who changed them. Muqing felt relieved, knowing that Jinkei was the only one among Chu Buqiu's secret guards skilled in medicine. I'll change it myself. That no Chu Buqiu firmly rejected her, providing a sound reason. You have never changed a dressing before. If you mishandle it, the wound may become infected. That it's just changing a dressing. There is no need to be shy about it. That I'll manage the clothing myself. Chapter 22. The jealousy of Baiman. Chu Buqiu observed the woman slowly unfastening her garment. The sight of her fair shoulder being exposed to the air was striking. She merely pushed the fabric down to her arms, yet he could clearly see the two crimson ribbons around her neck, accentuating her graceful curves, their implications unmistakable. Since he had taught Muqing the importance of propriety, he had deliberately maintained a distance from her. The innocent and adorable little girl who had once babbled seemed to belong to yesterday, while before him stood a mature woman, her femininity glaringly evident. His throat tightened as he realized the extent of his own shamelessness. To go ahead. Muqing felt somewhat embarrassed but tried to remain calm in front of the man. Chu Buqiu hesitated for a long time, and only when she urged him again did he dip his fingers into the anti-inflammatory ointment. The cool touch of his fingertips combined with the ointment met her heated skin, causing a sharp sting that made Muqing gasp softly. That it hurts, she complained, her voice unexpectedly laced with a hint of a sultry tone. The man's fingers trembled slightly, and at that moment he took a deep breath, attempting to dismiss the myriad of thoughts that had raced through his mind. After a few steady breaths, he feigned indifference and withdrew his hand, replying blandly, perhaps Jinkei should take care of it. Why? Muqing felt it a hassle, and, seeing the man's impassive expression, couldn't help but mutter. The clothes are already off, and you aren't going to do anything. This statement, though seemingly innocuous, bore deeper contemplation. Chu Buqiu's fist tightened slightly as he silently placed the ointment back on the table. Muqing stared at the man's back, puzzled, until he suddenly turned around and leaned closer to her. She stiffened as his handsome face drew near, so close she could feel his hurried breath. Instinctively, she shut her eyes. As she felt the coolness of his touch glide over her skin, his heated breath fanned across her, igniting an acute sensitivity. Chu Buiqiu. She bit her lower lip, yet his fingertips brushed against her, easing her tension. Suddenly, she felt her garment being gently fastened, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself meeting Chu Buiqiu's gaze as he helped her dress. Chu Buiqiu raised his eyes, his expression more serious than before, cautioning her against catching a chill. Muqing was taken aback, then quickly retreated, fastening her own buttons, stammering, "I understand, I can do it myself." She felt a wave of frustration at her own wild imaginings, her movements to fasten the buttons appearing rather flustered. Chu Buiqiu cast her a sidelong glance. The corners of his lips curved slightly, though he restrained himself, that he now understood that Muqing had not come for Wenchoin, but rather out of genuine concern for him. Moreover, the blush on her cheeks earlier had brought him a sense of tranquility. Muqing! Chu Muqing! A series of urgent calls rang from outside, just as Muqing finished fastening her buttons. She curiously peered outside, wondering if it was General Yin calling for her. The smile that had just graced Chu Buiqiu's face instantly vanished, the cacophony of calls grating on his nerves. Right, it seemed this girl had yet to explain why she had shielded Yin Run from the arrows. Chu Muqing. Muqing hesitated. Whenever the man called her by her full name, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Why did you shield Yin Run from the arrows? Chu Buiqiu's expression remained indifferent, yet the tension in his clenched jaw revealed his irritation. Muqing paused for a long moment, struggling to conjure an appropriate reason. Brother, General Yin promised to come to Zhongzhou to protect you. And at the end, he clearly could have left first, yet he chose not to abandon me. He is a man of loyalty and righteousness. I cannot stand by and watch him perish for my sake, that I cannot bear to witness him sacrifice himself for me again. Chu Buiqiu frowned slightly, the calls from outside still echoing, aggravating his irritation, that he turned to confirm with Muqing. Is that truly your reason? Of course, that Muqing's expression was resolute, yet he sensed an underlying truth that eluded him. My martial skills are on par with Yin Ren's. The nonsensical remark momentarily left Muqing bewildered. What I mean is, Chu Buiqiu composed himself, his tone subdued yet laced with innate pride, I do not require his protection. Muqing was stunned for quite some time, and it wasn't until Chu Buiqiu turned to leave the room, taking the noisy Yin Ren with him, that she grasped the situation, the jealousy of Baiman. As usual, on full display. The following morning, Jinkei attended to Muqing's dressing once more, and by this time, she was able to rise from the bed and move about. Indeed, there were no idle individuals in Chu Buiqiu's retinue. After breakfast, Chu Buiqiu was summoned by the crown prince, seemingly to discuss strategies to cope with the impending floods. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Run came to visit her again, rambling on about various matters. Muqing listened in confusion, ultimately assuring him that her health was gradually improving and that he need not worry or feel guilty. Upon hearing this, Yin Ren appeared somewhat disappointed. Just then, Chu Jin came to see her. He felt it inappropriate to linger and excused himself, citing pressing governmental affairs. Speaking of Chu Jun, after she was drugged that night, she had been mistakenly taken away by Zhou Huai. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Muqing in such a state, she had felt a deep sense of guilt, claiming she had failed to protect Muqing adequately. Muqing's heart warmed at her concern, and she consoled her, only to suddenly remember that she was still unaware of what had transpired at the inn that day, prompting her to inquire about how the individuals at the inn had been dealt with. Chu Jin initially hesitated, but eventually divulged everything. Chu Buiqiu had bloodily executed everyone at the inn, employing exceedingly brutal methods that, of course, Chu Jin had heard this from other secret guards in passing, and the details were scarcely mentioned. However, from her descriptions alone, one could imagine the gruesome scene. Muqing paused in shock. Yet she was not surprised. Chu Buiqiu valued her above all else, and how could he allow anyone to humiliate her? In her past life, after her death, Chu Buiqiu had slaughtered the imperial city, leaving devastation in his wake. The image of that scene remained vividly etched in her memory. His regard for her had long been evident. Did he leave no one alive? Muqing asked. Chu Jin recalled and replied. It seems he only imprisoned the innkeeper. Yet has not yet dealt with him, that Muqing's heart stirred. Reflecting on the events that had transpired at the inn, it still seemed unfathomable. She had slipped out of the city, and even the all-seeing Chu Buiqiu had only learned of it days later. Yet the innkeeper was aware of her identity. This at least proved one thing. Their master must be someone from Bayan City, and he had undoubtedly been observing the minister's residence. Fully aware of their dealings, that Tio dare to lay hands on her was no different from provoking Chubucho himself. Was it possible that an enemy had inadvertently been created by Chubucho? But that didn't make sense. What harm could she inflict upon him? She was merely an orphan adopted by the Chu family, and even though she was nominally Chubucho's sister, that did not justify any actual harm against him. Muqing contemplated that perhaps she could no longer remain idle. "Sister Chu, could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Take me to see the innkeeper who is being detained. I wish to speak with her." Chapter 23, Interrogation. The dimly lit corridor of the prison seemed endless, filled with the musty scent of decaying wood. After scanning the surroundings multiple times to ensure safety, Chu Jin stealthily led Muqing inside. The prison established within this official post station housed prisoners from old cases. "I heard from your brother's subordinate, the one who rescued me, that his name is Zhou Huai. Indeed, upon awakening, I discovered that he had just apprehended an individual and confined them, reportedly within these very walls." Chu Zixin, caught in an unexpected twist of fate, was carried away by Zhou Huai, thus unveiling the fact that those who had been shadowing them for days were subordinates of Chubucho. She felt indebted to him for saving her life, and when Chubucho sought to impose punishment, she interceded on behalf of Zhou Huai, which ultimately spared him from retribution. That in gratitude, Zhou Huai naturally confided in her without reservation. It is said that this specializes in the vile trade of murder and robbery. Men are assessed for their physical strength and sent to work in the mines if deemed fit, while women are judged by their appearance. Some are mercilessly abused and killed, while others are dispatched to pleasure houses to entertain clients. Then Mu Qing furrowed her brow, pondering the trafficking of human lives. Chu Zixin expressed her disdain for such actions, scoffing, "Precisely." She could not fathom why, once the dust had settled, Mu Qing still intended to meet that woman. However, she later learned that the unscrupulous innkeeper appeared to have ulterior motives beyond mere commerce regarding Mu Qing. The specifics eluded her. She could only await the unfolding of events to Qing'er. "Feel free to inquire. I shall stand guard at the door for your protection." Mu Qing lowered her gaze, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Sister Chu, I have an unusual request." Chu Zixin was taken aback. "When the time comes for questioning, could you please guard the entrance? If my brother arrives, I kindly ask you to intercept him." After a moment's pause, several thoughts surged within Chu Zixin's mind. Firstly, the matter Mu Qing wished to discuss with the innkeeper likely pertained to the Chu family or the court, rendering her presence inappropriate. Mu Qing might be concerned that this issue could endanger her. Secondly, if Mu Qing felt that even her brother should remain uninformed, it indicated that she possessed some understanding of the innkeeper's true nature. "Very well, I shall grant your request." Chu Zixin, who was not one to pry into the privacy of others, felt a sense of camaraderie toward Mu Qing. If Mu Qing was willing to share, she would undoubtedly divulge it in due course, upon reaching the small cell where the innkeeper was held. Chu Zixin noted the tightly locked door, realizing that the individual was securely confined, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief as she instructed Mu Qing to wait for her outside. With the door firmly shut, Mu Qing could only peer through the gap to observe the occupant. The middle-aged woman was covered in mud, utterly disheveled, having long lost the commanding presence she once displayed at the inn. "I shall pose 3 questions. Answer them well, and I shall spare your life." The female innkeeper lifted her head, her gaze landing upon the girl before her, clad in a light moon-white garment and draped in a fox-fur cloak. Her clear, bright apricot eyes fixed upon her with utmost composure, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance that was the young girl who had narrowly escaped her clutches that day. She scoffed softly. "Spare my life? You seem to underestimate your own words." Mu Qing slightly raised her chin, her expression frosty as she replied, "To spare your life would be no challenge for me. However, I am no saint, and even if I possessed such power, I would not wish to see a person like you, who has committed countless heinous acts, continue to exist in this world. Urine has undoubtedly ruined countless bright futures and extinguished innocent lives. To spare your life is already the utmost leniency I can offer." Her words, the innkeeper spat out a mouthful of blood, laughing carelessly. "I care not for life or death, but I am curious. What could a mere girl like you possibly be interested in? First, does your master know of my origins?" The innkeeper deliberately obfuscated. "What if he knows? What if he does not?" Mu Qing raised an eyebrow. "Second, Is your master's power secure? The innkeeper huffed impatiently, feeling a twinge of disappointment in this girl. She had expected her to inquire about something significant, only to find her questions trivial and transparent. Third, Mu Qing's gaze lifted slightly as she spoke slowly. Your master does not seek to oppose Chu Buqiu. His target is me. The innkeeper's expression froze abruptly, momentarily rendering her speechless. Mu Qing smiled with satisfaction. Her initial two questions had been merely to lower the innkeeper's guard, while the last was the true inquiry. You deceive me. The woman's scarred face suddenly contorted into a grin of derision. Haha, your master's intent to kill you is indeed justified. Yet alas, you shall never uncover his identity. Not necessarily. Mu Qing straightened her posture, a subtle smile gracing her pristine and radiant face, enigmatic and inscrutable. The life of a rat in the gutter is long. There will surely come a day when it is exposed to the light. As clouds drifted by, the one who laughs last this time shall undoubtedly be me. I end the state of Wei. At the Duke of Wei's residence, Duke Wei Shiran hosted a banquet to entertain the distant Prince Ning, who had come to offer counsel on flood control. During the meal, when Choyin raised his glass in a toast, the Crown Prince and the Chancellor have yet to arrive. I shall first express my gratitude to the Duke for hosting this feast. Wei Shiran's expression turned solemn as he reciprocated. Your Highness is too kind. It is I who must thank you for coming to devise strategies for the floods. The Duke and the Queen are siblings, and thus the Crown Prince's maternal uncle. Such words indeed humbled Choyin. When Choyin smiled warmly, presenting a visage of humility and grace, that in the face of natural disasters like floods, the status of royal relatives and noble families becomes inconsequential amidst the greater matters of state. Wei Shiran's demeanor darkened slightly, unable to fully engage. Observing his silence, when Choyin swallowed a drink, only to hear Wei Shiran's half-brother, Wei Ju, chuckle. Brother, why the long face? I am the governor of Zhongzhou. Even if the emperor were to impose punishment, I would bear the responsibility. Furthermore, with the Qian and the Chancellor present to manage the disaster, along with the assistance of the capable Choyin, a comprehensive solution would surely be devised. Wei Shiran's brow furrowed further, still refraining from comment, when Choyin, ever the diplomat, promptly raised his glass towards Wei Ju in agreement. With Uncle Wei's words, my esteemed nephew shall surely double his efforts for Zhongzhou. Wei Ju smiled broadly, his gaze lingering on when Choyin with a knowing glint. Midway through the banquet, Luo Cha leaned in to whisper to Choyin, My lord, the Crown Prince and the Chancellor have been delayed on their journey and will require several more days to arrive. Oh! When Choyin's eyes narrowed, concealing his emotions. What has transpired? It appears to be related to Lady Chu. She has also come to Zhongzhou. When Choyin raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. I knew she would not so easily relinquish her pursuit of me. Luo Cha nodded. Does my lord wish for me to take any action? Retrieve the treasures I acquired in the western regions. If she is so devoted, I cannot allow her to feel disappointed. When Choyin gazed at the exquisite wine in his cup, lost in thought, a subtle sense of delight swelling within him, the inn. Mu Qing bid farewell to Chu Zizhen and sat alone in the corridor, contemplating that as she suspected, the innkeeper's master was indeed targeting her, that in her previous life, she had not ventured to Zhongzhou and thus had not encountered this situation. Might her arrival here pose a threat to that individual? But why? In the midst of her musings, a sudden epiphany struck her as she recalled Hui Qin's final words at the Zhengui Temple. Her origins. Could it be that her lineage was indeed extraordinary? Ah, yes. When she departed from the temple, Hui Qin had given her 2 boxes, which she had kept close at hand for fear of being discovered by Chu Buqiu. 1 blue and 1 purple small square box were retrieved from the pouch tied to her waist. What secrets could lie within? No matter. She would open them and take a look. Mu Qing first opened the light blue box to reveal a small bamboo slip. Its material did not resemble the ordinary slips found in the temple, but appeared to be carefully carved into its current form. Inscribed upon the slip were a series of small characters that did not resemble the script of Baiming. Having studied under Chu Buqiu for many years, she had become quite knowledgeable. Yet this script was entirely unfamiliar to her. Mu Qing placed the bamboo slip back into the blue box and slowly opened the lid of the purple box. Mu Qing, what are you doing here? A clear, resonant voice emerged from behind her, startling her and causing her to nearly drop the 2 boxes. As the boxes fell, a man's long hand reached out and effortlessly caught them. Mu Qing's ruby lips parted slightly, and she instinctively stepped forward, maintaining her composure. "Thank you, young general." "Thank me?" Yin Run, dressed in a vibrant red military uniform adorned with golden cloud patterns, his dark hair still tied high, wore a spirited smile that concealed a hint of mischief. "Who said I was giving them to you? If I pick them up, they are mine now." She furrowed her brows, unwilling to engage in banter with him, and extended her hand dismissively. "Return them to me." Yin raised an eyebrow. "Is this how you speak to a general?" She clenched her teeth, her patience wearing thin, and threatened, "If you don't give them back, I'll just take them. Oh, take them." Yin leaned in closer, waving the boxes teasingly before her, declaring loudly, "Come take them. If you manage to snatch them, not only will the boxes belong to you, but I shall also be at your service." She balled her fists, staring intently at him, and coldly retorted, "Yin, you are truly childish." With that, she turned as if to leave. "Hey!" Yin quickly reached out to stop her. In that moment of distraction, Mu Qing seized the opportunity to spin around and lunge to reclaim the boxes. Yet, having spent years in military service, Yin was far from unskilled. He reacted faster than she could, holding the two boxes high above his head, while his other hand pointed at her, feigning astonishment. "I must say, this little girl of yours is quite the schemer. Who would dare marry you in the future?" Just as Mu Qing was about to snatch the boxes back, she found herself infuriated by his quickness. Despite Yin being significantly taller than her, she remained undeterred, jumping up to retrieve the boxes. Observing the rare sight of the young girl flustered and angry, Yin struggled to suppress his laughter, saying, "Come on, if you can take them, they're yours." Yet at the same time, he mischievously held them even higher. "These were originally mine. What do you care about who marries me? You're not even allowed to." "Very well. If you can obtain it, I shall reluctantly marry you," said Yin, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes as he teased her with a playful smile. No matter how high Mu Qing jumped, she could not reach the lofty position of Yin-Ren's long arm. Suddenly inspired, she forcefully tugged at the fabric of his chest, pulling him down sharply. "Hey!" Yin-Ren, caught off guard, was indeed compelled to bend at her insistence, his arm inexplicably following suit. Then Mu Qing's hand slipped through the space between his neck and shoulder, pressing against him as she deftly seized the box from his grasp. With a sly smile, she declared, "Yin-Run, it appears your skills are lacking." Yin-Run found himself entrapped by her soft form, momentarily lost in thought, while Mu Qing beamed radiantly, causing his heart to race. The sound of shattered teacups rang out sharply, snapping Mu Qing back to reality as she realized how close she had been to Yin-Run, their position resembling an embrace. "That don't look," came the flustered voice of Bei Quan from the corridor, prompting both to turn their gazes toward him. That Mu Qing froze, sensing impending trouble, for Chu Bo Chio stood nearby, his expression impassive, his heavy gaze fixed upon them. "Yin-Run, Mu Qing, what is this inappropriate behavior in broad daylight?" Bei Quan exclaimed, adopting a serious demeanor with hands clasped behind his back. Mu Qing hesitated, unsure of how to respond, especially with the two conspicuous boxes in her hands. "What to do?" "Ahem," Yin-Ren stammered, a hint of an unnatural blush creeping across his cheeks. Stealing a glance at Mu Qing, he spoke up, "Mu Qing and I were just discussing the wooden box that this young general carved himself." Suddenly, Mu Qing interrupted Yin-Run, causing him to blink in surprise. With a bright smile, she thrust the box into his hands, feigning lightheartedness. "The young general's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. It makes me want to admire it even more. Please take care not to drop it again, as you did earlier." The last four words were emphasized with particular weight, hoping he would take the hint to safeguard the box for now. Yin-Run, momentarily taken aback, caught her meaningful glance and acquiesced. "Indeed, you have a point." The crown prince, immediately convinced, realized that any elder brother witnessing this scene would not take it lightly. Thus he intervened, "Do be more mindful next time. None of you seem to make things easy." That Mu Qing stole a glance toward the other side. Chu Bo Chio stood tall and still, neither exposing their secret nor displaying anger, resembling an emotionless statue as he regarded them with mild disdain. "Brother," she blinked her almond-shaped eyes, preparing to act coy, but Chu Bo Chio turned away, ready to depart. "Chu Bo Chio, master, there's trouble." Ingui rushed over from afar, his expression fraught with urgency. I isn't this the esteemed Ingui. Nearly turned into a little eunuch of the palace, Bei Quan remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm upon seeing him. Inge shot him a disinterested glance before continuing, Master, the black market shopkeeper has committed suicide. Mu Qing paused, hastening forward, dead? Inge nodded, explaining that he had apparently been discovered having collided headfirst into the prison door, likely driven to despair by his guilt. Yanren scoffed, well, a swift death is fitting. It might even be considered merciful, that Mu Qing sighed softly, recognizing that he likely understood his end was near, and a quick death spared him the agony of torture. Furthermore, Master, the flooding in Zhongzhou has worsened. Prince Ning has already arrived in Zhongzhou, and the Duke of Wei has sent word urging us to depart post-haste. Bei Quan frowned, anxiety creeping into his heart for the common people of Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing felt a sense of foreboding. Calculating the time, she realized that the assassination attempt Bei Quan and Chu Boqiu had encountered was imminent. Yet at present, Bei Quan was still smiling and chatting amiably with Chu Boqiu, attempting to brighten his spirits. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. What had transpired in the past that had led these once-bonded brothers to become estranged? What misfortune had befallen Chu Boqiu that he bore the weight of treason against the crown prince? The coup she had witnessed firsthand was shrouded in untold truths. Was her enigmatic lineage somehow entangled in this grand chess game affecting the realm? Your Highness, shall we set forth now? Chu Boqiu finally proposed after a long silence. Bei Quan nodded, aware that as a scion of the emperor, he would one day govern the world, and there was much he needed to learn. This journey was not only to safeguard his maternal family in Zhongzhou, but also to alleviate the suffering of the beleaguered populace. Brother, then let us depart, that Mu Qing quietly approached, silently following behind the man. Chu Boqiu remained wordless, but his pace quickened imperceptibly. Why the haste? I can hardly keep up. Though Mu Qing was taller than the average woman, she still felt diminutive beside Chu Boqiu, struggling to match his stride. Inge, came his cool voice, prompting the nearby man to respond swiftly. After handling the body in the prison, escort her back to Bei'an City. Mu Qing's eyes widened in urgency as she declared, I want to accompany you to Zhongzhou. Yet, Chu Boqiu acted as if he had not heard, continuing his orders, bring more men along the way, and ensure the daughter of Inspector Chu is sent back as well. She laughed in exasperation. I've already said, I want to go back. The group ahead suddenly came to a halt, causing Mu Qing to collide directly into his solid back. Ouch! Chu Mu Qing, I am not jesting with you. Chapter 25. Princess Yumei. Mu Qing's hand froze in midair as she clutched her forehead, with the man never turning his back. His tone flat yet unmistakably earnest. Flooding is no trivial matter. Your presence would only hinder me. Initially, she thought he was merely sulking out of jealousy, but now she comprehended that he genuinely did not want her to go. I have been perusing numerous texts on flood control. Once in Zhongzhou, I shall obediently follow behind you and not be a burden. Following me would indeed be a burden. Chu Boqiu's sudden declaration left her momentarily speechless. Gue, after returning her, find someone to keep an eye on her. Do not allow the same mistake to occur again. Error? Mu Qing fell silent for a moment before softly responding. Is it a mistake to exhaust all efforts to obtain this? The man remained silent, and after a brief interval, turned to leave her line of sight. Gue cautiously looked at Mu Qing. Young miss, I shall escort you back. As she saw him growing distant. Mu Qing inhaled deeply and addressed Gue. Brother Gue, you have watched me grow. Gue nodded, somewhat puzzled. He had been with Chu Boqiu since she was just 8, witnessing her gradual transformation into the young lady she was today. Do you remember when I was 10, and the crown prince came to our residence to present gifts? Gue stiffened, for her eyes sparkled with hope and implication. Young miss. In the imperial city of Beimang, a slender, fair arm emerged from wide sleeves, delicately grinding coarse tea leaves in a fine powder atop a gilded tea grinder, releasing a faint, fragrant aroma. The tea you ground is truly exquisite, remarked the Northern Emperor, propping his chin on his hand, looking at the woman with the wide-eyed curiosity of a child, despite being in his middle age. Princess Yumei, nearing 40, retained a delicate complexion, her crescent-shaped brows framing watery almond eyes. Her features refined yet imbued with a rare beauty and strength. Tio praised it before tasting. How insincere, she teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sister, your temperament remains unchanged after all these years, the Northern Emperor murmured, suppressing a grin in her youth. Princess Yume had fought valiantly alongside the late emperor, a remarkable female general. Unlike ordinary women, she possessed an innate pride and decisiveness, yet time had dulled her fierceness, rendering her more approachable now. Your temperament, too, remains steadfast, she replied, pouring the finely ground tea into a sieve to filter it. Sending a Quan alone to Zhongzhou is rather ruthless of you. The Northern Emperor raised an eyebrow, chuckling. It is for his own growth. I have even invited Prince Ning and Azhua to assist, why you may consider the two individuals mentioned by her brother. Frowning slightly, I find Chu Zai Fu to possess some talent, but I am not fond of Prince Ning. Why do you say that, sister? As she stirred the filtered tea leaves into boiling water. A hint of arrogance flickered in her brow, just a sixth sense. The Northern Emperor, arms crossed and grinning, found himself at a loss for words. Your judgment of men seems rather flawed, why you may paused with the teaspoon. And the Northern Emperor quickly fell silent, mumbling, That is not what I meant, that no matter. Time has passed. I am no longer the Yu Mei of yesteryear. She poured the fragrant tea into a cup, momentarily reminiscing about her vibrant youth, galloping across battlefields, captivating countless onlookers. Except for one person, that Quan has now come of age. It is time to arrange a marriage for him. Steam wafted from the cup as she lifted it, offering it to the distracted Northern Emperor, but he accepted with a nod, smiling. That lad is rather inept. His mother was notoriously flamboyant before her passing, that I wonder who he takes after. Yume lowered her eyelids. And after a long while, she recalled the late Empress Wei, the mother of Beiquan, who, in her youth, was a spirited young lady much like herself. The Northern Emperor blew gently on his tea, a hint of worry shadowing his expression. Should he inherit the throne in the future, I genuinely fear whether he possesses the capability to govern the realm. What is there to be afraid of? Yume sipped her tea, the fragrance bursting forth in her mouth. And unconsciously her lips curled into a smile. Oh, you not have a madcap son. The Northern Emperor, upon recalling the erratic demeanor of Baekuan, felt a pang in his heart. With that dreadful temper of his, I genuinely worry that in one moment he might entrust the common folk to Baekuan, only for him to use their heads as playthings in the next. Yume chuckled softly, although her second nephew often behaved recklessly. He was not truly malevolent, he simply had yet to mature. Speaking of which, it had been quite a while since she last saw Shao Qi. Where had that wild dog run off to this time? The Northern Emperor glanced towards his trusted aide, Gong Li Quan, who stood in the corner. Li Quan's expression was somewhat complicated. The seventh prince mentioned that he has been feeling quite damp lately and intends to go to Tanzhou for some spicy food to dispel the moisture. Nonsense, the Northern Emperor rolled his eyes and retorted. To dispel moisture? I think he seeks to rid himself of his madness. What girl would ever agree to marry him? Li Quan pondered for a moment and brought up. I heard that the seventh prince has recently developed a good rapport with the young lady from the Chu family, Zhua's sister. The Northern Emperor stroked his chin, recalling the sweet-natured girl he had encountered years prior. It was said that Chu Zaifu cherished his sister dearly. Yume set down her teacup and began to tidy her slightly disheveled attire, her brow furrowing in thought. Indeed, that day, when Prince Ning sought to marry her, he nearly met his end at the palace entrance. The Northern Emperor recalled that bloody scene and involuntarily shook his head. No, with the few rebellious bones I produced, it would not be enough for Zhua to cleave through. In the distant vicinity of Zhongzhou, Chu Buoqiu stepped over the threshold, only to witness the carriage carrying Mu Qing and Chu Qizhen rolling away into the dust. Good riddance, he thought, relieved to see them go. It spared him the sight of them, which troubled him, and he wouldn't have to constantly worry for her safety. Zhou Huai stepped forward with cupped hands, cautiously stating, Master, the luggage is all prepared. We may set off. Chu Buoqiu cast him a glance, coldly remarking, The previous leniency I showed you was due to your reliable work at Bokingwei, but that does not mean you can evade the consequences of your past misdeeds. Zhou Huai shivered, uncertain of what had ignited his master's ire this time. Clearly, the young lady had followed his wishes, so why was he still so angry? Understood. Zhou Huai lifted the curtain of the carriage, and as Chu Buoqiu prepared to enter, he suddenly halted. What is it, master? Zhou Huai curiously leaned into Pekin's side, and upon doing so, he was taken aback. The very person who was supposed to have departed, Mu Qing, was presently pouring steaming tea into a cup, greeting them with a smile. Why are you still standing there? Come, sit. Zhou Huai found himself unable to stand any longer. His legs turning to jelly, he immediately took a step back and knelt upright, exclaiming, "Master, this time it truly wasn't me." Chapter 26. Disguised as a maid, get out. When Chu Buochio's phoenix eyes lacked any emotion, they exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. "Very well." Zhou Huai rose. "That it wasn't you." "Indeed." Zhou Huai promptly knelt again. Muqing, calm and unruffled, lifted the teacup and sweetly offered it to the man. "Brother, have some tea." Chu Buochio lowered his gaze, observing the thin steam rising from the tea's surface. Clearly, this girl had lingered in the carriage for quite some time. That carriage, which had deliberately distanced itself, was merely her ruse that he watched her quietly. "I do not wish to repeat myself." She set down the teacup and reached out to tug at the man's sleeve, attempting to coax him into sitting down, but found him unmoving. "Brother, do you not love me anymore?" Her soft, petulant voice prompted Zhou Huai to catch her eye, and he promptly lowered the curtain of the carriage. The moment the word love left her lips, Chu Buochio's defenses crumbled. The cool pride that adorned his handsome face softened slightly. "Brother, you used to be reluctant to show me a cold face." Muqing pouted, gently shaking the man's arm, forcing him to sit. "Used to?" Chu Buochio recalled how they had interacted in the past. Indeed, in earlier years, no matter what mischief she engaged in, a mere pout from her would thaw his heart. Yet since he had become aware of his own feelings for Muqing, her every act of affection now stirred within him base desires, prompting thoughts that were far from noble. Thus, in recent years, he had maintained a distance from her, his demeanor no longer as warm as it once was. Eventually, the little girl had taken a liking to Wenqiu. That scoundrel. He once pondered whether his unspoken distance was indeed the right choice. "Forget it." Muqing, having coaxed him for a while, decided to lift her teacup and said deliberately, "If this tea is not consumed, it will grow cold. That I might as well take it to General Yin." Yet, before she could take 2 steps forward, her wrist tightened, and a sudden feeling of weightlessness followed. The man, with great strength, effortlessly pulled her back, but misjudged the force, causing her to lose her balance and fall back. Muqing landed squarely on Chu Buochio's lap, the faint scent of sandalwood enveloping her senses, the warmth of his body seeping through his thin garment, igniting a rush of heat within her, flushing her cheeks bright red. In contrast to her flustered state, he remained composed, casually taking the teacup from her hands and sipping leisurely to as if by design. A droplet of tea slipped from the corner of his slightly reddened lips, rolling down his pronounced Adam's apple. It struck Muqing as extraordinarily captivating. Instinctively, she reached out to wipe the tea from his chin, only to feel his chest slightly contract, his breath quickening. She swallowed hard, instinctively attempting to rise, but felt a large hand rest firmly on her waist, applying gentle pressure, pulling her back into his embrace once more. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension, and they both shared a silent understanding. Lingering in the moment, that not punishing you means you will forever disregard my words. His warm breath brushed against her ear, eliciting a sensation that made her legs feel weak. Muqing's heart skipped a beat, and she nervously stammered, "What are you saying?" "You wish to go to Zhongzhou." Chu Buochio leaned closer, his low, husky voice rising at the end like a melodious tune whispered in her ear. She nodded obediently. "That if you agree to my conditions, I will allow you to accompany me." Joy surged within her. "What are the conditions?" Chu Buochio's gaze hardened, disinterestedly stating, "The journey to Zhongzhou will take at least a day and a night. During this time, I require you to serve me in the capacity of a maid. Can you manage that?" Muqing was taken aback. A maid?" He pinched her earlobe teasingly, speaking without mercy. "If you are unwilling, then return to Bayan immediately." "Understood. It's just a day and a night." Muqing trembled slightly from his teasing, hastily brushing off his wandering hands and standing up. "I will serve you well." Chu Buochio's fingers, which held the teacup, trembled ever so slightly, and he silently pulled open the carriage curtain, coldly commanding, "Inge." Inge instantly appeared from a corner of the official inn, looking somewhat sheepish and avoiding eye contact with his master. "I am here. Inform the crown prince that I shall set off first." Inge glanced inside the carriage, noticing the young lady signaling with 2 fingers, a prearranged signal indicating all was well. He immediately let out a breath of relief. "Understood." In the study of the Duke of Wei's second residence, Wei Ju cheerfully presented the teapot. "Nephew, do try this newly arrived Longfeng Tuan tea." Wenqiu observed the rich tea flowing from the pot, and mused that this Longfeng Tuan tea had once soared to a price of 1 tael of gold per pound in Bayan. It seemed that Wei Ju, as the governor of Zhongzhou, had indeed filled his pockets handsomely. The crown prince is set to arrive in Zhongzhou shortly, that he spoke quietly, scrutinizing Wei Ju's countenance. Wei Ju maintained a smile, cryptically replying, "Yes, if my dear nephew arrives, the duke's residence will surely be abuzz." "Uncle Wei, I toast to you," Wen Chou said, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction as he raised his cup. Wei Ju raised his teacup in return, his smile mysterious. "No, we toast to ourselves." Meanwhile, Bei Quan was startled by Yin Gei's sudden appearance. "Your Highness, our master has set off ahead, and I am here to ensure your safety." Bei Quan surveyed Yin Gui from head to toe and suddenly let out a loud ha, which drew the attention of Yin Ren from the next room. "That I thought you were in danger," Yin Ren said, holding his sword, looking somewhat speechless. Bei Quan clapped his hands, feigning seriousness as he pointed at Yin Gui. "General Yin, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my personal attendant, Yin Xiao." Before he could finish, a hand clamped firmly over his mouth. "Your Highness, you should depart quickly. Otherwise, my master and the young lady may enter the duke's residence before you, which would be improper." "Improper?" Bei Quan protested, emitting muffled sounds. "When did this brat ever show decorum before me?" "The young lady. Is Chu Muqing going as well?" Yin Run, instantly intrigued, a smile creeping onto his lips, then furrowed his brow. "Why is she going? It is far too dangerous." The affairs of the Zai Fu government are no longer of concern to General Yin. Facing this individual, Yin Gui displayed little patience. Their young lady, so delicate and fragile, had risked her life to save Yin Run, which displeased their master, causing discomfort for them all. Yin Run raised an eyebrow, casting a dissatisfied glance at him, cautioning against premature conclusions. Should he eventually marry the young girl, Chu Muqing, it would indeed become significantly relevant. "May I ask if you are ready to depart?" Chu Zizhen leisurely leaned against the doorframe, holding a small wine flask. Observing their bickering, Yin Gui released his grip and remarked, "Miss Chu, the Zhou Huai Association will ensure your safe return to Beian." "Who says I wish to return to Beian? I have made a commitment to your young lady and cannot leave so easily." Bei Quan, curious, inquired, "What agreement do you have with Sister Muqing? Please do share." "Your Highness, this pertains to the secrets of a young lady. It would be wise for you to refrain from eavesdropping." Chu Zizhen gently declined, then turned to Yin Run and asked, "General Yin, would you mind if I shared a carriage with you?" Yin Run frowned, subtly stepping back, questioning her intentions. "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you," Chu Zizhen scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. She was aware that many young ladies in Beian sought to marry Yin Run, but she found no appeal in such matters. In fact, she was quite indifferent to men altogether. Only the pursuit of swordsmanship and a life of freedom was her lifelong aspiration. "It is regarding Qinga. She has entrusted me with a message for you. Whether you wish to hear it is up to you." "General." She lifted her foot, preparing to leave. "Wait." Yin Run reacted swiftly, drawing the attention of everyone present, and cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance, "That I have heard that Miss Chu excels in martial arts. I would be keen to discuss the art of combat with you." Chapter 27. How I longed to kiss her. The carriage swayed unsteadily, and Muqing felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, while Chu Buoqiu remained remarkably alert, managing affairs with unwavering diligence. "Brother," she began. The man lifted his gaze, glancing at her with a measure of seriousness. She quickly corrected herself. "Zai Fu, are you tired? Would you care for some tea?" "No need," he replied after a moment, then asked, "Are you feeling sleepy?" Muqing nodded eagerly. Having departed at the hour of the hare, it was now approaching the hour of the snake. And no wonder he had so much energy. Upon hearing this, he set down his pen. "Then perhaps you should take a rest." Muqing's eyes brightened. The carriage was spacious, and there was a narrow couch where she could indeed rest for a moment. Just as she was about to climb onto it, she heard the man coolly state, "I intend to sleep." She stared at him, bewildered. "But you said you weren't tired." Chu Buoqiu ignored her, climbed onto the couch, and unexpectedly patted the space beside him, beckoning her to join. She was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are we sharing a bed?" Chu Buoqiu paused, his tone casual. "That I meant for you to come up and serve as my pillow." "That a pillow?" "Me? For you?" Muqing pointed at herself, incredulous that he remained unfazed, calmly asking, "What is your status now?" "I understand, Zai Fu," she replied through gritted teeth, climbing onto the couch with a frown. "But this couch is too narrow. How can I be your pillow?" Surely, you wouldn't want to slice me in half. Not necessary. I can rest my head on your legs, he replied, adjusting her sitting position before lying down with remarkable ease. Yu Muqing's fists clenched in frustration. Chu Buiqiu had a knack for showcasing different sides of himself every day. Today, she was witnessing just how thick-skinned he could be. Chu Muqing, don't be so stiff. It is uncomfortable for me to lean against you, the man said, eyes closed, expression unchanged, giving orders. What more do you want? Muqing was on the brink of losing her temper, but managed to suppress it. How about I give you a massage? At first, Chu Buiqiu thought Muqing was joking, but to his surprise, she seemed quite serious. Her gentle yet firm touch gradually eased the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. However, just as he was about to drift off, a dull pain struck him, and Chu Buiqiu's eyes flew open, only to find the young girl's face nestled against his forehead. Clearly, she had fallen asleep. The corners of his tightly pressed lips involuntarily curled upwards. Though he quickly stifled the expression, carefully adjusting her position to lay her down. The young girl appeared so peaceful in her slumber, her demeanor innocent, a stark contrast to her usual defiance, that he held his breath, intently gazing at her. How he longed to kiss her. But what would he do if she awoke? How would he explain himself? No. Yet she had initiated the kiss last time, as a gesture of reciprocity. Shouldn't he also express something? He held his breath, inching closer to Muqing, his lips nearly brushing against her cheek when a respectful voice from outside interrupted. Master, we have prepared the meal. Shall I bring it in now? Chu Buiqiu clenched his fists, nearly ready to lash out. The girl beneath him stirred, sleepily mumbling, Brother, is it time to eat? Well done, that a complete failure. Muqing rubbed her eyes, realizing she was lying on the couch while the man sat silently beside her. Why aren't we eating? She asked, stretching lazily before taking a seat across from him. Chu Buiqiu cleared his throat softly, a clear hint. Muqing immediately recognized that he was about to pull another trick. Inside the princess's residence, a woman reclined on a favored couch, resting her eyes. Your Highness, we have discovered that recently several groups have left the city under the command of the county governor's order. All highly skilled individuals. Qin County Governor. Indeed. Have you uncovered any details? According to our investigation, the eldest daughter of the Qin family has been frequently associating with the deposed county princess of Yong'an. It seems they are searching for the whereabouts of Chu Zaifu's sister, why you may slowly open her eyes, a faint allure gracing her striking features. Chu Zaifu's sister. Lately, she had heard this name mentioned often, sparking her curiosity. How intriguing. She has certainly gained a reputation recently, with many seeking to trouble her. Tang Gui nodded, explaining the connections. The Ning prince is betrothed to the daughter of the Yong'an prince. Likely because the Ning prince intends to court the Chu family young lady, prompting the Yong'an prince's daughter to harbor ill intentions. That I have also heard of the scandal involving the Xiang residence. You may delicately picked up a few exquisite green grapes from the small table, her expression inscrutable. I asked the Chu family young lady not in the city. She left the city a few days ago, presumably following her brother to Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou, the very place where I grew up. That a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yumei's lips. It is there that I encountered that person. Do you think I should intervene and offer a warning to the renowned Chu family young lady in Bayan? Tang Gui lowered her head in silence. The princess was always decisive, and it was not her place to speak. Having followed the princess for nearly a decade, she understood that beneath this seemingly delicate exterior lay an exceptionally resilient heart. If it weren't for this strength, she would not have survived after those events. For now, send someone to keep watch. I wish to understand whether this girl, raised by a cunning and calculating powerful minister, is worth my intervention. The heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour that rendered the roads treacherous, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Muqing trembled as she reluctantly picked up a chopstick of greens and placed it into her bowl. The memory of Chu Buiqiu's audacity in having her, a starving person, serve him food filled her with indignation. He out of his mind. He is not the only one who hasn't eaten all day. Chu Buiqiu sensed a resentful gaze and suppressed a chuckle, directing her again, Don't forget the soup. With a scowl, Muqing grabbed the ladle and scooped some soup, suddenly struck by inspiration. She slowly placed a spoonful in front of him. Zaifu, allow me to feed you, that no need. Chu Buiqiu flatly rejected, suspecting that the seemingly obedient girl might have hidden intentions. Come on, Muqing urged, her eyes sparkling, her voice sweetly coaxing. "Open your mouth." Ah, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself unable to decline, instinctively complying and parting his lips. But the next moment, the soup splashed perfectly onto his robe. Oh dear. Mooching covered her mouth, feigning panic. "But I've stained Zai Fu's clothes. I didn't mean to." "We can't change here, can we? You'll have to wait until we reach the inn to bathe." Chu Buochio glanced at the wet fabric on his lap, shooting her an icy glare. "No need to wait for the inn. There are clothes in the carriage. You will change me." Mooching's smile froze. What kind of outrageous claim was he making? Chapter 28. Teasing Miss Chu. What exactly does Mooching wish to convey? Yan Run gazed at the silent woman who had not spoken for half an hour, unable to contain his curiosity. Chu Tsijin stirred from her drowsy state, smacking her lips and clutching the wine flask. Murmuring indistinctly, she said to take good care of her belongings. Take care of her belongings? Yan Ren immediately recalled the 2 small wooden boxes she had entrusted to him, in truth. After handing them over, Chu Mooching had not given them another thought. Why should he bear the responsibility? "Upon our arrival in Zhongzhou, she will reward you with a gift," Chu Tsijin continued, taking a sip of her drink, her words coming in fragments. "A gift." Yan Ren's brows were adorned with a hint of mirth. This little girl still possessed a modicum of conscience. However, it must be said that after acquiring the box, he had yet to open it even once. What secrets could there possibly be that Chu Mooching treasured these 2 trinkets so dearly? He quietly retrieved the small box from his chest, preparing to unveil its contents, when he overheard Chu Tsijin, in a state of confusion, mention. "She also said that if you open it, the gift will be nullified, and you will no longer be allies." His hand, thus suspended in mid-air, froze. "She even divulged the matter of allies to you?" Yan Ren felt a tinge of displeasure as he cast a glance at the inebriated woman. "Rest assured, little general, Qing'er has not disclosed anything, only instructed me to convey this to you. Besides, I have no interest in your little secrets." Chu Tsijin waved her hand dismissively, shifting to a more comfortable position, her eyes narrowing as she continued to doze. The knot in Yan Ren's heart loosened somewhat. He shot a glare at the drunken individual, muttering under his breath, "Drunkard. Keep your voice down." Chu Tsijin's slight snoring filled the air. And whether it was a dream or a conscious utterance, she remarked, "Not only you possess martial skills, my hearing is quite acute. How could you ask me to assist you in changing clothes?" Mooching dropped her spoon, feeling the absurdity of the situation. "Isn't that precisely what you ought to be doing in your current position?" Chu Buochio's tone was casual, yet his gaze remained fixed on her, an unspoken anticipation lingering that if she felt shy and couldn't bring herself to do it, so be it. A light-hearted comment provoked Mooching to retort, "It's merely a piece of clothing. You've untied my garments before. So what's the big deal?" "Is that so?" A smile graced Mooching's face, yet her hands remained clumsy and uncoordinated, lacking any clear method, utterly unsure of where to begin. She was oblivious to what kind of tattered garment Chu Buochio was wearing that made it so difficult to untie. After considerable effort, she managed to unfasten the buttons, only to be thwarted by the belt. Such a wretched belt, she cursed, only to be gently grasped by the man's large hand. "Foolish," he chuckled softly in her ear, patiently guiding her hands as she fumbled at his waist. "Let me teach you." Her ears flushed crimson, her heart racing for several seconds. Chu Buochio, seldom this gentle, induced an unprecedented sense of panic within her, causing her to shy away from meeting his fervent gaze. With a soft click, the cumbersome fastenings yielded to his guidance, effortlessly undone. Her eyes followed the motion upwards, landing on a well-defined chest, its gleam and texture captivating her gaze. "Little lecher," Chu Buochio stifled a laugh, his chest trembling slightly, as he raised a hand to shield her curious eyes, turning her away. "No peeking. Big brother is changing clothes." Mooching's face turned as red as a tomato, taking a while to process. "Who are you calling a lecher?" Who would even look?" The man, however, paid her no heed, silently changing his attire, the subtle rustle of fabric filling the air. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Coughing, she had to admit, Chu Buochio indeed had a fine physique. Perhaps she could steal another glance? She perked her ears, listening to the sounds of changing clothes, subtly shifting her angle. Alas, still no luck. Just a bit more to the side. Again. Suddenly, she locked eyes with the man's strikingly distinct phoenix eyes, a hint of inscrutable amusement flickering therein. "You haven't changed at all." The man remained clad in the damp clothes from earlier. Only the buttons and belt had been refastened. It struck her that they hadn't prepared a clean outfit for the journey. Are you toying with me? Muqing's face burned. Her finger accusingly pointed at him, indignation evident in her expression. Chu Buiqiu, however, remained remarkably composed, extending his index finger to poke her forehead, speaking earnestly. Otherwise, how could this prime minister catch a little lecture? Muqing's mind was in turmoil, yet she couldn't express her fury without admitting to having spied on him. Observing the young lady's predicament, Chu Buiqiu felt a surge of amusement. After all, she had practically thrown herself at Yin run the day before did a small reprimand here and there. What harm could it do? At the county governor's residence, Qin Ro was gently massaging the temples of the middle-aged man de Roa. Your massage skills have notably improved of late. Qining closed his eyes, the throbbing in his head gradually subsiding. Father, has the security in the city been deteriorating lately? You seem increasingly preoccupied. Isn't it those wretched commoners from Zhongzhou? Qining grumbled, disdain evident in his tone. Seeing their own plight, they flocked to Bayan City. A flicker of concern crossed Qin Ro's eyes. Shouldn't we set up a soup kitchen to aid the Qin family? With a gentle pat on her hand, Qining turned his head to look at his daughter. His tone solemn. You, my dear, are simply too naive that it would be better if those lowly individuals perished early. Now they come to add to my troubles. After a bout of angry cursing, seeing Qin Ro's obedient demeanor, he felt a hint of solace. Though she was a concubine's child, she was the only bloodline he had. Unlike the Prince of Yong'an, who had a strong obsession with siring a son, he had not taken numerous concubines for that purpose. Fortunately, his daughter did not disappoint him, not only blossoming into a lovely young lady, but also excelling in poetry, literature, and the arts. However, their incessant influx only served to shield the Prince of Yong'an. A mocking smile flickered across Qin Ying's face. Rower, since you work under the Prince of Ning, and the Yong'an Palace seeks to leverage your influence to offend the Prime Minister, how could you allow them to succeed? After borrowing a token from Si Deshan, Qin Ro embellished the tale and conveyed it to Qining. Upon learning of it, Qining erupted in fury. Under her gentle persuasion, he not only entrusted the token to her, but also vowed to ensure that the Yong'an Palace's plans would backfire. They were so keen on their schemes, but had not considered whether the Prince of Ning would acquiesce. A calculating malice flickered in his brow. I shall see how that Chu family's young lady's demise will provoke her brother's vengeance upon the Yong'an prince, and how the Prince of Ning will deal with his future father-in-law's family to quell the Prime Minister's wrath. Qin Ro's heart surged with confidence as she observed her father plotting. Where are they now? Qin Ro replied, I heard that the Chu family's young lady is nearing Zhongzhou. They are likely to act tonight. Ensure that their actions are swift and decisive. Do not allow the Prime Minister or the Prince of Ning to be left with any avenue for retribution. Qin Ying's smile concealed a blade, his murderous intent palpable. Qin Ro smiled softly, continuing to press on the man's temples, wishing for everything to unfold as her father desired, and as she desired as well. Chapter 29. The one she likes. The playful game between the maid and her mistress concluded entirely after checking into the inn. Perhaps the incident in the carriage had brought some comfort to a certain someone. By mealtime, Chu Buiqiu resumed his role as the elder brother. Eat more vegetables. Save the pastries for after the meal. The man lightly tapped Muqing's hand with his chopsticks as she reached for a pastry. With a sulky expression, Muqing retorted, If I eat the vegetables first, I won't have room for dessert. Besides, aren't there plenty of vegetables in Zhongzhou? Given the floods in Zhongzhou, the common folk were struggling to survive. And their food supply was certainly not on par with Bayan's. Being someone with a sweet tooth, she feared that if she didn't indulge now, she would be haunted by the craving for a long time. Chu Buiqiu's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his phoenix eyes. You always crave these nutritionally void snacks. Be wary of not growing taller in the future. Not grow taller? I'm 5'6", which is quite tall for a girl. How could he look at her as if she were a dwarf? Chu Buiqiu, I am quite tall among the ladies. Do you understand? Muqing shot him a glare, biting into a pastry with vigor. Chu Buiqiu raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on the young woman, although she stood nearly a head shorter than him. She could indeed be considered tall, with long legs and a curvaceous figure. Clearing his throat, he took a sip of tea, suppressing the warmth creeping up his cheeks. I usually don't pay attention to other women. Muqing swallowed her pastry, her gaze scrutinizing the faint blush on the man's ears. Indeed, until her death in her previous life, Chu Buiqiu had never married, nor even taken a concubine. Did he truly have no urges? Prime Minister, she teased lightly, suppressing a laugh. If you're not interested in women, could it be that you have an interest in men? Chu Buiqiu nearly spat out his tea, coughing for quite a while before scolding. Who has an interest in men? Her eyes sparkled with mischief, feigning surprise. If you're not interested in men, then why haven't you married a sister-in-law yet? The man's expression stiffened, shooting her an irritated glance. Suspecting she was deliberately probing his sore spots, T22, most people have already begun to raise families. Yet here you are, still standing still. Mu Qing's eyes widened innocently. Yet her tone was teasing. Does Big Brother have someone he likes but cannot marry? Those words struck like thunder, rendering Chu Buiqiu momentarily speechless. What did she mean? Did she know his feelings? You say I have someone I like. His hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, his heart which hadn't raced in a long time. Skipped a beat. Who do you think it is? Mu Qing met his gaze, a smile gracing her lips. Yet she remained silent, the weight of the silence nearly suffocating for Chu Buiqiu. If I knew, why would I ask you? Big Brother? She smiled coyly, her eyes fixed on him, keenly observing any shift in his expression. Unfortunately, none came. Chu Buiqiu merely turned his face away, his tone less sharp than before. You're not at the age to disdain me for being old yet. She certainly has a knack for pretense. Then Mu Qing gently caressed her abdomen and requested the room key from Bo Qingwei, who was stationed behind the table. As she passed by the man, she floated the remark, I truly anticipate what my future niece or nephew will look like. Chu Buiqiu silently clenched his hand, and with a sharp crack, the chopsticks in his grasp shattered into fragments. Well done. This girl indeed knows how to provoke his ire. His minor reprimand today was far too lenient. He would need to find another excuse to teach her a lesson in due course. My lord, a girl clad in a delicate yellow garment approached with a cheerful demeanor, whispering into his ear, the group following us is lying in wait outside the inn. It seems they will make a move tonight. Understood. Chu Buiqiu replied impatiently, brushing away the chopstick remnants from his palm, his expression turning slightly cold. Having followed them all the way, his ears were now ringing. Trained in martial arts from a young age, his hearing was far more acute than that of an ordinary person. The moment they exited the official post, he sensed a group trailing them, though he could not ascertain their origin. Have you identified who they are? A mischievous glint flickered across Jing K's delicate features. The origins of this group are quite intriguing. They are from the Wang family of Taiyuan, sent by the chief minister, yet the release token comes from the governor of Qin County. The chief minister? Chu Buiqiu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, his gaze deepening as he pondered. If I recall correctly, the old fool, the king of Yong'an, has a wife from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Precisely. Jing Ke nodded with a smile, continuing, but the princess of Yong'an would not send someone to ambush us, that it would be her daughter who would. The light in his eyes turned fierce, his voice chilling. It is for a Qing that they have come. That a hint of murderous intent flashed across Jing Ke's seemingly harmless face. The governor of Qin County dares to issue a release token to Si Deshan. He must be tired of living. Qin is cunning and calculating, but he is not foolish enough to that extent. The man's fingers suddenly halted mid-air, revealing a calculated demeanor. He will not allow himself to be slaughtered. He will surely place the blame onto the Yong'an royal family. That my lord, should we have Bo Qingwei deal with them? Though Jing Ke was skilled in medicine, her expertise in hidden weapons allowed her a place among the many men of Bo Qingwei. No, let them come. That I wish to see how they will act. Chu Buiqiu's lips curled slightly, the crystalline tea reflecting the coldness and murderous intent in his expression. You will sleep in a Qing's room tonight. Protect her. Understood. Mu Qing, feeling rather perplexed, switched rooms with Chu Buiqiu, only to watch as Jing Ke moved into her room to sleep. Initially bewildered, she gradually began to discern the underlying oddity. Jing Ke, to be honest. Is there something going on? Jing Ke's expression betrayed her, and before long, she exclaimed with excitement, There are assassins. Mu Qing looked at the girl, who was gleefully cradling her face, and added, Why are you so happy about that? Jing Ke bashfully covered her face, admitting, I haven't killed anyone in a long time. My hands are itching. Chu Buiqiu switched rooms with me tonight and sent you over to protect me. Indeed, that group is here for you. Young miss. Jing Ke affirmed with a nod. Is it the same group as the last black shop? Jing Ke shook her head. No. Mu Qing listened as the girl briefly explained the situation and quickly grasped the intricacies involved. It was not the governor of Qin County or the old princess who had made a move. It was clearly those two young ones who were stirring trouble that Si Deshan had developed murderous intent upon learning that the Prince of Ning wished to marry her. And Qin Ro was likely involved due to Chu Buqiu. Jing Ke, staying in my room won't allow you to kill anyone, Mu Qing reasoned with her, throwing out a few prompts to persuade her. Is this really a good idea? Jing Ke hesitated, yet her hands were already itching to a CT that Mu Qing patted her chest, assuring her, rest assured, with me around, my brother won't blame you. Young miss, you must protect yourself. Fear not. Even if the King of Heaven himself appears tonight, he shan't lay a finger on me. After all, tonight, Chu Buqiu would be there to safeguard her. Chapter 30. 5 bones crumble. The night was hazy. The crescent moon gradually ascending into the starry sky, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie, shadowy chill. Chu Buqiu lay behind the bed curtains, methodically tapping the bedboard, patiently awaiting the fish to bite. A soft sound echoed that I sit here, and so clumsily that Mu Qing took a deep breath, cautiously navigating her way to the bed. With a swift motion, the sharp glint of a blade nearly grazed her neck. She instinctively retreated, her focus divided as she feared alerting the lurking assassin outside, only to trip over a stool and tumble to the ground that a crack sounded from her lower back. Ouch! She nearly cried out. Quickly covering her mouth, Qing, Chu Buqiu noticed something was amiss and hastily sheathed his sword, instinctively lifting the woman from the darkness. What brings you here instead of staying in your room? His tone bore a clear hint of reproach that Mu Qing rubbed her waist, speaking softly. I was worried about you. Besides, I don't want anyone else to protect me. I only want you. Upon hearing her last words, the man's heart softened slightly, and he gently coaxed, be good and return to your own room. No, I just hurt my waist and can't move. Hearing this, Chu Buqiu furrowed his brows. Where did you fall? Let me take a look. What are you looking at? Mu Qing's ears flushed crimson as she muttered in complaint. Are you expecting me to strip for you? His breath caught in his throat, and he was suddenly plagued with unclean thoughts that a shadow flitted past his peripheral vision, and he instinctively pulled the girl closer, seeking refuge on the bed. Shu's dark, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous glint. Someone was coming. Preoccupied with the assassin, the man hardly registered the awkwardness of their position that Mu Qing found herself pressed against him, her head resting on his firm chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in her ear, causing her face to heat further. As the intruder drew nearer, Chu Buqiu tightened his grip on the sword, sensing the girl beside him had gone completely still. Only then did he realize their bodies were almost melded together, allowing him to feel the soft curves of her form and her slightly trembling breath. That a surge of heat rushed through him, and he knew this was not good. Just then, the assassin charged forward with a blade. Hey! Mu Qing was ruthlessly pushed aside, instinctively calling out. The large sword swung cleanly, yet it failed to match the man's swift movements. He delivered a powerful kick to the assassin's chest, sending him stumbling back several paces. Something's off. The assassin sensed something was amiss and quickly signaled outside the window. But in the silent night, no one responded. That a strong smell of blood wafted through the air, igniting a sense of panic in the assailant, who clenched his fists and coldly addressed the man who had suddenly appeared. You set us up? Guess again. Chu Buqiu's grip on the sword tightened slightly, and the next moment, he launched a fierce attack on the assassin. Mu Qing's gaze followed his every movement, not daring to relax for a moment. That it was evident that this assassin was skilled, and had she truly been the one staying in this room tonight, her life would have been in grave danger. The night was boundless, 2 figures clashing with blades and swords, radiating cold light. Chu Buqiu's sword was exceptionally sharp, unlike Yen Ren, who left some leeway in his strikes. Each of Chu Buqiu's moves aimed directly for the vital points. With each exchange, the assassin quickly found himself at a disadvantage, rolling away from under Chu Buqiu's sword and attempting to leap out the window. Clang! A teacup was accurately hurled, striking the assassin's head. Chu Buqiu was momentarily stunned, glancing towards the hand that had just thrown it. Mu Qing retracted her hand, a confident smile gracing her lips. My aim isn't too shabby, is it? Blood streamed down the assassin's head, and only then did he realize that the girl hidden behind the bed curtains was his intended target for the night, that he must poison her. Stop him quickly! She swiftly grasped the man's intentions, but Chu Buqiu was even quicker. He twisted the assassin's jaw with a steady, precise motion. Only then did Mu Qing breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Buiqiu's presence in this room was indeed to ensure someone remained alive. If he were to die, what would he use to confront the king of Yong'an? By the time the aftermath was cleared away in the late hours of the night, aside from the individual captured by Chu Buiqiu, the other assassins had all fled. Biao Qingwei tallied the number of skilled assassins and brought the lone survivor to the inn's basement. This operation was conducted silently, without disturbing any of the travelers resting at the inn. Even Mu Qing marveled at how Chu Buiqiu managed to gather such a talented group of men in Biao Qingwei. You aren't too fortunate. Tonight my temper is a bit high. In the dim, cramped basement, a single flickering candle illuminated the face of the bound man, revealing a mixture of dark bruises and blood. The methods of torture were brutally evident. Do you know who I am? The man leaned lazily against the back of his chair, casually stroking the cold lock in his palm. His expression languid yet regal, only his dark, deep-set eyes gleaming with an ambiguous, bloodthirsty light. The assassin, once resolute in facing death, gradually succumbed to terror, but he had just endured torture unlike any he had ever experienced and could no longer meet the gaze of the man surrounded by countless shadow guards. The methods of his torment were too varied, too cruel. This was worse than death itself, that we were merely hired to kill a little girl. Our responsibility was to kill, nothing more. In the stillness of the surroundings, Chu Buiqiu's voice resonated with an upward inflection, adding an eerie quality to the desolation. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he rose, ensnaring the assassin with the cold chains, his movements exquisitely graceful, yet imbued with a palpable tension that hinted at the precariousness of life and death. The girl you mentioned is mine, he stated, his hand tightening around the chains, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. Tell me, how should I deal with you? My lord, I beg you for a swift end, the assassin stammered, his voice trembling as the sensation of suffocation around his neck fluctuated between unbearable intensity and fleeting relief, amplifying his dread of the next constriction. A swift end. Chu Buiqiu let out an enigmatic, chilling laugh, soon replaced by an icy indifference. That I possess a myriad of ways to make your existence a living hell. Would you care to experience them? In the next moment, a basin of bubbling hot molten iron was brought forth by a young girl clad in yellow. This is a new method developed by our colleagues, known as Five Bones Tender. Her seemingly innocent face sparkled with excitement as she cheerfully elaborated. First, we will immerse your limbs in the molten iron to cook them, and then meticulously sever them with a dagger. The assassin's vision blurred in terror, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet bound tightly by the chains. Don't faint just yet. I'm not finished introducing, she continued, her eyes glimmering as they roamed over his limbs. After severing them, I will reattach your limbs surgically to that point. You should still retain some sensation, and we will repeat these steps until you are on the brink of death. Finally, I will sever your head and cast it into the molten iron. I've practiced medicine for many years, and I've heard that a person remains conscious even after decapitation. You will witness the separation of your head from your body, as your eyes, nose, and mouth are gradually submerged in the iron. The assassin's complexion shifted from pale to deep purple, and he lost control of his bodily functions, a foul stench wafting through the air. Yet the girl, lost in her enthusiastic narration, was oblivious to his plight. Fortunately, a timely cup of tea was delivered to her, and after sipping it, she remarked with refreshing relief, "Only then will you meet your end. You can ask me to do anything, just spare me this torment." The assassin pleaded weakly, his vitality waning. The girl, prompted by a subtle cue from her master, handed the molten iron to another. "Anything, you say?" Chu Buiqiu released his grip with precision, withdrawing a tiny pill from his pocket and pressing it against the assassin's newly affixed jaw. "Take this, follow my instructions, and betray your master. Are you willing?" The chains around the assassin's neck slid away, the sound of their fall harmonizing with his ragged breaths. "That I am willing." Chapter 31. Has anyone ever told you that you were quite handsome? Mu Qing stirred awake, her voice a low and pure melody akin to a lullaby, lulling the sleepy girl back into a drowsy state. She struggled to open her eyelids, her hands weakly reaching for the source of the sound. The smooth fabric of her garment was gently tugged by a man, and as she was pulled, her consciousness gradually returned. Chu Buiqiu was clad in a moon-white silk robe, draped with a dark fox fur cloak, his hair tied back with a wooden hairpin, unadorned by a crown. His striking features, illuminated by the sunlight, radiated an almost blinding brilliance that Mu Qing could not discern whether it was her lingering sleepiness or the man's striking appearance that left her momentarily dazed. Today, Chu Buoqiu bore a demeanor that was less that of a lofty statesman and more reminiscent of an energetic youth from the neighborhood, clean and dazzling. "Has anyone ever told you that you were quite handsome?" he inquired, his breath catching slightly as a glimmer of amusement danced in his slightly upturned phoenix eyes, rendering him even more captivating. "Yes, many," Mu Qing remarked. "I knew this old fox would not be easily charmed." "How shameless," she added. Meanwhile, outside the inn, several royal carriages approached, escorted by guards. "Ingui, how did you drive? You nearly jostled me to death," Beiquan grumbled, rubbing his sore backside as he dismounted, swiftly adopting a demeanor of elegant nobility. Ingui merely cast a glance before turning away, striding directly into the inn. "Jing Ke, did you have any action yesterday?" The girl, engrossed in devouring buns, looked up with a grin. "Boss, you're quite fast. You already know about it. Lord Ingui of the Butching Way, if you lack such basic skills, you might as well stop eating." Beiquan approached, an expression of mild reproach on his face. Before inquiring with genuine concern, "I heard there was an assassin yesterday. Was everything handled properly? Is your master unharmed? What was the assassin's background?" Jing Ke blinked, wiping her greasy mouth, and clasped her hands in a respectful gesture. "Your Highness, with so many questions, where should I begin? As for the assassin sent by the Wang family of Taiyuan, that information could not be disclosed to Beiquan that he trusted Prince Ning, and Prince Yong'an would eventually become Prince Ning's father-in-law. Unless permitted by their master, they could not speak freely. Moreover, their master had instructed that the assassin carry out a task last night, that if word leaked, it would jeopardize their master's plans." "What assassin?" Yin Rin entered briskly, her brows slightly furrowed as she scrutinized everyone. "There's something going on." "Oh, nothing." Downstairs, Mu Qing was being assisted by the man, descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. Yin Ren's gaze fell upon the two above. The woman was adorned in a moon-white satin dress, her fair face framed by the fox fur, her almond eyes shimmering with a watery allure, making her exceedingly endearing. For a moment, he was taken aback. However, Jing Ke noticed something peculiar. The young lady's attire matched that of her master, yet a mismatched dark belt was tied at her waist. Furthermore, the young lady walked unsteadily, clutching her waist with an expression of unbearable pain. "Master, you're being rather cruel to the young lady," Jing Ke remarked with a playful grin. Beiquan was momentarily taken aback. "Cruel?" Yin Run regained her composure, only to collide with Chu Buoqiu's gaze, from which he seemed to derive a hint of displeasure and an inexplicable sense of pride. "What are you talking about, Jing Ke?" Mu Qing, bewildered, looked innocently at the scene. Her inability to speak well was evident. He could easily pretend he hadn't heard. Yet Chu Buoqiu appeared to grasp Jing Ke's meaning, his handsome face betraying a hint of amusement that a sharp pain struck the back of Jing Ke's head as she realized Ngui's hand remained poised in the air, casting a warning glare in her direction. All right, but it seems I am the only one who cannot speak at this table." Chu Buoqiu's gaze flicked to the man who was fixated on the girl in his arms, his grip tightening slightly, causing Mu Qing to lean against him. He recalled how he had deliberately dressed her in this outfit that morning, fastening the cloak's ties around her waist, claiming the fabric was soft and would not harm her back. Yet this action led Mu Qing to justifiably suspect he was up to no good. Meanwhile, downstairs, Yin Ren's attention fixated on the hand that rested on the girl's waist, her emotions tangled in an unexplainable knot. Though they were siblings, such proximity warranted discretion. To Mu Qing, "Why are you taking so long to descend? Should I pull you down?" Yin Ren's words drew the attention of everyone, and he suddenly realized how overly acidic his tone had been. Mu Qing furrowed her brows, having thought she would only encounter him in Zhongzhou, instinctively retorted, "No need for the little general to worry. Your hands are better suited for protecting the country." Yin Ren laughed, exasperated. This girl may lack many skills, but her talent for insult was commendable. Had anyone else spoken to him in such a manner, he would have retaliated fiercely. Yet when Mu Qing spoke, he found himself oddly comforted, his mood considerably uplifted. Chu Buoqiu quietly observed their back-and-forth exchange, his expression darkening considerably. This girl dared to flirt in his presence. Had she lost her sense of caution? Did she not consider him at all? Zhou Huai stepped in, surveying the silent crowd with curiosity. "Did I miss something? Why does it feel so tense? A greasy bun struck his face with a splat, the oily scent overwhelming his senses. You crazy girl, I'm not crazy. I merely worry you missed breakfast, Jing Kei replied cheerfully, clapping her hands and earnestly adding, as a healer, let me remind you, skipping breakfast can lead to an early demise. Inge nodded coldly in agreement. Beiquan silently raised his hand, expressing his concurrence. Zhou Huai stared blankly at the group, finally landing his gaze on his master, whose expression was as frigid as ice. He seemed to grasp the situation, that I came to remind everyone that we need to set off quickly. Urgent news has arrived from Zhongzhou. Chu Buqiu regarded him with a displeased expression. What news? Chapter 32. A breach in the riverbank had occurred, the floodwaters surging violently toward the city as populace. Beiquan's expression turned grave. Time is of the essence. We must depart. Yanren also shed his playful demeanor, his gaze sweeping over Mu Qing as he stated, the management of the flood disaster is a matter for those in the court. The rest should return to Bayan for safety. Those in the court? Mu Qing's expression froze. It seemed she was the only one considered extraneous here. Beiquan appeared conflicted, glancing at Chu Buqiu, questioning whether Mu Qing's presence was perilous. Before the man could respond, hands suddenly clasped around his arm. The young girl looking up at him with a pitiful expression, half pouting, You promised me. Chu Buqiu paused, averting his gaze and speaking in a calm tone. The prince makes a valid point. Mu Qing's face fell, her mouth agape in disbelief as she pointed at him. Incredulous, you can't be serious? The finger raised in the air was gently pushed down. The man suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear, How about you agree to one more request of mine? What do you want to do? She instinctively recoiled that I haven't decided yet, but when the time comes for me to make a request, you cannot refuse. Mu Qing looked at him with a hint of resentment, and after a long moment, she reluctantly murmured in agreement. Master, the snorkeling gear you prepared is ready. Jing Kei, who had quietly exited moments earlier, returned, holding a flat box. Yes, help the young lady change into it. Chu Buqiu calmly walked towards the carriage, casually telling Beiquan, My people will take care of her. Yanren was momentarily taken aback, staring at the man's retreating figure in silence. Beiquan, puzzled, remarked if they are to take care of her, why speak to me in such a manner? Jing Kei assisted Mu Qing into the carriage while changing her clothes. Little miss, this snorkeling gear is made from a special material. Once you wear it, you will automatically float to the surface even if you encounter water, and will never sink. The fabric was indescribable. When Mu Qing put it on, it felt incredibly light. It dawned on her, filled with a sense of grievance, that he had long planned to take her to Zhongzhou. Indeed, my master ordered me at the official post to procure this treasure for him, which took quite a bit of effort. Jing Kei tied her belt with a smile. Little miss, the master thinks of you constantly. Though he may occasionally play tricks, it is only because he cares for you. He just knows how to flatter me, Mu Qing retorted, yet her heart felt sweet. Some thoughts, when kept within, feel different from when they are spoken aloud. With the presence of the crown prince and his entourage on the road, Mu Qing could not ride in the same carriage as Chu Buqiu. Seizing the opportunity during a break in their journey, she instructed Jing Kei to find Chu Zhizhen for a chat to alleviate her boredom. According to Zhu Huai, Chu Zhizhen had drunk excessively the night before and had been reluctant to rise from the carriage. Sister Chu? A faint scent of alcohol wafted out as the curtain lifted, enveloping Mu Qing, causing her to frown. Just how much have you had to drink? Back in Bayan, she had heard that Inspector Chu abstained entirely from alcohol. Yet it seemed his daughter was quite the opposite. Not much. A flash of crimson fabric pulled her gaze away, as the woman, cradling her head, added, Perhaps it's because the journey has been long, and I feel a bit fatigued. Mu Qing expressed concern. Sister, I have now reunited with my brother. If you cannot bear it, I can arrange for a carriage to take you back to Bayan at any time. Chu Zhizhen furrowed her brow at this statement before feigning reproach. Didn't we agree before that I would teach you martial arts? How is it that you are backing out now? No longer wanting me as your master. Mu Qing chuckled softly, gently holding the woman's hand. How could that be? It's merely that this journey is perilous. Even I do not know what the future holds. And I cannot help but worry that you may share in my misfortune. Do not worry. Chu Zhizhen smiled, her lips curving up. Accompanying you to meet with the officials is not my primary purpose. Venturing into the world is what truly calls to my heart. The people of Zhongzhou are suffering, and I wish to lend my strength, both for myself and for the inspector's office. Hearing this, Mu Qing had no choice but to relent. By the way, you must not forget the items left with General Yin. Chu Zhizhen cheerfully reminded her, clearly recalling their conversation at the official post. Yin Ren wants to marry Mu Qing. However, it appeared that Mu Qing was entirely unaware of this. How could I forget? Mu Qing's brow furrowed tightly as the mysterious box fell into Yin Ren's hands. The reason she had asked Chu Zhizhen to help ensure Yin Ren safeguarded it was that she suspected the unopened box contained a solution to the current water disaster. Yet, since they had not yet arrived in Zhongzhou, it seemed the promised gift for Yin Ren would have to be delayed further. You brought this general to such a secluded corner. One might think you were up to some mischief. Yin Ren teased, gazing at the woman by the stream, away from the hustle and bustle of the road. General Yin, thank you for keeping my belongings safe these past few days, Mu Qing replied with a smile. Extending her hand, may I have my little item back now? Slap. Her hand was gently swatted away. Little girl, do you intend to renege on our agreement? Yin Ren poked her forehead, his eyes wide in mock indignation. We are allies, she said earnestly. I would never deceive you. The promised reward will be given once we reach Zhongzhou. Allies. Yin Ren initially found no significance in this title. Yet now, at this moment, it brought him a peculiar sense of joy. Since we are allies, shouldn't we be candid with one another? Mu Qing nodded, of course. Then this general has a few questions for you. Will you answer them sincerely? The man stepped back, leaning against a tree trunk, his long legs lazily swaying, his handsome face bearing an air of casual indifference. Go ahead. She pondered for a moment, deciding that as long as it did not involve past entanglements, she would speak the truth. First, why do you wish to deal with Wen Choyin? I dislike him. Only dislike. I want him dead. Yin Ren raised an eyebrow, not missing the flash of hatred that flickered in her eyes, and bluntly stated, aside from trying to set you up at that banquet, he doesn't seem to have done much else. There's much you do not know. She lowered her gaze, a hint of mockery curling her lips before she suppressed her emotions and continued. For instance, you are unaware that he sought my hand in marriage before the throne, wanting me to wed alongside Si Deshun into the royal household. What? Yin Ren's brow furrowed, barely concealing his surprise. Did your brother know about this? Of course. Otherwise, the person before you would already be the princess of Ning. That Mu Qing crossed her arms, mimicking his posture against the tree, giving a self-deprecating smile. The princess of Ning. She had indeed been one in her past life. What a fool! The man's gaze darkened as he thought of that hypocritical faux gentleman, nearly scoffing in disdain. So, do you think he deserves to die? He deserves to die. Yin Ren took a deep breath, calming the anger and injustice simmering within him, and added, why did you choose me as an ally? And after choosing me, why did you not trust me to come to Zhongzhou? Do you think I cannot protect your brother? Or is there some ulterior motive? Yin Ren, what do you mean? Chapter 33. The 8 steeds travel 30,000 miles. What do I mean? Yin Ren produced 2 boxes from his pocket, holding them aloft with clear intent. The boxes were exquisitely crafted, one blue and one purple, precisely the ones Hui Chen had given her. Where did you get these? Though a smile lingered on Yin Ren's face, it lacked sincerity. She was almost certain he had opened them. Whether I look or not has nothing to do with the origin of these boxes, he replied, a smirk playing on his lips, but his tone was laced with interrogation. She remained silent, her mind swirling with possibilities. Yin Ren must have seen the contents, which explained his current line of questioning. Among the 2 boxes, the purple one she had yet to open and remained ignorant of its contents. But why was Yin Ren so concerned about the origin of this box? Could the items within relate to him in some way? She took a deep breath, quietly reflecting on everything about Yin, in her previous life. He had died at no more than 27 or 28. She had only heard Wen Choyin speak of him as brave and resourceful, yet she had been blind to his potential. Initially, she had not understood, but upon witnessing Yin Ren's actions during the palace coup, she grasped the underlying truth that he had risen through the ranks from a young soldier, relying solely on his swordsmanship to become a general, later gaining the favor of the crown prince, Bei Quan, and becoming one of his trusted aides. That in her past life, Mu Qing had remained secluded within the walls of Ning Wangfu, burdened with trivial matters, knowing little of him. She only remembered that the year she entered the royal household, Yin Ren had stirred up a scandal involving an old case that had nearly cost him his life at the hands of the Northern Emperor. But what was that old case? She truly did not know. Could Yen Ren's current peculiar behavior be tied to it? No. Huichen had mentioned that the contents of the blue and purple boxes could assist her, specifically in addressing the water disaster. Hence, it could not possibly be connected to any old court case. Miss Chu, Yen Ren's gaze fell upon her. Is this question so difficult to answer? Mu Qing furrowed her brow, remaining silent. The issue was not whether it was difficult to respond, but whether she could respond at all. During these past days, she had trusted him greatly due to his past life saving her. Yet she had also forgotten that Yen Ren, having attained the position of general before reaching adulthood and becoming the crown prince's right-hand man, was undoubtedly shrewd. That it was she who had let her guard down. Yen Ren, these two boxes were indeed given to me by someone else. Mu Qing's expression was open, her tone sincere, but I cannot tell you who it is right now. All I can say is that this is a personal matter for me and does not involve anyone else. The relationships involved were intricate, and until she understood Yen Ren's behavior today, she could not casually drag Huichen into it. Your personal matter? The man's dark eyes remained unyielding, allowing her to feel the weight of a general's authority. To be honest, I only opened the purple box. Mu Qing's brows knitted together. The purple box? Yen Ren lifted the lid of the box, deftly revealing a delicate, translucent hairpin. The hairpin was crafted from exquisite mutton-fat jade, the milky white petals exquisitely carved. Resembling a branch of plum blossoms blooming beautifully in the snow, it was evident that the artisan had poured great effort into the work, with even the petals and leaves being intricately detailed. You say this is your personal matter. As Yen Ren's fingers relaxed, the jade hairpin slipped from her grasp, only to be caught deftly in her palm. The sharp tip of the pin swiftly aimed at her neck. Her tone ambiguous. Then please tell me, who are you? Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that the person who could threaten her life with a mere hairpin was the one who had once pledged their life for her based on a fleeting acquaintance in a past life. Indeed, she realized that she still did not know Yen Ren well enough. Above the surface of the pool floated exquisite liquor, the mist swirling around the edge of the water, that a woman of graceful form leaned languidly against the large stones of the bathing platform, draped in a translucent garment. Your Highness, you must not drink any more, Tang Gue said, frowning with a touch of concern as she gazed at the woman. Why you may lightly tapped the water with her jade foot, causing ripples to dance across the surface, while her lotus-like arms lifted a wine jug, pouring the liquid freely into her crimson lips. That a single intoxication can dissolve 1,000 sorrows, without getting drunk. How can one alleviate their woes? You may open her apricot eyes, surveying the enchanting surroundings that resembled a celestial realm. Your Highness, our people have gone to Zhengui Temple again. That person has been in seclusion, Tang Gue gently advised. You previously sent His Majesty to invite him, yet he showed no regard. Why persist in your attachment to such a person? Seclusion. You may laughed, her inebriation evident. It is not seclusion. He is merely avoiding me. Regardless, you have sacrificed enough already. To speak rather boldly. You are not worth it for someone like him. Tang Gue thought of that person with a hint of disdain. You indeed overstep. You may lifted her crimson lips, yet her tone was not one of reproach. Tang Gue, you know well why I bestowed this name upon you. You should understand that between him and me lies an unbreakable bond. Tang Gue was momentarily stunned. Her heart stirred, realizing that she had inadvertently caused the princess distress. It matters not. I have reached this age, you may mused, counting the years gone by, finding it somewhat amusing. I can hardly recall the taste of wielding a sword upon the battlefield. Tang Gue gazed intently at the woman, her expression melancholic, and declared, I have not forgotten. In my heart, your Highness is still that valiant general. Deeply concerned for the people. That a general? I am no longer worthy of that title. You may softly closed her eyes, savoring the bittersweet liquid swirling on her lips. That I have even forgotten the name of the sword I once bore. Tang Gue stiffened, recalling the deeply entrenched yet exceedingly obscure case from years past, which led the once vibrant female general to willingly cast aside her sword in exchange for the confinement of palace garments. The royal family, the court, who could truly escape from it? Everyone bore their share of blame. Hence they all tacitly pretended to forget, never speaking of it. That as the enchanting melodies of the yellow bamboo echoed. Yume gently swayed her head, reminiscing about her mother, teaching her poetry in childhood, inevitably recalling that man, who maintained his composure like a deity, a smile blooming at her lips, yet tinged with bitterness. The 8 steeds traverse 30,000 miles. The recitation ceased, leaving an expansive emptiness within the grand bathing pool. Chapter 34. King Mu, who am I? Mu Qing took a long time to respond, suddenly bursting into laughter, only to gradually quiet her mirth. General Yin, what are you saying? Yin Ren silently regarded the woman, and after a moment, withdrew the hairpin from her neck. She asked if I were to say I have never seen this pin before. Would you believe me? Yin Ren remained unresponsive, lost in thought, yet a hint of seriousness flickered in his deep black eyes. I would have Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, perplexed at how he could shift from threatening her life with the hairpin to seemingly trusting her. Because those connected to this item have long since perished many years ago. Yin Ren leaned closer, a half-smile playing on his lips as he regarded her, unless what stands before me is a wandering spirit. Attention in Mu Qing's chest suddenly eased. Her palms dampened with sweat, her expression stiffening. Then did you intend to kill me? Kill you? Yin Ren could not suppress his laughter, his demeanor taking on a roguish charm as he displayed the pin to her. The tip has yet to be unsheathed, but he drew the pin across his palm, revealing no blood, that I merely found your speech peculiar and sought to tease you a bit. Yin Ren raised his chin, a hint of arrogance in his expression. Have you ever heard of Sun Tzu's Art of War? Mu Qing swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. This pin, I acquired from another, yet I do not know its origins. You mentioned that those associated with it died long ago. Can you tell me what transpired? Curious, the man's demeanor was calm, a stark contrast to the imposing figure he had just portrayed. She could not ascertain whether Yin Ren had truly harbored murderous intent, but she was certain that the caution in his eyes had been sincere. About 10 years ago, a significant case occurred in Beimang, involving individuals tied to the imperial family, with lives at stake, that if it were not for the emperor and his court, no one would be aware of this matter. That Mu Qing nodded, her mind swirling with questions. What sort of case was it? Murder and arson? Or corruption? Yet I have heard of no noble being charged with a grave crime in recent years. Interested? Yin Ren smirked, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Speak quickly that I will, but you must first flatter me a few times. Yin Ren tilted his gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips. For instance, how do you address Chu Zaifu? Mu Qing blinked, momentarily caught off guard. How did she refer to Chu Boqiu? Just brother. Well done. She realized he was teasing her. You speak first. Once you've finished, I shall comply. Yin Ren, hands behind his back, leaned closer. Then, brother will reluctantly trust you once. Mu Qing suppressed the urge to swat his hand away, responding politely, please go ahead. What you guessed was all incorrect. Yin Ren straightened, gazing into the distance with a somewhat serious demeanor. That case was neither murder nor arson. It was treason. Treason. The term struck Mu Qing's heart like a stone, leaving her breathless with disbelief. Impossible. If such a grave matter had occurred in the past decade, why is it that no one knows? No, this matter did not come to pass, he replied, leaving her increasingly confused. What do you mean? I mean, he gazed at the mist-laden mountains and streams, sighing softly. This incident was contained before it could transpire. So, they were apprehended before committing the act. She queried, who was involved in the treason? His eyes darkened, and after a long pause, he finally answered, King Mu. King Mu? Mu Qing could hardly believe her ears. The King Mu who had once stood alongside old Ning Wang and Yong'an Wang in a tripartite balance of power. Indeed, impossible, she instinctively judged. King Mu was said to have passed away from illness many years ago. This was common knowledge among the people of Beimang. Passed away from illness? Yin Ren inhaled deeply, his breath heavy as images of the refined man flashed through his mind, his nose tinging with bitterness. King Mu died at the age of 30-2. Mu Qing was utterly stunned. What? It was widely known that King Mu had been a loyal minister who fought alongside the late emperor. Naturally, Mu Qing assumed him to be an elder. Yet Yin Ren claimed that King Mu had died at only 32. Moreover, her knowledge of King Mu primarily came from Chu Boqiu, who had praised his great achievements, never mentioning any treasonous acts. Chu Boqiu had clearly stated that King Mu died from illness. He wielded power and could not have been unaware of such palace secrets. Why would he deceive her? There seemed to be no reason for it. Yet Mu Qing could not help but recall Hui Chen's words. This item would be of assistance to her. But Hui Chen had not specified in what regard. leading her to assume it was a means to manage the flooding. When she crossed through that bamboo door, Huichin had asked if she wished to uncover her origins. Could her lineage be connected to that old case? "What are you doing here?" A familiar low, mellow voice shattered the tense atmosphere. That a box was swiftly passed from somewhere. Huichin's heart tightened as she hurriedly concealed it within her sleeve, instinctively glancing towards the approaching man. "I've been sitting in the carriage for too long and felt dizzy, so I stepped out for a stroll and fortuitously encountered General Yin," Chu Boqiu stated, gazing steadily at her, his expression neutral, as if he could see right through her. "It is time to depart." She hurriedly responded in affirmation that I in the next moment. Chu Boqiu stepped forward, almost without hesitation, and grasped her hand. The coolness of his palm was refreshing, yet made her feel inexplicably guilty. Chu Boqiu's gaze fell upon her nose. "Since you feel dizzy, hold on to me tightly. Do not be careless like that night." The last words carried a profound significance. The man watched their retreating figures, unable to restrain a frown as he called out, "Mu Qing." Mu Qing halted, puzzled. Yanren quickly caught up, naturally inserting the jade hairpin into her hair, his movements gentle yet laden with meaning. "Take good care of the pin I gifted you. Do not lose it." She was momentarily taken aback, even Chu Boqiu's attention drawn to the hairpin now resting in her hair. Chapter 35. A glimmer of hope. The carriage wheels spun swiftly, sending sparks flying as the muddy riverbanks were covered in thick muck. The thatched cottages and cow sheds along the river's edge had collapsed, becoming uninhabitable. "Young miss, when you sought Miss Chu earlier, our master arrived." The startled bird seemed to have a purpose in its approach. The dusk settled. Mooching held tightly to the bamboo stick, scrutinizing it intently, completely devoid of the time to ponder over Chu Boqiu. The stick exuded a faint pine fragrance, soothing her taut nerves. The characters inscribed upon it were rounded and smooth, distinctly different in style from the plum blossom hairpin adorning her head, suggesting they were not crafted by the same hand. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, and her heart yearned for a guiding light. What did Huichin's words to herself truly signify? In her past life, she had lived in confusion, once inquiring about her origins from Chu Boqiu. He had merely stated that she was the child of his subordinate, entrusted to him before his demise. The rest seemed to have been hastily brushed aside. What was he concealing? And why? Then there was Yanren. How did he know that this hairpin was linked to the late King Mu? Moreover, he appeared to possess extensive knowledge about the king, that if this hairpin belonged to King Mu, why was it in Huichin's possession? Truly, the questions were manifold. The startled bird leaned in closer, pointing at the bamboo stick in astonishment. "Isn't this the script of Nanjiao?" Mooching paused, grasping the startled bird's arm. "Do you recognize these characters?" "I am unsure of their meaning, but I have seen this script in the documents of Bo Qingwei." The startled bird replied honestly, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the bamboo stick. "Miss, how did you come by this?" "I purchased it a few months ago while shopping. Its novelty caught my eye." The startled bird was affiliated with Chu Boqiu, and for the time being, she did not wish for him to know of her doubts regarding her origins. Yet, the fact that these characters originated from Nanjiao was remarkable. Nanjiao and Baiman had long been at odds. Although both nations sent envoys to visit each other annually, it was merely a fade. Should a day arrive when discord arose, conflict between the two would not be out of the question. While Huichin was said to possess extraordinary divination skills, how could a mere monk be connected to the kingdom of Nanjiao? Startled bird, is there anyone else in Bo Qingwei who understands the script of Nanjiao? Mooching inquired, but upon saying it, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate, adding, "I am merely curious about what is inscribed on this stick." The startled bird chuckled softly. "Miss, why not simply ask the master? He not only comprehends the script of Nanjiao, but is also well-versed in their customs and culture. Ask him. That would be less than ideal." The startled bird assessed Mooching's demeanor and, believing the two were still at odds, quickly added, "However, there is indeed someone in Bo Qingwei who understands the characters of Nanjiao." The Mooching's spirits soared instantly. "Who?" The startled bird beamed, leaning in closer to whisper the name. "In the city of Bayan, at the residence of the Yong'an prince." After days of pleading from the Yong'an princess, the prince reluctantly agreed to release Si Deshun from the woodshed. That day, she sent a message to the governor's residence, inviting Qin Ro to the temple to pray for the Ningguang and the people of Zhongzhou. "Sister Qin, if my people have succeeded, It won't be long before we hear good news. Inside the carriage, Si Deshun wore a self-satisfied expression, while Qin Ro remained silent, appearing obedient and compliant. Sister Deshun speaks wisely. The woman responded with a smile. Yet inwardly thought, I fear your demise is approaching. Si Deshun adjusted her newly adorned lily headdress, her lips curving upward slightly. When Choyin, after arriving in Zhongzhou, had sent numerous gifts to the prince's residence. Without that, her mother's few pleas would not have sufficed to secure her release. Brother Choyin still holds her in his heart. However, being previously enchanted by that wretched Chu Muqing, he had requested to marry her before the Northern Emperor. It seemed that during this journey to Zhongzhou, he had come to his senses. How could a mere Chu Muqing compare to the prestige of the Yong'an princess residence? Sister, your headdress is exquisitely crafted. Upon seeing her expression, Qin Ro understood the implication and offered a few compliments. It must surely be a gift from His Highness Ning Wang. His regard for you is truly sincere. Si Deshun smile deepened. Once I marry His Highness, I will definitely speak to him about promoting your father, ensuring that you marry into a prestigious family smoothly. Qin Ro smiled in response, but inwardly scoffed. If Si Deshun dared to harm Chu Muqing, Chu Buqiu would never allow this person to merely marry Ning Wang if he were to find out. Yet when that time came, she could feign revealing the truth to Chu Buqiu, lamenting her plight, and she did not doubt he would be moved. Men are merely creatures driven by desire. She believed herself to be exceptionally attractive, possessing talents that surpassed Si Deshun's. Even if Chu Buqiu was aloof, could he truly remain unmoved by her heartfelt devotion? Once Chu Muqing was gone, her accomplishments in exposing the truth would surely elevate her father, allowing her to approach Chu Buqiu with ease. Despite his youth, Chu Buqiu held a high position and wielded power, enjoying the Northern Emperor's favor if she could marry him. Who in the world could look down upon her as the daughter of a concubine? In Bayan, who could claim to be more esteemed than her? The thought of standing side by side with the man who occupied her heart brought her immeasurable joy. Si Deshun naturally did not overlook the blush on Qin Ro's face. Her disdain growing. Qin Ro, with such a lowly status, you truly believe you deserve to be matched with the powerful chancellor? The two women in the carriage appeared to be engaged in amiable conversation. Yet each harbored ulterior motives. Suddenly, a sharp sound of reins being pulled harshly pierced the air. The two women were thrust forward due to inertia and, finding no restraint, tumbled out of the carriage in a most undignified manner. Foolish servant! How do you drive a carriage? Si Deshun found herself sprawled on the ground, her face smeared with mud. Qin Ro was no better off, looking as though she had been submerged in muddy water. Her legs and elbows scraped painfully, a hint of blood seeping through. Servant. Miss C, it appears you have mistaken your target. That a sharp, thin voice, laced with malice, echoed. Si Deshun shot up, only to find the coachman had vanished, replaced by dozens of unfamiliar figures in black. Who are you? Who we are is of no concern to you, miss, the high-pitched voice replied, swallowing hard, then turning his gaze toward Qin Ro. And you must be Miss Qin? Stay away. Qin Ro's heart raced as she pressed her bloodied palm against the ground, retreating hastily. You two are even more beautiful than I imagined. The sharp voice removed the mask, revealing a face marred by scars. A grotesque smile spreading across it. Brothers, thank you. A low voice from the crowd of black-clad figures responded. Just don't kill them. This man was the one Chu Buqiu had captured at the inn. He rolled up his sleeve, the ink lines on his arm growing longer. If he completed the task set by the other, he would have a glimmer of hope. Help! Don't touch me! Get away! The women's screams were deafening. Yet he remained indifferent, pulling back his sleeve, awaiting the conclusion of events. Chapter 36. A journey without return. The surface of the water rippled, waves rising and falling, concealing what seemed to be a monstrous beast lurking beneath. Ever vigilant, when Choyin squinted, surveying the seemingly tranquil river, as the sounds of women and children weeping reached his ears. Lord Sishi, please save my husband. He was swept away by the flood 5 days ago. You promised us you would rescue those taken by the deluge. Yet it has been 5 whole days, and you have not sent anyone to check on him. I bow before you, pleading for your aid. The elderly woman, frail and weak, knelt for a long time, her head bloodied from repeated bowing, until she eventually fainted. Someone! The previously benevolent Wei Jufu swept his sleeve dismissively, impatience evident. Drag her away. Don't even consider what sort of thing you are bringing before me. Are you all willing to starve?" The officials hurriedly dragged her away, struggling and pulling that my apologies, dear nephew, for subjecting you to such filth, Wei Jufu said sheepishly before Wen Choin its of no consequence. Wen Choin maintained a gentle smile, his words laced with meaning. "I am an ally of Uncle Wei. There is no need for formality. Of course. Wei Jufu quickly grasped the man's intent, saying, "I believe my prince-nephew will soon arrive in Zhongzhou. But that Chu chancellor is quite capable. Dear nephew, you need not worry about him. I have my ways that if Chu Muqing did not arrive on this journey, he would indeed have to ponder how to deal with Chu Buqiu. But at present, a golden opportunity had landed in his lap. This was a chance bestowed upon him by the heavens." Wei Jufu felt reassured, laughing. The Wei family's second branch will heed the summons of His Highness Ning Wang. Swearing lifelong loyalty. "Your Highness, the prince is nearing Zhongzhou." A shadowy figure emerged from the dark, reporting to the man. "Then we must go greet him. That is only proper." Wen Choin smirked, glancing at Wei Jufu. Wei Jufu understood his meaning, readily responding, "On this trip to Zhongzhou, my prince-nephew will most certainly have come without return." The yellow sand swirled in the wind, faintly revealing the character Zhongzhou inscribed upon the distant city tower. Below the tower, a group awaited. "Miss, we have arrived in Zhongzhou." The startled bird roused the drowsy young lady. Muqing gradually regained her senses, pulling back the curtain to peer outside, where she spotted a man on a tall horse, standing out amidst the crowd. How unfortunate. The startled bird looked puzzled. "What did you say, miss?" As the carriage halted, a sudden flurry of greetings erupted. "Miss, we should disembark now." Muqing nodded, and as she opened the curtain, she was met with the sight of a gentle, jade-like face, adorned with a warm smile, gazing at her with utmost tenderness. "Muqing, it has been a while." She suppressed her discomfort, bowing in greeting. Ning Wang. Bei Quan and Wen Choin had just arrived and noticed that this person's thoughts were on Muqing. Just as he was about to speak to stop him, he saw him silently walk past. "Allow me to assist you down," the prince offered. Wen Choin smiled, his slender eyes fixed intently on her. His gaze filled with a devotion that seemed to suggest she was the sole occupant of his heart, that in her previous life. Muqing had been deceived by this very expression, believing he genuinely loved her. Little did she know, he was sincerely deceiving her. The prince truly so kind. "Has your arm healed so swiftly?" Upon hearing the low, indifferent voice approach, Muqing immediately recognized who had arrived. Chu Buqiu strolled over leisurely, standing directly beneath the carriage and extending his hand towards her. The displeasure and unyielding nature reflected in his phoenix eyes were unmistakable to Muqing. Suppressing a laugh, she reached out her hand. The Prime Minister, Wen Choin, nodded, though his smile faltered slightly. His arm had been injured in front of the hall by Chu Buqiu, and he had thought this madman would not bring it up again, allowing it to be buried in the past, that he never expected him to be so audacious. Who might this general be? It turns out to be His Highness, the Prince of Ning, Yanren remarked, casually approaching Muqing while subtly blocking the distance between Wen Choin and the woman. "It has been a long time since I last saw the Prince of Ning assist this general from the carriage." He raised an eyebrow, feeling disgusted by the man's hypocritical demeanor. Dare a dog in human skin seek to marry Chu Muqing? Truly, one must have the courage of a bear or the gall of a leopard. Wen Choin's smile faltered momentarily. "General, you have also come to Zhongzhou." He had heard from Luocha that Yanren had much interaction with Muqing during this trip. Initially, he thought Yanren intended to ally with Chu Buqiu, but now it seemed he harbored feelings for Chu Muqing. "What? Is this general unwelcome here?" Yanren replied with a playful smirk, stretching lazily, his tone unmistakably laden with meaning. "Or is it that His Highness, the Prince of Ning, fears being discovered while engaging in nefarious activities?" Wen Choin's expression stiffened slightly, his gaze turning cold for a fleeting moment before returning to normal. "It has been a long time since we last met. You have become increasingly fond of jesting." Yanren's position as a mere general, bolstered only by the prince's favor, emboldened him to flaunt his authority in front of Wen Choin. His audacious words suggested he truly disregarded the Prince of Ning. It seemed there would be one more person to deal with later. "Esteemed gentlemen, I present Wei Ju, the governor of Zhongzhou." A man clad in official robes strode forward, wearing a broad smile and an amiable demeanor. Second uncle, Bei Quan, greeted him. "Your Highness." Wei Ju smiled and bowed, then saluted Chu Buiqiu and Yin Run with respect, saying, "Esteemed ministers, I apologize for the delayed welcome." "Governor, you are too courteous." Yin Run nodded. "And this young lady is?" Among those present, most were officials, and Wei Ju was familiar with them, but he had never seen the person behind Chu Buiqiu. "This is the sister of Prime Minister Chu.My sister, the young lady from the Prime Minister's residence." 3 different voices spoke simultaneously, causing Mu Qing to be taken aback. Wei Ju raised his brows, puzzled, as he had not clearly heard what the 3 men had said. However, he could tell that this striking young woman was of notable origin. "Governor, this young lady hails from the Prime Minister's residence." Mu Qing stepped forward with a graceful bow, smiling gently. "The Prime Minister's residence?" Wei Ju glanced at Chu Buiqiu, pondering for a moment before decisively saying with a smile, "Prime Minister, when did you marry such a beautiful wife? You never sent invitations to the Duke's residence, leaving us unable to celebrate with wine." Mu Qing was momentarily stunned. Yin Ren's expression also stiffened, thinking to himself how this old fool could misjudge the situation. Chu Buiqiu's expression paused, but he did not rush to refute. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the young woman beside him, who had yet to react. "Governor, you have misunderstood." When Choyin's tone grew slightly cold as he corrected, "This is Chu Mu Qing, the eldest daughter of the Chu family." Wei Ju exclaimed in realization, slapping his thigh. "It seems I was indeed confused. I had heard that the Prime Minister had a sister, but you both appeared so different that I mistakenly thought otherwise." Wei Ju's words left everyone exchanging glances that he had just seen Chu Buiqiu look at the woman with an unmistakable gaze, only to find out she was his sister. It was truly a comical blunder, and oh harm done. Chu Buiqiu replied lightly, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Mu Qing's flushed ears. Outwardly calm while inwardly pleased. "Governor Wei truly has discerning eyes. I admire you," he said. Chapter 37. Brother will eat for you. Upon hearing this, everyone felt that Chu Buiqiu's words were surely a jest, and they all tacitly fell silent. Mu Qing's cheeks flushed as she gently tugged at the man's hand behind her, reminding him not to embarrass her too much. Chu Buiqiu's smile only deepened, glancing at the displeased Wen Choyin and Yin Run, standing even straighter, unable to resist playing with the young woman's slightly disheveled hair. "Forgive me, everyone. My dear Qing has a delicate disposition," he said with a charming smile. Mu Qing felt her heart racing, hurriedly turning away her face, which only made her appear more flustered. Yin quietly observed the two, seeming somewhat distracted at this. Wei Ju found himself at a loss. Why did Chu Buiqiu's words sound so strange? The two did not appear to be related by looks at all. So, were they truly husband and wife, or was she his sister? The last carriage finally arrived, and Zhu Huai lifted the curtain, revealing a woman in red descending from the carriage. "I apologize. I dislike the jostling when I sleep, so I arrived a bit late." Seeing another woman arrive, Wei Ju could only look towards Bei Quan for help. Bei Quan, smiling brightly, broke the awkwardness by introducing, "This is the daughter of Inspector Chu, a close friend of Chu Mu Qing." This statement served a double purpose, confirming both Chu Si's identity and solidifying the relationship between Chu Buiqiu and Mu Qing. "Ah, I see. A pleasure to meet you." Wei Ju wiped away a cold sweat and addressed the group. "I Wei shall host a banquet at the governor's residence to welcome you all." Bei Quan, puzzled, asked, "Second uncle, aren't we going to the Duke's residence? I have not seen my elder uncle and grandfather in quite some time." Wei Ju's expression softened slightly as he replied, "Your grandfather is still recuperating and cannot receive guests at this time. Your elder brother is currently occupied with flood relief efforts. Hence I was tasked with entertaining you." Mu Qing silently listened to their exchange, her mind gathering information about the Wei family. The current Duke of Wei was the legitimate son of the late Empress Wei Zhong, who, after her passing, had left the old Duke heartbroken, leading him to withdraw from court affairs. The Northern Emperor, showing favor to the Wei family, promoted Wei Shiran, the late Empress's brother, to the position of Duke. As for the present Inspector Wei Ju, he should belong to the second branch of the Wei family. If Mu Qing remembered correctly, there was an unspoken connection between Wei Ju and Wen Choyin. In her past life, a year after she married into the prince's mansion, she had overheard a conversation outside when Choyin studied. It seemed Wei Ju was using some matter as leverage in an attempt to seize the Duke's position. At first, she had no idea who was threatening her husband until that person repeatedly mentioned the crown prince and the late Empress's name. Only then did she vaguely suspect that the individual was Wei Ju. the illegitimate brother of the Duke of Wei in her previous life, when Choyin must have made some sort of deal with Wei Ju. For some reason, Mu Qing instinctively thought this might relate to the assassination attempt that had nearly cost Chu Buqiu his life. The winding corridor embraced the artificial hills and vibrant flowers, adorned with azure tiles and vermilion eaves, exuding opulence. Within the magnificently decorated hall, multiple banquet tables were set, laden with sumptuous dishes that appeared exquisite and delectable. Logically, men and women should sit separately, or perhaps Wei Ju had not anticipated that Mu Qing and Zhu Xi would accompany them, leading to their seating arrangement together. Then Mu Qing settled beside the man, surveying her surroundings. The houses near Zhongzhou had been ravaged by flood, yet the governor's residence appeared exquisite and lavish, forming a stark contrast. The banquet table was abundant not only with meat dishes but also with a variety of pastries, each more elaborate than the last. Logically, even if Wei Ju hailed from the duke's residence, he should live according to his official salary. Yet, Mu Qing observed that Wei Ju's lifestyle seemed far more affluent than many bureaucrats in Bayan City. Could it be that a mere inspector had such a high salary? Miss Chu, I recall you have a fondness for sweets. That dish of lotus cake on the table is a specialty of Zhongzhou. I believe you will enjoy it. When Choyin, seated across from her, fixed his gaze on the young woman with a bright smile. Your Highness is most considerate. Mu Qing nodded with a forced smile. Truly, he has far too much time on his hands, she thought, eager to distance herself from him. Yet he was unrelentingly drawing closer. By the way, Prince, you arrived in Zhongzhou ahead of us. Have you devised any disaster relief strategies? A cold voice interrupted her thoughts, unexpectedly breaking her attempt to reach for the lotus cake with a pair of chopsticks, redirecting them to another plate of pastries instead. She was momentarily taken aback, noticing the man's side profile remained composed, though his sharp eyes held an unmistakable coldness. Eat this. It aids digestion. That Mu Qing stared at the jujube cake in her bowl, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. Leaning closer, she said, Brother, it's too sour. Chu Buqiu's expression paused, and just as he turned to look, she added playfully, I prefer sweet things. I can't eat sour ones. Understanding her intention, when Choyin's smile froze on his face. I am still pondering countermeasures, he replied. After all this time, I have yet to devise a plan. Chu Buqiu's tone was decidedly unkind, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a woman attempting to bring a date cake to her lips, which stirred something within him. Just as Mu Qing was about to take a bite, her wrist was suddenly tightened, and a force compelled her chopsticks to pivot, aiming them at the man's parted lips. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Buqiu audaciously took the date cake from her chopsticks and savored it between his own lips. The glint of mischief flickered in his eyes, and with a teasing tone, he remarked, If you can't handle the sour, then refrain from forcing it. Be wary of a toothache. Allow me to eat it for you. The crowd turned their gazes towards the sound, and Mu Qing stared at the person before her, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth has he just done? Chu Buqiu savored the date cake, raising an eyebrow as he flashed her a smile that was neither sweet nor sour, but rather quite pleasant. Chapter 38. The mistress of his residence, Mu Qing, stared at him in a daze, her chopsticks clattering onto the table. Chu Zaifu was notably attentive towards his younger sister, Wei Ju. Oblivious to the undertones, offered his compliments. Beiquan glanced at the silent Wen Chou-yin and then at the taciturn Yen Run, chuckling as he continued. Indeed, I have never encountered a brother as considerate as Zhua. Even if he were slow to react, witnessing Chu Buqiu injure Wen Chou-yin and nearly harm Yen Run had made him grasp some of the implications that Mu Qing, having been adopted by the Chu family. Though it might sound unflattering to some, bore no blood relation, that if Chu Buqiu truly desired to marry her, it was not impossible. Yet the burden he would have to bear would be immensely heavy. The constraints of ethics are the most formidable to defy in this world. Even the nobility of royalty cannot escape the scorn of the masses. Beiquan's tumultuous thoughts ebbed and flowed, flashing through familiar faces before settling into tranquility. Chu Zhizhen picked up his wine cup, keenly noticing the woman's flushed earlobes, and teasingly inquired, Mu Qing, have you begun to drink? Not yet, the woman replied. Lifting her head, somewhat bewildered, Chu Zhizhen chuckled meaningfully. With your rosy complexion, it must be the warmth of today's weather. Mu Qing's expression stiffened as she sensed the gaze of those beside her. Burying her head lowered, don't just eat pastries. Be cautious of choking. Her movements were overly earnest as she dined, while Chu Buiqiu's lips curved into a subtle smile as he added a few pieces of greens to his bowl. Suddenly, the hall was startled by the sound of music. The melodious strains of a zither flowed like a gentle stream, and several elegantly dressed dancers began to twirl gracefully in the hall. Mu Qing lifted her gaze, nearly spitting out a mouthful of greens. The dancers were dressed quite scantily. Perhaps Wei Ju had considered that all present were men, as the dancers displayed their bare shoulders and slender waists. Dancing with fervor, a few even cast flirtatious glances towards Yan Run and Wen Chouyin. Seeing this, Chu Zhizhen quickly feigned dizziness, excusing himself to rest. As Mu Qing noticed that she was the only woman left in the hall. She prepared to rise, but a dancer swayed towards Chu Buiqiu with an alluring figure. "This is Zhongzhou too. Would you care for a drink, my lord?" The woman's beauty was enchanting, the type that would undoubtedly captivate most men. She had set her sights on the most outstanding man in both appearance and demeanor. Tonight, she intended to claim him. Mu Qing felt as though her feet were rooted to the ground. Unable to move, and could not help but steal glances at how the man would respond. Meanwhile, Wen Chouyin quietly observed Chu Buiqiu's actions. "Thank you," Chu Buiqiu replied with an indifferent expression, yet he accepted the drink from the woman. Just as he was about to take a sip, the cup was snatched away. "Apologies, dear sister, but he cannot drink. I shall take this for him." Mu Qing appeared to smile sweetly, though her teeth were nearly grinding in frustration. This insufferable man. He dares to accept a drink from another woman in her presence. If she were not there, would he not be all over her? The dancer's flirtatious smile froze on her face. "My lady, are you his wife?" Chu Buiqiu's breath hitched, his gaze casually falling upon her, seemingly indifferent, yet inwardly brimming with anticipation. His pretense of accepting the drink was merely to gauge her reaction. Mu Qing downed the wine in one go, the fiery sensation nearly bringing her to tears. Yet she suppressed her urge to spit it out and calmly stated, "I am the mistress of his residence." The proclamation shattered the jovial atmosphere of the banquet like a stone cast into still water. Wei Ju burst into hearty laughter, unable to resist jesting. "Chu Zaifu, your sister and you share a close bond. Should you ever seek a wife, it would be inevitable for her to feel jealousy." Jealousy. She had no interest in such trivialities. Whatever Chu Buiqiu chose to do in the future was of no concern to her. The fiery sensation still lingered on her tongue, and without further ado, she turned to Wei Ju and curtsied, "Governor, after drinking, I feel a bit lightheaded. I shall take my leave to rest." Yanren looked towards Mu Qing, hastily extricating himself from the dancer's entanglements, and stood to say, "This general is also feeling somewhat inebriated. I must take my leave." "Leave what?" Bei Quan interjected, pulling him back. "Do not think to abandon me here." Seeing the distance between them grow, Yanren had no choice but to sit beside the crown prince. Keeping his distance from the dancers, Ingui, standing beside his master, couldn't help but remind, "My lord, it seems the young lady is upset. A tea first." The man under his eyelids remained unmoved, but after a while, his coldly handsome face broke into a smile that could not be contained. He raised the wine cup that the woman had just sipped from, draining the remaining liquid in one go, and then rose silently, exiting the hall at an unprecedented speed. My master wishes to go for a stroll to dissipate the effects of alcohol. Ingui hurriedly covered for him, intending to follow when Bei Quan promptly pulled him to his other side. "Agoué, you wouldn't mind accompanying me for a drink, would you?" Bei Quan wore a hearty smile, yet for the corner of his eye, he observed the dancer who had failed to approach Chu Buiqiu and was now trying to get closer to him. Ingui furrowed his brows, attempting to break free from the man's grasp, but found Bei Quan's hands firmly clasped around his waist, his tone bordering on a threat. "Ingui, if you leave now, tomorrow I shall order Chu Buiqiu to summon you to serve as my personal attendant." Ingui gritted his teeth and glanced at Wen Chouyin, resigning himself to the task of keeping an eye on Ningguang instead. In the garden of the governor's residence, Mu Qing kicked aside a small stone in her path, now finding the tender flower buds around her irritating. "Who are you cursing?" A male voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Mu Qing. Before she could turn around, she was pulled into a small pavilion by the lakeside. Though it was called a pavilion, the windows were tightly shut, stifling the air, likely to prevent dust from settling after a light cleaning by the household staff. In the cramped space, Mu Qing could distinctly hear the man's heavy breathing and feel the heat radiating from his coarse hands. "Why the rush?" The familiar low, rich voice sounded both inquisitive and probing. The warmth of his breath, mingled with the scent of alcohol, enveloped her face, igniting a wave of heat. The elegant fragrance of flowers from the woman's cascading hair wafted into the man's nostrils. Lonely most enjoys the tea-making skills of my beloved. The Northern Emperor savored the rich tea in his jade porcelain cup, letting out a satisfied sigh. The woman's appearance was graceful, yet possessed a pair of captivating apricot eyes. Blending the charm of a Jiangnan woman with an enticing allure, as long as your majesty enjoys it. It is worth the effort I have put in for a decade, she replied, placing down the teaspoon and silently shifting positions to kneel behind the Northern Emperor, gently massaging his temples. Why must Mayer trouble herself so? The Northern Emperor took her hands and stroked them gently in his palm. You have borne me children. These years have been hard on you. Mei Fei's smile faltered momentarily, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. That it is all my fault for not raising the dragon child. The Northern Emperor's expression was inscrutable, but seeing the woman so sorrowful, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders in comfort. Do not grieve. We still have Xiao Si and Xiao Lu, do we not? Xiao Si is now married to Nanzhao, contributing to Baiman, and you two share in the glory as their mother. The Northern Emperor's harem was not particularly vast. The only ones who had long enjoyed his favor were the late Empress who bore Bei Quan and Bei Kuan, and Mei Fei, who had given birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters. Regrettably, Mei Fei was frail, and though she had given birth to 3 children, she could not raise them. Now, only the 4th princess, who had married off to Nanzhao, and the still young 6th princess remained, recalling her daughter's marriage. Mei Fei's smile turned bittersweet. Compared to the contributions made through her daughter's marriage, she longed for her daughter to stay by her side, to bask in her affection. Your Majesty, both Xiao Lu and I depend on you. Mei Fei gently leaned against the man's shoulder, her affection deep and profound. The Northern Emperor smiled silently as the announcement echoed from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the eldest princess awaits you in the imperial study. Very well. Upon hearing this, the Northern Emperor's face brightened considerably, and he promptly rose to leave the hall, not pausing for even a word. Your Highness, the head maid, Bai Shou, noticed that the woman was staring at the man's departing figure, and could not help but speak. You have served His Majesty tea without having any meal? Would you like to eat something? No need. Mei Fei lowered her gaze, rinsing clean the jade porcelain cup the man had just used. Her eyes, once filled with warmth, gradually turned cold. Whether I eat or not, who truly cares? Chapter 39. Matters of men and women. The bright moon hung like frost, and the gentle breeze flowed like water. The cunning moonlight squeezed through the narrow window gaps, attempting to steal a glimpse of the spring scene within. Beneath her well-defined willow-leaf brows, the woman's almond-shaped eyes fluttered open, her thick lashes quivering slightly. As her ruby lips parted to reveal pearly white teeth, her rosy cheeks lending her an added allure. Not speaking? Chu Buqiu gazed at her quietly, exuding an abundance of patience. Naturally, it would not hinder her brother's good fortune. Mu Qing's lips curled into a smile, her expression carefree and light-hearted. The man's heartbeat became erratic as he grasped her chin, demanding, What good fortune? What good fortune? Mu Qing, slightly intoxicated, her eyes appearing somewhat dazed, rose onto her toes and leaned closer to the man, deliberately exhaling the scent of alcohol onto his face, her tone playfully rising. How could you not know, brother? Chu Buqiu trembled slightly, a wave of warmth cascading through his body from his abdomen. He tightened his grip around the woman's slender waist and, in a hoarse voice, insisted, I am unclear. I need you to tell me, isn't it just a matter between a man and a woman? Mu Qing chuckled lightly, her intoxicated gaze swirling with a charm that belied her youth. The man's dark, phoenix-like eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as he found himself irresistibly drawn closer to her. His voice low and husky. The matters between men and women. Do you understand? Not only do I understand, but I have also experienced it. Mu Qing was far too drunk to exercise restraint, her words spilling forth without caution. Chu Buqiu's nerves tightened suddenly. He seized the woman, an insatiable desire and frenzy roaring within him. Who have you been with? He hissed. Mu Qing winced at his grip, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Her rationality momentarily rekindled. The man's usual calm demeanor shattered in an instant, his expression twisted with a mix of obsession and torment, resembling a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Intent on claiming her life, Wen Shou, Did he touch you? Mu Qing bit her lip, struggling against him as she explained. What I meant was that the companionship between me and brother is also a matter between a man and a woman. Isn't it? Chu Buochio's arm faltered for a brief moment, his expression betraying a flash of panic, and he quickly released her. I asked that what you meant. She shot him an incredulous glare, tugging at the man's collar. Scoffing, where did your thoughts wander, brother? Having regained his composure, Chu Buochio fell silent, taking a couple of steps back, feeling a twinge of guilt that Mu Qing's mind was filled with his frenzied visage. Her playful spirit awakened as she draped herself around his neck. Whispering, or is it that brother wishes to teach Qing or another aspect of matters between men and women? The man's Adam's apple bobbed twice, his strong jaw quivering, and he could only shut his eyes and murmur, Do not tease. Why won't you look at me? Mu Qing pressed closer, her tone rife with complaint. Is it because I'm not as beautiful as the dancer from earlier? Chu Buochio's eyelids fluttered, and he deliberately raised his chin, creating distance between them. No who in this world could compare to her. Moreover, he had not even glanced at the other woman's appearance. Exactly, Mu Qing tilted her head back, resting her chin on the man's firm chest, pouting. It's only that she is clad in less clothing, that if I were to don such attire, I would surely outshine her. At her words, Chu Buochio's imagination ran wild, envisioning Mu Qing in dance attire, causing him to retreat even further. Just the thought of it nearly made him lose control of the raging beast within. What? You don't believe me? Mu Qing furrowed her brows, unable to suppress her determination, slurring her words. I shall prove it to you. Suddenly, he felt her softness against his chest, like being scalded by boiling water, and he was taken aback, quickly restraining her hands as she attempted to unfasten her garment. You little troublemaker. With her proximity, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he steeled himself, raising his hand to strike the back of her neck. Then Mu Qing let out a muffled sound, leaning back as the man securely caught her in his arms, finally carrying her away from the pavilion. The gentle scent of soothing incense wafted around him, gradually easing his headache. When Mu Qing hazily opened her eyes, dawn had already broken. The room was lavishly adorned, with a golden and jade crib prepared with garments, and a figure moved slightly behind a rosewood screen. Chu Buochio, she called, only to realize her voice was hoarse. The cup of Tusu wine from last night had been too potent, and in her haste, she had drunk too much, leading to her current state of disarray. How had she returned to her room? Her mind was a tangled mess, only a few fragmented images of Chu Buochio remaining in her memory. And they were far from clear. It seemed she had said something that angered him. Let me see which little drunkard is completely out of it from last night, that a woman peeked out from behind the screen. Smiling at her, Mu Qing raised her brows. Sister Chu? I knew it was you. Just now. You mistook me for your brother, Chu Zizhen teased, arms crossed. She chuckled, realizing she had likely been too hasty with the drink last night. Her mind still muddled. Fortunately, the Prime Minister carried you back. Otherwise, you would have had to sleep in the garden, Chu Zizhen said meaningfully. The garden? He carried me back. Mu Qing frowned, unable to recall that you'd best forget it. Chu Zizhen replied, reminiscing about the scene she had witnessed last night in the garden, which was indeed astonishing. She had long noted that Chu Buochio's feelings for Mu Qing were not those of an ordinary sibling, and their intimate actions last night had only solidified her suspicions that Mu Qing, puzzled by her words, asked, Did you see my brother? I did not. I came to teach you martial arts. Do you not remember? Chu Zizhen denied, then added, However, Ingui remains in the manor. He should know. Ingui? Something flashed in Mu Qing's mind. Seizing the moment while Chu Buochio was absent, she hurriedly got up to find paper and ink. What are you doing? Chu Zizhen inquired, confused that I have something to ask him. Mu Qing replied, finding a brush and paper on the desk, then smiled mysteriously at the woman. You'll need to help me with something. What kind of help? Chu Zizhen asked. Cooperate with me and tell a little lie to Ingui, Mu Qing said as she carefully wrote something on the paper, repeatedly comparing it with her palm to practice. Chapter 40. Calm after the storm in the silent and serene imperial study, a woman's silhouette stood tall and graceful. Sister. Beidi rushed in, spotting Yume, his expression lightening with joy, running so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling? Yume noticed her brother smile and soon caught a faint fragrance in the air, leading her to conclude, You just came from Mei Fei's place. Beidi paused, quickly sitting beside her, smiling innocently. How did sister know? You carry the scent of her palace. It was a fragrance I used to favor years ago, She once asked me what scent I used, and I told her that I see. Beatty's expression softened, quickly shifting to concern. Sister, what brings you here today? Yume smiled brightly, producing a steaming paper bag from behind her and tossing it to him. Beatty caught it swiftly, opening it with surprise. Candied chestnuts. You still love these silly treats. Has your taste not changed? She felt relieved seeing him smile so radiantly that of course not. Whatever I love has never changed. Beatty popped a chestnut into his mouth, satisfied. Sister understands me well, that naturally that why Yume watched him, her thoughts drifting back to the time after she was adopted by the late emperor and first met Bei Che. Back then, the late emperor was still a prince, and Bei Che had not yet ascended to the throne, while she was not a princess either. The child who used to insist on going to the market for candied chestnuts had now grown into a father, ruling the realm, while she remained alone. Recently, a peculiar event had transpired in the city that Yume rested her chin on her hand, observing her brother as he ate, and brought it up. Have you heard? Bei Di responded with curiosity. What happened? The daughter of the Prince of Yongin and the daughter of the Qin County Magistrate have gone missing while accompanying each other to pray for the people of Zhengzhou. Is that so? Bei Di frowned. How could they simply vanish without a trace? Yume raised an eyebrow. Moreover, their disappearance has stirred up rumors in the city, claiming that their sincerity in prayer was lacking, offending the Buddha, who then punished them, causing them to vanish without a trace. Bei Di chewed on a chestnut, deducing they must have offended someone recently. Seeing that he understood her meaning, Yume continued, speaking of which, I found a Feiyu Ling at the princess's residence today. Feiyu Ling? Bei Di pondered, his voice growing serious. Is there an issue with the royal army? The Feiyu Ling is a signal used among the royal army to convey messages. Yume glanced at him meaningfully. It's a message from Chu Zai Fu. Darajua. Bei Di nodded, realizing it made sense. The Beimang army was under his command, with 3 divisions managed by Yume and the other 2 entrusted to Chu Buqiu. However, what could have happened to Chu Buqiu that required him to send a message via Feiyu Ling instead of reporting back to the palace? The letter stated that they had encountered 2 assassination attempts. Assassination? 2 attempts? Bei Di's expression grew grave as he pressed. Are they all right? Ajua and Bei Quan, are they safe? Yume first mentioned the instigator. The letter states that one of the attempts was from the Wang family of Taiyuan, and it was orchestrated by the Qin County Magistrate. The Wang family of Taiyuan. Bei Di narrowed his eyes, his voice cold, the Prince of Yongin. Chu Zaifu also mentioned that although their lives were not in danger, Aquan had been severely frightened, resulting in a loss of control, leaving him bedridden for days, unable to move, and now he could hardly hold chopsticks. Yume found it laughable to utter such words. The individuals she dispatched had clearly reported that the group had failed in their assassination attempt on Chu Muqing and had already been thoroughly eliminated by Chu Buqiu's loyal guards. The crown prince arrived at the inn later than they did, and not even a shadow of the assassins was seen. That it seems that those in power, the ministers who wield great influence, can weave tales with such finesse that in his quest to avenge his precious sister, he was indeed intent on bringing ruin upon both the king of Yongin and Qining. It is evident that those 2 women must have been taken by Chu Buqiu's men. The northern emperor recalled the scene of his son's disgrace, and suddenly found the candied chestnuts in his mouth to be tasteless. Ajua was reporting to us. The man placed the chestnuts on the table, and after a moment of contemplation, quickly concluded, it cannot be the king of Yongin. That on the stone arched bridge over the muddy river, a group of people stood, led by Bei Quan, who sneezed twice forcefully. Wondering if that rascal Ague had been cursing him, Chu Buqiu cast a sidelong glance at him and decisively stated, it is not possible. Why? Bei Quan stared at the back of the man's head. Perplexed, Chu Buqiu bluntly replied, given the relationship between you 2, he would not think of you, Bei Quan. I was wondering why it hasn't rained. It seems you've left me speechless. The cause of the flooding, I fear, is not solely due to natural disasters. Chu Buqiu gazed at the river's surface, still as death. Yen Run, standing nearby, was puzzled by the minister's reasoning. When Choin, having glanced at Wei Ju, who appeared somewhat withdrawn, remained silent. Upon seeing Yin and when standing together, Chu Buqiu uncontrollably recalled the jealousy and drunkenness displayed by Muqing the previous night. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, his confidence bolstered. You cannot know. Having never truly experienced it, how could you understand the feelings of this minister? Yin Ren was taken aback. Had he not just asked about the flooding? Why did Chu Buiqiu's expression show such a contemptuous arrogance? A mere flood, and it warranted such pride. Wei Ju was startled by Chu Buiqiu's call and quickly responded, "Minister, what are your orders? How is the situation with the land reclamation in Zhengzhou?" Wei Ju's nerves were taut as he answered, "The people are following the government's regulations to reclaim and utilize the land. That's so." Chu Buiqiu's gaze turned icy, instilling a sense of dread. "Of course it is," Wei Ju swallowed hard, stealing glances at the immovable Wen Chouyin. "Minister, I see that while the river has risen considerably, it appears quite calm now. Has the flooding subsided?" Wen Chouyin timely shifted the topic, allowing Wei Ju's anxious heart to finally settle. The king of Ning, observing the tranquility, had been deceived by appearances. Chu Buiqiu lifted his eyelids, his indifferent gaze resting on him, imbued with an unknown chill. Sometimes, the calmer the river, the more one lowers their guard, unaware that danger is silently approaching. The king of Ning's eyes darkened. He sensed the underlying implications in Chu Buiqiu's words but could not discern their meaning. Wei Ju, on the other hand, was choking on his words, too afraid to lift his head. Regarding the matter of land reclamation, he indeed had meddled with it. Should anyone discover his actions, not only would he be stripped of his position as governor, but he might also face catastrophic consequences that if that day were to come, the duke's residents would likely not be able to protect him either. Bei Quan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "What do you suggest we do now? First, summon the officials of Zhengzhou. We require both treasury assistance for disaster relief and a significant workforce." Chu Buiqiu replied in a low voice. Bei Quan nodded and instructed Wei Ju, "Second uncle, you go ahead and issue orders to gather the officials." Wei Ju promptly complied, hastily departing like a startled rabbit. Chu Buiqiu fixed his gaze on the man's panicked retreat, signaling to the lurking Zhu Huai, who immediately followed suit. As Bei Quan descended the bridge, he brushed aside his robe and inquired, "Have you clearly conveyed the assassination matter in the Feiyu order sent to your aunt?" Yanren also looked over, only to notice that Chu Buiqiu paused for a moment, revealing a fleeting crack in his demeanor before quickly masking that IT has been conveyed clearly. Seeing the smile at the corner of Chu Buiqiu's lips, Bei Quan couldn't help but smile back, his expression overly naive. Surely his aunt and father were deeply concerned about our journey to Zhengzhou. Chu Buiqiu responded with a nonchalant hum, replying casually, "You are right." Chapter 41. Avenger Brother Yinggu. This is how it is. Muqing emerged with a stack of papers, her expression one of defiance. "Little miss, do you genuinely wish for me to decipher the Nanzhao characters on this paper solely because of your wager with Miss Chu?" Yinggu questioned, seeing the two young ladies approach him with such intent. "Naturally." Muqing smiled, casting a playful glare at Chu Zixin, half in jest. "Sister Chu, you made such grand promises. I must see if you truly recognize the Nanzhao characters." Chu Zixin's eyes flickered slightly, and she readily replied, "Why would I deceive you? If I make a mistake, you can choose any restaurant in Zhengzhou." Muqing glanced at Yinggu, who was examining the note, recalling what Jin Ke had said that day, that Yinggu was familiar with the Nanzhao script amongst the Buqing guards. Having spent a long time by Chu Buiqiu's side, Yinggu was cautious, had he not thought to concoct a ruse. Muqing genuinely feared he might not speak the truth, in that case, "Miss Chu, why don't you tell me what this paper says?" Chu Zixin's smile faltered for a moment before she replied naturally, "It says peace and smoothness, health and prosperity." Upon hearing this, Yinggu's expression remained unchanged, responding, "Yes, you are correct, I knew it." Chu Zixin's smile froze on her face. She and Muqing had corroborated their statements. When the time came, she would merely speak casually. How could such a casual remark have turned out to be true? "Little miss, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to find my master." "Wait." Muqing's expression suddenly darkened, stopping Yinggu to confirm once more. "Are you sure what is written on this paper are those exact words?" Yinggu stared quietly at the young girl, and after a long pause sighed, "Little miss, what exactly do you intend to do?" Muqing's smile returned to her lips as she softly replied, "Brother Yinggu, I actually bought a leisure book at the market. My brother disapproves of me reading such things, but I am genuinely curious about the meaning of the Nanzhao characters mentioned in it." Yinggu's brows furrowed tightly. "Little miss, I am not so easily deceived." He had watched Muqing grow up. Her behaviors and habits were unmistakable in their interactions. She had lied, and how could he not see through it? Moreover, the master had long instructed him that if the little miss mentioned anything related to Nanzhao, he must not assist her. Seeing the man attempt to leave, Muching gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Ingu, I seem to recall that on my 10th birthday, His Highness the Crown Prince gifted me a delightful." Chu Tsijin was taken aback, not understanding why Ingu suddenly reversed direction, covering Muching's mouth tightly to prevent her from speaking. What had Muching just mentioned? She seemed to have heard something about a birthday and the Crown Prince. Humph. Muching laughed, patting the man's hand, mimicking Bei Quan's usual tone, and said ambiguously, "Truly, you are the esteemed Ingu of the Butching Guards. Quite understanding and broad-minded. How do you know that the king of Yongin would not send someone to assassinate them?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yumei's eyes, secretly praising her brother for being rather astute. He was indeed a brash one, but the Northern Emperor, having sipped a few mouthfuls of tea, spoke calmly in the vast imperial study. The Wang family of Taiyuan is the maternal family of the Princess of Yongin. Even if the king of Yongin were foolish, he would not resort to using such close kin. His approach to issues has never been about whether people have motives, but rather how they act and whether they possess the capability to act. It is evident that the king of Yongin lacks such ability. Yumei responded with a hum, reminding him once more. So, Chu the minister is lying. Then, no, he certainly is not. The Northern Emperor's voice was even more resolute than before. Yumei lightly tapped the table, teasing, "You are indeed quite fond of Chu the minister." The Northern Emperor fell silent at this, but continued to analyze seriously. Ajua must be speaking the truth. The assassins must indeed be from the Wang family of Taiyuan. However, I do not believe that the one sent to carry out the assassination would be the king of Yongin or Qining, who facilitated their passage. Upon hearing this, Yumei felt increasingly satisfied in her heart, quietly awaiting the man's deliberation. "Sister, you just mentioned that the daughters of the king of Yongin and Qining were kidnapped." The Northern Emperor pondered for a moment. Could it be that Si Deshun and Qin Ying's daughter are behind this? What could mere ladies of the inner chambers hope to achieve by assassinating the crown prince and the minister? This statement reminded the Northern Emperor of a past event, prompting him to ask. Previously, the king of Ning had expressed a desire to marry Ajua's younger sister, and the issue of stripping her title was also raised by Ajua. Is that so? Assassinating the minister? Yumei furrowed her brow, prompting her once more. I recently heard reports that the eldest daughter of the Chu family has followed the elder brother of Ning to Zhongzhou. What? The Northern Emperor's brows shot up in surprise, first lamenting the girl's audacity, then suddenly realizing. It seems that the two young ladies targeted for assassination are indeed Ajua's sister. Chu Boiqiu cherished his sister dearly, and certainly would not let this matter rest. Thus, the disappearance of those two women must be related to him. Chu the minister is blatantly indicating that it was he who orchestrated this. Yumei found herself disdainful of this individual's audacity. Not only did he choose to inform her through a feathered edict rather than report to the palace, but he also seemed certain that his brother would regard the matter with due seriousness because of him. To avenge the maid of the Chu family, he truly exerted considerable effort. Moreover, this young man harbored a deeper intention. The Northern Emperor, maintaining his inscrutable demeanor, jestingly reprimanded him. "You do not wish for me to meddle in affairs that do not concern me, do you?" Presently, both the Wang of Yong'an and the Qin family are in a frenzy. "What do you propose we do?" The Northern Emperor scoffed lightly, jesting further. "What shall I do? Naturally, I shall adhere to your command." Keeping my eyes firmly closed, like a bodhisattva, immovable as a mountain, Qinger, is what Ingue said credible. "We have no idea where that place is. Your search is in vain." Chu Qijin closely followed the woman's pace. Weaving through the marketplace, Muching halted momentarily, as anticipated. The bamboo slip given to her by Hui Chen pointed to a location known as Menyufang. Ingue's translation was accurate, in her past life. She had heard when Cho mentioned this place. Menyufang was situated in the Central Plains, yet it did not fall under the jurisdiction of Beimang. The person behind this establishment was surely extraordinary. Hui Chen would not have bestowed such items upon her without reason. This must be an opportunity to address the flood crisis. How blind can one be, daring to collide with our young lady's carriage? Do they seek death? The acerbic tone drew the attention of both Muching and her companion. The woman, dressed as a maid, was adorned far more splendidly than the typical servants, speaking with an air of arrogance that it seemed her master possessed some influence. Opposite her stood an elderly man, his hair silver and his clothes tattered. Appearing utterly flustered, "My apologies, young lady. The governor has commanded us to repair the houses An old fool. Lost my sight and accidentally dropped some tiles that it was certainly not an intentional offense against a person of high status. Pah! The maid glared disdainfully at the old man and the child he held, saying, "You have erred, and now your grandson must come with us." The old man, terrified, clutched the child tightly, pleading, "Noble one, my son and daughter-in-law have perished. I am left with only this grandson, that I implore you to show mercy and spare us." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man knelt, banging his head against the ground with a resounding thud. "You, old dog, have frightened our young lady. Do you think this can be resolved so easily?" The maid's expression turned icy as she raised her foot, preparing to stamp on the old man's head. With a sudden thud, a stone struck the maid's kneecap, causing her to scream in pain. "Who dares to scheme against me?" Chapter 42. Bowing and apologizing young lady. Your words are rather harsh. That a woman in a red dress emerged slowly from the crowd of onlookers, followed closely by another girl who approached the old man and child, helping them to their feet. The townsfolk quickly made way, pointing and whispering as they watched. Are they outsiders? How bold they are! To provoke that household, they surely cannot survive in the Central Plains. Offending them would yield no good results. Just as Mooching helped the old man up, a gnarled hand grasped her wrist. "Little girl, you should leave. Do not implicate yourselves." She paused, briefly startled, as she seemed to glimpse her own reflection in the old man's lifeless eyes. "That do not fear." Mooching smiled gently and patted the child's head. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the carriage remaining still, the owner not dismounting but sending a maid to handle matters, suggesting an unusual status. "You little wretches dare to offend us. Do you know who we are?" The maid, grimacing in pain, limped toward them, pointing and cursing. "I am unaware of your master." Mooching replied, smirking, "But who might you be? A pig from the village?" Chazizan stifled a laugh, recognizing that Mooching was about to engage in banter. The maid's face turned ashen as she nearly pointed at Mooching's face. "You worthless creatures, from which mountain hollow did you crawl out? The Lord of the Central Plains?" A thought flashed through Mooching's mind, and she replied leisurely, "The world belongs to the wise Northern Emperor, and this Central Plains is the fief of the Northern Emperor's seventh son, Baquin. The officials here are loyal to their lord. When did a lord of the Central Plains come into existence? Or do you, a mere maid, presume to interfere in matters of the realm?" The maid's expression flickered with confusion as she retorted, "You shameless wench. Do you not fear our master coming to trouble you?" "Call me a shameless wench all you like," Mooching smirked, "but when I regard you as a person, you had best act like one." "You enough," a melodious voice interjected, halting the commotion. Simultaneously, another female voice from within the carriage chimed in, "Sister, this woman has slandered us. Should we not teach her a lesson? Do not act recklessly." The curtain of the carriage lifted slightly, revealing a woman who looked down haughtily at the previously sharp-tongued girl. "That if you bow 3 times before my carriage today and admit your fault, I shall let you go." The crowd buzzed with discussion. 3 bows seemed a fair price. Indeed, those who had offended that young lady had been dragged off to feed the dogs. An arm lightly tapped the old man, who, hunched over and frail, pleaded with the occupants of the carriage. "Second miss, I shall bow for them. I shall bow." Mooching reached out to stop the old man from kneeling. "Old sir, a man's knee bears gold. Besides, your little grandson is watching." The child timidly peeked out, bewildered by the situation. "May I ask you a few questions?" she inquired, gazing directly at the half-lifted curtain. That a laugh emanated from within the carriage. "Ask quickly, bow properly, and do not waste my time." "Who is the highest official in the Central Plains?" "Naturally, it is Governor Wei," came the reply, laced with an unnoticeable pride. "And who ordered the repairs of this old man's house?" "That would also be Governor Wei." "Then, why does Governor Wei wish for the common people to repair their houses?" The response was momentarily delayed but firm. "To resist the flood." "And why is it necessary to resist the flood?" The woman's tone grew impatient. "Naturally, to protect their lives. So you understand the stakes involved?" Mooching lifted her chin, a smile creeping into her eyes. "Yet here you are, seeking to take the old man's only family. Is that not also a matter of life and death?" The woman seemed caught off guard, finally exclaiming, "You dare to toy with me? No more bowing. Seize her and send her to Zhe Fonglu." "Zue Fonglu?" The townsfolk exchanged glances, startled. "Isn't that a brothel? I've heard the girls there suffer greatly. This one seems exceptionally beautiful." That a wave of guards emerged from behind the carriage, drawing their swords. Second Miss Wei, you must think carefully. You do not yet understand my identity, that if you proceed to seize me without discernment, a dark, obsessive figure flashed through Muqing's mind, nearly causing her to laugh. A mere bow shall not spare you. From the earlier conflict, Muqing surmised that the occupants of the carriage were likely the two daughters of Wei Jie, at yesterday's banquet. Wei Ju had specifically mentioned that his daughters were visiting the duke's residence to accompany the elderly duke, offering their filial piety. Who do you think you are to deceive me? The woman scoffed. This Central Plains belongs to the Wei family. A mere unknown wretch like you is unworthy to even carry my shoes. To cast you into a brothel to entertain customers is already an act of great mercy. Whoever captures this wretch first shall have their reward. Her words stirred the guards like pebbles disturbing the still surface of a lake. And the exquisite young woman before them instantly ignited their competitive spirits. Chu's sister, Muqing turned to Chizizan, who responded with a bright smile, "Do not fear. I shall protect you in recent days." Chizizan had only imparted some rudimentary skills, but they were sufficient for self-defense. Muqing evaded swiftly, dodging several guards' attacks. "Sister, be careful." Chizizan, unaware of an approaching assailant, executed a spinning kick, her movements swift and powerful, her demeanor exuding a certain excitement. "You little brats are not nearly enough to challenge me." Muqing could not afford to focus on her. After a series of evasions, she inadvertently stumbled into a dark, cramped corner. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon her today. The guards, eager for confrontation, wore lecherous expressions, with a slight frown. Muqing seized a jade hairpin from her hair. Alas, this pin is not sharpened. As a man lunged toward her, just as he was about to make contact, a glint of cold steel flashed in the corner of her eye. Chapter 43. The tide turns with a squelch. A blade pierced through the guard's abdomen, staining the ground with blood. "What do you think you are doing, daring to lay a hand on her?" The young man spoke through gritted teeth, his proud and arrogant face momentarily revealing a clear intent to kill. "Shao Qi." Muqing covered her lips in astonishment, gazing at the boy who descended from the heavens. Bei Kuan paused at the sound, retracting the terrifying expression he had just worn, and raised an eyebrow at her. "Da Chu, is my sword swift enough?" Muqing exhaled in relief and glanced towards the guards wreaking havoc on the street, only to discover that they had all been subdued one by one. Chu Zhizhen strode over, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bei Kuan. "A madman? Oh, is that not the old drunkard?" Bei Kuan scrutinized Chu Zhizhen from head to toe, then turned back to Muqing and inquired, "How did you end up together?" Muqing was momentarily bewildered. Was it possible that Bei Kuan and Chu Zhizhen were acquainted? Just as she was about to ask, an irate sound of footsteps rushed towards them. From where did this wild dog come, daring to touch my people? The woman, adorned with an array of jewels and clad in a rose-red satin gown with a snow fox fur cloak, possessed a striking appearance, yet her garish attire diminished her allure significantly. Wild dog. Bei Kuan stretched his neck, resting his large knife on his shoulder, and turned to regard the woman with a condescending gaze. Wei Yishui, upon recognizing the youthful face before her, took an involuntary step back in disbelief. "Seventh cousin? No, I certainly cannot bear that title of cousin," Bei Kuan replied, his long brows knitting together in disdain as he positioned the blade before Wei Yishui. "Speak, which hand do you wish to keep?" Wei Yishui's expression was one of shock as she stammered. "Cousin, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Bei Kuan replied, his tongue pressing against his cheek as he lightly tapped the woman's face with the back of his knife. "I say, ugly ghost, you harm my people. Do you not owe a price for that? Currently, you have a choice, but soon, you shall have none." The onlooking townsfolk were utterly bewildered. This second daughter of the Wei family had always been domineering. Yet now, faced with the provocation of this unfamiliar man, she dared not utter a single word. Wei Yishui felt the cold blade pressing against her cheek, trembling uncontrollably as she glanced at Muqing. "Cousin Seven, we are kin. How can you harm me for the sake of an unknown woman? Enough of your prattle. Are you going to be cleaved or not?" Bei Kuan's slender eyes glinted with a hint of frost as he gripped the hilt of his knife, aiming at Wei Yishui's left arm. "Then let it be this one. Wei Yishui, terrified, collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward, tears streaming down her face. "That I was wrong. Seventh Prince, I was wrong." Bei Kuan's expression flickered with interest. His excitement heightened. "Wrong? To admit fault so quickly is rather dull. Isn't it? Seventh Prince. Another woman hurriedly descended from a carriage. Compared to Wei Yishui, her appearance was rather plain, and her attire was far more subdued. Wei Shitao, do you wish to be cleaved as well? Bei Kuan aimed his knife at the plain-looking woman. Sister, sister, save me. Wei Yishui crawled over to cling to her sister's leg in sheer terror. Mu Qing observed the woman and recalled the two daughters of Wei Zhusheng from her previous life. The eldest was indeed renowned in Bei Meng. It seemed this woman was the one. Seventh Prince, Yishui has been spoiled by us for too long. I beseech you, for the sake of our deceased aunt, let her go this once, Wei Shitao implored earnestly. Since childhood, their father and mother had doted excessively on the younger sister, which had only made her increasingly overbearing as she grew older, and even Wei Shitao found it challenging to rein in her antics. Enough, Bei Kuan interrupted impatiently, digging at his ear, and scornfully remarked at the sisters. Do not cling to connections every day. The my surname is Bei, not Wei. Even if my mother were to resurrect today, your sister's hand must be left behind. Chu Zhizhen could not suppress a chuckle. Her tone casual. Madman, just for that remark, I should at least treat you to a drink. Who would want that? Bei Kuan shot her a glance, then turned to Mu Qing, his eyes sparkling. However, if a Chu were to join, I might reluctantly partake in a meal. Mu Qing's lips curled slightly, suppressing a smile as she approached Bei Kuan and tugged at his sleeve. Little Seven, if you cleave off Miss Wei Er's hand for me, I shall truly become a criminal. She believed Bei Kuan would go so far as to harm Wei Yishui for her. Though he often acted playfully, his nature was sincere, unable to bear the sight of those he cared for being harmed. Bei Kuan's brows furrowed, his expression turning serious and obstinate. Chu, no one can harm you, did I know? Mu Qing replied, standing on her toes to gently ruffle the boy's hair, her voice soft. So will you still listen to me this time? Bei Kuan initially remained silent, but after a moment his furrowed brows began to relax, and he sheathed the large knife that had been aimed at the sisters. Miss Wei Er, you just said that if I bowed to you, you would let me go. Now that I have saved you once, do you know what you ought to do? Mu Qing was no naive saint. She understood that had Bei Kuan not arrived in time, her safety would have been in jeopardy. Wei Yishui's face turned pale, her jewels scattered and entangled, resembling a complete madwoman in her disarray. The townsfolk watched in astonishment. This second daughter of Wei had never faced defeat, and anyone she sought to punish had never escaped her grasp. Now, witnessing her in such a wretched state, they felt a sense of vindication. That I understand. Wei Yishui gritted her teeth, lifting the hem of her gown and kneeling towards Mu Qing. Gasps of disbelief arose around them. Did I just witness Miss Wei Er kneeling to that young lady? Who is this young lady? She seems to be of considerable status, judging by the young man. I never expected to see Miss Wei Er in such a predicament. Wei Yishui squeezed her eyes shut, her rage threatening to overflow as she glared at Mu Qing. Did I ask this acceptable? Naturally, Mu Qing replied, a smile curving her lips. It is not. Wei Yishui felt as though her molars might shatter, while Bei Kuan looked down at her with a bemused expression, and her sister remained silent. Then I shall bow to you. Wait, Mu Qing interjected, her voice steady as she regarded Wei Yishui seriously. The one you owe an apology to is not just me. Wei Yishui clenched her fists. What more do you want? That elder from earlier. Do you not think you owe him an apology? Wei Yishui's complexion darkened further. As the daughter of the magistrate, was she truly expected to bow and apologize to a lowly commoner? Bow or keep a hand. Choose for yourself. That I in that moment. Wei Yishui longed to mutilate the woman before her, yet Bei Kuan stood in her way. Elder, I was indeed in the wrong today. Please forgive me. She turned her direction, kneeling before the old man and the young boy, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she knocked her forehead 3 times, each thud resounding louder than the last. Only when her delicate forehead drew blood did she murmur, her voice tinged with tears, Are you satisfied now? Miss Wei Er, feel free, that I will remember you. Wei Yishui shot her a venomous glare. Leaving with a threat, that Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, watching Wei Shitao assist her sister into the carriage before she approached the old man, pulling out a pouch of silver and offering it to him. Elder, please take this money and hire someone to rep. Bei Kuan furrowed his brow, deeply troubled by the plight of the common people. Chu Bochio calmly articulated a solution. The court would allocate disaster relief funds. With the imminent threat of flooding, The populace was gripped by fear. Only by providing them with tangible financial support could they be reassured that the court had not forsaken a single one of them. Bei Quan nodded, affirming that he would report to the emperor and expedite the transfer of funds from the national treasury. Beside him, Wen Chou-yin remained silent, though his expression belied his discomfort. When disaster strikes, the casualties extend far beyond a handful of households. The numbers are staggering, and I fear it may deplete the treasury. Bei Quan, however, maintained a resolute stance, asserting that the nation functions through its people, and thus they should always be our foremost consideration. Wen Chou-yin cast a glance at Bei Quan, but ultimately refrained from voicing his dissent. Bei Quan's inherent kindness was both his greatest virtue and his most significant flaw. A ruler must be decisive in matters of life and death. Those who dither in their decisions, even if they ascend to the throne, will struggle to bring peace to the realm, while a measure of benevolence is advantageous. Excessive kindness can lead to ruinous folly. My lord, the Rasha approached from behind, catching wind of the discussion regarding disaster relief, and quietly whispered to Wen Chou-yin, "There has been trouble in Bayan." "What?" Wen Chou-yin furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "Have you sent someone to investigate?" Regardless of his disdain for Si Deshun, she would eventually enter the Ning Wang's residence. Previously, he had begrudgingly endured her association with another man. Now, with her abduction and disappearance, he couldn't fathom how to uphold the dignity of the Ning Wang's household. The culprits were suspicious, and my subordinates have yet to ascertain their identities. "Wait," Wen Chou-yin fell into a long silence, his somber expression suddenly breaking into a sly smile. "This may present an opportunity for me." Nearby, Yinren listened to Bei Quan's incessant inquiries, his gaze inadvertently drifting elsewhere until it paused at a certain spot. "Isn't that the Chu family girl?" At the sound of his voice, the others turned in unison to follow his gaze. That a woman atop a thatched roof climbed a long ladder, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing arms as delicate as lotus roots, with a sheen of sweat glistening at her brow. Her radiant face was adorned with a hint of a smile, making her particularly striking in the sunlight. All done, the crowd of onlookers erupted in applause, cheering for her. Chu Bochio's attention fixated on that enchanting figure, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile, yet his peripheral vision caught the equally fervent gazes of Yen Run and Wen Chou-yin. "Damn it, why are there so many rivals? Miss, I can't thank you enough. I'm truly at a loss for how to repay you." An old man, teary-eyed, held his grandson and urged, "Quickly thank this kind sister." The child blinked shyly and murmured, "Thank you, kind sister." Bei Kuan poked the child's forehead, discontentedly reminding him, "Don't forget about your invincible kind brother." The child, startled, shrank back behind the old man. Yuqing chuckled and said, "No need for thanks. Just tell me where the Full Moon Workshop is located." The old man's expression turned complicated, his demeanor hesitant. "Miss, the Full Moon Workshop is not a good place," the child peeked out, suddenly asking Mu Qing's sister, "Are you referring to the Full Moon Workshop in the Ghost Market?" Mu Qing was taken aback. "Ghost Market?" The old man sighed deeply, realizing his grandson had spoken out of turn. "The Ghost Market only opens at night, and its location is hard to find for ordinary people. If you truly wish to go, come find me at night, and I will take you there." Mu Qing hesitated. "Old man, are you willing to take me to the Ghost Market?" He nodded. "You have done me a kindness. I must repay it after all these years. Then thank you very much." Mu Qing smiled, preparing to descend the ladder, when her eye caught a familiar figure. "Why is he here?" Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she stumbled down several rungs, about to fall. Chapter 45. The Abandoned Ones. A strong, steady embrace prevented Mu Qing from sustaining any injuries. The man's tall and solid frame exuded a faint yet sharp fragrance. This scent. Yen Run. She looked up to meet his striking black and white phoenix eyes, her pupils constricting slightly in disbelief. "Brother, brother!" Chu Bochio gritted his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust, unable to fathom that the girl had just called another man's name. How could he and Yen Run possibly resemble each other? Did Yen Run possess his beauty, his power, or his cunning? The only difference was that Yen Run was merely a few years younger. The scent on you is somewhat reminiscent of General Yan's. It is hard not to be confused. Mu Qing blinked, her smile tinged with apology. Chu Bochio's arm stiffened, almost dropping her. How does she know what scent Yen Run wears? What have they done together to be so familiar with each other as scents? Master, aren't you going to set Miss Chu down? Bei Kuan waved his hand in front of Chu Boqiu, who finally relinquished his hold. Chu Boqiu's expression turned frigid, reminiscent of when he used to teach Bei Kuan how to read. What brings you to Zhongzhou? Bei Kuan couldn't help but look away, muttering, This is my fief. Am I not allowed to be here? Shao Qi, is Mu Qing all right? The two rushed over from afar. Bei Kuan pointed at Bei Kuan, scolding, Aren't you supposed to be studying in the palace? Why are you out here causing trouble? Before his elder brother, Bei Kuan was far less obedient, dismissively letting the words go in one ear and out the other. Why are you standing so high? Aren't you afraid of falling? Yanren exhaled in relief, reaching out to poke Mu Qing's forehead, only to be stopped midair. Chu Boqiu tightened his grip on his wrist. Emanating a chilling aura, Bei Kuan and Bei Kuan exchanged glances, halting their bickering. Chu Zhizhen clutched a wine jug, wishing she could munch on peanuts at that moment to enjoy the spectacle. Mu Qing looked back and forth, perplexed by the tension between the two. Yanren mirrored her confusion and was about to speak when he felt a tug on his wrist. What followed was a scene he would never forget. Chu Boqiu pulled him close and inhaled deeply. The brothers Bei Kuan stood stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Ugh. Chu Zhizhen let out a sound of disgust, relieved she hadn't eaten peanuts just then, fearing she might choke on the sight. Bei Kuan scrutinized Chu Boqiu, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that aside from Mu Qing, he has an interest in men as well? His heart must be quite bold. After all, Yanren could be considered a rival. This one do. I need to think of a way to bring Inge over. His situation is perilous. Meanwhile, Bei Kuan was horrified, covering his mouth as his image of a strict teacher crumbled. No wonder the emperor had urged Chu Boqiu to marry sooner. He had been utterly impervious to the idea. It turned out he had this inclination. Previously, while studying under Chu Boqiu's guidance, he had been oblivious to such nuances. He had always been admired for his beauty, adored by the ladies in the palace. This is far too dangerous, setting aside other considerations, just as looks alone made him a perilous match for someone like Chu Boqiu. Mu Qing was equally stunned, observing Yanren's ears turning increasingly red, sensing he might faint. Suddenly, a piercing shout erupted. Are you mad? Chu Boqiu, however, merely released his sleeve, nonchalantly pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Indeed, I was correct. This fragrance is the same as I detected in the carriage after the banquet at the Xiang residence. That it appears that Yanren has been up to no good right under my nose. Truly commendable. One by one, they were all hastening towards their doom. He shot a glare at the chuckling Mu Qing, then casually tossed the handkerchief at Yanren's face, coldly stating, You need a bath. You smell awful, awful. Yanren inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the urge to kick the man, and shouted, I bathe 800 times a day. If anyone smells, it's you and your entire family. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at herself, while Chu Zhizhen suppressed a laugh, declaring emphatically, I swear, you smell delightful down on the other side of the bridge, my lord. Isn't this approach too dangerous? Rasha observed the darkened expression of the man, when Shou Ina's peripheral vision caught the radiant smile of the woman. Once, this smile belonged solely to him. Yet in recent interactions, he had not felt a trace of concern from Mu Qing. Her demeanor towards him colder than that of a stranger. Had she not repeatedly professed her love for him? Had she not come to Zhongzhou for his sake? How could a person change so swiftly? He could still vividly recall her bashful demeanor in his presence. Yet now she seemed to revel in the company of another man. Unconsciously, he pressed a hand to his chest, feeling an uncomfortable sensation there. Time was of the essence. He intended to see how a dead man could marry into the Ning Wang's residence. Lowering his gaze to conceal the figure of the woman, he thought, When the time comes, I refuse to believe that Chu Mu Qing will remain unmoved. The authority he yearned for, along with the desires his father had once sought in vain, were inextricably linked to the Chancellor's office. Chu Mu Qing, this significant player, could not be overlooked. However, if His Majesty were to discover this, no one would know. When Shou, leaning against the wall, formed a stark contrast with the sunlight at her feet, as if she had submerged herself deeply into darkness. As long as you all acted swiftly, she would quietly slip away from this world. Within the inspectorate, my lord, I have failed in my duties. I could not keep my mouth shut inside the inspectorate. Inge knelt upright, his gaze lowered, afraid to meet the man's eyes. Rise, came the command, Was it surprise or mere obedience that prompted Ingwe to stand? Chu Buochio was writing something, his expression earnest. Ever since she had gone there and met him, I knew it would be impossible to conceal the truth for long. Ingwe furrowed his brow. The young lady was still so young, and he worried that learning the truth would be too much for her to bear. The truth? The man's lips curved slightly, emotion swirling in the depths of his dark eyes as he murmured, I will bear it alongside her, regardless. Both she and I are forsaken by the world. Ingwe trembled, lowering his head once more, afraid to speak. What is going on today? How could she be there? Ingwe replied. Huichin seemed to have given the young lady some hint. Today she asked me to help her decipher several characters from Nanjiao, piecing them together to form Full Moon Square. Full Moon Square. Chu Buochio cast aside his brush, ink splattering from the force, and he almost scoffed. That wretched monk, who once told me to refrain from interference, now cannot help but act himself. Ingwe could not help but interject. Full Moon Square is in the ghost market. I seem to have overheard Miss Zhu and the young lady plan to take action together tonight. Could it be that they have grown bold? Chu Buochio coldly snorted and handed Ingwe a piece of paper smeared with ink, instructing him to send it to the state temple. Ingwe nodded, then heard the man say, Bring Bakuin to me. Ah! Ingwe was somewhat bewildered. What do you want to capture the seventh prince for? Do you believe Mooching to be capable, that wretched boy, of not meddling? Chapter 46. A night expedition to the ghost market at the hour of the dog. The moon hung high in the sky. Mooching pondered deeply and resolved to confess to Chu Zixin why she was determined to seek out Full Moon Square. So you mean to say that Huichin hinted to you the solution to the water disaster? Chu Zixin was somewhat astonished. Initially, when she heard Mooching mention a remedy for the flood, she thought Mooching possessed considerable knowledge in this area, only to realize it stemmed from what that monk had said. Chinger, allow me to speak frankly. Chu Zixin hesitated for a moment before continuing. Do you truly believe what that monk Huichin said is genuine? Mooching considered and nodded. To be honest, I was somewhat skeptical at first. But once Ingwe mentioned Full Moon Square, I was completely convinced. Why is that? Has Ingwe been touched by the divine? Mooching playfully smacked her, laughing. I have heard it said that Full Moon Square houses the most comprehensive collection of ancient texts accumulated over thousands of years, possessing knowledge of all worldly matters. Not only that, but their rules are rather peculiar. They do not accept gold or jewels, but rather require something of you. Chu Zixin grew more intrigued by the moment. How mysterious. What do they require? Mooching shook her head. I have heard that they have even accepted tears, but anything beyond that is unclear. Tears. Chu Zixin found this intriguing yet unsettling. But where did you hear of such a place? I have never come across any mention of it. That Mooching's expression faltered. It was merely hearsay. Unbeknownst to Chu Zixin, when Full Moon Square first became known to the world, it was during the time she was imprisoned in the Cold Palace. In those days, she felt neither human nor ghost, the only solace being the conversations of the palace maids and eunuchs. And it was then that she first heard of Full Moon Square. It was said that when Cho nearly turned the entire Central Plains upside down in her quest to find this place, for Mooching, Full Moon Square was akin to a sage of myriad knowledge. For those faced with confusion and uncertainty, it provided answers and solutions. Yet, at that time, when Cho had already ascended to the throne, what obsession could he possibly have that would compel him to seek the assistance of Full Moon Square? A gentle knock sounded from outside the door. Upon opening it, Chu Zixin found a young maidservant who entered with 2 sets of garments and masks. Mrs., our prince has instructed that one must wear a mask and appropriate attire to enter the ghost market. The maid bowed and exited the door. When did this madman become so meticulous? Chu Zixin remarked as she rummaged through the garments, feeling quite intrigued. That it was then that Mooching remembered she had a question for Chu Zixin. Zixin, how did you come to know the 7th prince? Upon hearing this, Chu Zixin chuckled. He and we have only met twice, and we fought before becoming acquainted. Fought before becoming acquainted? Mooching's interest was piqued, prompting her to inquire further. What sort of fight? Must I even ask? Naturally, he was at my mercy and received quite the beating. Chu Zixin recalled the scene from when she was 8, still vividly etched in her mind. She remembered how he had cried out in agony. Ouch! Bakuin was ruthlessly thrown to the ground, bound tightly and unable to move. Yet he continued to shout, Ingwe, do you dare to bind me? Aren't you afraid I will have you castrated upon return to the palace? Common. Yin glanced at him and then addressed the man emerging from behind the screen. My lord, the person has arrived. Seeing the man slowly approach, Baekuin quickly subdued his shouting. Not shouting anymore? Chu Buiqiu lowered his gaze, blowing on the bottom of his cup, the dampness of the water lightly beating on his eyelashes. His demeanor unfazed at no more shouting, Baekuin forced a smile. I feel as if calling until my throat is raw would be futile. Chu Buiqiu took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, good, if only you had this awareness back then and studied a bit more. The position of crown prince would not have gone to your brother. Inge nearly choked on her own saliva at that remark. Far away in the adjacent courtyard, Baekuan could not help but sneeze twice. Teacher, what brings you here? Baekuin altered his tone, adopting a smile that was entirely devoid of the earlier arrogance. The ghost market. I wish to go as well. His words were succinct. Baekuin frowned. How did you know? Otherwise, why would I be the teacher and you the student? Chu Buiqiu raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in his expression. Baekuin hesitated and then tentatively asked, but how am I to explain this to Ah Chu and the others? This is something a student ought to consider for their teacher. Chu Buiqiu set down his teacup, reaching over to take 2 masks from Yin Gui, tossing one at Baekuin. If you need others to think for you in every matter, you shall forever remain a student. Baekuin felt a hardness at the back of his teeth, but could only silently endure. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Chu Buiqiu stood to leave, turning back to add. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. This much you surpass your brother. Once Yin Gui untied him, she silently followed after. It was hard to tell whether it was just an illusion. But the sneezing from the adjacent courtyard seemed to grow louder. The hour of the pig. Muqing and Chu Zizhen arrived at the home of the old man they had saved during the day. They discovered that Baekuin had already arrived. Though seated beside him was a masked man. Ah Chu, your attire is stunning. Baekuin exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Muqing. The masked man also turned to look, taking in a sight of the woman dressed in a rarely worn vermilion robe, adorned with gold and red cords casually tied around her waist, accentuating her slender figure. Today, she had donned a guise of masculinity, her dark hair pulled high, revealing a smooth and fair forehead, her brows drawn more prominently than usual, adding a touch of heroism to her striking features. The masked man could not help but step forward, only to suddenly halt. Muqing regarded him with suspicion. And who might this be? The man was tall and wore a conspicuous red robe, his hair bound by a golden crown. Though masked, it was evident he exuded an air of nobility. Aside from Yen Run, she could not think of another man who donned red garments. Yet she could clearly discern that this individual was not Yen Run. Chu Zizhen also scrutinized the man, then turned to Baekuin. Who is he? Baekuin cast a quick glance at the man, his tone slightly hesitating. He is my attendant. The masked man paused slightly, his gaze lingering on Baekuin, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. Attendant? Chu Zizhen found it odd, saying, to be honest, compared to him, you seem to have more of an attendant's demeanor. Baekuin gritted his teeth, swallowing his pride, and turned to the old man waiting nearby. Old man, can we leave now? The old man nodded eagerly, lighting a dim candle and repeatedly reminding, noble ones, you must stay close to the old man, that if you lose track, it could become quite troublesome. Then we can just turn back to find you. Chu Zizhen thought to herself, that would be quite different, young lady. You do not understand, the old man warned, his murky eyes filled with caution. The path to the ghost market does not allow for retracing one's steps. At his words, Baekuin felt goosebumps rise on his skin and instinctively moved closer to Muqing. Ah Chu, do not fear. I will protect you. Muqing lost her composure and was about to respond. She suddenly witnessed a masked man silently shove Baekuin aside, compelling them to maintain some distance. Baekuin, eager to rejoin, hesitated as the man's gaze glinted with an icy chill, inducing an involuntary shiver. Damn, why is he more fearsome than a ghost? Chapter 47. Fortune telling, the secluded and dimly lit path twisted and turned, and Muqing could not ascertain how long she had been trailing behind the old man, only sensing that they must have strayed far from the bustling streets of Zhongzhou. Qing aren't you cold dressed so lightly? Chu Zizhen inquired, his eyes fixated on the delicate fabric of her attire. The old man, leading the way ahead, interjected, this path is desolate and sparsely populated. It does indeed grow quite cold by nightfall, that it's of no concern. Muqing replied, shaking her head. Dressing lightly facilitates movement. The chill of the night helps stave off drowsiness. Baekuin clicked his tongue, preparing to shed his outer robe, only to find that the man had already extended a white fox cloak towards her. So he had prepared this in advance. Truly a cunning old fox. Muqing was momentarily taken aback, hastily waving her hands to decline, yet the man draped the cloak over her shoulders without hesitation. This gesture felt remarkably natural, evoking memories of a face she wished to forget. "Your attendant is far more considerate than you," Chu Tsijin remarked, bluntly critiquing Baekuin while growing suspicious. But why has he remained silent all this time? Muqing, maintaining her composure, cast a discreet glance at the man, pondering the visage concealed beneath the red demon mask. "Oh, him?" Baekuin paused, grinning. "Yes, mute." The man slightly halted his steps, intending to warn the troublesome youth, only to hear the woman's subsequent question. "Mute?" Muqing furrowed her brow, asking, "What rendered him mute?" Baekuin raised an eyebrow, his gaze wavering. "That I've heard it said that he was rendered mute for peeping at the male protagonist's family while they bathed for a moment." Muqing was taken aback, gradually shifting her expression to one of sympathy. Chu Tsijin's smile faltered, his gaze on the man now laden with contemplation. Beneath the mask, Chu Buochio clenched his fists, resisting the urge to shatter Baekuin's nose. As he kept pace with the old man's strides, clearly, he had underestimated Baekuin's madness. Today, he had unwittingly received a lesson from him. After another quarter hour of walking, the darkness ahead was gradually illuminated by flickering lights, prompting the old man to halt his steps. "Esteemed guests, we are nearing the ghost market." Muqing raised her eyes, astonished by the scene before her. The long street appeared endless, adorned with vibrant red lanterns hanging from willow trees, and the tightly packed lofts glowed with warm yellow light. The throngs of people bustled about, jostling one another. "The ghost market is indeed lively," Chu Tsijin remarked, equally taken aback. Baekuin scoffed lightly, though named the ghost market. "It possesses more vivacity than the streets in daylight," but he was oblivious to the existence of a place within his domain that had become isolated from the mortal realm. Wasn't this precisely the most absurd of phenomena? The old man sighed softly, reminiscing about how he had once lingered here, enchanted by the market's prosperity, only to lose his son and daughter-in-law to deceit while conducting business there in the twilight of his years. He had witnessed the reversal of fortune, now solely wishing to protect his grandson as he grew, too fearful to engage in further risks. "Esteemed guests, I can only accompany you thus far. No trouble." "Do take care," Muqing insisted, forcefully pressing a bulging pouch into the old man's embrace. After some resistance, he finally departed, glancing back several times that in her perspective, mutual assistance among people was not an obligation. Influenced by her past experiences, as long as others did not harm her, she considered herself fortunate. The absence of proactive help from others was entirely justified, as it bore no relation to their interests. Yet, should someone extend a hand, one ought to treasure such kindness, recognizing it as a gesture beyond their own duties and responsibilities, meriting gratitude and acknowledgement. "Let us proceed," Muqing declared, lifting her leg, only to be halted by a sudden force. Turning back, she found the man who had borrowed her clothing approaching her. "What is it?" Without uttering a word, he stepped closer, suddenly invading her personal space. For a moment, Muqing forgot to retreat, simply gazing at him. The man seized the mask tied around her waist, affixing it directly to her face, while his other hand gently secured it behind her hair. Her breath hitched, and as the striking red demon mask withdrew, a delicate, fair finger lightly tapped on her mask twice. That was a reminder that she had yet to don her mask. Muqing's cheeks flushed, feeling immensely grateful for the mask shielding her face. Baekuin let out an exasperated huff, silently donning his own mask. Chu Tsijin, observing the scene, jested, "Do you suppose your brother would feel jealous upon seeing this?" The hand that Chu Buochio had just withdrawn tightened once more, as he saw Muqing's almond-shaped eyes shimmer with a gentle smile, softly replying, "I am unsure about that." The four of them gradually ventured into the ceaseless throng of humanity. Numerous stalls lined the street. Yet there were no cries of vendors. More curiously, the throngs of buyers were undeterred. Muqing couldn't help but gaze at the wares, which were antiquities, calligraphy, and porcelain not available in the market. They were likely items procured from tomb raiding or thievery, as legitimate channels were unprofitable, hence relegated to being sold at the ghost market. Hey, the four esteemed guests, a bright, Youthful voice called out from behind them. Mooching halted, turning to look at a little girl with twin buns and a round face. Appearing no more than 8 or 9 years old, smiled brightly with twinkling eyes, bringing warmth to the heart. Mooching approached her, bending down and instinctively softening her tone. "Little sister, what would you like to say?" She had a fondness for girls. In her previous life, she had longed for a daughter after becoming pregnant. Yet ultimately, she had gained nothing of what she desired. Your eyes seemed filled with sorrow. The little girl suddenly extended her hand, resting it over Mooching's eyes, as if to console, or perhaps to pray. An unexpected warmth enveloped her forehead, and just as she was about to speak, the girl withdrew her hand, addressing the 3 men approaching from behind her. "Would you like to have your fortunes told?" Chu Tsijin frowned. "Little girl, you're so young, and already out here trying to swindle money?" "I, Mu Pingxi, have worked for many years without ever deceiving anyone," the little girl declared, lifting her chin with a charmingly mischievous air, resembling a miniature adult. "Worked for many years. Ha ha." Baekuin nearly choked on his laughter. "How long have you even been alive?" Mu Pingxi was unfazed. Instead, she smiled sweetly. "Big brother, how long I've lived is none of your concern. I will surely outlive you." "Humph." Baekuin, seeing her merely a child, chose not to engage further and turned to find the Moonlight Pavilion. "That if you seek the Moonlight Pavilion, you may find it hasn't opened yet." Mooching, maintaining her composure, patiently asked, "Little sister, what do you mean?" Mu Pingxi pointed towards the moon hanging in the sky. "Look, the Moonlight Pavilion only opens on the full moon. It isn't fully risen yet. Why not let me tell your fortunes first to pass the time?" Everyone looked up, and indeed, the full moon was half obscured. "That I know where the Moonlight Pavilion is. If you let me tell your fortunes, I will inform you later." Mu Pingxi appeared exceedingly adorable, her smile endearing. "If my predictions are inaccurate, there will be no charge." That's so." Chu Tsijin raised an eyebrow. Mu Pingxi flashed a toothy grin, leading them to her fortune-telling stall. Initially, Mooching had not believed the girl's words. But finding her charming, she complied. Upon closer inspection, the stall indeed had a flag indicating fortune-telling, though the character for fortune was misspelled, missing a horizontal stroke in the middle. Baekuin opened his mouth to make a jest. Mooching swiftly interjected. Chu Boichio, trailing behind the trio, observed Mooching's fondness for the girl and refrained from intervening, curious to see how the child would amuse them. "Little sister Mu, how will you tell fortunes?" Mooching, finding the girl delightful, thought it was no issue to give her some extra coins, considering the challenges of making a living at such a young age. Mu Pingxi softly replied, "To show me your hand." Here, Mooching extended her hand, but Mu Pingxi pushed it back with a mysterious smile. "Sister, I want to read your fortune." Chapter 48. Brothel? Bacon's interest was piqued. "Oh, why won't you read for her? You can't possibly be at a loss for words." Chu Tsijin smacked him lightly, glaring. "Can't you see Ching is interested?" Mooching chose not to press further, smiling gently. "Then who would you like to read for first?" Mu Pingxi puffed her cheeks, suddenly pointing at the man behind the 3. "Big brother, I'll read for you first." Chu Buichio raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, slowly stepping forward under the gaze of the 3. Extending his hand, Mu Pingxi scrutinized his palm with utmost seriousness, a comical sight that made Mooching stifle a laugh. Clearing her throat, Mu Pingxi began. Firstly, the 3 watched her, eagerly awaiting her next words. "Big brother, your hands are very clean and beautiful." Baekuin nearly choked, a slew of curses poised on his lips, swiftly muffled by Chu Tsijin. Chu Buichio's lips curled slightly, finding this child reminiscent of Mooching in her youth. Thus feeling particularly patient today, curious to hear what endearing words she would utter next. Secondly, Mu Pingxi pursed her lips, raising her gaze to meet his enchanting phoenix eyes beneath the mask, lowering her voice to a whisper. "A gentleman who can endure will surely achieve greatness, wielding power over the world. Yet if one's heart harbors obsessions, one may find oneself shackled, and only by speaking truth can one return to the origin and attain true fulfillment." The smile on Chu Boichio's face froze as she scrutinized the young girl before her, pondering whether the child was merely babbling nonsensically. The girl's voice was too faint for Mu Qing to discern her words. But she sensed something peculiar in the man's expression. "Big brother, I'm done calculating. It's time for the next one," Mu Pingxi proclaimed, adopting a naive demeanor and pointing at Bacon to "It's your turn. What were you mumbling about just now?" I couldn't catch it, Baekuin retorted begrudgingly, stepping towards her. Chubuichio had no choice but to retreat to her previous position, continuing to observe Mu Pingxi as she spoke. This time, Mu Pingxi merely flicked her fingers over Baekuin's hand, and then released it, her voice clear enough for all to hear. Your fate, O Baekuin. Baekuin frowned and complained, Little girl, are you implying that my fate is unfortunate? When did I ever say that? Mu Pingxi pouted, huffing, Your fate is quite good. Many will stand by your side in the future. I knew it, Baekuin replied, a hint of pride in his demeanor. However, Mu Pingxi added, You ought to cherish the present and strive to grow, so you can withstand the prolonged solitude that lies ahead. Baekuin's expression shifted, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, Didn't you just say that many will stand by me? This brother of yours, can you comprehend human speech? Mu Pingxi blinked, reiterating, They will stand by you, not accompany you. Chubuichio glanced at him for a moment before quickly averting her gaze. Baekuin gritted his teeth and pushed Chu Qijin forward, saying, Drunkard, you go and see if she has anything good to say. Chu Qijin, unfazed, cheerfully inquired, So, what about my fate? Mu Pingxi's previously smiling face suddenly clouded with sorrow, even letting out a sigh. Alas, Baekuin's interest peaked. And he squeezed closer to gossip. What's wrong? Is she a star-crossed loner? Mu Qing stifled a laugh and pulled him back, but heard Mu Pingxi say, Your destiny does not lie within the realm of the martial world. Chu Qijin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Then where is it? Mu Pingxi shook her head slightly, her brow furrowing with significance. It is difficult, very difficult. And Mu Qing, noticing this, laughed and probed, What is so difficult? Mu Pingxi gently grasped Chu Qijin's hand, and when she released it, a Bodhi bead was nestled in her palm. That a flicker of compassion passed through the young girl's eyes. If you cannot achieve this in this lifetime, then I wish you success in your next. Chu Qijin glanced at the bead in her hand, pondering that she did not believe in Buddhism. This little girl was truly speaking nonsense. Mu Qing was about to inquire further when Mu Pingxi lifted her head and declared, The moon is full. You must take your leave. Where shall we go? Chu Qijin hurriedly questioned. Follow the moon. The direction of the moon is where you must venture. Mu Qing nodded, somewhat confused, and as they walked a few meters away, she suddenly remembered they hadn't paid, but upon turning around, the girl's figure had vanished. Is she not taking the money? Perhaps she fears we would pursue her for her nonsensical words to swindle us. Baekuin waved his hand and asked, What did she mean by following the moon? Could it be moonlight? Chu Qijin furrowed her brow, that no. Mu Qing fixed her gaze on a particular spot by the street, pointing out, It is moonlight flowers. The group turned their attention in the direction of her finger, spotting several pure, white blossoms entwined in the dark thicket, radiant like moonlight. Moonlight flowers bloom only at night. If we follow them, we should be able to find the full moon pavilion, Mu Qing reminded. Chubuichio could not help but glance at her a few more times, though he had already suspected they should follow the moonlight flowers. Mu Qing's swift deduction showcased her intelligence and quick-wittedness. Truly, she was someone he had raised at Qing. Do you not find that girl rather peculiar? Chu Qijin asked as she linked arms with Mu Qing. Chatting as they walked, that Mu Qing was puzzled why, in the entire ghost market, everyone wears masks, yet she stands alone without one. Perhaps she found it stifling and simply removed it. She chuckled. But you two have not removed your mask. Presenting yourself in this guise, how could she know you are a woman? Mu Qing paused, suddenly recalling Mu Pingxi's call of sister, which indeed felt somewhat abrupt. Perhaps she recognized your voice. Chu Qijin remained skeptical, and seeing that Mu Qing had not noticed, she ceased her inquiries. The four followed the moonlight flowers, and with little effort, they soon arrived at their destination. The building before them was starkly different from the others in the ghost market. An expansive loft seemed to rise from the ground itself, and through the thin paper windows, they could see the flickering lights within, casting vibrant hues. They exchanged glances, confirming that this was indeed the full moon pavilion. Esteemed guests, please come in. A young servant greeted them with a cheerful smile as the ancient, heavy door slowly creaked open. Looking up, they beheld a structure standing at least 10 stories high, with the first floor adorned with intricate corridors and pavilions, where a delicate water wheel turned in a shallow pool, surrounded by lavish furnishings. Yet it was strange that many men inside wore no masks, surrounded by 3 to 5 flamboyantly dressed women who sang and drank. the atmosphere reeking of decadence and debauchery. This did not seem like a place for solving problems. It resembled a brothel. The four exchanged glances, thinking they had entered the wrong place, and were about to withdraw when the young servant politely said, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the full moon pavilion. Please remove your masks and come in to rest." Chu Buchio's fingers trembled slightly, and Mu Qing quickly pressed her mask tighter, as if the full moon pavilion operated covertly beneath the guise of a brothel. She could not risk removing her mask. Her appearance differed vastly from that of men, and while her disguise might fool men, it would not deceive the sharp-eyed women within. Should she remove her mask? She feared being exposed. Chapter 49. Splitting paths, ha ha ha. Baekuin suddenly let out an awkward laugh, stepping forward to drape his arm around the servant's neck, suggesting, "Little brother, don't mind my friends. They are first-timers in such places and a bit shy. Why not let them stay back for now? They can remove their masks once they're more comfortable." He had long wished to discard this bothersome mask, especially with Chu Buchio present. If he did so, Mu Qing would surely realize he had been deceiving her. The servant frowned slightly at this, appearing hesitant. "Here, take this and buy some food and drinks. Your line of work is surely taxing." Baekuin discreetly slipped a silver ingot into the servant's hand. Winking flamboyantly, the servant instantly beamed with delight, eagerly asking, "Would you prefer a private room on the first floor, or shall we head upstairs to enjoy?" Mu Qing scanned the surroundings and noticed the clientele were all patrons. It seemed a more genuine business must be conducted upstairs. "Upstairs, please," she whispered, lowering her voice. The servant remained oblivious to any underlying tension, continuing, "Then will you require 4 rooms?" "For—" Chu Qijin also lowered her voice, responding, "We only need one." That the servant's expression momentarily turned peculiar, but he quickly understood. "Ah, I see you prefer it this way. Please follow me to..." As they walked, Baekuin removed his mask, exclaiming, "The full moon pavilion is quite vast. How many floors does it have?" The servant glanced back at him, pausing momentarily. "As for the exact number of floors in the full moon pavilion, I am not certain. We mere attendants are not permitted beyond the 3rd floor." Chu Qijin and Mu Qing exchanged intrigued glances, both finding it rather curious. The stairs leading up were made of a peculiar material, appearing translucent, allowing them to see the heads of those below. Yet they felt no slipperiness when stepping on them. Chu Buchio silently observed her surroundings, realizing that the music and dance sounds were confined to the 1st floor. The higher they ascended, the quieter it became. "Little brother, what material is this stairway made from?" Mu Qing inquired with curiosity. "The origins of our stairs are indeed a secret," the servant replied with a smile. "Our master forbids us from speaking of it." Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, but did not press further. The 2nd floor housed numerous rooms, each spaced apart, and the servant led the way while the 4 remained in a comfortable silence. Suddenly, they passed a room from which ambiguous moans emanated. Instinctively, they glanced towards the sound. Within that room, muffled groans from both men and women could be heard, along with faint panting. They quickly realized what was transpiring inside. Chu Qijin and Baekuin cleared their throats, pretending not to have heard anything, while Mu Qing quickened her pace, only to discover that every room was filled with similar noises. Finally, she understood why the servant had looked at them oddly when they requested a single room for 4. In the next moment, a pair of hands covered her ears. Turning her head, she found it was a man beside Baekuin. He looked at her for a moment through his mask before quickly averting his gaze. Yet his hands remained firmly over her ears. That Mu Qing couldn't shake the feeling that this man looked familiar, but considering the close proximity, she felt it polite to ask him to release her. Just then the servant announced, "Esteemed guests, your room is ready." The glazed pearwood door swung open, revealing a grand purple sandalwood bed large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people, while a wooden rack beside it displayed strange instruments resembling torture. Devik Chu Buchio cast a glance at her, unable to suppress a frown. The young servant, upon hearing this, briefly revealed a flicker of something in his eyes before swiftly concealing it. "Noble ladies, I truly do not comprehend your meaning. Shall I summon my master so you may converse?" Baekuin nodded, deeming it a good idea. The servant nodded in agreement and said, "Please wait a moment." The room was soon left with only the 4 of them, and Chu Qijin initiated a conversation. "What do you think? How could Man Yuefang engage in such a trade?" Baekuin scoffed. "I too wish to know how it is that a ghost market has emerged in my fief." Chu Qijin shot him a disapproving glance and turned to Mu Qing. Do you believe such a place could provide you with a solution for flood control? Chu Buiqiu was taken aback. Flood control. How could this possibly concern floods? Did she not go to Jingguo Temple to seek that wretched monk? Is it not her purpose to uncover her lineage? Ah Chu, I must admit I am somewhat curious as to why you are so fixated on finding a method to manage floods. After all, this is not your responsibility. Baekwon picked up some melon seeds from the table, cracking two open and offering them to her. Mooching accepted them without hesitation, tossing the seeds into her mouth as she replied. Floods are truly terrifying. Each occurrence of such a disaster claims the lives of countless innocent souls, causing tremendous damage to crops, homes, and livestock that if we can perfect flood management sooner, the common folk can live with less hardship. Chu Qijin could not help but reach out to pat her cheek, smilingly declaring, Our dear Qing is truly a kind-hearted little fairy. Hey, Baekwon swatted away Chu Qijin's hand, grumbling, Why is she yours? Ah Chu is mine. Cough, cough. The previously silent man suddenly cleared his throat. Baekwon promptly recognized the hint and fell silent, rising to say, I need to relieve myself. Chu Qijin glared at him a few times, and seeing him leave. She teased Mooching, but it seems you may have let something slip. What? Chu Qijin said meaningfully. You traveled all this way in such a hurry. Didn't you come to ensure that Zai Fu can return home safely? Chu Buiqiu was about to stand but quietly sat back down, casting her gaze towards Mooching, both intentional and unintentional. Mooching also smiled. You only know how to tease me. Why don't you say that in front of Chu Buiqiu? I wouldn't dare. Your brother's protective aura is far too overwhelming. Chu Qijin's jest flowed effortlessly, completely unaware that the protective figure sat beside her. The corners of Chu Buiqiu's lips involuntarily turned upwards. Although he knew Mooching had come a long way to Zhongzhou out of concern for him, hearing it from another's lips felt rather gratifying. Just as Mooching was about to say something, a loud bang interrupted as Baekwon, panting, pressed his hand against the door, speaking in a hurried and unclear manner. Quick, we must leave. They've brought a group of people, and it seems they intend to take action. Chu Qijin sprang up. Are you kidding? We did not come here to fight. Baekwon was panting like a dog, still managing to steady his breath and strategize. With four of us, we are too conspicuous. Let's split into two groups and regroup at the entrance of the ghost market later. Agreed. Chu Qijin turned to Mooching. Let us go together, Da Chu. Come with me. Baekwon chimed in simultaneously. Suddenly, the candlelight in the room extinguished. Mooching had yet to react when she felt someone firmly grasp her hand, pulling her outside. Chapter 50. Cleverly switching into a courtesan's attire to disguise as a patron after following the person for a while and rounding a corner. The one leading her finally came to a halt, and Mooching realized it was Baekwon's attendant. However, since Baekwon was his master, why would he pull her along instead? Look, that group of people, Mooching nudged him, pointing to a large group armed with weapons, searching rooms one by one, while many strong men guarded the staircase. They could not escape, but we should find a room to hide in, Mooching suggested. The second floor was uniform in appearance. But Mooching noticed a room with a green sign hanging at the door, unlike the others. She glanced at the man, who understood her intentions and nodded slightly. In the next moment, he kicked open the door. They discovered that there were indeed others inside. A man reclined on a couch while a woman in courtesan attire danced beside him. Upon noticing the intrusion, the woman instinctively wanted to scream. But Mooching swiftly stepped forward to cover her mouth, saying to the man, I have a plan. You need to help me. 15 minutes later, Mooching stared at the unconscious and bound man and woman, pondering where to hide them. Glancing at the woman's attire sparked an idea. Mooching addressed another man in the room. I need to change clothes. Please don't turn around just yet. Chu Buiqiu was momentarily taken aback, not fully processing the situation when he heard the rustling sound of clothes being removed. Was she unaware that she was facing a stranger? Was this girl really trying to drive him to madness? I am ready. Let us hide them now. Chu Buiqiu turned, completely frozen in place. Mooching had removed her mask, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, and she donned the courtesan's attire, with a small piece of fabric wrapped around her chest. Bright silver tassels and bells embroidered upon it, revealing her fair waist. The lower half of her dress was a gradient exotic form-fitting skirt, with the fabric becoming sheer around her calves, leaving her delicate white legs fully exposed before him. The sight was dangerously alluring. Chu Buiqiu felt a surge of warmth, hastily averting his gaze as he moved to hide the others in a cupboard. They had searched everywhere, yet had not seen those 4 individuals. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached from outside. Haven't they searched this room yet? Let's go in and take a look. Muqing thought this was dire. In the moment of her thoughts racing, the man was quicker, pulling her onto the couch. And one expected that, perhaps due to their urgency, Chu Buiqiu's hand inadvertently brushed against her waist, grazing a small area of softness, but he himself was taken aback and quickly withdrew his hand. Muqing was startled, her mind blank, and instinctively she raised her hand to strike the man's face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed, knocking the mask off the man's face. Chu Buiqiu's handsome visage, now tinged with embarrassment, appeared before her. Chu Buiqiu. Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man. Finally, she comprehended the source of that infuriating sense of familiarity. This was utterly absurd. Chu Buiqiu had followed her to the ghost market, and she had been completely oblivious. Feeling warmth on her lips, Chu Buiqiu covered her mouth, speaking in a low and uneasy tone. "Chu, don't make a sound." Suddenly, an older woman's voice echoed from outside, likely that of a madam. "I say, you lot, this is Hong's room, entertaining distinguished guests. You must not disturb them." It was Hong's room. They had already searched other rooms and found no trace of those few individuals. The higher-ups demanded they find them quickly. What sort of character has stirred them? The madam questioned, puzzled. "That I heard that one of them is of royal descent and may be here to investigate us." Muqing paused, exchanging a deep gaze with Chu Buiqiu. "Now I understand. However, since Hong is our courtesan, surely it would be acceptable for me to take a look." The madam continued that if that is the case, then all the better. The door was about to be pushed open. Muqing turned to Chu Buiqiu. "You need to cooperate with me." Chu Buiqiu was taken aback. "How should I cooperate?" The door creaked open, and the madam peeked in, only to find the room as usual, with a half-transparent curtain drawn, a woman in a dance dress and a man on the couch, their backs to the door. The woman emitted a seductive moan, leaning against the man's chest, her jade-like hand gliding over the thin fabric separating them. They were merely a few centimeters apart. Chu Buiqiu inhaled deeply, catching the sweet scent of begonia flowers wafting from her, his throat involuntarily constricting. Noticing that the madam had not yet left, Muqing leaned in closer, brushing her fingers against the man's slightly reddened eyes, realizing his gaze was too shy to meet hers. She couldn't help but find him somewhat endearing, deliberately pressing her rosy lips against his firm jawline, teasingly brushing against him. Chu Buiqiu felt his breath falter, blood surging through him. He clenched his fists as a heated urgency stirred within him. Even the woman's hair playfully caressing his face, forcing him to exercise double restraint. "Why is your face so red?" The teasing tone lingered in his ear. Chu Buiqiu nearly lost control, shutting his eyes tightly, refusing to look at her. This was not the innocent and lovely girl he remembered. She was clearly a bewitching siren. The soft sound of a door closing resonated within the room. Muqing, with her keen ears, soon heard the madam's voice again. "Indeed, it is Hong attending to a distinguished guest. You all should check other rooms." Following that, the footsteps gradually faded. The 2 individuals within the room breathed a sigh of relief. Muqing climbed off the man, noticing that Chu Buiqiu's cheeks and ears were tinged with a hint of red. She tilted her head, grinning mischievously. "Brother, you truly are quite flushed." Chu Buiqiu, still not having calmed down, found the sensation in his lower abdomen surging once more at her words that he quickly grabbed a nearby blanket and covered his legs. "What are you doing?" Muqing raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Chu Buiqiu responded, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I feel a bit cold." "Cold?" Muqing cast a dubious glance up and down at the man, an incessant feeling that he was concealing something within the blankets. "Are you hiding something precious beneath the quilt?" Chu Buiqiu was taken aback, locking his gaze on her with a steadfast silence. And Muqing extended her hand, adopting an interrogative demeanor. "Show me. What have you concealed?" Chu Buiqiu exhaled slowly, the obscure shadows flickering within his phoenix eyes. His voice low and hoarse. "Do you truly wish to see?" Chapter 51. "I am bound to marry you." Muqing raised an eyebrow, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, embodying an unyielding determination. "I genuinely want to see." "Very well." Chu Buiqiu remained unperturbed, lifting the quilt with one hand, and in the next moment, he draped it directly over Muqing's head. "Hey!" Despite her struggles, he firmly held onto the edge of the quilt, his tone still light and instructive. Who taught you that trick of sitting on me earlier? Be honest, and I shall let you go. Chu Bo Chio, I have yet to scold you for pretending to be mute and following me to the ghost market. Her face flushed crimson as she kicked at the man. Only to have him grip her ankle tightly, he bore an air of calm amusement, deliberately provoking her. With such ferocity, who would dare to marry you in the future? Mu Qing felt as if her lungs might explode. With her legs under his control, she was rendered immobile, resorting to taunt him instead. Brother, you wouldn't be taking this opportunity to take advantage of me, would you? Chu Bo Chio paused, his gaze falling upon the delicate ankle he held, where the enticing curve of her thigh was clearly visible. He cursed under his breath, releasing her like a scalding hot potato. Oh, I hit the nail on the head. Sensing her words had struck a chord, Mu Qing seized the moment to press on, and no wonder you said no one would dare to marry me. After all, I am already exposed to you. Who would still want to marry me? I. Chu Bo Chio's expression froze, his heart racing uncontrollably, an overwhelming urge to pull the person from beneath the quilt and question her properly surging within him. What nonsense are you spouting? His voice grew hoarse, unable to bear recalling Mu Qing's earlier words. Marrying her? The very notion was too enchanting, yet it was something he had never dared to hope for in his lifetime. He indeed wished to remain with Mu Qing for eternity. However, Mu Qing should not be subjected to such vile insinuations. He wished to shield her from them. Moreover, it was likely that the girl was merely jesting. How could her feelings for him possibly mirror his for her? Contemplating this, he suddenly felt a surge of anger, that a twisted, obsessive desire arose within him, compelling him to possess her entirely, ensuring she could never escape his side. I am not spouting nonsense, that Mu Qing, sensing his discomfort, chuckled softly from beneath the quilt. Chu Bo Chio, I am bound to marry you. The quilt slipped away in an instant, her triumphant expression meeting the somber, brooding face of Chu Bo Qiu the next moment. He pressed down upon her once more, his breath quickening, as if desperately searching for something upon her face. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing, and oh earnestness, no certainty. This girl was merely toying with him. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, not for any other reason, but because she seemed to grasp why Chu Bo Chio had covered himself with the quilt. The atmosphere grew awkward as both remained silent, exchanging wordless glances. Cough, cough. Bei Kuan was nearly choking on dust, struggling to clear the air. Chu Xijin was in no better condition, pointing angrily at the men who had imprisoned them in the dungeon. What madness is this? Why have you locked us up? The man was enormous, towering at 9 feet, his muscular physique resembling that of a terrifying beast, yet his face bore the innocence of a child, with 2 large, dark eyes filled with innocence. Only Chu Xijin and Bei Kuan knew the weight of his punches. They had almost broken free, but this man's strength was overwhelming. They had been captured alive and brought to the dungeon. Fortunately, without sighting Mu Qing and the others. Sister is beautiful, the giant remarked, his eyes sparkling, appearing somewhat foolish yet unruly, hence the need for confinement. Bei Kuan was thoroughly disgusted by this repetition, retorting, what kind of aesthetic is that? Chu Xijin cleared her throat and shot Bei Kuan a reproachful glare. You should keep your mouth shut, that you're getting anxious. Bei Kuan scoffed. Chu Xijin chuckled derisively. Aren't you worried if a dog bites you? Given the current predicament, Bei Kuan found it pointless to argue, exclaiming, is it enough for me to apologize to you? Chu Xijin disdainfully rolled her eyes. Don't say sorry to me, if I don't forgive you. It seems I am at fault, and no quarrels, no quarrels. The giant waved his hands anxiously, his childlike face brimming with sincerity. The master said friends should get along well. Bei Kuan felt a headache coming on, looking up at the towering giant and asking, who is your master? Let him come to see me. The giant blinked twice, resting his chin in his hands. Brother, the master said he will come soon. Bei Kuan clenched his fists, unable to contain himself, pointing at the giant angrily. Stop calling me brother. I feel like I'm going blind looking into your eyes. The giantess' eyes widened, quickly filling with tears. Looking utterly wronged. Wah wah wah. The master said that De Zhuang is the cutest boy in the world. Chu Xijin watched his muscles quiver as he cried, instinctively taking a step back. Bei Kuan, feeling repulsed, closed his eyes, declaring, your master is the biggest liar in the world. That I in the silent room. It was the couple hidden within the cabinet who first broke the quietude. Mu Qing was startled, instinctively gripping the edge of the bed, inadvertently brushing against a long, silk strip. There is something here. Chu Bochio rose, taking the strip from her hand. That it was lengthy, seemingly connected to another place. That Mu Qing instinctively tugged at it, only to find it utterly immovable. Is it because I'm too weak? Chu Bochio frowned, wrapping the strip tightly in his hands and exerting force. That moment, a sound akin to a mechanism echoed. Suddenly, the floorboards beneath them trembled strangely, as if something from below was stirring. They exchanged a glance, silently leaning down to listen for any sounds. Yet in the next instant, the floorboards abruptly parted, revealing a dark abyss beneath. Chu Bochio instinctively grasped Mu Qing, and in an instant, they both plunged into the void. Chapter 52. The function of the plum blossom hairpin. The ethereal sound of droplets echoed as if being ground against the ears. Mu Qing felt an inexplicable chill coursing through her body, her consciousness gradually awakening. The surroundings were excessively dim. She sensed she was being held, and upon lifting her head, her gaze met the man's solemn one. Awake, her cheeks flushed. Put me down, please. Chu Bochio said nothing further, releasing her before igniting a fire stick, illuminating the vast space around them. That it was a grand repository of ancient texts with thousands of books arranged meticulously. This must be the legendary location where cherished tomes were stored. Do you think there are methods to manage the flood here? Mu Qing inquired. Chu Bochio regarded her deeply, replying, I do not know. The bamboo stick given by Hui Chun indicated the full moon workshop. And now that she was within it, she was certain a solution to the flooding could be found. Each book bore a classification tag. She meticulously examined them one by one, setting them aside until boredom led her to spark a conversation once more. Chu Bochio, why do you think the master sought to kill us? The man's gaze swept across the row of books before landing on one, which he retrieved. It is not necessarily that he intends to kill us. He may have discovered Bei Kuin's identity, thus harboring suspicion, fearing that individuals from the imperial city might target them. Acting in self-defense, that Mu Qing nodded, browsing for a while without yielding any results, while Chu Bochio had been engrossed in his book for quite some time. Inciting her curiosity. What are you reading? Chu Bochio averted his gaze, expression unchanged as he closed the book. Nothing of importance. Her keen eyes caught a glimpse of a tag dangling from the book's end, marked with red lettering, seemingly denoting King Mu. King Mu. After hearing Yin Ren speak of King Mu's matters, she had already harbored suspicions and felt compelled to probe the man before her. Chu Zai Fu. Chu Bochio scrutinized her. What is it? I recall you once praised King Mu in your childhood, speaking of his great achievements. Do you remember? He acknowledged with a slight sound, asking, why? Mu Qing hesitated. I recently seem to have overheard another rumor regarding King Mu. Chu Bochio's expression remained unchanged. What rumor? She spoke slowly. This King Mu is a traitor, intent on rebellion. Nonsense. The man swiftly interrupted her. Then questioned, who did you hear this from? Just hearsay. How would I know its veracity? Mu Qing retorted softly. Do you not speak of this matter to anyone in the future? Do you understand? His gaze dropped. A profound intensity fixating on her expression, that Mu Qing acknowledged with an O. Yet her heart grew, increasingly convinced that Chu Bochio was fully aware of the hidden truths behind this matter. Could it be that Chu Bochio had connections with King Mu as well? No, it is impossible. The incident concerning King Mu occurred at least a decade ago, back when he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old youth. How could it possibly relate to the present? This matter is becoming increasingly enigmatic. My esteemed guests, how long do you intend to linger in this humble abode? Scripture chamber, a voice soft and husky, reverberated from the back of the hall, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Chu Bochio furrowed his brow. He had been preoccupied with observing Mu Qing's reaction, and had failed to notice the arrival of another person within the hall. The source of the sound gradually approached, and Mu Qing found herself momentarily stunned. The individual was a cripple, seated in a wheelchair, with disheveled hair cascading haphazardly, obscuring most of his face behind a mask, leaving only a dark, brooding eye visible. Are you the master of this establishment? The man in the wheelchair spread his hands and smiled enigmatically. Isn't it obvious? Chu Bochio draped the snow fox cloak that the lady had left behind over Mu Qing's dancer attire, pulling her behind him as he stepped forward to meet the scrutinizing gaze of the man in the wheelchair. What? Are you concerned that I might harbor ill intentions towards your woman? The wheelchair-bound man chuckled, his serpentine gaze momentarily pausing on Chu Bochio before narrowing as he seemed to reconsider. Have we met somewhere before? Chu Buqiu maintained an impassive demeanor and calmly inquired, "What of our traveling companions? Fear not. That young prince is in perfectly fine health." The man in the wheelchair replied, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, still regarding the pair with an odd intensity. "My lord, you may be misunderstanding our intentions. We merely wish to consult you on a matter and harbor no hostility." Mu Qing interjected, peering out from behind Chu Buqiu. "Oh." The master of the establishment stretched his neck. Intrigued, "What is it that you wish to consult me about?" "The methods for managing floods." "Huh?" The master of the establishment erupted into a boisterous laugh, clearly dismissive. "You are people of the court, yet you do not know the means to manage floods, and have come to ask a mere brothel keeper?" Mu Qing frowned, momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at Chu Buqiu for guidance. Chu Buqiu, unfazed, extended an olive branch. The master of the Full Moon Pavilion must lack for little. "However, there is one thing I believe you might require." The master raised an eyebrow, smirking. "What audacious claims! Pray tell, what is it that I need?" "Support from the court." The master's smile faltered. "And who might you be?" "Chancellor of Beimang, Chu Buqiu." The master's expression shifted dramatically. "You are Chu Buqiu?" Chu Buqiu nonchalantly dangled the bait. "The court has long been discontent with your existence. What this chancellor can offer is assistance when the court seeks to eradicate you in the future." The master snorted. "You are a man of the court. How can I trust you? Will you truly intervene in matters of the Jianghu?" Chu Buqiu chuckled lightly before turning to Mu Qing. "Hand me the hairpin." "What did you say?" Mu Qing stuttered, momentarily disoriented, that he remained remarkably composed. "That I saw you tuck away the plum blossom hairpin that Yin Ring gave you when you changed your attire." And Mu Qing was taken aback. She had indeed concealed the hairpin during her change. But how did he know? Had Chu Buqiu been peeking at her while she changed? No, that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was what he intended to do with the hairpin. "Never mind, just take it out," he gently urged. Reluctantly, Mu Qing retrieved the plum blossom hairpin from her sleeve and handed it to him. Chu Buqiu lifted the hairpin, signaling, "Is this sufficient to establish trust?" The master of the establishment froze upon seeing the object in his hand. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at the two before him, his expression one of bewilderment. "Who exactly are you? What does he have to do with this?" Mu Qing's mind swirled in confusion, unable to grasp why Chu Buqiu would use the hairpin as a guarantee, nor why the master of the Full Moon Pavilion would react so peculiarly upon seeing it. "This is inconsequential. What this chancellor desires now is the safety of the two companions alongside me, as well as the rightful claims of the hairpin's owner." "The rightful claims of the hairpin's owner?" Mu Qing gazed at the man beside her, striving to decipher his thoughts, yet finding them increasingly elusive. The master contemplated for a long while, occasionally glancing at the plum blossom hairpin in Chu Buqiu's hand, the depths of his eyes roiling with tumult before ultimately settling into tranquility. "This master understands that." Mu Qing was taken aback. "That is it truly that simple. There is no need for a life-and-death gamble or the classic trope of a hero saving a damsel, exchanging one life for another. Furthermore, it said that transactions at the Full Moon Pavilion require an item in exchange for another. This master is not only foregoing our possessions, but is willing to offer something simply upon seeing this plum blossom hairpin. Is he of sound mind? Your friend will be released shortly. Before I divulge the methods to manage the disasters, I wish to know to whom this hairpin belongs." The master's gaze shifted between the two. "It's mine." "What of it?" Mu Qing boldly admitted. The master stared intently at her, seemingly peering through her to another person. "My dear lady, who is your mother?" Chapter 53. The sudden emergence of a mine owner mother? Mu Qing was puzzled, instinctively glancing at Chu Buqiu. She was unaware of her mother's identity, and even the father she had known since childhood might be a mere fabrication. "I believe you are mistaken." Mu Qing replied candidly to the master. "This hairpin was given to me by another. It does not belong to my mother or any other relative." The master's expression momentarily flickered with disappointment. Yet as he gazed upon her face, a glimmer of hope lingered. "No, there's a resemblance." Mu Qing stood frozen, utterly bewildered. "A resemblance? A resemblance to what?" "My lord, please return the item to me," Chu Buqiu interjected suddenly, cutting off her inquiry. The master withdrew his gaze, nodding. "Very well, did I say, you large oaf. Do you still wish to compare strength with your grandfather?" Bei Kuan retorted, dismissing the burly guard with a pointed finger. Chu Xijin rolled his eyes at him before dashing towards the entrance of the full moon pavilion, where Mu Qing awaited. Qing, are you unharmed? Mu Qing shook her head, expressing concern. Xijin, are you both uninjured? Chu Xijin also shook her head, casting a cold glare at Bei Kuan. If it weren't for him, I would have escaped ages ago. Bei Kuan gritted his teeth in frustration, noticing that Chu Buqiu had removed his mask. He approached and asked, What? No longer playing dumb? Watch your tone. Chu Buqiu glanced at him, seemingly reminding him of his prior reckless words. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether your royal father will learn of your escapades to Tanzhou. Bei Kuan immediately fell silent, his demeanor wilting as he adopted a more amiable tone. Teacher, look at this. We are all family here, and besides, I am doing this for you. Shaoqi, what were you doing in Tanzhou? Mu Qing inquired, curiosity piqued by Chu Buqiu's earlier comment. Tanzhou was the fief of Wenchoin, where he maintained a sizable private army that in her previous life. During the coup, Wenchoin had relied on a portion of the royal army and this private force to seize the crown prince. Yet circumstances had changed. Tanzhou was now under Chu Buqiu's control, and it would require considerable effort for Wenchoin to orchestrate another upheaval. Bei Kuan's eyes darted as he grinned. Before changing course to Zhongzhou, I stayed in Tanzhou for a few days and delivered a small gift to Wenchoin. However, he is still unaware that a smile crept upon Chu Buqiu's lips. If killing 300 of Wenchoin's private soldiers was considered a mere small gift, then that scoundrel would surely weep bitterly over this offering. His student had indeed made some progress. He had instructed Bo Qingshi to scour Tanzhou for days and had only managed to find around 100 men, whereas Bei Kuan had achieved the slaughter of 300 in less than 5 days. While the reason behind Wenchoin's ire was unclear, this behavior certainly aligned with the reputation of a madman. Esteemed guest, this is a message from our master, who says that with the hairpin in hand, there will be those to clear your path. The attendant who had welcomed them into the full moon pavilion hurriedly caught up. Handing a note to Chu Buqiu, Mu Qing glanced at the note and found it contained a location. Where is this? The attendant sheepishly replied, This is the site of our master's mine. Were you not curious why our stairs appear so unique? It is because of the materials sourced from this mine. A mine. She was taken aback. Yes. The master instructed me to inform you. The attendant smiled. Once you acquire these mines, not only will you resolve the current calamity, but you will also easily amass wealth beyond measure. Wait, Mu Qing was bewildered. What do you mean by I will acquire these mines? And by your implication, there is more than one mine. Did not the master inform you? The mines do not belong to him. They are merely held in trust for an old friend. Now that you have come with the token, what is naturally yours shall be returned. The attendant bowed respectfully, adding, I shall not see you off, but I will ensure the addresses of the remaining dozens of mines are relayed to you soon. Mu Qing was left speechless. Dozens of mines? Mine? This plum blossom hairpin was given to me by Hui Chun. How did it come to be associated with these mines? Chu Xijin nudged her. What does this mean? A sudden emergence of a mine owner. Bei Kuan was wholly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Seizing the attendant who continued to chatter. Bring your master forth. Do you wish to taste steel for daring to capture this prince? The attendant hastily wriggled free, apologizing. Our master is in mourning for a dear friend, and, regrettably, will not be able to meet with his highness today. Until next time. Once they departed, Chu Buqiu reminded, Let us be on our way. Dawn approaches. Throughout the journey, Mu Qing remained in a state of confusion until they reached the governor's residence, where she finally seized the opportunity to interrogate Chu Buqiu. Am I a mine owner? The man maintained his composure, nodding calmly. However, what does this have to do with flood management? I recall you mentioning that prior to arriving in Zhongzhou, you had perused certain records concerning flood control. Mu Qing felt a twinge of guilt, yet still replied, Indeed. What of it? What common methods exist for flood control? Chu Buqiu's sudden line of questioning left Mu Qing at a loss. Stammering, perhaps we should first divert the water, and then construct dams? Precisely. Mu Qing exhaled in relief, only to hear the man continue. Yet the foremost requirement is to intercept the flow. And how does that relate to the mine? The current floodwaters are fierce. Ordinary stones can no longer suffice for interception, whereas the ores extracted from the mine are markedly sturdier, providing greater stability when constructing dams in the future. Mu Qing grasped his meaning, yet was also taken aback. That IT seems you were already aware of the existence of that mine in Menufang from your behavior in the Sutra Hall. Chu Buqiu paused, stating, I had gathered information prior to visiting the ghost market. Did you think I would engage in battle unprepared, like you? Mu Qing was exceedingly displeased with his condescending demeanor and pressed on. Then how did you know that my hairpin served such a purpose? What exactly do you know? I know nothing, Chu Buqiu responded, reverting to his usual nonchalant expression. That are you, Chu Buqiu? Mu Qing gritted her teeth, glaring at the man whose pace quickened, muttering, after all these years of sharing meals and lodging. I thought I knew you well, yet it appears I truly know so little about you that it was evident that her words failed to ignite any desire in Chu Buqiu to explain himself. Instead, he merely walked faster. Chu Buqiu. Mu Qing stomped her foot, prompting Zhu Xi and Bei Kuan to recognize the precariousness of both parties and hurriedly retreat to their respective rooms. That I saw you're leaving, are you? Very well, Mu Qing remarked, watching the man's retreating figure with a mix of anger and amusement. That I shall go to Yan Run, the Prince of Ning, and showcase my new attire, allowing them to judge whether this dancer's outfit suits me. The man's footsteps halted instantly. Chapter 54. Sending them to the underworld, you dare. Chu Buqiu swiftly returned to her side, his expression darkening. Idea, you think I would not dare? Mu Qing smiled as she leisurely loosened the cloak draped over her shoulders and turned toward the courtyard where Wen Choyin and Yan Ren resided. Before she could take more than 2 steps, she felt herself lifted into the air. Chu Buqiu, what are you doing? The man effortlessly cradled her in his arms, striding toward his courtyard without uttering a word, his face grim. Chu Buqiu, it seems our decade together has been in vain. You have truly altered my perception of you without any boundaries. Mu Qing struggled, but his grip tightened. The deal, you know what this is called? Returning as strangers. A sharp smack resonated, abruptly silencing Mu Qing. Chu Buqiu had actually slapped her bottom? Have you lost your mind? The man quickened his pace, his gaze briefly falling on her revealing attire before swiftly averting it. When you were younger, this was the only way to make you obedient when you misbehaved. That was in childhood. Mu Qing's face flushed with embarrassment as she instinctively buried her head in his embrace. Muttering, old fox, stinky fox, wicked-hearted old fox. Chu Buqiu's lips curled slightly before he restrained himself, replying, Indeed, I possess a wicked heart, shameless. Mu Qing was finally set down in his room, whereupon the man handed her some clothing and made a swift exit. You cannot leave this door until you change. Furious, Mu Qing ground her teeth, yet the man stood resolutely at the door. Bastard. Upon hearing her angry tirade, Chu Buqiu couldn't help but smile. In the corner, Ingui noticed his master had returned and quickly approached. What is it? Chu Buqiu glanced back at the door. Ingui lowered his voice. Zhou Huai has been with Wei Zhu these past few days, and he has indeed tampered with the land. What has he planted? Poppy. Chu Buqiu's brow furrowed slightly, his tone growing colder. How audacious of him to risk planting something that the emperor has explicitly forbidden. That he has sold this substance to many wealthy and influential nobles in Beimei, implicating a wide array of individuals. Chu Buqiu's gaze grew icy. How many people are there in the court? Master, you are truly perceptive. Ingui replied that he scoffed. Wei Zhu could not have been so carefree while planning contraband at such a critical juncture without some allies in the court. Master, should we report this to the emperor immediately? Chu Buqiu raised his hand. No, Wei Zhu is audacious. Yet he is also backed by the late empress and the old duke. It is best to investigate this thoroughly without involving the crown prince. Ingui, too, had considered the crown prince. Should we inform him? Let us wait a while longer. Now is not the optimal time. He rubbed his temples. Fatigued Si Deshun can be released. We need him to spread this matter as widely as possible. The emperor and the princess should already be aware that we were behind this. Ingui reminded him. And so, Chu Buqiu countered, with a hint of disdain in his voice, the world will only know that Si Deshun and Qin Ro were abducted by the Wang family of Taiyuan. The prime minister will merely sit back and watch them tear each other apart. Indeed, Ingui recalled another matter, reporting, the Prince of Ning has also taken action. How shall we proceed? He has taken action? Yes, he has sent people to search for Si Deshun's whereabouts. After interrogating one of them, we discovered they are not seeking to rescue him, but to kill him. Wen Choyin intends to kill Si Deshun? Chu Buqiu chuckled derisively. How fitting. One is a poisonous woman, the other a poisonous man. A match made in hell. Surely the Prince of Ning does not plan to kill her and then seek to marry the young mistress? He dares? Chu Buochio's expression darkened, a shadowy glint flickering in his eyes, filled with interest that if he wishes to kill, we must lend our assistance. Master, we have located Miss C. The relentless rascal rushed to Wen Choyin, only to find Wei Ju kneeling within the room. Wen Choyin, impatient, covered his head, saying, "If you have found her, then kill her. Why are you still prattling on? You wish for me to wield the knife personally?" "I dare not." Rascal bowed his head, having thought that after a long search for Si Deshun to no avail, his subordinates had just reported that Si Deshun had finally made an appearance. Was this not too easy? Yet evidently, Wen Choyin was currently preoccupied with other troubles and should not be disturbed. After Rascal withdrew, Wei Ju, with tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Your Highness, please save this old minister. I never expected to be targeted by the Prime Minister." Wen Choyin frowned, wishing he could draw his sword and slay this useless old fool. Had it not been for his need for a member of the Wei family to support him and validate his claim to the throne in the future, he would have executed this incompetent wretch long ago. "You have been engaged this time." Both the esteemed princess and the graceful Mei Fei were present, and their demeanor was truly extraordinary. Within the dragon and phoenix palanquin, the Northern Emperor gently closed his eyes, leaning against the upright figure of Mei Fei. "Your Majesty, the populace is watching," she reminded him. The Northern Emperor, slightly dazed, replied, "I stayed up too late reading the memorials last night." Observing her husband's evident fatigue, Mei Fei's lips curled into a subtle smile, softening her expression. "That no, I must pull myself together," he thought, forcing his weary eyes open to nod and smile at the onlooking citizens. Mei Fei cast a sidelong glance at the palanquin behind them, where the dimly lit curtains hung low, that a woman lounged, her head propped lazily, occasionally making eye contact with the crowd, her lack of a smile nonetheless conveying an inexplicable sense of approachability. She recalled the earlier days when Yu Mei was still on the battlefield, exuding an aura of lethal prowess, her armor and sword perpetually stained with blood, yet it was this seemingly fearsome figure who garnered the affection of the people. As for herself, despite years of vegetarianism and devotion to Buddhism, providing shelters and porridge for the displaced, she could not compare to Yu Mei's heroic stature in the hearts of the populace. "What is Mei Er pondering?" the Northern Emperor inquired, his voice laced with concern as he took her hand. Mei Fei returned her gaze, smiling appropriately, only to notice her elder sister had grown considerably gentler over the years. The Northern Emperor, upon hearing this, glanced back at Yu Mei, a deeper mirth evident in his eyes. "That we are of an age now. Our tempers can hardly remain as impetuous as before. Your Majesty, the princess has been solitary for many years. Should we not seek her a companion?" Mei Fei subtly broached the topic, catching the slight pause at the corners of the Northern Emperor's lips. "I am merely speaking out of concern. There is no need for your Majesty to take it to heart." Before he could respond, she quickly continued, and the Northern Emperor smiled faintly, ultimately saying nothing. "Assassin, protect his Majesty. Be careful." Mei Fei alerted, instinctively positioning herself in front of the man. Two groups of black-clad figures surged from both ends of the street, while two disheveled women fled in a panic, calling for help. The Northern Emperor hesitated, gently pushing Mei Fei aside before leaping from the palanquin. "Your Majesty!" Mei Fei exclaimed in alarm, desperately shouting, "Come back! Your Majesty!" But he paid her no heed, seizing a guard's sword and rushing toward the palanquin, his expression filled with urgency. "Sister, are you unharmed?" Mei Fei was momentarily taken aback, watching the man sprint away with the sword. Forgetting for a moment what she should do, why Yu Mei descended from the palanquin, her brow slightly furrowed. "What are you rushing for, you who cannot wield martial arts?" "I am perfectly fine." She took the sword from the Northern Emperor's hands, her almond eyes reflecting a nonchalant demeanor, and threw it at the leader of the pursuers. The sharp blade found its mark, piercing the chest of the black-clad figure, who fell to the ground. The onlookers erupted in applause, praising the princess's undiminished grace. The Northern Emperor joined in the applause, smiling in agreement. "Capture these individuals. I intend to interrogate them thoroughly," Yu Mei commanded. The royal guards acted swiftly, apprehending the assailants in no time. "Your Highness, those two fleeing women are Miss Qin and Miss C, who have been missing for quite some time," Tang Gui reported. The crowd murmured, pointing at the two distraught figures in the street's center. "Good heavens, Is that truly the daughter of the Qin prefect and the former princess of Yong'an? What a tragedy. Indeed, look at their injuries. Their clothing is in tatters. It seems the Prince of Ning is to marry a woman of such unfortunate plight. The two women clung to each other, crying out, "Don't look at me. I am not a loose woman. I am not a loose woman. If you keep staring, I shall gouge out your eyes." Yume glanced at them, her tone indifferent. "Send them back to recuperate. Once they regain their senses, bring them forth for interrogation." The Northern Emperor nodded in agreement, reiterating, everyone should heed the princess's words. The guards and royal troops nodded in compliance. "Sister, do you wish to continue parading through the streets?" Yume shook her head, feeling somewhat fatigued. "Then let us return to the palace. Shall Aker prepare tea for you?" The Northern Emperor smiled, winking playfully at his sister. Yume chuckled at her brother's antics, playfully poking his forehead. "Let's go." Aker did as the grand spectacle concluded. Mei Fei regained her composure, quietly turning away, though she overheard the citizens praising the deep bond between the Northern Emperor and the princess. Her smile faltered once more. When Mu Qing awoke, it was already past noon. After a mere visit to the ghost market, she found herself exhausted, having slept for over a day. She heard from her attendants that Chu Buqiu had gone early in the morning to inspect the mines with the crown prince. And coincidentally, Chu Qizhen had come to find her for martial training, so she had practiced the basics with him for the entire afternoon. One could hardly blame them for starting martial training from a young age. With the new year, she had just turned 16, that if she truly wished to begin from the very bottom, her stamina could not compare to that of ordinary children. However, Chu Qizhen was remarkably patient, tirelessly instructing her on the essentials of martial arts. During their practice, Mu Qing grew somewhat frustrated, but Chu Qizhen took the time to teach her a few simple sword techniques, which were quite manageable. Even someone like Mu Qing, who had no martial arts foundation, managed to learn them in less than half an hour. By the time Chu Buqiu returned to the residence, it was nearing evening, and he planned to check on Mu Qing to see if she had eaten joie. "Is that not your little girl? Her sword play is quite impressive," he remarked as he passed through the garden. A nearly withered pear tree stood nearby, and a woman dressed in a moon-white sheer gown had her long sleeves elegantly draped over her arms. Her dark hair was loosely tied, with a few strands playfully swaying along her smooth jawline as she moved. Her almond-shaped eyes, as clear as water, seemed untouched by worldly troubles, exuding a pure and earnest glow. Bei Quan frowned slightly. A woman he distinctly recalled should not be present at this moment crossed his mind. Suddenly, everything went dark. Joie. "What are you doing?" he asked, somewhat dazed that Mya Qing's attire is quite improper. There is a distinction between men and women. "Do not look." Bei Quan's lips twitched in disbelief that a distinction between men and women. "And yet, what are you looking at?" "Ha, Bei Quan, you don't seem to understand. I am different from you. There are those who are just like you." Chapter 56. The reason for being expelled from Bayan City. Little girl, your sword speed is far too slow. Yanren suddenly emerged, playfully striking Mu Qing's wrist with his finger, causing the onlookers to tense their fists in response. Mu Qing gritted her teeth. Although the techniques she practiced were simple, her lack of foundation meant that merely completing a set of movements was already quite commendable. "In general, if you have nothing better to do, why not go help the villagers fix their homes instead of causing a ruckus here?" Chu Qizhen, with a blade of grass in his mouth, spoke somewhat unclearly, but with a clear tone of displeasure. Yanren raised an eyebrow, still fixated on Mu Qing. "Shall I teach you then?" Mu Qing chuckled softly, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted to deftly spin the sword in her palm before striking him on the head with the hilt. "Ouch! What's this? Even in this situation, you can't dodge. You still wish to teach me?" she teased, her smile brightening. "Perhaps you should join me in seeking Chu Qizhen as a teacher and learn some basics." Yanren rubbed his head, his eyebrows nearly shooting up in frustration. "You little imp, how dare you ambush a general?" Chu Qizhen found it amusing, taking a swig from his wine flask. "I would indeed like to take General Yunhui as a student, but I fear your ego is too great. My humble abode could not accommodate such a grand figure." Yanren shot her a glare, regretting bringing Chu Qizhen into his carriage in the first place. "Oh, what a lively scene." Bei Quan stretched and stepped out from behind Bei Quan and Chu Buqiu, drawing everyone's attention. Chu Buqiu, Mu Qing noticed the man's expression darkening and instinctively distanced herself from Yanren, recalling his previous attitude of keeping her at arm's length, her tone turning somewhat sharp. "Chu Zai Fu seems quite interested. Have you finished inspecting the mines? Chu Buochio's tone was indifferent as he nodded. What are you pretending for? Mu Qing turned her face away, bowing slightly to Bei Quan before turning to leave. Bei Quan chuckled, nudging the man beside him. When did you offend the young lady of your household? Chu Buochio averted his gaze, his tone no warmer. It is for her own good. Yanren interjected with a click of his tongue. You brothers really enjoy adopting a condescending attitude to teach others a lesson. What junior would willingly heed your words? Bei Quan laughed at this, playfully patting Bei Quan on the shoulder, and I'm talking about you. The smile on Bei Quan's face had yet to fade as he shot him a glare. You little rascal. I'll tell you. Tomorrow morning we head to your uncle's house, that don't you dare pull any tricks. I'll inform father that you've come to Zhongzhou, and he will truly deal with you. Bei Quan pondered for a moment the image of his father's furious face, expressing his disdain, that if you said aunt would punish me, I might believe it a little. Princess Yume had watched the Bei Quan brothers grow up, their demeanor exuding an unmistakable valor. Bei Quan, fearless and undaunted, felt a twinge of apprehension only in the presence of his former mentor, Chu Buochio, and this aunt of his. Chu Buochio cast a penetrating glance at Bei Quan and suddenly remarked, Seventh Prince, it would be wise to behave yourself. This visit to the Duke's residence is for serious matters. If you continue to act recklessly, no one can guarantee that the princess will remain oblivious to your antics. Bei Quan promptly fell silent, casting a lingering, resentful gaze at the man, suddenly reminded of the assassination in his past life. It seemed the time was drawing near. It appeared he would need to consult Mu Qing for strategies to counter the impending threat. The night breeze was cool, sharpening one's senses. Mu Qing sat on a stone bench by the lake, aimlessly counting the stars above. In her previous life, she had been deceived by Wen Choyin, and after marrying into the royal family, her contact with Chu Buochio had dwindled. Later, Wen Choyin had tasked her with spying on Chu Buochio's military authority, which led to him being punished by the Northern Emperor and dispatched to the distant borders to manage affairs. A journey that lasted several years. It was only after the palace coup, when Mu Qing became a spirit, that she encountered Chu Buochio again. The person she once believed she understood deeply turned out to be a stranger to her. Suddenly, a light cloak was draped over her slender shoulders. Mu Qing was taken aback and instinctively retorted, Who needs your cloak? The weight above her head vanished as the young man beside her chuckled. It's me. Xiaoqi. Why are you out here? Do you miss home? Bei Quan looked at her, his smile mingling with tenderness. In your eyes. Am I still that child? Mu Qing smiled in return, reaching out to ruffle his hair, affirming, In my eyes, Xiaoqi will forever be that child who would engage me in endless conversation. Bei Quan scoffed, discontented. Shouldn't I continue to call you sister-in-law then? Mu Qing playfully smacked his head, laughing, You're quite the troublemaker. His lips curled slightly as he remarked, I remember, the assassination should be imminent. After a moment, Mu Qing grasped his intent for the night and gently inquired, Do you remember the specific date? Bei Quan shook his head, self-deprecating. I'm no immortal that I can't recall that clearly, just that it was after the floods were stabilized. She lowered her gaze, silently contemplating. The mines have just been opened, so there should still be a few days. Yes, Xiaoqi, he replied. Yes? Chu Buochio will not assassinate Bei Quan. Bei Quan's expression momentarily froze. Then he half-jokingly replied, I know. Although they did not fully comprehend the assassination that had transpired in Zhongzhou, they could surmise it was somehow connected to Wen Choyin. I have already sent my people to keep a close watch on Prince Ning, Bei Quan reminded her. Mu Qing nodded in agreement, contemplating what she should caution Chu Buochio about once they reached the Duke's residence the following day, when a different thought struck her. Xiaoqi, I've been meaning to ask you something, but I haven't found the opportunity. Bei Quan turned to face her. Go ahead, its about Chujin, Mu Qing said. Her brow slightly furrowed as she voiced her confusion. In my past life, while confined to the manor, I seem to have heard rumors that she was expelled from Bayan City. Is that true? Bei Quan couldn't help but frown. You don't know about this? I don't. Initially, I thought to tell you when I saw you playing with her. Bei Quan recalled the events of his previous life, his tone strange. Chujin was indeed expelled from Bayan City, and it was rather disgraceful. What do you mean? Mu Qing pressed as Bei Quan's expression grew complex. This matter, I don't fully understand either. Speaking of it might not be wise. In any case, it is related to a Buddhist disciple. Mu Qing was taken aback. What do you mean? Chapter 57. It is he had only a brief acquaintance with her, so I don't know the details. Thus, I can only relate what I've heard, Bei Quan said, his typically carefree demeanor turned serious. The truth is hard to discern, as it is muddled with too many complications that it would be best if you steered clear of it. What are you whispering about? Chu Jin approached from the path, wearing a bright smile. Muqing halted her conversation and smiled. We were discussing the disaster relief efforts. Chu Jin raised an eyebrow. Oh, I noticed your brother seems to be entertaining guests. Even from several courtyards away, I can see the lights shining brightly. The Crown Prince and General Yin are also present. Guests? Muqing was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing to conjure a familiar face. It shouldn't be, could it be? I'll go take a look at Achu, I'll accompany you. Chu Jin replied, Hey, don't forget me in this matter. Outside Chu Buochio's courtyard, Yin Gui stood guard with Zhou Huai and a few familiar by Qin guards at the entrance. Miss, what brings you here? Yin Gui's expression was unusually fraught, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Muqing observed the heavily guarded group and spoke gently. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to visit my brother's residence? Zhou Huai, sensing the tension between his lady and their master, quickly interjected. Of course you can go in. Yin Gui shot him a glare, but Zhou Huai leaned closer and whispered, the master hasn't explicitly forbidden the young lady from entering. And besides, she seems quite concerned about the master keeping secrets from her. We should assist in making peace. Yin Gui hesitated, scanning the three before finally conceding. Young miss, you may enter. Baekwon patted Yin Gui on the shoulder. Chuckling, those who know the times are wise. No wonder my brother favors you. Yin Gui shrugged off the hand with a look of disdain. The group stepped through the door, revealing a brightly lit study inside. Impossible! Your Highness, the evidence is irrefutable. There is nothing to doubt. Your Highness, I too believe it is time to make a decision that a heavy rain is imminent. It would be prudent to resolve this soon. A cool yet somewhat familiar voice interrupted the dispute, filtering through the study and reaching Muqing's ears. That voice Chu Jin also felt a vague familiarity, but couldn't pinpoint it. Even if it's true, I cannot endorse such actions. Gambling with the lives of the people is beyond my capacity. Your Highness, do not be overly compassionate. Chu Buochio's tone rose several degrees, exerting pressure. Yin Ren, I advise caution. What Chu Zai Fu says holds merit. What merit? Are we to treat lives as mere trifles? Baekwon's voice erupted in a low growl. The three outside were taken aback. Baekwon furrowed his brow, pondering what they had been discussing for so long. What decision were they trying to reach? Baekwon was known for his steady and gentle temperament, rarely losing control of his emotions that if he did, it was likely for the sake of the common people. Muqing took a deep breath, speculating about the events of her past life. The bond between the Crown Prince and Chu Buochio had always been profound. There was no reason for a rift to suddenly appear. What had Wen Choyin done to convince Baekwon that the mastermind was Chu Buochio? On the way over, Baekwon had quietly shared much about Baekwon with her. In her previous life, Baekwon, perhaps out of loyalty, had feigned illness after the flood disaster, remaining in seclusion upon returning to Bayan City. To him, withholding the truth from the emperor might have been a way to preserve their brotherly bond. But why didn't Chu Buochio explain the truth? It was all so strange that I asked someone eavesdropping. Chu Buochio's voice cut through the air. The three instinctively tensed, stepping back a couple of paces. The study door swung open. And Baekwon strode out, his expression grim, while Yin Ren cast a complex glance at Muqing before hastily following after him. Baekwon glanced around, then signaled with his eyes to indicate he would pursue Baekwon to understand the situation, leaving her to investigate the cause. Muqing bit her lip, slowly stepping into the study. When she lifted her gaze, her eyes were uncontrollably drawn to a familiar, yet strange face. She inhaled sharply, then turned to meet the piercing gaze of Chu Buochio. Are you not going to greet me? How could Weichin be here? She gasped, realizing that Chu Buochio had known all along about her visit to the state temple to see Huichun. Yet he had said nothing during this time. There was certainly something amiss. She understood that there must be some connection between Huichun and Chu Buochio, perhaps intertwined with her own complicated lineage. Miss, it's been a while. Huichun nodded, his expression devoid of any hint of evasion, as if he were untroubled by Chu Buochio knowing something. Muqing nodded, her brow furrowed, reluctant to speak further. Huichun offered a slight bow and turned to leave the study just as a woman entered. Her footsteps hurried. Unbeknownst to her, she stumbled over the threshold and fell directly into Huichen's arms. He instinctively reached out to catch her. Her delicate form felt like a heated potato in his embrace. He looked up, making eye contact with her deep, dark eyes, her features strikingly beautiful, radiating an overwhelming sense of joy when she smiled. "Forgive me, I did not mean to intrude." The man who swiftly withdrew from the scene caught Chu Zijian's eye. His head was shaven clean, his brows framed a pair of faintly colored eyes, his nose was high and his lips thin. Draped in a snow-white kasaya, he appeared untouched by the world's dust. Such a pure individual. Over the years, Chu Zijian had encountered a myriad of people, had listened to highborn ladies who professed to be pious, utter vile words toward their concubines, had witnessed husbands who seemed devoted to their wives, engaging in illicit affairs with their own sisters-in-law, and had seen monks who strictly adhered to their vows, indulge in feasts of wine and meat. Yet she had never before encountered someone so refreshingly detached from worldly affairs. The man brought his hands together in prayer and bowed his head in greeting, his pale eyes never once falling upon her, as if he were either avoiding her gaze or simply indifferent. "Who are you?" Chu Zijian inquired cautiously. Sensing that this man was no ordinary figure but a humble monk, he replied, his gaze lowered, his hands trembling slightly in prayer. "Merely an inconsequential person." Was he nervous? For reasons unknown, Chu Zijian felt an inexplicable sense of ominous mystery surrounding this young monk. However, her spirited nature could not suppress her curiosity. She stepped forward a few paces, her smile radiant. "Little master, your words are quite intriguing. Clearly, you do not know me. So why do you seem to avoid my presence?" Huichen took a few steps back, closing his eyes as if the enveloping darkness reminded him of the clarity within his heart. He then spoke softly. "To me, the mortal world and the four elements are all but empty. The notion of being inconsequential is of no concern to you, benefactor." "The four elements are empty?" Chu Zijian felt a playful urge rising within her as she stealthily extended her hand, sensing the shift. Huichen hurriedly retreated several steps, compelled to confront the mischievous glint in her eyes. Chu Zijian retracted her wine flask and took a sip, tilting her head playfully. "Little master, you speak of emptiness. Yet you are sensitive even to the faintest scent of wine." She inched closer, adding, "You are rather unseemly." Huichen's throat tightened slightly as he averted his gaze. "Benefactor, you have overstepped." Chapter 58. "Marry whomever you wish on the other side of the study." An unusual silence prevailed. Only the sound of their breaths could be heard, neither willing to break the stillness. "You." Muqing raised her eyes to the man whose spine was unnaturally straight, clad only in a thin outer robe despite the late hour. His complexion was pale, but his cheeks bore a faint blush, a clear indication of the earlier dispute. "Did you have a quarrel with the crown prince?" Chu Buqiu leaned against the back of a chair, slowly taking a seat, and replied softly, "It was not a quarrel, merely a difference of opinion." "Does a difference of opinion necessitate such a loud voice?" Muqing was skeptical. With the assassination looming, he should maintain a good relationship with the crown prince. "Oh," Muqing hesitated, then decided to untangle her discomfort, sighing, "Even if you share a long-standing friendship with the crown prince, you should ponder on his thoughts. After all, there is a distinction between ruler and subject." "Is there not?" Chu Buqiu remained silent, his gaze heavy upon the ink and paper, the atmosphere plunging into icy silence. "That a ruler, who harbors the weight of the world, is commendable." He breathed deeply before continuing. "Yet one should not be blindly naive or cowardly." Muqing, too, was aware of this fatal flaw within Beiquan. That it was precisely this weakness that Wen Choyin had exploited to gradually seize the throne for herself. The solution to the impending assassination, besides hastily resolving the flood situation and returning to the capital, lay in mending the rift between this man and Beiquan. To speak candidly, although Bei Kuan was a scoundrel, he was more suited for the throne than his brother. Muqing hastily leaned forward, covering the man's mouth, and said sternly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Buqiu paused momentarily, his gaze landing on her delicate white hand. Then he looked directly into her eyes. "Are you no longer angry?" She was taken aback, slowly retracting her hand, catching a glimpse of Chu Zijian and Huichen disappearing through the doorway. "When did you become acquainted with Huichen?" The man did not answer immediately. Instead, he righted the inkstone she had knocked over and retorted, "When did you become acquainted with him?" Muqing despised his habit of deflecting questions with another question. "You should know when I met him, shouldn't you?" She was well aware that Chu Buqiu was cunning and shrewd. Her visit to Jingguo Temple to see Huichen had never been intended to remain a secret for long. Aching, Chu Buqiu's fingers tapped the table. producing a dull sound that distracted her. You never inquired about such matters before. Was he implying that she asked too many questions? Did Wen Choyin say something to you? Muqing laughed in exasperation, nodding vigorously. So you mean Wen Choyin knows about this, right? Fine, I'll just ask him. He should be quite eager to see me anyway, that I won't trouble you any longer. Chu Zaifu. Chu Buqiu's face remained impassive, revealing no change in expression, yet he continued to stay silent. She clenched her fists and turned to leave. Suddenly, a forceful grip around her waist pulled her tightly into his embrace, the man's low, slightly hurried breath resonating in her ear. You dare. The words seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, further irritating her. That I do not dare. Muqing smiled as she attempted to pry his hands apart. But his patience was unwavering, while her own was thin. I will not trouble you any further. Not troubling me, but going to trouble others. Chu Buqiu's pale face darkened, his tone icy. You seem to think quite well. Muqing scoffed coldly, speaking in anger. You are my brother. The Ning Wang is not my brother, that if he wishes to marry me, he won't concern himself with such matters. He will surely follow my wishes. Comparing the two, I might as well seek out the Ning Wang. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Muqing quickly realized her words had crossed a line. She attempted to rectify her statement, but noticed the grip around her waist slowly loosening. She turned her head to find the man's phoenix-like eyes tinged with a hint of red, disappointment evident in his gaze as his hands fell to his sides and his head gradually bowed. You are right. Muqing sensed the shift in his emotions and stepped forward, only to hear him say, Go out. Seek whom you wish. Her heart skipped a beat, unsure how to clarify her earlier slip. Marry whomever you wish. The man's eyes reddened, his voice trembling slightly as he struggled to maintain composure. Then go marry whomever you wish. To end the chilly atmosphere. Chu Zizhen wrapped her outer garment tighter around herself, unable to resist stealing a glance at the silent monk just a few steps away. You just said your name is Huichen, the one who turned my father away. Huichen furrowed his brow, his tone flat. It is not that I turned Lord Chu away. It is simply that I have no reason to enter the palace. Regardless of who it may be, I shall not agree. Reason? Chu Zizhen murmured, kicking at the gravel beneath her feet. I remember the last time I visited Jingguo Temple. You said the same thing when you did not wish to see me. Constantly muttering about reasons, I would like to ask Master Huichen for guidance. Hearing this, Huichen raised his gaze slightly, his tranquil eyes revealing a hint of elusive emotion. Please, go ahead. That a playful smile gradually surfaced on Chu Zizhen's face as she said lightly. Did you foresee our encounter today before stepping out? As the lights in the surrounding courtyard dimmed, a profound silence enveloped the air, creating an eerie stillness. Chu Zizhen fixated her gaze upon the man before her, feeling an odd familiarity that stirred within her. Today, I have consulted the omens. Huichen looked at her, a subtle emotion flickering in his otherwise indifferent features, rendering him difficult to read. However, Chu Zizhen blinked, gazing intently at him. I did not foresee your presence. The following afternoon, a group made their way from the inspector's residence to the Duke's manor. The mining operations had nearly concluded, and the materials were entrusted to specialists for management and dam construction. With the flood situation under control, Baekwon was naturally expected to visit his maternal family. Before the extraordinary manor, adorned with an exquisite sign bearing the intricate characters of the Wei Duke's estate. Chu Zizhen whispered to Muqing, This is the Emperor's calligraphy. Muqing withdrew her gaze from a seemingly indifferent man, responding, It is said that His Majesty cherished the late Empress dearly. It must be true. Indeed, Chu Zizhen continued in a hushed tone. I heard that the eldest princess spent considerable time at the Duke's estate during her childhood and was greatly favored by the late Duke, which fostered a close relationship with the late Empress. It was also the eldest princess who facilitated the acquaintance between His Majesty and the late Empress. That's so. Muqing nodded, aware that the eldest princess shared a close bond with His Majesty. But she was unaware that even the late Empress was introduced to the Northern Emperor through the eldest princess, grandfather. Beichuan's excited voice immediately drew the gazes of many. Muqing followed suit, observing an elderly gentleman. His hair graced with the touch of age and his face lined with wrinkles, yet his demeanor radiated warmth. His keen eyes scanned the crowd before settling upon her. The old man's gaze seemed to lose focus, fixated on her without a blink. Everyone was taken aback, following the elderly man's gaze toward Muqing. She, too, was perplexed, wondering why everyone was staring at her. Child, the old man murmured, his eyes welling with tears as he gazed at Muqing. Why have you only come to see your grandfather now? Chapter 59. The Wei family's past grandfather. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Baekwon stepped forward, bowing slightly to the elderly man. The late duke, somewhat dazed, remained obstinate. How could I mistake her? She and my child look strikingly alike. How could I be wrong? Seeing the elder's agitation, Chu Zizhen hurriedly pulled Muqing back a little and couldn't help but murmur. I had heard that the old Duke Wei's health was not well, but I did not expect it to have come to this, that Muqing felt a strange sensation in her heart. For even when Chu Boichio had been angry with her in the past, he had never remained so silent and uncommunicative. Her maternal grandfather, Bei Kuan, approached and wrapped an arm around the elder's shoulder, smilingly saying, although my aunt is indeed beautiful, she is now aged. Take a closer look at the young lady before you. She is still a delicate flower. The old Duke Wei furrowed his brow, his gaze upon Muqing growing dimmer. Indeed, I have aged so much. How could my dear not have grown? She has matured, yet she refuses to forgive me and come to see me. Baekwon sighed softly and spoke gently. Grandfather, the Princess of the Long has no intent to avoid visiting you. She is burdened with military duties and assisting in state affairs, supporting His Majesty. She is simply too busy, but she will come to see you once her tasks are complete. The mention of the Princess of the Long caused Muqing's heart to flutter, exchanging a glance with Chu Zizhen. How could the old duke refer to the princess as his niece? Chu Zizhen lightly tapped her hand and whispered, You know, the Princess of the Long was adopted by the late emperor, right? Of course, she nodded, tilting her head and lowering her voice as well. The princess was adopted by the late emperor and contributed greatly during his campaigns. Now that His Majesty firmly holds power, a considerable part of the credit belongs to her, which is known throughout the realm. This is also why the world tolerates a woman without royal blood, holding the esteemed position of Princess of the Long and wielding such power. Muqing glanced at the old duke and questioned, So, is the birth father of the Princess of the Long the old Duke Wei? Naturally not, Chu Zizhen denied, explaining, I heard my father and his colleagues casually discussing this matter. The princess had an unknown origin, having grown up in a temple until the age of 8 later. When the old Duke Wei went to pay his respects with his family, he happened to encounter the princess. Her words suddenly halted, as Muqing looked at her in confusion. The princess bore a striking resemblance to the old Duke Wei's youngest daughter. Chu Zizhen lowered her eyes and softly revealed this secret, stating that the duke's wife took an immediate liking to the princess and wished to adopt her, but the old Duke Wei was unwilling. Unwilling? Muqing observed the old duke's demeanor, which seemed to indicate he was quite fond of the princess. I know what you are thinking, Chu Zizhen continued. At that time, when the duke's wife saw the old duke's reluctance, she had no recourse. But then someone stepped forward to plead on her behalf. After pondering for a moment, Muqing guessed. Was it the late empress? Chu Zizhen's gaze was resolute. Indeed, and that is how the princess entered the Wei family. It is no wonder that it is said His Majesty treats the princess exceptionally well. It turns out the late empress played a part in this. Since the late empress grew up alongside the princess, their bond must be strong. Chu Zizhen then countered, they did not grow up together. Did you not say the princess entered the Wei family? Muqing questioned. The princess indeed entered the Wei family. Chu Zizhen nodded, recalling, but 3 months after her arrival, the late empress became betrothed to His Majesty and was sent to the Bei family to learn the proper etiquette. As they had not yet taken the throne, so, you mean, when the princess entered the household, the late empress left. Muqing felt somewhat dizzy from the complexity of these relationships and asked, since the old Duke Wei only has the princess as his adopted daughter, he must cherish her. But how did the late emperor come to adopt her? I am not quite certain about that, Chu Zizhen admitted. My father mentioned it in passing, and it seems there is a significant story behind it. Likely related to the princess's marriage. Marriage? Muqing felt even more confused. What are you talking about? Everyone in Beimeng knows that the princess is yet to marry. Chu Zizhen frowned. I heard this matter vaguely, but I am unsure. However, my father mentioned that the Wei family, in order to support the princess, offered her to the late emperor as an adopted daughter. Later, some unforeseen events occurred, and it seems the old Duke Wei made some mistake, which led to the princess never seeing him again. All right, grandfather, let us not remain dazed here. I am too hungry to stand. Bei Kuan playfully pouted at the old Duke Wei, clearly fond of this grandfather figure. You rascal, You still know to come see me, the old Duke chuckled, poking the young man's forehead playfully. The group then entered the residence, and Chu Zixin naturally walked behind, which left Mu Qing walking alongside Chu Buqiu. When we go in, speak little and focus on eating. A calm voice unexpectedly chimed in from beside her, and Mu Qing could not help but glance at him and quickly turn away. What do you intend to do? Chu Buqiu rarely made such demands, making her acutely aware that something was amiss. Regardless of what happens, just stay by my side, he implied, perhaps because there were many people around, but Mu Qing sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards the old Duke Wei. If she recalled correctly, the old Duke was in poor health, and in her previous life, it was after Chu Buqiu and Bei Quan had resolved the flooding issue and returned to Bei'an City that he suddenly fell ill and passed away. This timing seemed rather sensitive. How could it be such a coincidence? The old Duke Wei died right after Bei Quan and the others returned to Bei'an City. It felt as if something was being concealed. As if a colossal secret lay hidden beneath it all, that if the old Duke's death were indeed related to those who dealt with the floods, how could Bei Quan remain unaware? It was all too strange. The Duke's residence was vast, presumably a gift from His Majesty, surrounded by mountains and water. Yet the furnishings were elegantly simple, lacking the opulence of the governor's mansion. It seemed this was due to the current heir, Wei Shiran, who preferred simplicity. It was said he upheld strict discipline, was highly incorruptible, and genuinely cared for the people, making him a commendable official. Your Highness, Chancellor Chu at the far end of the hall, a man dressed in plain clothes, with a kind face yet stern demeanor, looked grave and composed that he bore some resemblance to Wei Ju, and it was likely he was Wei Shiran. Uncle. Bei Quan greeted him with a respectful nod, his smile dimming slightly. Even Bei Kuan, usually mischievous, remained silent, highlighting their respect for him. That it appeared that both brothers held Wei Shiran in high regard. Wei Shiran gave a slight nod, his gaze shifting from Chu Buqiu to Mu Qing. Before suddenly speaking, Miss Chu, it is an honor to meet you. Mu Qing was taken aback. What did he mean? Did Wei Shiran know her? And why would he say it was an honor? Chu Buqiu remained silent, while Bei Kuan was the first to express curiosity. Uncle, do you know a Chu? Wei Shiran paused for a moment before slowly replying. Indeed, I have never had dealings with Miss Chu. Duke Wei. Mu Qing, somewhat puzzled, still inclined her body and offered a courtesy. The hall fell silent as everyone turned to look at Wei Shiran, who seemed to regain his senses, albeit in a daze, and continued, seeing you reminds me of an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Bei Kuan's interest was piqued, and he curiously asked, which acquaintance? Do I know them? Wei Shiran composed himself and changed the subject, addressing Bei Kuan. I heard that His Majesty did not permit you to come this time. Your recklessness only brings shame to the Wei family. Bei Kuan was momentarily at a loss for words, but he merely shot a disgruntled glance at Wei Shiran before retreating behind Bei Quan. Now, let us cease idle chatter and commence the banquet, the old Duke Wei interjected, turning to Mu Qing with a warm smile. Little girl, you must be famished. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, puzzled by the peculiar attitude of the Wei family towards her, and could only obediently nod. Suddenly, the man beside her spoke. Come sit with me. Your hand is injured, and it will be easier for me to serve you if we sit together. Mu Qing was taken aback. When had her hand been injured? Yet Chu Buqiu's gaze was so laden with meaning that she could only nod in agreement and take a seat beside him. Hearing this, the old Duke Wei hurriedly expressed concern. Child, your hand is injured. Our Duke's residence has excellent medicine. Let me call someone to fetch it for you to tea, or why do no need? Chu Buqiu firmly declined, though his tone was not as indifferent as usual. Given the old Duke's concern, the medicine from the Chancellor's residence was likely adequate for treating Mu Qing's minor injury. Mu Qing shot a sidelong glance at the man who spoke without thinking, silently cursing him. He truly had a knack for fabricating stories. The old Duke Wei, seeing the situation, could only nod and instructed his servants to begin the banquet. The table was soon filled with delectable dishes. After having spent a long time exchanging pleasantries outside, and with Chu Zixin recounting the past between the Wei family and the imperial family, Mu Qing was already ravenous. The golden, crispy sweet potato balls were fragrant and tender, and upon taking a bite, she instantly felt a wave of happiness that, as the saying goes, food is the essence of life. The guests in the hall were enjoying the feast, but Chu Buqiu had not touched his chopsticks. instead serving Mu Qing with a balanced selection of dishes. Observing the young lady with her cheeks puffed up with food, he couldn't help but smile, yet he was reminded of the words spoken by the monk yesterday. In the quiet study, the monk pressed his palms together and had to remind the other, "You should not keep secrets from her, nor entertain any misguided thoughts." Chu Buoqiu remained silent, fixated on the square piece of xian paper before him. The pristine sheet depicted the silhouette of a woman. Her inky hair cascaded freely, her white garment as pure as snow, and her subtly illuminated profile exuded an air of chill, yet possessed an inexplicable mystery. Delusional thoughts? He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Huichen swept across the xian paper and retorted coldly, "If not for delusions, how is it that you do not dare to paint her face? If not for delusions, what is it that you fear at this very moment?" Chu Buoqiu hesitated slightly, asserting, "I fear nothing. My heart is as steadfast as a rock." Huichen smirked, her lips curving in a smile that was far from the usual serene and ascetic demeanor, revealing a hint of humanity. Without color or form, devoid of anger or frenzy, she dared to journey here alone for you. Yet in the end, you cannot even acknowledge your own feelings, deceiving others and deceiving oneself. Are you not afraid that in the end, you will have deceived even yourself? No, I am always very clear-headed. Chu Buoqiu regained his senses, only to find the woman staring at him motionlessly. "What is it?" Mu Qing scrutinized the man's expression, sensing something strange. "Where has Huichen gone? He distinctly came for you yesterday. Why is he absent today?" "Once the task is complete, he naturally returns," Chu Buoqiu replied with an indifferent demeanor. "Besides, he did not come for me." That was for a Qing that he suddenly interrupted her. It had been a long time since she had heard him call her that. She had thought they were still in a Cold War. Was he attempting to apologize for yesterday? "What is it? Do you not wish to know your origins? Once we return, I shall tell you," he said softly, yet it felt as though he had made a solemn decision. She was taken aback, then replied, "Are you conceding to me?" Chu Buoqiu lifted his gaze toward the direction outside the hall, his brow furrowed in a slight frown. "Have you not realized? I have always been bowing to you." Her heart raced at his words, but she soon sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and judging by the noise, there were quite a number of them. Mu Qing glanced at the person beside her, only to see him quickly avert his gaze, instead raising his teacup to take a sip, his expression remarkably calm. They were seated by the door, and she could not believe that Chu Buoqiu had not noticed the commotion. The members of Beiquan, lacking martial prowess, were completely oblivious to the large contingent approaching the hall. Chu Zhen's brow twitched slightly as he instinctively looked at her. Observing Chu Buoqiu's reaction, she guessed he had some plan in mind, and thus she nodded at Chu Zhen to offer reassurance. However, Yin Ren and Bei Kuan, both skilled in combat, seemed unperturbed. Bei Kuan might be lacking in skill, but Yin Ren was valiant and formidable. Why had he not yet reacted? The music within the hall grew louder, resembling a gentle rain that was gradually intensifying into a torrential downpour, as if it were to pierce through the heavens and unleash a deluge. Bang! The slightly ajar rosewood door was kicked open by a group of men, and the music ceased abruptly. Mu Qing turned her head again to find Bei Kuan and Yin Ren poised with their swords, ready for combat. Beiquan stepped back a few paces to shield old Duke Wei and Wei Shiran. It seemed they had all been merely putting on a show moments ago. The newcomers, each wielding long swords, donned dark garments and half-masks obscuring their faces. They appeared to be a cadre of well-trained assassins. Yin Ren lunged forward, kicking aside a small table, and deftly threw one of the assassins aside with a powerful strike. Mu Qing glanced at Chu Buoqiu, only to discover he had yet to lower his teacup. Appearing leisurely and unhurried, "Did I say, are you truly not anxious?" Chu Buoqiu furrowed his brow and shot her a glance. Why be anxious when someone has stepped forward? Chu Buoqiu's words were calm, but Yin Ren, who was protecting her against the incoming foes, turned his head to look at her, concern etched on his face. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, and then she heard the man beside her mutter a curse. He should mind his own business. The assassins were numerous, and it was clear that both Yin Ren and Bei Kuan would struggle to hold them off. Seizing the opportunity during the skirmish between the two, one assassin stealthily positioned himself behind Mu Qing. She sensed something odd behind her. Upon turning, she found a cold blade swiftly descending towards her. "Qing, be careful." Chujin kicked aside the small table and rushed forward to intervene. But it was already too late. Chapter 61. Blocking the sword as the blade descended, Muqing instinctively shut her eyes. Clang, upon reopening them, she was astonished to see that the long blade had been grasped firmly by Chu Buqiu with just a few fingers, and he appeared completely unscathed. When did you become adept at catching a blade with your bare hands? Although it was an inappropriate moment to pose such a question, her curiosity could not be contained. Of course, I cannot. The man raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to look behind the assassin. She tilted her head and saw that behind the menacing face of the assassin, Ingui had also tilted his head, grinning at her. Little miss, it's me. She was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, she felt a tight grip on her wrist. Chu Buqiu, with swift and precise movements, dispatched the assassin and led her away from the throng, bringing her to Bei Quan's side. Keep an eye on her, he said, his tone lacking warmth, as though he were entrusting a possession to another's care. Muqing understood well that both men were still miffed about the earlier dispute in the study, as if neither was willing to yield. Understood. I am not solely your sister, she replied. Bei Quan's expression was awkward as he pulled Muqing behind him, his tone gentler than when addressing the other man. Do not be afraid. Muqing watched Chu Buqiu's retreating figure, nodding to herself. Thank you, brother prince. The hall quickly transformed into a battleground for the four of them. Muqing couldn't help but gaze at them in a daze. In terms of skill, Chu Buqiu was fierce and ruthless. Yin Ren's techniques were ingenious. Bei Kuan relied on brute strength, while Chu Jin was truly a sight to behold. The woman in the red dress moved gracefully among the assassins, her fists and feet delivering heavy blows, yet exuding the gallant spirit of a chivalrous hero. Such a woman should not be entangled in the treachery of imperial power, though the circumstances of her past life remained unclear. Upon reflection, it was evident that this might not be a poor choice after all. What are you contemplating? Bei Quan inquired. Muqing pondered for a moment before addressing the man. Brother Prince, do you have a conflict with my brother? Bei Quan, knowing that she had overheard their quarrel yesterday, hesitated to conceal the truth, responding rather vaguely. Not a conflict, merely a difference of opinion. You need not concern yourself with it. How could she not be concerned? After all, in her previous life, it was precisely due to Bei Quan's misunderstanding that Chu Buqiu had attempted to assassinate him, which led to their gradual estrangement, transforming former friends into mere strangers. Perhaps she ought to take some action. Is this not the very significance of having a second chance? Prince, when did you become acquainted with my brother? Muqing asked. Bei Quan contemplated for a moment, lost in thought that we were both merely teenagers when he entered the court. My father admired his talents and allowed him to study alongside me. Years of trials and tribulations. You were not merely classmates and friends. She observed, her tone grave. You were more like kindred spirits. Bei Quan was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent at her assertion. Kindred spirits, indeed, rather than simply being close friends, it would be more fitting to describe their relationship as akin to family. Qing'er, unaware of the prince's inner thoughts, spoke earnestly, but you know how Chu Buqiu is. He has always been solitary, with few friends. Those of higher status are reluctant to approach him, while those of lower status dare not. However, you are different. You are childhood friends, already inseparable in this lifetime, that he has always regarded you as someone of great importance. Thus, no matter what, you two should resolve any misunderstandings. Prolonged misconceptions can lead to deep-seated grudges that become impossible to untangle. Bei Quan hesitated for a long while upon hearing the words, lost in contemplation. Their quarrel arose from the issue of flooding. Chu Buqiu claimed that Wei Ju had planted prohibited crops and excessively cultivated the land, which led to the calamity, that he suggested utilizing the special stones from the mine to rebuild the levees. However, according to the report from his envoy, the mine had developed a peculiar toxic gas over the years, causing some who ventured inside to return afflicted with plague. The monk accompanying Chu Buqiu stated that with the floods approaching, a decision should be made swiftly. Time was of the essence, and Chu Buqiu proposed a solution. If they did not linger in the mine for too long, their bodies would not exhibit any adverse effects. That he suggested that the entire populace of the city work together to extract materials from the mine to repair the levees, thereby not only resolving the flooding issue expediently, but also minimizing personnel loss. While Chu Buqiu contemplated sacrificing a small number for the safety of the majority, Bei Quan focused on the imperative of preserving every single life. In the end, Yin Ren also sided with Chu Buqiu. which left Bei Quan in a state of exasperation, resulting in the unhappy departure witnessed by Mu Qing. Unlike Chu Buqiu, Bei Quan did not see the harm in informing Mu Qing of the events that transpired during their dispute last night. As she listened, a frown creased her brow. The two proposed methods diverged significantly. Chu Buqiu's plan would sacrifice a few for the many, undeniably entailing loss. In contrast, Bei Quan wished to employ a few squads of physically capable royal guards to mine the stones, thereby avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. Yet if time was insufficient, the casualties would not be limited to just a few. The entire city could perish due to this decision. At this moment, Mu Qing suddenly understood why Chu Buqiu deemed Bei Quan suitable for the throne. Bei Quan was adamant in his beliefs, unwilling to witness loss. Yet if Bei Quan were in his place, he would undoubtedly support Chu Buqiu without hesitation. The heart of a sovereign is often merciless, and kindness can be a liability. Speak candidly. Your Highness, Mu Qing addressed him earnestly. I do not favor my elder brother, but consider this. While Chu Buqiu's method may involve sacrificing a few individuals, it guarantees the safety of the majority. Conversely, your approach may indeed hold potential for success, but can you assure absolute success? If it fails, what then? With Wei's heinous crime, what recourse would the Wei family have should you make a grave misjudgment? How would His Majesty confront the lamentations of the people of Baiman? Upon hearing these words, Bei Quan froze, realizing he had considered the initial part of her argument, but had completely overlooked the latter. Indeed, if what she stated were true, a decision made by the imperial family that resulted in the needless deaths of countless civilians would place the Bei family in an untenable position. Even if he did not ascend to the throne, his brother Bei Quan would inevitably suffer a loss of support, but he found himself deep in thought. Should the populace be dissatisfied, what actions might they take? This consequence was one the Bei clan could not bear, and he had no right to impose such a burden upon them. It appeared that Chu Buqiu had anticipated this point all along, something even Yin Run and Mu Qing had grasped. Yet he had nearly overlooked it. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Meanwhile, Mu Qing observed the man's expression intently, feeling relieved. Bei Quan was kind, yet not foolish, and she was certain he would soon discern the pros and cons. Just as her thoughts wandered, she suddenly heard Yin Ren's warning from the hall, Mu Qing, watch out. Startled, Mu Qing turned to see a stranger's figure intercept a vicious dagger aimed at her. The man grimaced in pain, his cry startling her into silence. It was him. Chapter 62. His antidote. Mu Qing gazed at the man who had shielded her. He paled from the pain, his dark pupils fixed intently upon her. Upon confirming her safety, his demeanor softened, and he collapsed. When Choyin, Mu Qing instinctively caught the unconscious man, her mind a chaotic tangle, unable to comprehend the current situation. Wei Shiran approached, observing Wen Choyin with a furrowed brow. He has lost too much blood. We must summon a doctor immediately. Following Wei Shiran's gaze, she saw the man's abdomen stained with a large pool of blood, his white robe vividly transformed into crimson. Have you lost your mind? Mu Qing struggled to process the situation as Chu Buqiu and the others, having dealt with the remaining assassins, approached. Chu Buqiu knelt, grasping Wen Choyin's wrist to check his pulse. Then commanded, bring him to me. She hesitated, her mind momentarily dulled. Do you not trust me? Chu Buqiu cast a cold glance at Wen Choyin in her arms. Though I may not favor him, I would not take advantage of this situation. Everyone present heard his words but chose to feign ignorance. It was indeed a shocking revelation for a high-ranking official to express disdain for a royal prince. Wei Laogong also spoke up. Young lady, bring Ning Wang to my chamber. Rest assured the physician from my household is quite capable. Only then did Mu Qing regain her senses, only to find herself locked in Chu Buqiu's icy gaze. Hastily releasing Wen Choyin, her earlier concern had not been for him. Rather, the sudden turn of events compelled her to ponder the mastermind behind this violent act, regardless of who it might be. She raised her eyes to survey the room, where all were focused on her. Yin Ren, the brothers Bei Quan and Bei Quan, and the Wei Laogong and his son. The mastermind must be among them. The quiet room was simply furnished, the dark curtains casting a mysterious soft glow over the space. The pungent scent of medicine mingled with the metallic tang of blood, permeating the air as physicians entered and exited. Mu Qing watched as one doctor after another arrived, apologizing to Wei Laogong in exasperation. It seemed Wen Choyin was gravely injured. She settled beside the couch, staring at the pale-faced man, lost in thought. This scene vividly reminded her of the moment in her past when she had suffered a miscarriage after being drugged by C. Deschamps. The room had been filled with blood, the acrid scent of medicine. In an endless darkness, she had longed for her husband's arrival. Even if he needed not speak a word of comfort, just to look upon her as he did now would suffice. But nothing came. Nothing at all. She worried for him. A cool, emotionless voice interrupted her thoughts from behind. Mu Qing. Do not fret. Mu Qing shook her head. I am not worried. Chu Buqiu regarded her, feeling a pang of emptiness in his heart, and softly reassured her he will be fine. Suddenly, the woman smiled unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily taken aback. I truly am not worried. I simply... She rose, her lips curving into a faint smile, tinged with melancholy, as she recalled her past foolishness. After careful reflection, she felt even more convinced that when Choyin, that scoundrel, would not easily engage in such self-sacrificial behavior. While others might see it as noble, for Wen Choyin, it was utterly foolish. She had learned long ago during their marriage that Wen Choyin would not act unwisely. If he did, it would surely be for some benefit to himself. What could that be? Might it be related to the assassination attempt from her past life? You must have had a restless night. Go rest now. I will keep watch over him. Though Chu Buqiu's expression remained indifferent, she could discern his slight displeasure. It would be difficult for her to convince the prince to set aside his misunderstandings. And now this matter suddenly felt burdensome. Chu Buqiu, although we have lived together for many years, you may not know me as well as you think. Once I let go, there will be no possibility of rekindling the flames. The man was momentarily stunned, gazing at her in a dazed "So, do you understand?" His abrupt vulnerability caught him off guard. His jealousy and displeasure suddenly froze, and he stammered, "Understand what?" She chuckled softly, wrapping herself around the bewildered man. "Silly, I do not wish to have misunderstandings with you." She nestled closer to him, playfully rubbing against his firm chest, and added, "Not even a little bit." The room was silent, so quiet that Mu Qing could hear the man's fervent heartbeat, resonating with intensity. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Despite the pervasive sense of medicine and blood, the fragrance of sandalwood emanating from Chu Buqiu eased her discomfort. This man truly was remarkable, akin to her antidote. Suddenly, a loud cough interrupted their embrace, causing them to part abruptly. Bei Quan sauntered into the room, his expression tinged with playful mockery. "Did I say, a joie, in broad daylight, under the clear sky? Are you not being a bit too hasty?" Mu Qing, confused by his words, asked, "Hasty about what?" "Nothing," Chu Buqiu interjected swiftly, though he could not outpace Bei Quan's relentless teasing. "Sister Mu Qing, do you not notice how anxious your brother appears? Look at his ears. They are all red." She paused, glancing at Chu Buqiu, whose face had taken on a noticeable flush, his ears a delightful shade of pink, appearing almost charming. She could not contain her laughter. Hearing her laughter, Chu Buqiu's expression grew even more peculiar, and he glared at Bei Quan. "What brings you here?" Bei Quan raised an eyebrow. "I came to remind you to exercise caution. Do not be so brazen. The doctor and my maternal grandfather just stepped out, and you rushed in here. Did I ask there's something precious in this room that you fear someone might steal?" He quipped, though the mockery in these words was understood by Mu Qing. She could not help but chuckle as she addressed the two. "Then I shall take my leave to seek the truth. You two may take your time in searching for treasures." As she watched the woman, who held a special place in her heart, exit through the door, Chu Buqiu's expression slowly softened, replaced by a nonchalant demeanor. "What is this? The crown prince jesting with me? Have you forgotten about last night's dispute?" Bei Quan, far from being angered, instead laughed with ease. "Thanks to your little girl's counsel, I have come to realize that you were indeed right last night. My compassion was misplaced." Chu Buqiu, somewhat surprised yet striving to conceal it, inquired with a hint of sulkiness, "What did she advise you?" Bei Quan glanced back at the person reclining on the couch. Lowering his voice, "She remarked that I should not harbor ill feelings towards her brother, as we are childhood friends, and encouraged me to resolve our misunderstanding, stating that her brother has few friends, and encountering me is akin to finding a savior." Chu Buqiu scoffed. She certainly knows how to embellish. They have been friends for many years, from their youthful companionship to their respective ascents. One had become a powerful minister, while the other stood as the candidate for the throne, burdened with the hopes of many. By this point, they were already well-acquainted confidants, familiar enough with each other that minor disagreements were commonplace during court meetings. The very fact that Chu Bochio could say such indicated that he bore no lingering resentment over last night's quarrel that I in the corner of Bei Quan's eye, when Cho-in lay straight. An expression of illness etched on his face, looking exceedingly frail that he has indeed aided you this time. Aided me? Chu Bochio shot a glance at the man, unperturbed. He is hardly worthy that he saved Mu Qing. You ought to be a tad considerate in your remarks, Bei Quan reminded him. When Cho-in was his right-hand man, a capable official, yet when compared to Chu Bochio, he remained an outsider. However, one must uphold their conscience. It is said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with a gushing spring, that no matter how jealous Chu Bochio felt, there ought to be limits. The truth of whether he truly saved her remained to be seen. Chu Bochio observed him, cautioning, when Cho-in harbors ulterior motives. He is your subordinate, that I should not say this, but you ought to be aware. Bei Quan, though excessively benevolent to the point of naivety, was ultimately a person who would heed advice, especially from a friend of many years that I understand. After all, I am still a crown prince. Bei Quan chuckled. Do you truly believe I lack any cunning? Indeed, when Cho-in possessed some shrewdness. Yet in the past, Bei Quan had chosen to overlook it, primarily because he had not engaged in any actions that crossed his bottom line. Should that day ever come, he would handle it personally. That'd be why the way. Bei Quan suddenly recalled something, and with a twinkle in his eye, he remarked, Your girl mentioned while persuading me that her brother is both scholarly and martial. If there comes a day she wishes to marry, it should be to someone like you, or perhaps directly to you. Chu Bochio was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Did she truly say that? Chapter 63. Is he still alive? Bei Quan looked at the anxious man with satisfaction, then patted his chest, saying, Sir Minister, that is my embellishment. The other replied, You'd better keep one eye open while you sleep tonight. The healing process did not conclude until nearly the hour of the dog, and after the commotion at the Duke's residence, no one felt inclined to engage in idle chatter about love and romance. After dinner, they each retreated to their chambers. Outside, the clouds obscured the moon, a thick fog completely shrouding the stars. It was not difficult to predict that the next day would bring heavy rain. During their time in Zhongzhou, they had almost exclusively encountered rainy days, dousing any excitement they might have felt. Even if the weather showed signs of improvement, it was merely a continuation of persistent drizzle. This was hardly surprising given the severity of the flooding. With such relentless rain, how could one expect this calamity to cease on its own? Alas, my young girl, why do you sigh at such a tender age? Chu Xiaojin approached, wrapping an arm around the lonely woman gazing at the sky. Fear not. Should any assassin come today, I shall deal with him thoroughly. Due to the assassination attempt during the day. Despite the many rooms in the Duke's residence, Chu Bochio was uneasy, allowing Mu Qing to sleep alone. Thus he entrusted Chu Xiaojin to share her bed. Mu Qing smiled helplessly. It was not the assassin's return that frightened her. An instinct told her that this round of assassination had been deliberately orchestrated for the day they entered the Duke's residence. This person feared their arrival at the Duke's residence. Perhaps he feared that the flood would genuinely be resolved. Thus, he sought to intervene and stir the waters. Speaking of which, where had that monk, Master Huichun, disappeared to? Chu Xiaojin suddenly posed a question. Mu Qing took a moment to respond. He must have left after completing what he needed to do. What needed to be done? Chu Xiaojin mused distractedly that I didn't recognize him at first. But it turns out that the renowned Master Huichun looks like this. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing found it somewhat amusing that if he doesn't look like this, then what should he look like? Chu Xiaojin raised an eyebrow, her tone quickening. I had thought he would be an old man. I didn't expect him to be quite young. The faintly colored brows and eyes, even now, left her with a strange feeling in her heart. Indeed, he is well-known, eloquent. I initially believed he should not be so youthful. Mu Qing pondered for a moment, recalling what Master Huichun had said about the impending flood. When exactly was impending? These enlightened beings always spoke in such mysterious terms. One could only guess indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaojin could not help but smile slightly. Indeed, his appearance always leaves one with a peculiar impression that Mu Qing snapped back to reality, feeling a sense of foreboding. What do you mean? Chu Xiaojin hesitated for a moment, then stammered. I feel he is unreliable. Mu Qing chuckled lightly, looking up at the heavily clouded sky, her unease growing stronger. The it was truly unsettling. The entirety of the night, Mu Qing found herself ensnared in nightmares. Unable to awaken at times, she dreamt of the days spent being mistreated in the cold palace. At others, she recalled moments shared with Chu Boqiu while waiting in her boudoir. In the end, she even dreamt of her yet-to-be-formed fetus, its face stained with blood and tears, stretching out its frail little hands, crying out for its mother to hold Mu Qing. Mu Qing, wake up! A woman's voice echoed, now distant, now near. Mu Qing suddenly felt herself floating, her body jolting awake, and in the next moment, she could open her eyes. She sat up, realizing that dawn had barely broken. Yet her back was already drenched. Chu Saijin had changed out of her nightgown into a dark red, fitted attire, looking at her with evident concern. Did I wake you with my dreams? She opened her mouth, only to find her voice hoarse. Chu Saijin regarded her intently. I couldn't hear you clearly. You kept saying don't be afraid and mentioned something about your mother being here. Did you dream of your mother? Mu Qing was taken aback, unsure how to respond. However, she heard the woman frown and say, but I wasn't the one who woke you. You should get up quickly. Not comprehending why Chu Saijin was so insistent, she asked, what's wrong? Chu Saijin glanced outside, letting out a deep sigh. A torrential rain has fallen. Flooding is sweeping towards our city. Hurry and change your clothes. I will take you to higher ground to avoid the disaster. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing looked down at the ground, and indeed, several inches of murky water had accumulated. The Duke's residence was already higher than many areas. Yet even here, it was submerged and it was clear how severe the situation was outside. What about Chu Boqiu? She suppressed her anxiety and asked calmly. The minister and the crown prince went to the mine in the middle of the night to assist the common people in excavation and the construction of embankments. Chu Saijin spoke hesitantly. Mu Qing was stunned. The mine? At a time like this, everyone is heading to higher ground. How could they go to the mine? If the flood comes, it could drown them. Chu Saijin's expression grew more troubled as she hesitated. Actually, we haven't received any news from them for the past hour, and Mu Qing felt her heart nearly stop, exclaiming, what do you mean by no news? Where is he? Is he still alive? Chapter 64. Down into the water the old window was pushed open, creaking with a hoarse sound, and the sudden downpour sent a chill through Mu Qing. Beneath the eaves, the well-tended camellias of the Duke's residence were deformed by the water, their petals wrinkled and clinging together. Pairs of servants, dressed in their livery, rolled up their sleeves and pant legs, continuously scooping water out with buckets. Yet Mu Qing knew it was all in vain. Everyone stop, she commanded the servants. Quickly gather your belongings and light packs. We must head to higher ground, the servants. Already in a flurry, panicked even more upon hearing the lady of the minister's residence. Their master had left early in the morning to assist with disaster relief, and now, with no one capable in charge. They were at a loss as to how to face the suddenly descending calamity. Seeing everyone frozen in place, Mu Qing hastily pushed open the main door, only to find the floodwaters blocking it, rendering her unable to budge that we shall escape through the window. Chu Saijin lifted her bag, draping a dry cloak from the cabinet over the girl still clad in her light clothing. Mu Qing was startled, but upon meeting Chu Saijin's serious gaze, she felt reassured. Fear not. I am here. Mu Qing paused her movements and slowly nodded. After dispersing the remaining crowd at the Duke's residence, and learning that old Duke Wei and Wen Choyin had been sent to a neighboring city overnight, Mu Qing and Chu Saijin finally departed. Along the way, they encountered a vast number of fleeing citizens scattered in all directions. The throngs of people made their journey exceedingly arduous, and as Mu Qing raised her gaze to the dense crowd, she instinctively looked towards the direction from which surging waves were approaching. The tumultuous tide, accompanied by dark clouds looming over the city, obscured her vision, yet her intuition informed her that Chu Boqiu was there. Qinger, watch your step, Chu Saijin called out, rousing the distracted woman. Recalling the terrain, she couldn't help but think of how Chu Zaifu had specially sought her out before their journey, urging her to protect Mu Qing at all costs. Mu Qing regained her focus, only to notice a 4-year-old child had squeezed in front of her, his tiny frame barely rising above the accumulated water. Little brother, be careful, she warned, fearing that the child might lose his footing and fall into the water. Instinctively, she reached out to grab him, but she was suddenly shoved aside by a reckless force. She was knocked against a birdcage, which had seemingly rushed in from nowhere, with a sharp golden wire aiming directly at her eye. If it struck her, losing her sight would be the least of her worries. It could tear her eye right out. Hiss. Chu Xijin winced in pain as she steadied Mu Qing, glancing at her own torn sleeve with a hint of regret. This garment was crafted by the renowned Jinl Yi Gu in the city. Because of this exquisite dress, her father had scolded her numerous times. Now, reflecting on it, that scolding seemed to have been in vain. Xijin, your hand. Mu Qing gasped, surprised as she lifted the other woman's hand. The vivid red sleeve was torn to shreds, and a ghastly long wound marred her fair arm, revealing flesh and blood that flowed freely. What should we do? Mu Qing felt an overwhelming guilt. If only she had paid better attention to her path and not tried to help, Xijin would not have been injured so severely. It's nothing that I am skilled in martial arts. This minor injury will heal in a few days. Chu Xijin replied briskly, tearing off the damaged sleeve and unhesitatingly binding the wound. You only need to remember to replace my dress. Mu Qing furrowed her brow, gripping Xijin's hand tightly. Xijin, I will ensure your safe return to Bayan. Chu Xijin smiled teasingly. With your meager skills, you seek to protect your master? Perhaps I should be the one to take you back to Bayan. In Zhongzhou City, there lies a mountain called Hanshan, upon whose summit a temple, named Hanshan Temple, was constructed 2 years ago. This temple was built by the North Emperor in memory of his deceased wife, Wei Shi. Thus, every year the court allocates a considerable sum for its upkeep. The monks there are kind-hearted, and during this flood, the temple has sheltered many refugees that be by the time Mu Qing and her companion arrived. Groups of men, women, and children were gathered together, tending to fires for warmth. How wonderful that it is peaceful here, Mu Qing thought as she supported the people. Suddenly, she felt the woman beside her slacken her strength and collapse against her. Xijin, Xijin, her cries drew the attention of the crowd, and a monk clad in a white robe approached from the corner. When Mu Qing looked up, she recognized him. What are you doing here? The monk joined his hands in prayer, his expression calm. Allow me to take care of her. Mu Qing anxiously observed the unconscious woman before explaining the situation to the monk. She was injured by a birdcage and has been submerged in muddy water for quite some time. She has been running a fever for the last 15 minutes. The monk's gaze settled gently on the fainted woman, noticing blood droplets rolling down from her sleeve onto his pale palm. The sight was heart-wrenching, that I understand, he said softly. Rest assured, I possess medical knowledge. Miss Chu will be fine, and Mu Qing nodded, her worry fixed on the unconscious woman, that I shall stay and watch over her with you. Miss Mu Qing, the monk replied, his demeanor unruffled as though he had anticipated her thoughts. Do you not have other matters to attend to? Mu Qing paused, unperturbed, and after a moment of contemplation, solemnly bowed to the monk. Master, if I have the opportunity to return, I will surely express my gratitude to you in person. Please take good care of Xijin and ensure her safe return to Bayan. The monk lowered his eyelids, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Yet she understood this was his customary way of handling matters. She cast one last glance at the woman in his care before stepping over the threshold and advancing towards the direction from which she had come. Her original plan was to bring Chu Xijin to the temple for a few days of care until she recovered before departing. However, now that she had encountered the monk, her greatest concern had been alleviated. As she journeyed towards the source of the flood, she met many fleeing citizens, some kind souls even warning her that her intended destination was where the flood was coming from. She merely smiled and shook her head, assuring them that her beloved was still there. Chu Buiqiu was still waiting for her. Thus, she pressed on without hesitation, that on her way back, the flood seemed to have receded somewhat, yet the rain persisted, causing the water levels to rise ever higher. Mu Qing transitioned from walking to floating on a piece of driftwood. She was not a proficient swimmer. Fortunately, she had reached the riverbank, where a significant portion of the elevated riverbank had been washed away. The surging river surged through the gaps in the bank, crashing against her with increasing force. The water level at the river's edge was considerably higher than in other areas, and she struggled to climb the stairs to the lookout tower. As she ascended the ladder, she spotted soldiers overseeing the repairs to the riverbank, appearing quite young, likely fresh recruits. Excuse me, young brother. Mu Qing wiped the water from her face, panting as she inquired, have the adults who went down to excavate the mine returned? The young soldier looked equally perplexed that I saw them. They went down tied with ropes. The riverbank was nearly repaired, but the waves suddenly grew fierce and swept them all away. Swept away, Mu Qing gasped, her breath hitching as various scenarios flooded her mind, contemplating what measures could be taken to resolve this. They had returned safely in their previous lives. Did that mean this incident had not occurred then? Yet, she had followed Chu Buoqiu to Zhongzhou, and together they had ventured into the ghost market and discovered a mine. Uncertain of how they had resolved the issue in their past lives, she understood that because of her presence, this life had taken a different turn, and she could not remain idle. Gazing at the abyssal river, an inexplicable courage surged within her. I asked the mine access from here. How deep is it? The soldier appeared confused. Yes, it is access from here. It seems to be about a yard deep, though with the rising water, I can't say for certain how deep it has become. I see. Please hand me that rope. Mu Qing pointed to the coarse rope at his feet. Are you planning to go down? The young soldier hurriedly intervened. That won't do. The adults who went down were all strong men. And now they've been swept away by the water. There's no need to persuade me. Once I descend, please keep an eye on the rope, Mu Qing replied firmly, securing the rope around herself before steadily descending the stairs. Suddenly, she recalled something and called back to the soldier. If I don't resurface in the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, you needn't worry about the rope anymore. Head to the temple on Hanzhan. It is safe there, miss. Do come back safely. The young soldier urged anxiously. Mu Qing smiled. If I have the chance to return, I will certainly recommend you to Yin. Our En.to remain here at such a moment speaks volumes of your loyalty. The young soldier was taken aback, watching as the striking young woman gradually disappeared from his sight, only to realize that the Yin Run she had mentioned was the undefeated young general of Baiman. Her acquaintance with General Yin suggested her status was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Mu Qing, having reached the riverbank, tied several stones to herself, knowing that she could not swim, and this would aid in her descent. Based on her estimation, combined with the rising water, the riverbed was nearly 2 yards deep, but if she truly did not resurface after the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks, she would indeed meet her end here. However, knowing that the person she longed to see awaited her below, she felt a little less fearful. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, she leapt towards the river's depths. The cold, metallic water enveloped her entirely, and she struggled to open her eyes, the murky water obscuring her vision. Yet a glimmer of light penetrated through the depths. How peculiar, she thought. Why is there light at the bottom of the river? She swam towards it with all her might, only to find the rope around her waist ensnared by water plants, rendering her immobile. This is bad that if this continued, she would not be able to breathe. She truly might drown. With no other choice, she exerted herself to untie the rope, which required considerable effort. Finally free, she felt utterly drained that I end her panic. She inhaled water, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming her, but as she gradually lost feeling in her limbs. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not move. The light before her grew dimmer, and she suddenly felt unbearably drowsy that if I were to die here, what a pity it would be. Yet life and death are intertwined. She had managed to achieve something, at least. Chapter 65. Removing clothes to reduce fever. Chu Muqing. The low murmur of a man seemed to drift from a distant place, yet gradually grew closer. She felt her consciousness float far away, her entire being light as a feather, devoid of any strength. That it was reminiscent of the sensation of her spirit leaving her body before her demise in a past life. Had she truly met her end? Yet, she had not altered anything. Even if given another chance, would she still be unable to change the outcome with Chu Buoqiu? Suddenly, she sensed her breathing becoming easier, and her body regained some sensation, a soft warmth spreading from her lips. Chu Muqing, awakened. It was Chu Buoqiu. In an instant, Muqing felt as if she had come back to life. The water that had choked her throat was expelled at once. In her peripheral vision, the flickering of flames caught her attention. That it was then she noticed the man before her. Cough. You're not dead. As she clearly observed him, the man wore a thin dark robe, his deep-set eyes contrasting with his pale lips, while his cheeks bore a flush. How did you end up here? Chu Buoqiu's inquiry was laden with reproach. Do you have any idea how close you were to death? Muqing half raised herself, swiftly embracing the man, her eyes wide with disbelief. I thought you were dead. Perhaps sensing the tremor of her voice, Chu Buoqiu halted his reprimand, gently placing his hand on her back. He too had nearly succumbed. When he was swept to the riverbed, he felt an inexplicable force pulling him in, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself deep within a cave. Moreover, Bei Quan and Yin Run were nowhere to be found. If not for Muqing being swept here as well, He might have thought he had entered the realm of the dead. That I'm sorry, I was just... Chu Buichio's voice was hoarse as he patted her back. Afraid something might happen to you, that he could perish, but she could not. Chu Buichio comforted the young girl for quite some time until she finally wiped away her tears and began to survey the pitch-black cave. Strange, isn't this the bottom of the river? How can there be fire? Muqing voiced her confusion. When I awoke, I discovered this cave was isolated from the water, and there were some dry twigs around. So I made a fire. For some reason, my voice is becoming increasingly hoarse, the man remarked, sounding weaker than usual. I suspect we are not at the riverbed. Muqing examined the surroundings, pondering if that's the case. Then it is odd. We were sucked in from the entrance, yet there isn't a drop of water around. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Only then did she realize the man's face had turned even redder, and she hurriedly raised her hand to touch him. Indeed, his forehead was burning hot. He must have a fever. Chu Buichio had always been in poor health. After these days of exhaustion, combined with being soaked longer than her, it was remarkable he had held on this long. Yet now they were both oblivious to their whereabouts, and Chu Buichio was burning up. What should they do? She placed Chu Buichio against the stone wall, unfastened her damp cloak that had been soaked through and was drying slowly, leaving her in only her thin garment by the fire. Once it had dried somewhat, Muqing glanced at the unconscious man and gritted her teeth as she untied the sash at her waist, relieved to find most of her inner clothing dry. However, if she removed it, she would be left with only her undergarment. Saving him was paramount. She began to peel off her clothing, but a hand stopped her. Chu Buichio slightly opened his eyes, his breath labored. Don't take it off. She looked down to see half of her shoulder exposed, while the man's condition was undeniably dire. Her heart sank as she decisively removed her clothing. But he had already turned his gaze elsewhere, avoiding her body. Chu Buichio, forgive me. She not only stripped off her own garment, but also reached for the man's waist. What are you doing? Chu Buichio's voice was alarmingly hoarse. As he pushed her hand away, his eyes darting away. Chapter 66. Comforting the dim cave was suffused with a rosy glow from the flickering fire. The angle of the man's jawline revealed a stiffness, and a barely perceptible awkwardness was evident on his face. I am simply helping you lower your fever. Muqing replied earnestly that I in the past. Chu Buichio had also suffered from poor health and frequent fevers. And no matter how effective the medicine was, it never seemed to work. She recalled that he would only feel better after applying a cold cloth to his forehead and piling on several blankets to induce sweat. Now, in this cave, aside from the fire, there was hardly anything else. Given the harsh environment, she had no choice but to use her clothing to ward off the chill for Chu Buichio. Put your clothes back on. Chu Buichio's tone grew colder, revealing a stubbornness that emphasized his austere disposition. Only she understood the immense tumult of desires concealed beneath his godlike exterior. He always pushed her away time after time, presenting himself as a protective brother while harboring unspoken feelings. Did he not fear that one day she might take him seriously? What on earth are you doing? Do you truly wish to die? Muqing's expression turned serious, no longer radiating her usual warmth. When her brows furrowed, it conveyed an intense sense of distance, even stronger than Chu Buichio's usual aura. He hesitated slightly before retorting. After all these years of raising you, haven't you learned any self-respect? At his words, her heart trembled, and she fixed her gaze upon the man, noting his frail and pale appearance. Unable to suppress a scoff, do you know what I thought when I risked my life to find you? Chu Buichio regarded her in silence. She took a deep breath. Before I dove in, I calculated the likelihood of your survival for quite a while, that if there were 10 chances, the possibility of you being swept away was 2. And the chance of you being dead was 8. That, however, upon further consideration, the odds of you surviving after being swept away seemed slim. So in my mind, the possibility of you already being dead was a certainty. Chu Buichio appeared stunned, his pupils dark and filled with inscrutable emotions. Yet despite that, she mockingly smiled. I still came that I can't swim, and I imagined drowning would be quite painful, but the thought of you still being in the water made it seem not so terrifying after all. Though the cave was small and they sat close together, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped them. The fire crackled and popped, and aside from their faint breaths, there was an eerie silence. Forget it. She tied her clothing back on, her cold tone indicating it was a matter of no importance. At this juncture, if you wish to court death, I shall no longer concern myself with it. Whether you wish to live or die is no longer my affair. With that, Muching stood and walked toward a deeper part of the cave. The Dio not go. She felt a tightening at her waist as his long arm firmly encircled her. Against her ear, the man pressed his head tightly against her shoulder blade, his breath heavy and labored, evidently a result of forcing himself to rise despite his illness. Let go. I do not wish to repeat myself. But his grip only tightened further, his voice trembling and hoarse, pleading with difficulty. Do not abandon me. At the sound of his plea, her heart ached suddenly. Time seemed to revert to her past life. That moment when he cradled her lifeless body, consumed by madness. Countless tears and words had become the impetus for his rampage and self-destruction. Please, do not leave me. The man's breath weakened, and the hand gripping her waist lost its strength. The figure behind her collapsed, and Muching hurriedly turned to catch him before his head struck the ground. However, with that force, Chubuchio forcibly pulled her into his embrace, their bodies pressed tightly together. And it was then Muching realized the man's cunningness. Aching, do not be angry with brother. Brother just does not know what to do. Please teach me, will you? The man's eyes were red, staring intently at her. His expression more fragile than usual, resembling a child throwing a tantrum, evoking both pity and amusement in her. Muching turned her face away, unable to bear his pitiable demeanor. If you teach me, I will learn. I will not make you angry again, will you? He gazed at her expectantly, his tone carefully coaxing. The scent of sandalwood mingled with the dampness of her soaked clothing, his icy chin lightly resting on her forehead. Yet the warmth of his breath was scorching. This made her question repeatedly whether this man was ice or fire. Chubuchio, is this amusing to you? She maintained her cold expression, but chose not to push him away again. His strength was waning, that if they continued this back and forth, it would only deplete their energy further. Embracing each other like this would, to some extent, provide warmth. Interesting? I find it quite entertaining, he replied defiantly, his tone reminiscent of a pampered performer in the city. The grip around her tightening slightly as he feigned vulnerability, saying, I'm this sick, don't be so heartless. Heartless? She had not anticipated that this dignified official would turn the tables on her, proving to be more formidable than many others. You are a woman. If you sense something is off with your body, instinctively look down a few times. What have you stuffed in there? A pouch. Why is it so uncomfortable? The air fell silent, and the other's body stiffened noticeably. Chapter 67. A ride through the dust. I am not a broken shoe. I am not a broken shoe. The dark and damp prison was tightly sealed by the cold, and in the cramped corner of the cell, the sound of water droplets echoed with the woman's mournful lament, creating a sticky sound on the ground. Your Highness, a physician has come to examine. It seems that the Sijia individual has gone mad. In the grand expanse of the opulent chamber, lavish golden pillars were intricately carved with the image of two dragons playing with a pearl. Delicate curtains, fashioned from jade, chimed softly in the gentle breeze, while the marble floor was adorned with a luxurious cashmere carpet, a tribute from a foreign land, showcasing an extravagant display. Yumea's slender fingers lightly grazed the succulent flesh of a lychee, her lips parting to savor each morsel with deliberate pleasure. Where could such lychees possibly have come from? They were certainly not easy to procure at this time of year. The woman did not hasten to respond to her subordinate's report. Instead, her gaze shifted to the man diligently peeling lychees. The subordinate, sensing the princess's unpredictable demeanor, found himself perplexed, but a discreet glance from Grand Eunuch in the corner made him comprehend the situation. It seemed the princess was indifferent to the fate of that individual from the C family, and this reaction did not strike him as unusual. However, the father of that Miss C, the Prince of Yongin, upon hearing the rumors surrounding C. Deschun, had not only ceased his inquiries about the whereabouts of the Emperor's daughter, but had not even bothered to cast a glance at her. In contrast, Miss Jean Ro's father had shown considerable concern, making several arrangements before finally bringing her back home. That it was said he had also summoned numerous physicians to tend to her injuries. Nonetheless, as a mere subordinate, he felt he lacked the standing to speculate on matters of state. Observing that neither the princess nor the emperor appeared inclined to issue any directives, he prudently excused himself. Once he departed, the northern emperor diligently peeled the lychee's skin, multitasking as he spoke. It's not difficult to nurture. There are still plenty on the trees. When winter arrives, you desire lychees, so I've picked a basket for you. Once you've finished, I'll gather more. The eunuch, relegated to the side, shot a stunned glance at the Northern Emperor. Lychees were a fruit of summer, and only recently had the Emperor stealthily ridden southward, selecting from the finest trees after much deliberation. Yet, even so, the cold of winter made it challenging. After returning from the south, the delicate tree had withered along the way, and he lamented the time lost in governance. The emperor had been disheartened for a spell, but later summoned skilled artisans to learn how to revive the tree. Despite his limited free time, with court sessions and edicts to review, he remained hands-on, tending to the tree in the palace garden whenever he could, watering and fertilizing it, and even conversing with it. Sometimes, even in the middle of the night, he would wake with a start, having forgotten to water the tree. Perhaps the heavens favored the diligent, for the tree indeed thrived, not only reviving but bearing fruit. The Northern Emperor, overjoyed, even named the tree May. The palace maids and eunuchs secretly laughed, dubbing it the May tree, while some speculated that it was a reflection of the emperor's affection for consort May. Having served the Northern Emperor for many years, Grand Eunuch, he was well aware of his thoughts and felt a twinge of regret upon witnessing his current exuberance. Aker, you should also focus on matters of state. Yume offered a lychee, which the Northern Emperor naturally accepted. The matter concerning sister is also a matter of state. Contentedly chewing the lychee, the emperor noticed the moisture on the woman's fingertips and retrieved a silk handkerchief he had prepared, carefully wiping them for her. This fabric was indeed of an unusual quality. Yume felt the handkerchief's exceptional softness, piquing her curiosity. The Northern Emperor, grinning with pride, unfurled the cloth, explaining that it was a tribute from Nanzhao. The people from the south were not only culturally refined, but also meticulously dedicated to their craft, naming this fabric snow silk. Yume examined the handkerchief, marveling at its exquisite softness and the ethereal beauty of the pristine satin, which truly warranted the title of snow silk. However, in one corner, an exceedingly crude red flower and a large knife were embroidered. The craftsmanship appeared to have wasted the exquisite fabric. "Did you embroider the knife and the red flower?" Yume inquired, already aware that there were no embroiderers of such poor skill in the imperial city, and the Northern Emperor's dark circle suggested he had endured many sleepless nights. The Northern Emperor choked momentarily, and then, with a morose expression, muttered, "If you say it's a red flower, then it is a red flower." Grand Eunuch stole a glance at the handkerchief, nearly bursting into laughter. This handkerchief was a rare piece, as its unique material made it a singular offering. Originally, the Northern Emperor had boasted of crafting a gown for Yume, but due to the poor embroidery, much of the fabric had been wasted, leaving only enough for the handkerchief. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat and summoned the palace's finest embroiderers for guidance, ultimately stitching the crude red plum blossom into the corner. The knife, as mentioned by the princess, was inspired by her previous battle sword that I spent considerable time perfecting this handkerchief, the Northern Emperor muttered quietly, "and yet you see right through it." Yume pondered for a moment, acknowledging that his embroidery was indeed quite evocative and thus not difficult to discern. The Northern Emperor felt a pang in his heart. Suddenly, the sound of shattered dishes echoed at the entrance of the hall. Yume turned to find consort May standing there, adorned in an elegant azure silk gown, her hair styled in a heart-shaped bun adorned with jade hairpins, her makeup artfully applied, even cinching her waist with a cerulean sash. This attire was reminiscent of her very essence. "My beloved, how did you arrive without announcement?" The Northern Emperor noticed the commotion and observed the entranced woman, his brows furrowing slightly. Consort May's gaze shifted from the handkerchief, which was her favorite fabric, to the Northern Emperor. Having learned of his acquisition of the snow silk, she had recently dared to request a piece from him. Yet he had unhesitatingly refused, stating that should there be further tributes, she might receive one then. Now, she realized that even if more were to be offered, this snow silk would not be hers. "That I have come to report an urgent matter to your majesty." The Northern Emperor, puzzled, asked, "An urgent matter?" Yume, equally curious, directed her attention towards consort May, her expression calm, as if awaiting an explanation. "There has been severe flooding in Zhongzhou. The Crown Prince, the Seventh Prince, and Chancellor Chu have gone to assist with the relief efforts. But the floodwaters are ferocious, and they have been swept away to as of now. Their whereabouts are unknown." Consort May watched as the expressions of the two men shifted to one of alarm, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction at their distress. "Do not panic. Let us first notify the ministers, and then we shall convene at the cabinet, Yume gently urged, clasping her brother's hand. However, Consort Mei glared at their intertwined hands, nearly crushing the jade ring upon her finger. The Northern Emperor sprang to his feet, striding towards the exit while instructing Grand Eunuch He, disseminate the news to all court officials, and summon the cabinet members that my son and my ministers must not come to harm. Watching the man's swift departure, Consort Mei was reminded of a woman from the past, one who had captivated hearts with her charming smile and gentle demeanor. For long, she had believed the Northern Emperor cherished that woman, and thus treated her child with kindness. Yet, it was only when she witnessed the woman's life ebb away that she understood. She had been mistaken all along. The Northern Emperor hurried away, leaving the hall with only Yume and Consort Mei remaining. Clearly, Yume could not remain indifferent to the situation, trailing the Emperor by a few paces. She paused beside Consort Mei, gently offering, "I wear a cincture daily due to a long-standing injury from years of battle. It is a necessity. You, being in good health, ought to refrain from wearing such." Consort Mei stiffened, a wave of profound shame and indignation washing over her. She recognized that Yume's concern stemmed solely from her affection for her brother and her status as the favored consort in the harem. "Thank you, Princess." In the empty hall, the woman inhaled deeply, suppressing the tears welling in her eyes, her composure restored. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a lychee at her feet, round and plump, exuding the delicate fragrance of a newborn child. Suddenly, the perfectly rounded lychee was crushed beneath the embroidered sole of her shoe, juice splattering everywhere. She did not look back, for she knew there was no one there. Naturally, no one would care that she remained. With determination, she yanked the sash from her waist, embroidered with a pair of playful mandarin ducks. Before leaving, she had scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, ensuring her attire was flawless before arriving at the Northern Emperor's chamber. With a resounding crash, the exquisite cerulean duck-embroidered sash was hurled onto the splintered table, shortly followed by the disappearance of its owner. Chapter 68. Something awry. When the Bei brothers awoke, they found themselves at the edge of a fathomless pool. A faint, soft white moonlight cascading down, rousing their muddled senses. "Damn it. I thought we were done for," Bei Kuan groaned, rubbing his throbbing head as he struggled to rise. Bei Kuan, already awake, quickly assessed their surroundings. "We need to leave. This cave feels wrong," he said, squinting, unwilling to voice the danger he sensed. "What's wrong?" Bei Kuan furrowed his brow. Bei Kuan shook his head. "We've been unconscious for nearly 2 days. The news of our disappearance has probably reached the palace by now. If you don't want father and aunt worried, let us move quickly." Bei Kuan observed his elder brother's rare, solemn demeanor and could only follow him into the adjacent passage, inquiring, "Do you know the way?" Bei Kuan pondered for a moment before responding, "Not exactly. When you were unconscious, I traversed this passage for a quarter of an hour and encountered 2 forks that I feared that if I strayed, I might not find my way back. So I turned around. The passage they entered was narrow, yet their voices echoed resoundingly, amplifying their sound several-fold. It was shrouded in darkness, which might deter those of timid disposition from venturing forth. However, these 2 were of the Beishur royal lineage, raised under the guidance of their father to embody the courage befitting the blood of emperors. Bei Kuan, with his hands cradling his head, strolled leisurely, while his elder brother hurried along, prompting a playful remark. "Your Highness, you cannot be afraid of the dark, can you?" "Not afraid," answered Bei Kuan, surveying his surroundings, though a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, hinting at a fear of what lurked within the shadows. Upon hearing this, Bei Kuan was momentarily taken aback. Having grown up alongside his brother, he was well aware that Bei Kuan was not afraid of the dark. His earlier words were intended to alleviate the tension in his brother's heart. Yet it seemed that Bei Kuan's words held deeper implications. Bei Kuan began to scrutinize their surroundings more closely, noting an odd scent in the air. Bei Kuan replied, "It resembles the odor of decaying flesh." That a chill crept over Bei Kuan. Realizing that they were alone, what creatures could possibly be present? Who says living beings must be livestock? Bei Kuan cast a profound glance at his younger brother. Speaking earnestly, "I refrained from mentioning this earlier to spare you worry. But in the place where we regained consciousness, there were several bones." "Bones?" Bei Kuan exclaimed, startled. "So, were they of fowl, or—" He hesitated to utter the word, but Bei Kuan turned back to him, his gaze laden with implication. They must have been washed ashore by the lake's waters. Yet if a person had drowned, surely they would have been devoured by fish, leaving no trace of bones behind. Baekuin's mind raced as he analyzed the two possibilities. The first sent shivers down his spine, suggesting that previously there had been living souls trapped here, unable to find an exit until they perished, their remains becoming mere bones. The second was even more horrifying, albeit less likely. Baekuin noted that only a few bones remained, primarily the more durable parts of the human body. This could imply that two individuals had entered the cave together, and in the absence of food, one, driven by hunger, resorted to slaying the other and feasting upon his flesh. The very thought made Baekuin shudder involuntarily. Wait. Baekuin suddenly halted, urging Baekuin to remain silent. "Do you hear footsteps?" he asked in a hushed tone, his expression grave. The fire, nearly consumed by the stacks of kindling, flickered as Muqing gazed at the man who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, her mind drifting back to half an hour prior. Chu Buochio's expression had stiffened, hastily releasing her and retreating a step without drawing attention. "I am wet. If you press too close, you might fall ill," she stated plainly. "Then you should remove your clothing," she suggested. Chu Buochio's face flushed with discomfort, and no, she frowned. "If you remain in wet clothes, you won't recover. Take them off and wear my cloak. I'll dry your clothes by the fire." Yet the man still resisted, stepping back. Muqing, unwilling to indulge the sick man's stubbornness, boldly sat upon Chu Buochio, reaching to remove his garments. "Get off," he urged, clearly anxious. She refused to comply until her hands were forcibly restrained. The tension in his jaw tightened, and the dark pupils of his eyes reflected the startled expression on her face illuminated by the firelight. It was then that she realized the shift beneath her, swallowing hard. They had been pressed so closely, both damp with sweat. Had he reacted to her? "I'll get off," Muqing stammered, hastily attempting to rise, only to stumble and sit back down with evident force. Chu Buochio's brows furrowed, releasing a complex, muffled groan. Chapter 69. The final farewell. The Crown Prince and Baekuin had been missing for 2 days. That I have arranged for spies in Zhongzhou to relay news within half a day. The Northern Emperor, clad in a dragon robe and wearing a golden crown, exuded a palpable anger that simmered beneath his composed brow. "Who has obstructed the news, concealing it from me?" In the imperial court, a dozen ministers sat stiffly, wary of casting even a sidelong glance at their companions, not out of fear of the irate monarch alone. Beside him, a woman rested her forehead in one hand, casually polishing a small blade with a silk handkerchief. Her demeanor appeared indifferent, yet her downcast apricot eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Not speaking, the Northern Emperor chuckled darkly, scanning each minister present, his tone growing increasingly frosty. "You may sit comfortably in your lofty hall, oblivious to danger. Yet you must understand that my son is currently in peril, with his life hanging in the balance. They are of the Beishar royal bloodline. My flesh and blood. The Dou intend to usurp the throne of Baiman. Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, forgive us." The lightness of their words belied the shudder that coursed through the assembled ministers, who knelt in fear. "Aker, mind your words," Yume directed, aiming her sharpened blade at the kneeling ministers, casually caressing the blade's spine. "That I in this realm, no one dares to challenge the Beishar, and even if someone did, they would not surpass the edge of this knife in my hand." The Northern Emperor glanced at Yume, his anger gradually abating, though his concern remained undiminished. The woman smiled brightly at the kneeling crowd. "You are all family men, having served Baiman faithfully for many years. I realize I have not expressed my gratitude in quite some time. Your Highness's words make us feel ashamed." The ministers murmured that Yume's statement implied a threat, leveraging the well-being of their families to extract the identity of the hidden hand behind the Crown Prince's disappearance. Logically, the one who obstructed the news must have a deep connection to the Crown Prince's fate or harbor treasonous intentions against the Northern Dynasty. Identifying and punishing this individual would galvanize those dispatched to rescue the Crown Prince and the Seventh Prince, increasing their chances of survival. "That I have a word to share, though I am uncertain whether it should be spoken." The governor, Qining, shifted slightly to the side, bowing respectfully. Yume regarded him with a sidelong glance, a smile dancing on her lips. "I did not realize it was you, Governor Qin." Qining faltered, anxiety creeping in as he realized the princess still recognized him. The woman stretched, speaking slowly. "We are all old acquaintances. How could I forget you? Even if I grow so old that I can no longer remember you, others will. Such as King Mu. As soon as she spoke, the room erupted in bows. Forgive us, Your Highness. The Northern Emperor's grip tightened involuntarily. Forgive you? Ha ha. You may toyed with her blade, only to be halted by the Northern Emperor's restraining hand, fearful she might harm herself in her fervor. What do you mean by that? Merely mentioning his name strikes fear in you. Qining felt cold sweat trickle down his back, recalling the day the princess had pointed her sword at the emperor and the ministers at King Mu's execution. The woman before him was no ordinary noblewoman. She had fought in battles, engaged in politics, and commanded armies. She had done everything an emperor could do, and she feared nothing, not even the actions that would terrify the emperor himself. When the emperor had established his heir, Qining was but a novice in court, a mere petty official. His father had strongly supported King Mulan, who later faced accusations of conspiracy. The court was rife with ministers eager to present evidence against him. And to extricate himself from the situation, Qining had reluctantly provided testimony. Yet the veracity of the evidence was dubious at best. King Mu, powerful and accomplished, was a force to be reckoned with. Who among the kings dared to tolerate him? Had King Mu survived to this day, the question of whether the realm would bear the surname Bei or Mu would remain uncertain. Regaining his composure, Qining cautiously addressed the Northern Emperor. Your Majesty, you summoned the cabinet because its members wield the most influence in the city. However, I have another perspective. Perhaps this matter is not related to the ministers present. The Northern Emperor regarded Yumei's tense profile, instinctively tightening his grip on her hand. Within Baiman, it is not solely the cabinet that holds power. Members of the royal family may also possess the means to commit such a grave offense. Qing's words imply you have a suspect in mind. The Northern Emperor replied, his brow furrowing, his voice low. Speak that I am merely presenting an example. Qining paused briefly before stating boldly, for instance, the king of Yong'an. In the narrow passage, a thick, white mist began to swirl ominously, prompting the two men to hastily retreat. My dear mother. What on earth was that? Baekuan exclaimed, trailing closely behind his brother, unable to believe the creature they had just encountered. Mother cannot assist you. Baekuan gasped, equally breathless. You saw that thing too, didn't you? As Baekuan attempted to flee, memories of the creature flooded back to him. It had appeared nearly 10 feet tall, possessing a single body, yet 3 pairs of legs and 5 heads. Each adorned with an array of gaping, blood-soaked mouths that dripped with gore. I doubt I will ever forget this in my lifetime. Baekuan felt nauseous, yet could not halt his escape, lamenting, if I survive this ordeal, I shall surely regale Achu and our future children with tales of this monster to broaden their horizons. Baeki frowned at the words, exclaiming, Madman, why on earth would you mention mooching and your future child together? As if you intend to have a child with her? Baekuan was momentarily taken aback, his mind involuntarily recalling that pair of beautifully smiling apricot eyes. Mind your own business. Baeki gasped for breath, repeatedly glancing back, and did not halt until they had returned to the edge of the pond where they had originally collapsed. Are we not running anymore? The young man inquired. What nonsense, with your hands on your hips. Baeki steadied his breath. Look around, is there anywhere to run? It was the first time Baekuan heard his normally composed brother curse, and he found it oddly fascinating. Yet the latter part of Baeki's words compelled him to survey his surroundings. In the murky depths of the pond floated numerous indistinct black objects, tightly encircled by stone walls that appeared impenetrable. Akun. Baekuan momentarily failed to register the way the man addressed him, and retorted. Speak properly, why call me in such a grotesque manner? Baeki, suppressing his frustration, earnestly looked at his younger brother, whom he had watched grow up. Just as we reached that fork in the road, we were blocked by that creature. Therefore, I will lure it to one of the paths. You absolutely must run quickly down the other path. Are you insane? Baekuan could hardly believe his ears, his expression grave. Did I know martial arts? If someone is to lead it away, it should be me, you with no martial skills. How can you lure it? If you want my consent, you must tell me how you plan to escape. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps approached the pond, seemingly from the passageway. Time is running out. Baeki pressed his hand on his brother's shoulder, speaking with gravity. Little Seven, listen to your brother. If you manage to escape, hurry back to the imperial city and urge father to send people to assist with the disaster relief. Baekuan took a few steps back, gazing at his brother. Then why not you? Why not you return to the imperial city? Why, in the end, is he still concerned about disaster relief and the world? Baekuin, Baeki rebuked, we cannot both perish here. The Baeki royal family has only our two bloodlines. Moreover, you are far more suited to sit on that throne than I, though he had never explicitly stated it. He and Chu Buochio shared the same understanding regarding the succession of the throne. Chu Buochio clearly saw the weaknesses within him, and he was all too aware of them himself. Compassion might be a virtue for ordinary folk, but for a royal family, it could be a fatal flaw. Hundreds of years prior, how many emperors lost their power, and even their lives due to their compassion? The once proud Xiongyu, in a moment of folly, spared the Liu family descendants, never foreseeing that years later, he would take his own life out of remorse by the Wu River. The painful price of history was one the Baeki dynasty could not afford. Perhaps he was never meant to sit in that position that I hope that after you escape, you can truly empathize with the common people. You are the child born of the Wei and Baeki bloodlines. Baeki gently ruffled his brother's hair. In the future, if you find a beloved girl, make a proper proposal and treat her well, that if possible, you should learn more from your aunt. When the late emperor had considered the line of succession, he had even contemplated passing the throne to Princess Yume, for she was exceptionally capable, possessed the foundation to stabilize the kingdom, and was deeply beloved by the people. Had it not been for her relationship with King Mu, today's situation would not have unfolded as it did. Baekuin was momentarily stunned by these words, his mind swirling with thoughts. But what if I do not survive to escape? The thick mist enveloped the two of them. Ethereal and elusive, reminiscent of a woman yearning for her past, or perhaps the ambitions buried within their hearts, bidding a reluctant farewell. The footsteps behind them grew heavier and nearer, and Baeki's gaze darkened as he clenched his fists. If that is the case, then it shall be our fate. Chapter 70. An ominous sign having spoken, Baeki unhesitatingly pushed his brother aside and turned to run back, after half a stick of incense. You follow. The young man watched his brother's retreating figure until it vanished from his sight. It seems I am not the only madman in Beimang. Chu Buochio exhaled patiently and gritted his teeth. Get down. Only then did Muqing tumble off the man. I'm sorry. Chu Buochio furrowed his brow, hesitating. Did you just feel? The young woman sprang up, hastily retrieving the heavy cloak hanging on the stone wall and handing it over. Here, let me cover you with my cloak while you wear your inner garments. I'll dry your outer robe by the fire. Yet her demeanor remained somewhat awkward, stammering. Is that okay? The man suddenly chuckled softly, his voice low and slightly hoarse, like a feather tickling the heart. She felt her face grow warmer and muttered, What are you laughing at? Your kindness just now was something I failed to appreciate. Chu Buochio's tone was casual, tinged with some frustration. But now I am too sick to even lift my hands. Your kindness would be better spent on yourself. Muqing quickly turned away, mentally cursing him for being shameless. Just moments ago, he had acted like an innocent child, and now his true colors were revealed. Indeed, all men were the same, their hearts tainted. All right, turn back. No, I've already changed. Silly girl, don't you realize your cloak has vanished? Oh, right. Caught up in her embarrassment, she had not even noticed the absence of the cloak in her hands. This man was clearly using words to draw her attention, while he himself took the opportunity to remove his clothes with ease. When Muqing turned back, she found him casually leaning against the fire, draped in his heavy cloak, his dark brows concealing his eyes, appearing to be in a light slumber, but he was adept at feigning sleep. Upon hearing her voice, the man buried himself deeper into the cloak, revealing a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat sickly face. She sighed, picking up the discarded wet garments beside her and slowly placing them by the fire to dry. The dampness gradually evaporated, turning red in the flame's glow, and she finally realized that Chu Buochio had been wearing those thoroughly soaked clothes to care for her while she was unconscious. No wonder he fell ill the moment she regained consciousness. It seemed that from childhood, Chu Buochio had never learned to care for himself, that in their impoverished household, this half-grown youth had to look after her, who was still learning to speak. She remembered that from the earliest moments of her memory, he had always shared the best things with her. Delicious food, beautiful clothes, even a thick quilt, he would not cover himself with, but would instead offer to her. Just like now, he had not refused to change clothes due to propriety, but rather out of concern that the cloak would keep him warm while she would catch a cold. If it weren't for her insistence, he likely would have never taken the garment. It dawned on her that while many of their peers were playing recklessly, he had already been shouldering the responsibilities of a family, moving forward under a heavy burden. Fool, unable to care for yourself and still calling me your elder brother. She approached and gently stroked the sleeping man's head. From now on, just call me sister. I shall take care of you. Coughed. It was unclear how long Chu Buochio had held her in his embrace while they slept. As the fire gradually dimmed in the encroaching darkness, Muqing finally sensed the man in her arms stir restlessly. The fire has gone out. Wait for me. I'll gather some firewood to rekindle it. And then it won't be cold anymore. With most of his head buried in the cloak, Chu Buochio looked particularly docile in his sleep, starkly contrasting with his usual stern and authoritative demeanor. After searching the area thoroughly, Muqing realized there was hardly any firewood left. It must have all been collected by him. She decided to venture a little further, passing through a deep cave and unexpectedly discovering a pond. She had not anticipated that there would be a pond within this cave. It seemed this terrain was quite remarkable. Fortunately, there was plenty of dry wood by the pond. Gurgle. What sound was that? Muqing paused, only to hear the ominous noises. Splash. Chapter 71. The corpse opens its eyes. Boom. The muffled footsteps accompanied by the rumbling collapse of rocks above filled Bakey's ears as he confronted the enormous creature before him, declaring with so many mouths on your face, "You must be quite hungry. Come and catch me if you can." The monster's blood-soaked mouth opened and closed rhythmically, as if it comprehended the situation, advancing step by step towards Baekwon. Instinctively, Baekwon sought to retreat, but remembering his younger brother behind him, he hastily redirected his path, fleeing towards the opposite end of the corridor. The creature let out a deep, resonant roar, its grotesquely elongated legs propelling it in pursuit of the fleeing man. Uncertain whether Baekwon had followed, Baekwon felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing how undignified he appeared in his frantic escape, lacking any semblance of majesty befitting a royal. Should Chu Buochio or that rascaline Gui catch sight of him in such a state, they would undoubtedly find it amusing. After running along the left fork for what felt like an eternity, Baekwon finally halted, breathless and exhausted. Yet the monster seemed inexhaustible, quickly closing the distance that it lumbered forward, its crimson maw widening. Fixated on Baekwon as if yearning to engulf him whole, that if only I were not so fatigued, I could have shown you a thing or two. After all, in Baimang, few could rival my speed. The rapid pace had left Baekwon gasping for in his youth. He had trained in martial arts alongside Baekwon, but his frail constitution had hindered him, causing him to abandon his training midway. Consequently, his martial arts master imparted a singular piece of wisdom. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. Among the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best strategy, though he never mastered the art of combat. His years of running had endowed him with a remarkable ability to flee. Had he not encountered this monster today, Baekwon would never have imagined such a dismal fate awaited him. With a defiant tone, he retorted, "Though I am slender, I possess little flesh. I doubt I would even fit between your teeth." The monster, however, paid him no heed, raising its massive foot before crashing it down with a ferocious intent. Lunging toward him, suddenly startled, Muqing listened as an unusual sound erupted from the pond's surface. Could there be a large fish lurking within? Instinctively, she glanced back toward the resting place of Chu Buochio. Less than half a mile away, with a slight tilt of her head, she could even see the extinguished firewood. Taking a deep breath, Muqing cautiously approached the pond's edge. The water, though not crystal clear, shimmered with a haunting azure hue, revealing faint traces of pale aquatic plants swaying beneath the surface. Nothing peculiar seemed to be amiss. Where had that noise originated? Glub, glub. Another sound echoed. She fixated on the pond, watching as the tranquil surface began to ripple, the plants swaying more vigorously. Suddenly, the vegetation parted, revealing a ghastly, pale face emerging from the water. For a moment, she stood frozen, captivated by the sight of that lifeless visage. The face floated like a drifting lily pad, its eerie presence amplified by the surrounding stillness. Muqing instinctively took a half-step back, but in that fleeting instant, the corpse's eyes snapped open, dark and fathomless, as though they sought to pull her into the depths. Though Muqing had been reborn, she had never encountered such a horrifying spectacle of a corpse awakening. Her legs weakened, and she crouched down instinctively. Chapter 72. Dream-making incense, Baekwon watched in disbelief as the colossal monster bent forward, revealing a large cleaver embedded in its nape, blood gushing forth. You cannot be serious. Did you run in the wrong direction? Baekwon gazed incredulously at the young man, whose stance was both commanding and defiant, his hands still raised mid-air. Run? I've lived long enough to have never encountered that word, Baekwon retorted, fists clenched, eyes fixed on the behemoth. A smirk gracing his lips. What do you think? Do I seem imposing? Baekwon, agitated, pointed an accusatory finger at his brother. You lunatic! If the Baekwon dynasty falls behind because of your bravado, I shall haunt you as a ghost. With a dismissive flick of his hair, Baekwon scoffed. You prattle on about falling behind, yet I've never seen you in the company of many ladies while alive. Baekwon was momentarily silenced, but then his brother continued. Besides, our father is still in his prime. He could very well sire more children like us. You wretched fool, he exclaimed, stamping his foot, glancing at the formidable figure trembling with rage. What do we do now? What do we do? Baekwon raised an eyebrow, nearly leaping to retrieve the cleaver from the monster's back, swiftly grabbing Baekwon to we run. Of course, that I thought you had a clever plan. As they sprinted wildly, Baekwon berated him. With one hand wielding the cleaver and the other grasping Baekwon chided. If you had any sense, you wouldn't think of trading one life for another. How foolish. Foolish. Pray tell, who was it that couldn't solve 10 problems in class? Only to receive a scolding from Chubuchio. Well, I got one right. The one you got right was a fluke. You were tossing paper balls around. How did you know? Chubuchio told me. That cunning fox. By the way, where did you even get that cleaver? I don't recall seeing you with a weapon before. The deal you expect to see a master always flaunting their blade. As Baekwon dashed ahead, he cast a glance at his younger brother, unable to discern where he could have concealed such a weapon that if you can hide it so well, can you still be called a master? Breathless, Baekwon pulled Baekwon to the edge of the pond. Jump in. Are you trying to kill me? Baekwon stared at his brother in shock. Baekwon rolled his eyes, explaining, Did you not ask if I had a plan? While you were foolishly luring the monster, I noticed the pond's flaw. What flaw? Look at the surface. It's filthy. Baekwon scrutinized the murky water, pondering, could there be a mechanism beneath? Perhaps activating it would drain the water? Think again, Baekwon replied, his expression complicated, that I spent my childhood playing in the countryside with my aunt, so I can tell at a glance that what's floating is fish excrement. Upon hearing this, Baekwon wrinkled his nose in disgust, unconsciously stepping back. So what? Baekwon face-bombed. But do you see any fish? No, exactly. That's the suspicious part. The excrement indicates there were fish recently, yet there are none now that we were washed ashore. So what does that suggest? Baekwon furrowed his brows, realizing there must be an exit to another place beneath the pond. Meanwhile, the thundering footsteps of the behemoth drew closer. Then on the count of 3, we jump. 1, 2, 3, wait. Why are we counting instead of just leaping? For the sake of ceremony. Do you not understand? 2 plop. You lunatic, you didn't even finish counting to 3 before jumping. Mooching crouched on the ground, covering her mouth as she watched the corpse open its eyes. To her astonishment, the lifeless figure smiled faintly. Shao-Chi? With a splash, Baekwon emerged from the pond, gasping for air. I almost drowned. Big brother, what are you doing here? Baekwon clambered out, his legs trembling, and we swam through another cave to arrive here. This foolish child insisted on scaring you by fetching firewood. Mooching, unsure whether to laugh or be angry, helplessly pulled Baekwon out. I thought I was seeing things. Chubuchio is nearby. Let me guide you to him. Achoo! How did you end up here? Baekwon asked, wringing out his clothes. That I heard you were in trouble and came to find you. After entering the water, I was swept into this cave shortly after. You really are reckless, Baekwon admonished, his tone unexpectedly serious. You can't swim, yet you dare to jump and aren't you afraid of drowning? Baekwon found his brother's words amusing, recalling the foolish boy who had just fought a monster now lecturing others on caution. Truly, the elder scolding the younger. What happened to Aswi? Baekwon asked, noticing something was off with Chubuchio's condition. Mooching reached out to check the man's forehead, relieved to find he had merely caught a chill. The fever subsiding, he was burning up earlier, but now he seemed stable. Gently wiping the sweat from his brow with a damp cloth, she sighed. He just needs to sweat it out, but he's too weak to travel just yet. You've always been considerate at Chu, Baekwon remarked, glancing at the unconscious man with a tinge of envy. Though she was merely his sister, it felt as though they were a married couple of many years. Stop with the sarcasm. Baekwon shot his brother a glare, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Why didn't that monster take the time to silence your incessant chatter? Monster? Mooching queried, puzzled. What monster? What did you encounter in the other cave? Baekwon feigned mystery. If I told you, you'd be terrified. Mooching chuckled, poking the young man's forehead playfully, and no matter what, my courage surpasses that of the seventh prince. Baekwon felt a flush of embarrassment for a fleeting moment, then unnaturally cleared his throat and said, the creature we just encountered was truly monstrous. Standing at least 10 feet tall, that it possessed a singular body, yet 3 pairs of legs and 5 heads, each adorned with a multitude of gaping maws. Baekwon, unable to contain himself, tapped Baekwon's head, admonishing him not to exaggerate. Irritated, Baekwon retorted, how is that an exaggeration? The monster looked precisely as I described. Indeed, it was 10 feet tall, sporting numerous mouths, but it clearly had only 1 head and a pair of legs. Are you perhaps seeing things? Nonsense. It is you who must be imagining things, Mooching, having listened to their bickering for some time, found herself bewildered. She believed neither of them. Setting aside the absurdity of one person having so many mouths, let alone the claim of 3 heads and a pair of legs, was this not the stuff of fantastical creatures? Have you both lost your wits? She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing them. Or perhaps you sustained an injury to your heads during your fall. It seemed unlikely. Just then, a cool, calm voice interrupted her thoughts. When did you awaken? She turned to find Chubucho not only awake but also dressed without her noticing that he was already donning his clothes when you inquired about our encounter. Baekwon interjected, breaking free from the argument. The man draped his cloak back over Mooching's shoulders and turned to address her question, assuring her that they had not lost their minds, nor had they suffered any head injuries. The teacher is astute. Baekwon chimed in, having concocted a few idle remarks while the man pretended to sleep, now eager to flatter. Chubucho cast a cold glance at the young lad, inquired, what peculiar sights did you witness in that cave? Baekwon shot back, isn't a creature of such size itself peculiar? Baekwon, however, delved deeper into thought, recalling, while we were in the cave, a strange white mist continuously swirled around us. Hearing this, Mooching sensed something was amiss and turned to regard the silent, contemplative man. Dream-inducing incense. Chubucho uttered in a low voice. Dream-inducing incense. That sounds familiar. What is it? Baekwon was perplexed. Chubucho remained impassive. You indeed saw a living being, but it was not a creature with 3 legs and 5 heads. It was a person. A person? A person. The two brothers stared dumbfounded. How could that be? The white mist is one of the 3 most potent poisons of the Nanjiao kingdom. Baekwon was taken aback. The 3 most potent poisons? The 3 most potent poisons are all deadly, yet only this dream-inducing incense does not produce toxins within the body directly. Baekwon was further confounded. What do you mean? If it doesn't produce toxins, how can it be called poison? Because once a person inhales it, their mind becomes clouded, and those afflicted often resort to self-harm or the slaughter of others. You currently suffer no ill effects. It seems your exposure was minimal, and after soaking in the pool for a while, your clarity of mind returned, thus dissipating the poison. Baekwon grasped the crux of the matter and slowly remarked. So this incident is actually tied to the Nanjiao kingdom. The creature you encountered must have been a person from Nanjiao, or perhaps from Beimeng. Beimeng? Why would the people of Beimeng wish to kill us? Baekwon pressed. Chubucho furrowed his brow and turned to Baekwon. One could even speculate that if that individual wished to kill us, what benefit would they gain? Or perhaps they sought to obstruct something by eliminating us. Have you already deduced the answer? Baekwon gazed at him. Mooching, having listened to their conversation for a while, finally recalled where she had heard of the dream-inducing incense. Is he? Chubucho nodded, if I am not mistaken. The one who stands to gain the most from our demise is, suddenly, a sound echoed from above, as if a mechanism had been triggered in the stone wall. Could it be that assassin from Nanjiao? Mooching quickly positioned herself before Chubucho. Chapter 73. The suspicion of treason. Prince Yongin. Yume held a small dagger in her palm, her gaze fixed on Beatty. Lord Qin, it is said that Prince Yongin intercepted this news. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? In the cabinet, the court ministers have been kneeling for quite some time, yet Beatty had yet to issue a command for them to rise. Qining, on what grounds do you assert that Prince Yongin intercepted the message? What evidence do you have? Beatty questioned. Qining responded with clarity. If we consider the current circumstances alone, he indeed has no reason to act thus. However, Your Majesty, if you recall the incident a few days prior when my daughter and Princess Deshun were abducted? I recall. Beatty narrowed his eyes, contemplating. So what? The act was so overt that even I, a dullard, can surmise it stemmed from Princess Deshun's intent to harm the sister of the Chancellor, which incited the Chancellor's wrath, prompting him to take action. Impudent. Yume articulated each word deliberately, straightening her posture as she rapped the table, reminding them, the Chancellor's current standing is not inferior to any of you present. Even Prince Yongin cannot compare to his position in Your Majesty's eyes. Beatty frowned and cast her a glance that he is not someone you can slander at will. Yume spoke without restraint, causing the others to fall silent in trepidation, that I bear no ill will towards the Chancellor. Nor do I dare to harbor any resentment, that my daughter was taken the same day Princess Deshun was, and I believe the abductors had no clear understanding of who was in the carriage. Qining gritted his teeth, forcing himself to speak. Yet Yume found the situation amusing. It was Qining who had facilitated the assassin's entry when Chu Buqiu's sister secretly followed him to Zhongzhou. If anyone should be the target of hatred, it should be him, not Prince Yongin. His current act of feigned ignorance was akin to his father's sudden betrayal years ago. That's so. You suggest that Chu Buqiu orchestrated the abduction of Si Deshun? Beatty found this laughable and questioned. Then why would Prince Yongin intercept the message regarding the Crown Prince? Your Majesty. Qining raised his voice, appearing exceptionally earnest. In the intercepted message, was it only the Crown Prince's disappearance that went unmentioned? Beatty paused, scrutinizing Qining, the son of Qin Zhong, who had once been aligned with King Mu's faction, until King Mu was accused of collusion and rebellion, leading the Qin family to switch allegiances. Back then, the Qin family had been branded with a label of opportunism, and the public perceived them as self-serving. To be frank, Beatty felt no sorrow for the fate that befell Qin Ying's daughter. As you sow, so shall you reap. This is merely my conjecture, yet I implore Your Majesty to consider it seriously. The Crown Prince is the rightful heir and must not come to harm. Qin Ying's eyes brimmed with tears, as if he were completely devoted to the safety of the Crown Prince. Beatty's brows knitted tighter, his lips pressed into a straight line, his mind racing with turmoil. He was acutely aware that Qining was not a man of virtue. Perhaps it was he who had orchestrated the trouble surrounding Quanah. But what if there was a glimmer of hope? If what he said were true, capturing Prince Yongin for questioning would reveal whether he had a hand in the harm done to Baekwon. Did not someone mention that a group had stealthily infiltrated Zhongzhou, only to vanish on the day of the Crown Prince's disappearance? Yume leaned slightly, speaking in a hushed tone. That group must have been sent from Nanzhou. Nanzhou? Beatty's brow twitched. That if you truly apprehend Prince Yongin, on what charges would you prosecute him? Would it be for colluding with foreign powers to commit treason? Beatty quickly grasped his sister's intent. To arrest Prince Yongin, a charge was necessary. However, if that charge were treason through collusion with a foreign power aimed at harming the Crown Prince. Prince Yongin had long held sway in Bayan City, his power considerable. Although he did not command a personal army, he controlled the entire arsenal of Baimang. Over the years, he had not professed unwavering loyalty, but had maintained a semblance of integrity. Capturing him would be straightforward if the charge were valid. However, if it were unfounded at best, it would wound the heart of an old minister. At worst, it could lead to dire consequences. King Mu had once been falsely accused of such treason. Though he commanded elite troops, he chose to surrender rather than rise up, due to Yume's involvement. But Prince Yongin was no King Mu of yesteryear. Yume addressed the assembly. You may all withdraw for now. But should today's events reach the ears of others? Her tone oscillated between a reminder and a warning. The assembly hastily bowed. The words of the princess shall remain etched in our hearts. You may leave. Qining observed the departing ministers, lagging a few steps behind, his ears attuned to the siblings' dialogue. That if you are uneasy, allow me to investigate. The woman first addressed Beatty, as if to reassure him. I do not trust you to go. It matters not. You are well aware of my martial prowess, that I shall certainly bring Quanah and Kuiner back. Hearing this, Qining frowned, to avoid revealing too much. He hastened his steps to keep pace with his colleagues. Investigating Prince Yongin was indeed warranted. Yume noted as she watched the man's figure quicken until he disappeared from the hall. Beatty remained silent for a moment. What he said lacks credibility. Before he could finish, Yume lowered her dagger and patted his hand. Prince Yongin may be investigated, but Qining must be scrutinized as well. Within the confines of a narrow, dimly lit hut, the windows and doors were covered with dark drapes that a man stood tall behind a screen, hands clasped behind his back that a letter has arrived. My lord. The Rakshas swiftly entered the dwelling, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. But on that fateful day of deluge, his master and the esteemed Duke Wei were sent to a neighboring city as official inn for refuge. Subsequently, in a bid to extricate themselves, the master arranged for a designated individual to remain in the inn, while he took residence in a humble hut deep within the bamboo grove. The inn, crowded and rife with prying eyes, was not conducive for discreet communication. Although this place is austere, its seclusion and tranquility are indeed advantageous. When Choyin quietly perused the letter, and upon reaching the end, he let out a derisive snort. Qining, that old wretch, still harbored thoughts of altering the plan. Alter the plan? The Raksha was perplexed. Why? Because someone had arrived from Bayan City, and he feared that the matter could not be concealed any longer. When you corresponded with him previously, you had anticipated such a situation. What was he so afraid of? The arrival was not of ordinary officials. When Choyin's gaze dulled, it was Yume, the princess? The Raksha felt a twinge of panic. Yume was exceptionally skilled in martial arts and commanded an army, not to mention her keen insight, should she discover the truth. Why the haste? The man languidly leaned against the edge of the bed, retorting, Are we the ones who conjured this sudden flood? Or did I personally thrust the crown prince and his companions into the water? The Raksha paused. Indeed, this sudden deluge had caught them off guard. The assassins at the Duke's residence were indeed their doing, but the intent was not murder. Rather, it was a ruse of feigned injury, aimed at absolving the master from suspicion in the subsequent assassination attempt. Yet, before they could execute their plan, a flood had unexpectedly erupted. The crown prince and his companions being swept away was an eventuality they had not foreseen. Nevertheless, it aligned with the master's wishes perfectly. We are in no way connected to this upheaval, so why should you feel apprehensive? When Choyin held the letter over the candleless flame, as the fire ignited, the paper disintegrated into ash. At the time, Qining had sent assassins out of the city to eliminate a young lady of the Chu family, intending to pin the blame on Prince Yongin. You had familial ties with Prince Yongin. Yet he was utterly unconcerned. Master, this man is not to be trusted. Enough, when Choyin said impatiently, furrowing his brows. Were it not for the incompetence of your subordinates, would I be compelled to bow my head and collaborate with him? They had dispatched someone to eliminate Si Deshan, but unexpectedly, he was intercepted that if that man had truly perished at their hands, it would have been inconsequential. Yet, Si Deshan survived and even approached the emperor. It was at this juncture that Qining sought out Wen Choyin. This old fox was far more astute and patient than he had anticipated. His daughter had evidently been abducted, yet he could endure and seek collaboration with him. Qining had uncovered the plot to assassinate Si Deshan and laid forth two demands. First, he sought to displace Chu Buiqiu and Prince Yongin from the court. Second, he was willing to support Wen Choyin's ascension, with the promise of a ministerial position once their plan succeeded. Although these conditions were formidable, they coincided with Wen Choyin's ambitions that he aspired to ascend to that position, and his primary obstacle was not the Northern Emperor or Baiquan, but Chu Buiqiu. This individual commanded elite troops and wielded substantial power. Should he desire the throne, it would be within his grasp. Yet he remained steadfastly loyal to the crown prince as long as there was no discord between them. Wen Choyin would remain perpetually stymied. Originally, his strategy involved inciting discord through an assassination, but he had not anticipated that unforeseen events would unfold, that a flood had extinguished the most promising heirs to the throne in Baiman. Heaven seemed to have bestowed a significant task upon him. This was a divine opportunity. Now, he need only eliminate Yume, who held military authority. The Northern Emperor was but a trifling concern. He could not remain defiant for long. By the way, when I was unconscious, you mentioned that Chu Muqing was by my side. Did I ask their truth to that? When Choyin suddenly recalled the woman, the act he had performed at the Duke's residence was intended to extricate himself, paving the way to attribute the forthcoming assassination to Prince Yongin. This way, his engagement to Si Deshan would naturally dissipate, leaving him with the reputation of a victim. However, his original plan was to shield Baiquan. Yet the assassin had charged toward Muqing. Almost instinctively, he had positioned himself in front of the woman, that he had seen the surprise and panic in her eyes. Deep down, she still harbored feelings for him. He had already envisioned ascending to power, with Chu Muqing left vulnerable. Then he would take her into his harem. Surely, she would express her gratitude. There is indeed such a matter, but Master Raksha seems rather hesitant. The young lady of the Chu family has already plunged into the water in search of the minister, and her whereabouts are now unknown. When Choyin froze suddenly. What did you say? His subordinate had followed her closely and had not anticipated her leap into the water. Why did you not stop her? When Choyin kicked the man fiercely, causing his abdominal wound to tear due to the abrupt movement. She jumped too swiftly. By the time we arrived, she had vanished. The Raksha bore the pain and replied, "Find her." When Choyin clenched his fists, a sense of inexplicable anxiety gnawing at him, that if you cannot locate her, do not return. Chu Muqing was his own, without his permission. How could she perish? Chapter 74. A stranger woman. The stone wall above was suddenly thrust open, yet no figure appeared. Could it be Yin Run? Muqing inquired of Baekwon, her concern evident, after the mechanism's unusual noise. He was swept away with you, yet now, he is nowhere to be found. That if you hadn't mentioned him, I might have forgotten such a person existed. Baekwon's expression was one of astonishment. Baekwon also appeared slightly awkward. Yes, indeed. Where could Yin Run be? Your memory serves you well. A chilling voice from behind sent a shiver down Muqing's spine. There is a reason for this. Muqing turned to the man. Before I descended, I promised a soldier I would introduce him to General Yin. Chu Buiqiu pushed aside the slender arms that shielded him and gazed up at the now open stone wall. Where the light appeared significantly brighter, it is not Yin Run. Then who could it be? Baekwon clicked his tongue and, without regard, shouted at the stone wall, "Which rascal is hiding here? Come out and let me see you." Baekwon elbowed him, showing no hint of courtesy. At my youthful age, you've already become a grandfather. Does that not elevate my standing? As the stone wall opened, white light filtered through the cave, and a dark silhouette casually swayed for a moment. What grandiose words, little madman. Who did you just claim to want to be a grandfather to? The woman's voice was gentle, yet tinged with arrogance, causing Muqing to pause, suddenly feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the tone. Who is that? Damn it. Baekwon cursed half-heartedly before hastily covering his mouth. Looking up toward the cave, Your Highness, I just said not to curse. Upon hearing the woman speak, Baekwon also stiffened, and seeing his brother shift the blame onto him. He could only glare at her with a murderous gaze, thinking that if one wished to die, they could state it directly without such circumlocution. Muqing was taken aback. The two brothers appeared to have discerned the identity behind that voice. They seemed genuinely apprehensive of the woman. She withdrew her gaze, only to encounter Chu Buiqiu's probing stare. His eyes, though pale, were filled with complexity. Did he also recognize that woman? Come up first. We shall discuss who is the grandfather and who is the grandson later. The woman scoffed at this statement, her footsteps growing quieter, as if she were departing the cavern. Who would have thought that Father Emperor would send her? Baekwon exclaimed in astonishment, then turned to Chu Buiqiu. Teacher, why did you not greet her earlier? Weren't you on good terms with her before? Was it the Northern Emperor who sent that woman? Moreover, that woman knew Chu Buiqiu. Good terms. Muqing shot him a glare. Chu Buiqiu naturally averted his gaze. Seventh Prince, tread carefully. Someone has come to rescue us. Let us go up first. Several squads of armored soldiers descended via ropes, saluting the Crown Prince and Chu Buiqiu before tying the ropes around them. The soldiers sent to their aid intended to hoist them up in this manner. As Muqing was slowly pulled upward, he surveyed the surroundings again. Logically, the cave above should have light, and the rescue soldiers could descend. Indicating that the flood had been contained, that it would take at least half a day to send a message to Bayan City, and they had likely been trapped here for over 2 days, including their time of unconsciousness. During this period, they had consumed only fish caught from the pond, and now, suspended in midair, Muqing felt somewhat dazed. The scene before him grew increasingly clear, yet Muqing's astonishment deepened. Based on his assumptions, they should have been swept to a remote village or deep in the mountains. Yet, how could it be here? It has been a long time, esteemed minister. The woman stood behind the screen, her silhouette graceful, her hair elegantly tied up, clad in a flowing green gown, exuding an air of refinement. For reasons unknown, Muqing felt his heart skip a beat. Chapter 75. Shedding armor to rule the realm. The woman in green seemed in no rush to turn around, delicately toying with a piece of letter paper. The minister sent me a feathered order, claiming my nephew was frightened to the point of folly. He also presented 2 young ladies before me and His Majesty, inciting much discussion among the people regarding the Wang family of Taiyuan. The minister, when he chooses to act, does so with great impact, pulling both Prince Yongin and Qining down into the mire. Truly a masterstroke. The 2 Bei brothers were left bewildered. What folly! What young ladies? Mu Qing also gazed in astonishment at the taciturn man. The Fei Yuling serves as a token for relaying messages among the ranks of the Wang Jun. It is an item that must not be wielded lightly unless in the gravest of circumstances. Yet this woman claims that Chu Buoqiu entrusted her with a Fei Yuling. What could this imply? What is her true identity? In Bei Meng, the individuals authorized to summon the Fei Yuling are exceedingly few. There is Bei Di, and then the Crown Prince Bei Quan, followed by the influential ministers who hold positions of the highest rank. Chu Buoqiu could indeed be regarded as one of them, to owe her knowledge. There are only 2 women in all of Bei Meng who possess the authority to call upon the Fei Yuling. One is the beloved Empress, Bei Wei Shi, who in her time won the affections of the emperor to such an extent that he entrusted her with significant power. Empress Bei Wei Shi, possessing a disposition of purity, devoted herself to aiding her husband in governing the realm out of gratitude for his heartfelt devotion, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion that a woman perished at the pinnacle of a man's love for her. Undoubtedly, this man would never forget her for the rest of his life.